Chapter 182. The Emperor's Test. Emperor Hong Yuan scoffed. Are you well acquainted with Dr. Wang? The Jin prince hastily shook his head, replying to his father. I am not particularly familiar with him. Yet, I have heard that you are quite close, as someone has seen you meeting him at the Zuyu Tower. Upon hearing this, the Jin prince felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, chilling him to the bone. Where did father hear this? I truly am not familiar with Dr. Wang. Could someone be slandering me? He exclaimed in bewilderment. Do you think my shadow guards would deceive me? Emperor Hong Yuan's tone abruptly turned frigid, his gaze piercing like a blade, seemingly capable of seeing through the Jin prince. Please, father, quell your anger. That encounter at Zuyu Tower was merely a chance meeting. I simply invited him to dine with me. The Jin prince, having spoken, knelt with a thud, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Princess Li has claimed that someone is manipulating Dr. Wang. Do you know who that person might be? Emperor Hong Yuan suddenly inquired. The Jin prince, face pale with fear, responded, I do not know, father. Is there truly such a person? Did Dr. Wang not say he bore a grudge against Princess Li due to jealousy, which led to the harm of the Empress Dowager? I do not believe it. Can you guess where those 50 ingots of gold discovered in Dr. Wang's quarters originated? Emperor Hong Yuan wrapped his fingers on the imperial desk. The Jin prince's cheeks were slick with sweat. There were no personal marks on the gold, making its origin indeterminate. Perhaps it was saved by Dr. Wang over the years? He ventured. An ordinary physician could not amass such wealth over a lifetime, the emperor retorted. I do not intend to pursue this matter further. But let me make myself clear. The Empress Dowager is the mother I respect and cherish the most. Should anyone dare to harm her again, regardless of their royal bloodline, I shall deal with them severely. Emperor Hong Yuan's voice was stern. The Jin prince trembled in fear, acknowledging, You are right, father. Such a perpetrator must be punished. A princess crime is no different from that of a commoner. Anyone daring to harm my mother is guilty of treason, punishable by death. Emperor Hong Yuan's cold eyes bore down on the Jin prince. He felt profound disappointment towards this son. If he could conspire against the Empress Dowager today, he would not hesitate to betray his father tomorrow. Was this ruthless nature inherited from him? If he did not correct this behavior, the Jin prince would only grow worse. Yes, father, I understand. I shall heed your admonitions, the Jin prince stammered, his lips quivering. He realized his father was aware of the matter and was reprimanding him, warning him not to cross the line again. Enough, sit here and copy these 4 characters 500 times. Do not return to your residence until you have completed it. Emperor Hong Yuan commanded, coldly discarding the brush in his hand as he left with eunuch Lu. Once the emperor departed, the Jin prince hurried to the imperial desk and saw 4 large characters boldly inscribed on the rice paper. Filial son and virtuous grandson. His heart sank. His father was warning him to be a dutiful son and a virtuous grandson, lest he plot against the Empress Dowager again. He dared not be lazy and quickly took up the paper and brush, writing furiously. Feng'er had been confined for an entire night, and Yun Ruoyue had spent the night in worry. However, reassured by the presence of Mama Li caring for Feng'er, her heart finally found some solace. Early the next morning, she rose at dawn, instructing the 4 maidservants to tidy up the Feng'er pavilion. She then addressed them, saying, Last night, the prince had Mo Li bring the princess's seal. I am now the mistress of the royal residence, and you 4 shall heed my commands. I have certain matters to discuss. The 4 maidservants replied respectfully, Yes, we shall diligently follow the princess's orders. Yun Ruoyue glanced at the exquisite white jade seal in her hand, feeling a surge of confidence. This seal, symbolizing her authority, confirmed that the management of the royal residence was now hers. It is already well past noon. Why has the secondary consort not come to pay her respects? She inquired. Feng'er, Zhou, go to the Yuruo pavilion and summon the secondary consort to pay her respects to me, and while you're at it, instruct her on the rules of the royal household. Nan Gongro dared to instigate Chu Xuancheng to insult Feng'er, and she was determined to teach her a lesson. Most importantly, she sought to reclaim Feng'er through this method. Yes, princess, Feng'er and Zhou responded promptly and exited the Feng'er pavilion. Hongerluer, go to each courtyard and summon all the servants, including the steward and matron. Additionally, call for the account manager and have him bring all the ledgers. I intend to review the accounts today, Yun Ruoyue commanded with authority. Yes, your highness. Following the order from the prince last night, the maid had been notified that the princess was now the mistress, prompting many timid servants to hastily arrive at the Feng'er pavilion. Upon their arrival, they obediently lined up in the courtyard, speculating on the princess's intentions. The steward of the royal residence, a particularly astute individual, rushed over upon hearing that authority had been bestowed upon the princess. Matron Li also arrived, but only Matron Zhang and the account manager had yet to make their appearance. Naturally, Nen Gongro was also absent. Steward, why have Matron Zhang and the account manager not yet arrived? Am I to wait for them? Yun Ruoyue inquired. The steward stepped forward, saying, they may have been delayed with other matters. I shall send someone to hasten their arrival. What could possibly be more important than my affairs? Is it possible that Matron Zhang, that troublesome servant, is deliberately absent? Does she intend to defy my orders? Yun Ruoyue declared, her demeanor exuding authority. The steward, catching the fierce glint in her eyes, realized that the princess, who had previously been indifferent to worldly matters, had suddenly taken on a formidable presence. Recently, she had successfully treated Mo Zhu, Deputy General Shan, and even the Empress Dowager, becoming a favored figure in the emperor's eyes and earning the Empress Dowager's regard. He dared not offend her, responding, yes, I shall promptly dispatch someone to bring that troublesome servant here. Previously, he and Matron Zhang had maintained a mutual distance. He managed the external courtyards while she oversaw the internal ones. He had no desire to provoke her. However, with the princess's decree, he could now justifiably take action against Matron Zhang. Before long, several guards brought the portly Matron Zhang to the scene, dressed only in a white undergarment. Her hair disheveled and appearing utterly fatigued, she looked as if she had just awakened. Upon being apprehended and entering the courtyard, she was taken aback by the formidable display before her, instantly jolted into a state of clarity. The steward approached with an air of authority, glaring sternly at Zhang Momo. You audacious woman, the princess has summoned you. How dare you refuse to comply? Do you defy the princess's command? Zhang Momo glanced around and noticed the courtyard was filled with onlookers, while Yun Ruoyue, adorned in a vibrant red brocade gown, fixed her icy gaze upon her. A shiver coursed through her heart. What summons? When did the princess call for me? No one has informed me, Zhang Momo exclaimed, bewildered. Chapter 184. Punishing others as a warning still stubborn? The princess sent word long ago. It was Green who first informed you. How dare you act so arrogantly and refuse to meet the princess? The steward glared at Zhang Momo, his voice laced with fury. Zhang Momo cast a glance at Green, who was glaring back at her with a chilling intensity, and suddenly realized Green had not notified her at all. She had been asleep and had not heard anyone knock, nor had anyone informed her. Green retorted coldly, you lie? I was the first to notify you. You clearly stated that you would only heed the call of Lady Nangong and would not regard the princess. Only when Lady Nangong summoned you would you deign to come. The princess's call would mean nothing to you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Momo felt a cold sweat break out. She immediately erupted in a tirade. Green, when have I ever said such a thing? You slander me with your falsehoods. Yun Ruoyue interjected, you insolent servant. I, the princess, summon you. And you dare to disregard my command and speak such words in contempt of me? Seize Zhang Momo and give her 30 lashes as a warning to others. As soon as she finished speaking, the palace guards swiftly moved in to restrain Zhang Momo. They were all under the authority of the prince. And now that he had entrusted his seal to Yun Ruoyue, they naturally obeyed her commands. Zhang Momo had not anticipated that the princess would truly dare to punish her. Her complexion turned ashen, and a chill ran down her spine as the realization struck her. She had been ensnared by the princess's scheme. She had indeed not heard Green's summons. Had she been informed, she would have certainly come. Even if it was just to gather information, she would have arrived promptly, setting aside any grievances with the princess. Realizing this, she glared furiously at Yun Ruoyue. Princess, you plotted against me? You never called Green to summon me. I am loyal to the prince, and you cannot mete out private punishment upon me. Yun Ruoyue smirked coldly, acknowledging that it was indeed her design to entrap Zhang Momo. She had deliberately instructed Green not to notify her, intending to accuse her of disrespecting the princess. For someone as wicked as Zhang Momo, harsh measures were warranted to quell her arrogance. The prince has bestowed upon me the seal. I am the rightful mistress of this household. How can it be that I cannot discipline you? Yun Ruoyue commanded coldly. With her order given, the guards swiftly bound Zhang Momo to a chair and raised their rods, striking down upon her with force. After several blows, Zhang Momo's face contorted in pain, her complexion pale. Soon, crimson stains began to seep from her back. The sight of this spectacle filled the onlookers with trepidation, as it was clear the princess was making an example, demonstrating her authority as a new leader. The princess exclaimed, "Do you dare to impose private punishment on this old servant? Once Madame Nangong and the prince arrive, they will undoubtedly not spare you." Despite being beaten, Granny Zhang remained defiant, her teeth clenched in resentment. "Madame Nangong, do you believe she is your support? I have sent people to invite her on multiple occasions. Yet she has consistently declined to come. It seems she does not regard me highly," Yun Ruoyue retorted. At that moment, a voice from outside announced, "Madame Nangong has arrived." In a hurry, Nangong Ro, clad in a simple pink outfit, approached anxiously. As she entered the Feiyue pavilion with Danner, she was taken aback by the sight of Granny Zhang, battered and barely clinging to life. Immediately, she rushed towards Yun Ruoyue, bowing, "Sister, I apologize for my tardiness. The prince stayed in my room last night, and I was unable to rest well while caring for him." Chapter 185. The princess inspects accounts. Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue realized that Nangong Ro was boasting about the prince spending the night in her chamber. "How arduous for you, dear sister. Since you share such affection with the prince, present your blood-stained handkerchief. I wish to inspect it now," Yun Ruoyue stated. Nangong Ro's face turned crimson with embarrassment, her body stiffening as tears streamed down her cheeks, portraying a picture of grievance. "Sister, you know the prince has been preoccupied with military affairs and has not shared my bed. How could I possibly produce the handkerchief?" As she spoke, her tears flowed freely, her hands twisting the handkerchief in distress. It was not her desire to divulge this matter in front of so many. It was Yun Ruoyue who had forced her into this predicament. It felt utterly humiliating, as if everyone were secretly mocking her for having been married for so long without the prince's touch. Witnessing Nangong Ro's sorrow, the onlookers expressed sympathy, for they were naturally inclined to empathize with the weaker party. Observing this display, Yun Ruoyue maintained a serene smile, remarking, "Yet last night, when you bullied Feng'er, you did not exhibit such an attitude. Even if the prince spent the night in your chamber, surely you need not have cared for him the entire night? I have summoned you repeatedly, yet you have only just arrived. Do you not acknowledge my position as the rightful mistress of this household, or do you simply disregard me? Sister, I mean no offense. I am merely fatigued and suffering discomfort from an injury on my wrist, which caused my delay. Regarding last night's incident, the prince suspects that you and Feng'er have engaged in dishonorable conduct. I only sought to clear your and Feng'er's name, so please do not misunderstand me." Nangong Ro replied, her voice soft as a gentle spring rain. However, her words elicited astonished expressions from many servants present. They were aware that a commotion had erupted in the prince's residence the previous night, but knew not the cause. Now, with Nangong Ro's revelation, they understood that the prince suspected the princess and Feng'er of impropriety. To their astonishment, the princess and Feng'er were implicated in such a scandal. Yun Ruoyue, upon hearing Nangong Ro's public disclosure, coldly responded, "The prince has already confirmed that both Feng'er and I are innocent. Your deliberate public declaration aims to tarnish my reputation." "That is not my intention," Nangong Ro retorted, a cold smile gracing her lips. Yun Ruoyue cast a cold glance at Nangong Ro and suddenly spoke, "Madame Nangong, you have been managing the household affairs lately, and all the accounts of the royal residence are in your possession. I have heard that the old accountant, who was responsible for managing the finances, has been dismissed by you, replaced by a distant relative of yours. I just sent someone to summon him to present the account books for my review, yet he has not arrived." Upon hearing this, Nangong Ro's complexion turned pale, and she hurriedly replied, "He may still be organizing the accounts. I will send someone to fetch him at once. There's no need. If he cannot attend to this matter, he should be dismissed," Yun Ruoyue stated. Nangong Ro's eyes narrowed sharply as she retorted, "But he is my relative, and the prince promised to let him manage the accounts for me. Unfortunately, the steward is now this princess, and it is only fitting that I select the accountant." Yun Ruoyue countered, "Steward, go and find the previous accountant, Shu, who used to serve in this royal residence. From now on, he shall manage the accounts." Yun Ruoyue had conducted prior investigations and knew that the old accountant, Shu, had dedicated his life to the royal residence. He had served diligently, selflessly, and was previously responsible for the imperial treasury under the late emperor. Following the emperor's passing, he was assigned by the Empress Dowager to assist Chu Xuancheng in managing the accounts at the Li Wangfu. The records he managed were meticulously clear, with every transaction accounted for without a single error, earning him Chu Xuancheng's trust. However, trouble arose as soon as Nangong Ro took charge. One day, while inspecting the accounts, she discovered a discrepancy in the expenditures recorded. She had only withdrawn 100 taels of silver for clothing and jewelry, but Huashu had recorded it as 1,100 taels. Realizing that Huashu had embezzled 1,000 taels, she brought people to search his quarters and indeed found a bag of silver hidden beneath his bed. Upon counting, it was exactly 1,000 taels. She immediately presented this evidence to Xuancheng, accusing Huashu of embezzling royal funds. Upon reviewing the evidence and hearing testimonies from those who had participated in the search, Xuancheng was furious and expelled Huashu from the residence. Seizing the opportunity, Nangong Ro then summoned her cousin, a scholar named Li, to manage the accounts. Xuancheng, preoccupied with military affairs and trusting Nangong Ro, had little time to attend to such matters and consented to her request. Reflecting on this, Yun Ruoyue couldn't help but shake her head, realizing how even a battle-hardened warrior like Xuancheng could be deceived by a woman's charm. She recalled hearing from Mama Li that the newly appointed scholar, Li, was managing the accounts poorly, leading to the funds allocated for Yuru Pavilion being excessively inflated while other courtyards received significantly less. Perhaps it was due to the issues with his accounting methods that he had hesitated to come when summoned. Nangong Ro, incensed at the prospect of reinstating Huashu, coldly remarked, "Your Highness, Huashu was expelled from the residence for embezzling 1,000 taels of royal funds. How can you allow him to manage the accounts again? You are being reckless. Do you not fear the prince's wrath? Whether Huashu truly embezzled public funds has yet to be determined. I will investigate further before making any conclusions," Yun Ruoyue replied. At that moment, at the entrance of the courtyard, a gaunt man resembling a scholar staggered in, cradling a towering stack of ledgers. "Your Highness, I apologize for my tardiness. I was preoccupied with organizing the accounts," Li Xiaozai explained, placing the ledger upon the table. Wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, he appeared breathless, as if he had truly exerted himself. Meanwhile, the steward had summoned Uncle Hua into the room. Previously residing in the royal mansion, Uncle Hua felt aggrieved after his dismissal and sought to vindicate himself against Xuancheng, which compelled him to rent a modest dwelling nearby. However, he had yet to encounter Xuancheng. Given his proximity to the royal residence, the steward swiftly located him. Upon learning that the princess wished to see him, he exclaimed with fervor, "Your Highness, I am innocent. I have never embezzled funds from the accounts, and I do not understand how the figures have changed, nor how that 1,000 taels ended up in my quarters. Please, Your Highness, judge fairly." When the steward sent someone to fetch Uncle Hua, the messenger had briefly informed him of the princess's intentions. Overwhelmed with excitement at the prospect of the princess reinstating him, Uncle Hua desperately hoped for a chance to clear his name. Chapter 187. Comparing handwriting. Uncle Hua, do not be anxious. I have summoned you here to assist in clearing your name. You have served in the palace and the royal mansion for many years without error. I am convinced that the 1,000 taels are not the result of your wrongdoing. Someone has surely framed you. Yun Ruoyue reassured him gently, resting a comforting hand on Uncle Hua's shoulder. Moved to tears, Uncle Hua nodded fervently. "Thank you for your clarity, Your Highness. If I had intended to embezzle, would I have waited until today?" Nangong Ro interjected coldly. "Uncle Hua, the facts are clear. You have been responsible for the royal accounts, wielding considerable power over expenditures. It is entirely feasible for you to misappropriate funds. We possess ample evidence and witnesses to substantiate our claims. We are not slandering you." Furious, Uncle Hua retorted, "I have always maintained accurate records. It is impossible for me to have recorded 100 taels as 1,100 taels. The ledger has undoubtedly been tampered with. I attempted to petition the prince for justice, yet he ignored me. Your Highness, you must stand up for me. Is the ledger still available? Please present it to me." Yun Ruoyue suddenly inquired. "Yes, it is right here, Your Highness. Please take a look." Li Xiaozai promptly retrieved a book from the stack and handed it to Yun Ruoyue, adding, "Your Highness, I have also examined this account. The handwriting is identical to Uncle Hua's. He is merely attempting to elicit your sympathy. Do not be deceived by his claims. You slander me. I have not embezzled." Uncle Hua protested vehemently, his emotions overwhelming him. "Uncle Hua, calm down. Let me compare the handwriting," Yun Ruoyue replied, taking the ledger and flipping to the relevant page, where she observed the large characters for 1,100. At first glance, the handwriting appeared consistent. However, upon closer inspection, she discerned discrepancies. The characters for the first 1,000 were noticeably cramped, occupying a tight space, and the nuances and detail differed from the subsequent characters. However, The characters were too small to discern any differences with a mere glance. Only through the use of a microscope or a high-powered magnifying glass could the distinctions be revealed. Yun Ruoyue suddenly recalled that there should be a high-powered magnifying glass in her laboratory. With a flicker of her consciousness, she searched the medical system and soon discovered a magnifying glass resting on a cluttered shelf. With another mental command, the magnifying glass materialized in her cloth bag. When she reached into the bag, she found it indeed there, truly remarkable. Swiftly, she extracted the magnifying glass and illuminated the account book with it. Upon closer inspection, she uncovered some clues. "What is sister doing?" Nangong Ro inquired, observing Yun Ruoyue's actions with curiosity as she approached, her gaze fixed on the magnifying glass. "You arrived just in time. Come and see this." The first two characters here are evidently different from the strokes, style, and ink used in the subsequent characters. The characters for 1002 were clearly added later by someone, Yun Ruoyue explained. "Really?" Uncle Hua and the steward, intrigued, gathered around to peer through the magnifying glass at what Yun Ruoyue had discovered. "Your Highness, what is this?" Uncle Hua asked. "This is a magnifying glass. It allows for the enlargement of objects. When examined under the magnifying glass, it becomes apparent that the characters for 1002 exhibit clear signs of imitation. The writing is not fluid, and the ink is of poor quality, resulting in a jagged appearance with bits of residue alongside. Furthermore, upon magnification, the strokes appear crooked and unnatural, rough in texture. In contrast, the other characters are smooth, flowing seamlessly, with a firm structure devoid of any irregularities. It is evident that these characters were not written with the same ink, and the added characters are cramped, clearly inserted later," Yun Ruoyue stated. Chapter 188. Suspicions of the culprit. Upon hearing this, Uncle Hua quickly glanced at the characters beneath the magnifying glass and exclaimed, "I see now." At first glance, it was undetectable, but under this glass, it is clear that the characters for 1002 were indeed added by someone else and are entirely different from my handwriting. "Uncle Hua, what type of ink do you typically use?" Yun Ruoyue inquired. "I use the finest pine soot ink. When employing this ink, I have a habit of adding a couple of drops of white wine to enhance its fragrance, richness, and smoothness, which also prevents it from becoming foul. Additionally, the ink stick is refined, ensuring that the writing remains crisp and clean. You can see that the newly added characters were written with inferior ink, which is dry and hard, containing numerous large impurities, far inferior to my ink." Uncle Hua replied, clearly agitated. "Really? Let me have a whiff," the steward said, leaning closer to the two characters. Upon smelling them, he grimaced in disgust, exclaiming that the newly added characters emitted an unpleasant odor, indicating they were composed of inferior ink. He then sniffed the other characters in the account book, his face lighting up with delight. "Wow, the other characters are so fragrant. Not only do they possess the aroma of pine, but also a hint of wine. Your Highness, I am certain that Uncle Hua has been framed. It is evident that someone altered 102 to 1102. Uncle Hua has been wronged." "Then, take a whiff of Scholar Li's writing," Yun Ruoyue suggested, handing the steward several account books penned by Scholar Li. In that moment, Scholar Li's pupils dilated, and his heart raced wildly. Nangong Ruoyue cast a venomous glare at Yun Ruoyue, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. "What do you mean, Your Highness? Are you suspecting my cousin?" she questioned icily, unable to contain herself. "Indeed, I suspect that these forged accounts were crafted by your cousin, and those characters were inscribed by him as well. For the ink in his ledger bears the same foul odor," Yun Ruoyue replied, raising an eyebrow. The steward, sensing Yun Ruoyue's newfound authority, hastily took the ledgers in hand, leaned in closer, and closed his eyes to carefully inhale the scent of the ink. The moment he did, he staggered back in fright. Suppressing his nausea, he utilized Yun Ruoyue's magnifying glass to scrutinize the ledger, only to swiftly discard it with a look of disgust. "This ink reeks, just as those two characters do. Furthermore, when magnified, the handwriting of Scholar Li astonishingly displays the same erratic strokes as the newly added characters. The ink is coarse and indistinct, clearly indicative of the same inferior quality." Upon hearing this, Scholar Li turned as pale as a ghost, hastily exclaiming, "You slander me, just based on the ink. You would accuse me of embezzling funds? When Uncle Hua was misappropriating public money, I had yet to enter the royal residence. How could it possibly be me? Your Highness, I protest this accusation. Perhaps someone took the ledger out, colluding with you to add those characters? Otherwise, How do you explain the identical ink used for both your inscription and the newly added characters? Yun Ruoyue retorted with a cold laugh. How could I know? The ink was purchased from the study. Perhaps the person who added the characters simply used the same ink as I did? Scholarly stammered, casting a guilty glance at Nangong Ruo. Little did he realize how astute the princess was, capable of discerning the differences in handwriting through the ink's scent. Is that so? If you do not speak the truth, I shall promptly report this to the authorities and have them investigate the study where you purchased the ink, to see how many have recently bought the same type. If none have, then I shall extend my apologies, Yun Ruoyue proclaimed with a chilling smile. Chapter 189. Investigating the accounts of the side concubine. Upon hearing this, Nangong Ruo quickly interjected, Sister, Uncle Hua has money and has always used good ink. While my cousin comes from a humble background, how could he afford high-quality ink? There are many students like my cousin who cannot afford good ink and must settle for inferior quality, with so many purchasing poor ink. You cannot simply suspect my cousin on this account, can you? Are you targeting me solely because he is my cousin? In her final plea, she began to weep pitifully. Yun Ruoyue, with a cold smile, responded, I am merely seeking the truth. Let us set aside the matter of Uncle Hua's false accusations for now and inspect your cousin's ledger to see how accurate his records are. After speaking, she turned to Uncle Hua and the steward. Uncle Hua, steward, please assist me in examining Scholar Li's ledger for any discrepancies. Yes, Your Highness, the two replied, swiftly taking Scholar Li's ledger to begin their investigation. Yun Ruoyue also picked up a ledger, scrutinizing it carefully. Scholar Li, already drenched in cold sweat from fear, kept casting furtive glances at Nangong Ruo, urging her to find a way out of this predicament. Nangong Ruo stood there dejected, biting her lip, utterly at a loss for a solution. At that moment, Yun Ruoyue suddenly pointed to the account book in her hand and said, Li Xiaocai, on the 5th day of the 1st month, we spent 300 taels of silver on vegetables and meat alone in our wangfu. Li Xiaocai felt a chill run down his spine and quickly replied, Yes, madam. The account indicated that the money was withdrawn by Zhang Mama. Zhang Mama, did you withdraw 300 taels of silver to buy meat and vegetables at that time? Yun Ruoyue turned her gaze toward the nearly unconscious Zhang Mama, who lay there in tattered clothes, her back stained with blood, unattended. Upon hearing the question from the princess, she shot a resentful glare and coldly replied, Yes. What kind of meat and vegetables could possibly cost so much silver? Yun Ruoyue asked coldly. For an ordinary family, a mere 10 taels of silver suffices for a year's worth of food. Even for our wangfu, which has extravagant expenditures, it is inconceivable to spend 300 taels at once. If this continues, how can Chu Xuancheng's family fortune withstand such depletion? That amount is merely for 3 days' worth of meat and vegetables. Our wangfu has a large household, and given the prince's esteemed status, of course, we must purchase the finest of everything, Zhang Mama replied solemnly. 300 taels for just 3 days? If this were to leak out, what would people say about our wangfu? After Yun Ruoyue finished speaking, she continued, Moreover, it states here that 10 bags of rice were purchased for 100 taels. An ordinary family would spend at most 5 taels for 10 bags. What kind of rice is this that it is so exorbitantly priced? Zhang Mama, with a drooping eyelid, remarked, That is the finest rice from Xuancheng, specially supplied to the royal family and high officials. It is unlike ordinary rice, hence the high price. And here, the side consort spent 1,000 taels on just one piece of clothing? What kind of attire could possibly be so expensive? As Yun Ruoyue scrutinized the accounts, she discovered glaring discrepancies. Furthermore, it was evident that this was a conspiracy involving multiple parties colluding with one another. Upon hearing this, Nangong Ruo felt a tremor of fear and hurriedly explained, This garment is woven from mulberry silk, adorned with gold thread and golden spider silk, which accounts for the high cost. I only instructed Danner to withdraw the silver for the clothing with the prince's consent. Implicitly, she suggested that Chu Xuancheng had approved her actions, thus absolving her of blame. Yun Ruoyue shot a cold glance at Nangong Ruo and continued, Is it true that the side consort spent 2,000 taels on doctors after catching a cold? Yes, the doctor was a retired imperial physician from the palace, renowned for his exceptional skills, hence the high consultation fee, Nangong Ruo replied softly. You spent 800 taels on a pair of embroidered shoes? These were specially commissioned jade shoes by the prince through Zhang Mama, Nangong Ruo explained. At that moment, Zhang Mama interjected disdainfully, Princess, the side consort's jade shoes are actually quite inexpensive. In that shop, a casual pair of shoes costs several thousand taels. The prince dotes on the side consort and wishes to provide her with the finest things in the world, yet she understands the prince's sentiments and only chose this pair. The least expensive. You spent 10,000 taels on a set of jewelry? Yun Ruoyue scrutinized the accounts once again. Nangong Ro lowered her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. This is all the prince's favor. I did not wish for it, but the prince insisted that if I did not accept it, he would be displeased, so I acquiesced. So, within just 1 month of entering the Wangfu, you have already spent over 100,000 taels of silver? At last, Yun Ruoyue gazed at the account book, unable to believe the staggering figure before her. 156,700 taels represented the monthly expenditures for clothing and sustenance of Nangong Ro upon her marriage into the Li Wangfu. Meanwhile, the total expenses of the royal residence approached 10,000 taels. Such a sum could sustain an entire city as populous for a year. Nangong Ro, upon hearing this, shook her head in disbelief. Was it truly possible to possess such wealth? Although her lips expressed astonishment, her eyes betrayed a sense of pride. With Chu Xuancheng lavishing such affection upon her, he was willing to squander fortunes, which would undoubtedly infuriate the princess consort. However, the subsequent words from Yun Ruoyue plunged her into an icy abyss, rendering her utterly speechless. With a swift motion, Yun Ruoyue slammed the account book onto the table, her gaze piercing as it swept over the assembly. In a low, commanding tone, she instructed the steward, "Seal off this courtyard immediately. No one is permitted to enter or exit. I shall conduct a thorough investigation of these accounts, examining each item in detail. Prepare the necessary arrangements at once. We shall visit the tailor shops, shoe stores, jewelry vendors, and stalls, verifying these accounts against those of the proprietors. Should any discrepancies arise, take note of them for me." Upon hearing this, Nangong Ro felt a tightening in her chest and exclaimed, "Princess consort, what do you mean by this? Do you not trust me? These are all favors granted to me by the prince, sanctioned by him." Yun Ruoyue replied, "The prince indeed consented to extend these favors. Yet he did not stipulate the sum to be spent. He merely instructed you to draw from the treasury. Currently, the gold, silver, and jewelry do not align with their listed prices, which far exceed their true worth. I suspect you have inflated the figures and embezzled public funds. This considerable sum suggests collusion and corruption, and I shall uncover the truth item by item." Hearing this, Nangong Ro felt her strength wane, and she quickly cast a glance at Scholarly, who trembled uncontrollably, as if in a state of fright. The steward, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, promptly ordered the guards to secure all exits, preventing anyone from alerting the merchants, lest they conspire with Nangong Ro to fabricate false accounts. Once the guards had secured the premises, the steward dispatched a portion of them from the estate, account book in hand, to verify the records one by one. Nangong Ro felt a pang of regret. Had she foreseen such an outcome, she would have seized the opportunity earlier to send her cousin away under the pretense of borrowing ink, thus avoiding this predicament. What if the investigation led back to her? Chapter 191, Seeking Witnesses. Fortunately, she had prepared in advance, placing the blame on her cousin, Dan and the old maid, Li. Yet even if the investigation exonerated her, the prince would surely lose trust in her. If anything were to befall Dan, the prince would undoubtedly suspect her involvement. No, she could not remain passive. She must leave the estate and negotiate with the merchants to secure their testimonies. "Princess consort, you cannot restrict our freedom. That is unlawful. I demand to leave this place and refuse to stay here any longer." "Have them step aside," Nangong Ro asserted, pointing at the guards. Yun Ruoyue responded with a cold smile. "I regret to inform you that until the accounts are thoroughly investigated, no one is permitted to leave. You are confining us, imprisoning our freedom." Nangong Ro retorted, "What if it turns out that I am innocent?" Nangong Ro exclaimed in exasperation, "Your innocence does not imply that your cousin is devoid of guilt. Should it be revealed that he is innocent, I shall certainly apologize to you. However, if evidence emerges of his wrongdoing, it will be left to the authorities to dispense justice, imprisonment or capital punishment as warranted." Yun Ruoyue replied, "You are utterly excessive." Nangong Ro seethed, her fingers clenching tightly, harboring a murderous intent towards Yun Ruoyue. A flicker of cruel vengeance gleamed in her gentle eyes, as Yun Ruoyue had pushed her to the brink, compelling her to contemplate a counterattack. Soon, the first group of guards returned from their investigation, accompanied by several shop owners. Upon entering, The owners, intimidated by the royal presence and fearful of deceiving the crown, immediately pointed fingers at Li Mama. The proprietor of Xuancheng asserted, "Your Grace, this rice is actually sold for 1 tael of silver per bag. Thus, these 10 bags should amount to 10 taels." However, Mama Zhang insisted that I report an inflated price, promising to share a 2-tael kickback with me if I complied. Reluctantly, the shop owner divulged the truth. Pressured by the imposing demeanor of the palace guards, who had threatened to confiscate their establishments should they utter falsehoods, none dared provoke the royal household. After all, Mama Zhang was merely an acquaintance, and preserving their businesses was paramount. Hence, they were eager to speak the truth. Another meat vendor recounted, "My meat is typically priced at 20 won per jin, yet Mama Zhang coerced me into writing a receipt for 50 won per jin. She did not offer me any kickback, stating that if I failed to comply, she would cease patronizing my stall. She is my primary customer. I could not afford to offend her, so I acquiesced." As Mama Zhang listened to the betrayals from the shop owners, her fury boiled over, and she gritted her silver teeth. "You are fabricating lies. I never instructed you to inflate prices or falsify quantities. This is all a setup, a scheme devised by the princess against me." With desperation, she turned her gaze to Nangong Ro, pleading, "Madam, please send someone to summon the prince back to arbitrate, otherwise, we shall be bullied to death." Yun Ruoyue's voice was cold as ice. "If the prince returns, your demise will be swifter and more brutal." With Chu Xuancheng's temperament, should he discover that you dared to embezzle his silver and engage in such corrupt practices, he would show no mercy. Do you truly believe that his affection for Nangong Ro would allow him to overlook such transgressions? No matter how much he dotes on her, he is a man of discernment, fully aware of what can and cannot be tolerated. Nangong Ro, biting her lip in frustration, struggled to devise a viable plan. The guards stood watch at the door, preventing her escape, leaving her to seek alternative solutions. At that moment, another clothing shop owner pointed at Danner, saying, "Your Grace, I recognize her. Her name is Danner, correct? She previously visited our shop to purchase a garment made of silk for the side consort of the Li Wangfu, which cost only 300 taels, yet she instructed me to report it as 1,000 taels." After speaking, the owner recoiled, cradling his head in his arms, as if bracing for punishment. The proprietor of the shoe shop remarked, "Danner crafted a pair of jade shoes for the concubine using rather ordinary jade. Thus the price was merely 400 taels. However, she instructed me to write a receipt for 800 taels and gave me a kickback of 100 taels." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, staring at Danner in disbelief. Overcome with fear, Danner collapsed to the ground, trembling as she pleaded with Nangong Ro, concubine, "Please help me. You must assist me." She insisted that the money was intended for the concubine, claiming that she had no audacity to embezzle such a large sum. Nangong Ro, furious, gritted her teeth, yet before she could speak on Danner's behalf, another voice chimed in. "I recognize her. She came to purchase a set of jewelry for the concubine. However, she did not ask for a receipt and simply bought the jewelry and left." Stated the owner of the jewelry shop. "How much did you sell that set of jewelry to her for?" Yun Ruoyue inquired. The shopkeeper pondered for a moment before replying. 3,000 taels. I figured since she was from the royal residence, I would offer her a discount, thus the reduced price. Your Highness, I assure you, I am speaking the truth. Whatever she has done is of no concern to us, the shopkeeper added. Yun Ruoyue then turned to Li Xiaocai. Isn't it noted here that it amounts to 10,000 taels? Danner overreported by 7,000 taels. Did she not provide you with a receipt? Perhaps she did, but I accidentally misplaced it. Li Xiaocai lamented, tears welling in his eyes. This noblewoman was astoundingly astute. He dared not claim there was no receipt, without one. The ledger reflecting 10,000 taels would clearly implicate him in collusion with Danner. Such a crucial document could not simply be lost. Moreover, the shopkeeper hadn't issued a receipt, so where would Danner have obtained one? Was it possibly forged? If it were indeed a forgery, how could a mere accountant fail to uncover it? Furthermore, with such a substantial sum involved, did he not verify with the jewelry shop before recording it? Yun Ruoyue spoke coldly. At this juncture, Uncle Hua interjected. Your Highness, it is evident that Danner lacks a receipt, yet Li Xiaocai has recorded 10,000 taels, indicating collusion between them to embezzle the royal treasury. If they could siphon off 7,000 taels this time, one wonders how much he has pilfered during his nearly month-long stay. Perhaps we should send someone to search his quarters for further evidence. Indeed, you are correct. Guards, proceed to search Li Xiaocai's quarters, and also Rainy Soft Pavilion must be searched, Yun Ruoyue commanded sternly. Upon hearing this, Nangong Ro's expression twisted with distress. Swiftly, she stepped forward to obstruct the guards, declaring, "Who dares to search my Rainy Soft Pavilion? Are you all courting death? When the Lord returns, he will not let you off lightly." The guards, hearing Nangong Ro's words, lowered their heads, feeling somewhat bashful. After all, she was the Lord's favored concubine. The Lord did not dote on the princess, but instead favored this concubine, making it seem that her quarters were off limits. Just as they assumed the usually timid princess would relent, they were surprised when Yun Ruoyue raised her head and declared firmly, "Search. Conduct a thorough investigation. Danner has conspired with Li Xiucai to fabricate accounts and embezzle from the royal treasury. Nothing in Rainy Soft Pavilion shall be overlooked. Should any matters arise, I shall bear full responsibility." Chapter 193, The Balance of Grace and Authority. "Yes, Your Highness." Upon hearing the words of the princess, the guards immediately found their resolve, swiftly bypassing Nangong Ro to conduct their search. Witnessing this turn of events, Nangong Ro was overcome with indignation, her tears flowing freely. "Princess, how dare you wield your power so oppressively? Taking advantage of the absence of the prince, you audaciously bully me, showing utter disregard for his authority." "I am merely rooting out traitors within the palace," Yun Ruoyue retorted, her cold gaze sweeping across the assembly. At this moment, she intended to compel these individuals to make a choice. Today, her actions served as a warning, a demonstration of both benevolence and severity, aimed at establishing her authority, so that everyone would recognize that she was the true matriarch of the residence, not Nangong Ro. She sought to ensure that henceforth, the servants would treat her with the respect befitting her position, rather than belittling her as they had in the past. The servants found themselves in a quandary. On one hand stood the just and formidable princess, and on the other, the favored concubine of the prince. Those who had toiled diligently without reaping rewards in the palace naturally leaned towards supporting the princess. Conversely, those who had thrived through deceitful practices, benefiting from the spoils of the palace, were inclined to favor Nangong Ro, who had been in charge, allowing them to profit together. Noticing their hesitation, Yun Ruoyue settled into a chair and coldly proclaimed, "From this day forth, I shall be the one to govern this palace. Should anyone dare to exploit the palace's funds for personal gain, once proven, they shall be promptly handed over to the authorities for punishment. As for past transgressions, provided they are not grave offenses, I shall overlook them. Furthermore, any embezzled amounts under 500 taels will not be pursued. However, starting today, if anyone dares to engage in any form of corruption or actions detrimental to the palace's reputation, I will not spare a single one of you." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances filled with relief. The princess would not pursue their previous mistakes, and as long as their misappropriations were below 500 taels, they would escape scrutiny. This was indeed splendid news. The ordinary servants, who typically could only pilfer small amounts, felt reassured. Previously, they had feared they would face the same fate as Li Xiucai and Danner, subjected to the princess's interrogation and accountability, leaving them trembling with trepidation. With the princess's promise, their fears dissipated. "Your Highness, I confess to having pilfered some pastries from the kitchen. Will you hold it against me?" inquired a plump cook. "Not at all," Yun Ruoyue replied. "Your Highness, I found 10 cash while sweeping the courtyard and did not report it. Will you blame me?" asked a maid. "Not at all," she reiterated. "Your Highness, I had a quarrel with the cook over a trivial matter and accidentally broke a porcelain bowl in the kitchen," another servant interjected. Yun Ruoyue rose and said, "It matters not. I have stated that past offenses, as long as they are not serious and the embezzled sums are below 500 taels, shall not be held against anyone. However, from this day forth, the palace must adhere to its regulations, and no further acts of corruption shall be tolerated. Moreover, for the offenses committed by Li Xiucai, Granny Zhang, and Danner, I shall impose severe penalties to serve as a deterrent." The crowd was taken aback by this declaration. The princess is indeed formidable, wielding both grace and authority. She has not only lifted previous penalties, but also established future regulations. Moreover, although she intends to impose severe consequences on the 3 individuals, she has chosen to show them leniency. Chapter 194. The arrival of the prince. The thought that their misdeeds would be forgiven and that they would no longer have the opportunity to engage in corruption led everyone to abandon the path of Nangong Ro. They hurriedly proclaimed, "The princess is wise. We are grateful for her forgiveness. Your Highness, you speak the truth. Indeed, we must rectify the improper conduct within our household. Danner and the others have embezzled a significant amount of silver and deserve to be punished severely. The princess is justified, while the side consort is unreasonable, indulging Danner in her transgressions and openly defying the princess, showing her contempt. A few bold and righteous individuals raised their voices in agreement, causing Nangong Ro's expression to contort with anger. Yun Ruoyue stepped before Nangong Ro and stated sternly, "Side consort, since everyone claims you are being unreasonable and enabling the maid's misdeeds, you are to stand outside the courtyard until their search is complete." "What? You want me to stand as punishment?" Nangong Ro pointed to herself, incredulous as she stared at Yun Ruoyue. "What of it? Am I not entitled to impose a penalty upon you?" Yun Ruoyue retorted coldly. "By what right do you punish me? You lack the authority. The prince cherishes me so dearly that he wouldn't dare touch a finger to me. How dare you take advantage of his absence to bully me?" As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, making her appear like a weeping pear blossom. She sought to elicit sympathy through her feigned weakness, a tactic she often employed. However, Yun Ruoyue merely scoffed. "I am not a man. Your ploy is ineffective against me. Go stand outside immediately. If conclusive evidence emerges, it will no longer be a mere standing punishment." "You are being unreasonable," Nangong Ro retorted, tossing her sleeves in anger as she stormed outside. There, guards stood watch, preventing anyone from entering or exiting freely. Trapped outside, she could only stand in the cold wind, shivering with the chill. In the bleakness of January, the weather was particularly frigid, and the biting wind struck her face like a knife, causing her cheeks to sting. She stood there, feeling faint and weak, eliciting deep concern from Danner. Danner knelt at Yun Ruoyue's feet, pleading, "Your Highness, I beseech you to spare our mistress. She is frail and cannot endure such punishment. If you must penalize someone, let it be me." "Do not fret. Your turn will come shortly," Yun Ruoyue replied. At that moment, a guard's voice rang out from outside the courtyard. "We pay our respects to the prince." Yun Ruoyue looked up coldly, surprised at how quickly Xuancheng had arrived, likely informed by Nangong Ro's people. Suddenly, Xuancheng entered, clad in gleaming silver armor, draped in a crimson cloak, a sword at his waist, and a feathered helmet atop his head, exuding an aura akin to a deity descending from the heavens. His chiseled features bore a look of urgency as he immediately spotted Nangong Ro, who stood weakly, swaying as if on the verge of collapse. "Rower," he exclaimed, rushing forward with concern. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" Nangong Ro was wiping her tears with a handkerchief when she lifted her gaze and beheld her beloved entering the room. Upon seeing him approach, she suddenly faltered. Her body swayed, and she collapsed heavily to the ground. "Rower!" Xuancheng exclaimed sharply, hastening towards her and catching her just before she hit the floor. Danner, upon noticing Xuancheng's arrival, rushed to him in tears, lamenting, "My lord, you have arrived. Our lady has been terribly bullied by the princess. Please, save her." The lady was punished to stand, and given her frail condition and the injuries she bears, the princess's cruelty is unbearable. She has suffered greatly. Chapter 195. Taking the initiative. Hearing this, Xuancheng's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Yun Ruoyue. "Princess, what is the meaning of this?" Yun Ruoyue did not even lift her eyelids, replying indifferently, "The concubine was standing quite well until your arrival. How is it that she has fainted now?" Yun Ruoyue, "Do not evade the question. I demand to know the truth," Xuancheng said, glancing at the unconscious Nangong Ro in his arms, then surveying the dark crowd of servants in the courtyard. Before Yun Ruoyue could respond, Danner knelt before Xuancheng, weeping, "My lord, the lady has always been uncontentious, never harboring grievances against anyone. Yet, due to your affection, the princess has seen her as a thorn in her side. While you are away from the Wangfu, the princess has devised various means to torment the lady, scolding her relentlessly. The lady, being naturally kind-hearted and gentle, has never burdened you with her grievances, even when wronged, in order to spare you worry. However, this time, the princess has gone too far, punishing her to stand in the biting cold. Given her frailty, how can she endure such torment? I implore you, my lord, to stand up for our lady." At this, Xuancheng's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he looked at Yun Ruoyue. "Yun Ruoyue, how dare you treat Rower in such a manner? What audacity grants you this privilege?" Just then, Nangong Ro stirred back to consciousness in his arms. As she awoke, she gently tugged at his sleeve, gazing at him with tear-filled eyes. My lord, do not blame my sister. It is not her fault. The fault lies with Danner and my cousin. I failed to discipline them, allowing them to err. Please, punish me instead. After saying this, Nangong suddenly descended from Chu Xuancheng's embrace and knelt before him, her eyes reddened. My lord, today, when my sister audited the accounts, I discovered that my cousin had not recorded them properly, making several mistakes. Danner, due to her inexperience, also made errors by overstating some figures. The faults of my people are a reflection of my poor governance. Thus, the princess's punishment is warranted, and I willingly accept it. However, I assure you, it was never my intention, and I was completely unaware. My cousin, having been a scholar, is not well versed in accounting and is prone to mistakes. Yet he cannot argue his way out of this. As for Danner, her misdeeds arose from my negligence in guiding her. Ultimately, it is my fault. If punishment is to be meted out, let it be upon me, not upon them. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback by Nangong's actions. A masterful display of taking the initiative. She was the first to acknowledge her faults, putting on an act of remorseful contrition to elicit sympathy from Chu Xuancheng, hoping he would forgive her. However, Nangong had her own means of escape and a hidden trump card. As Chu Xuancheng listened to Nangong's words, his gaze fell upon the nearly lifeless Zhang Momo, and then swept across the dark throng in the courtyard, his cold eyes landing on Yun Ruoyue. I have heard that the princess, during my absence, unleashed a slaughter within the palace, asserting her authority over the servants, oppressing the concubines, and indulging in all manner of villainy. Who informed you of this? Was it the one who came to whisper in your ear? Did he also mention that your palace harbors several gluttonous vermin, colluding to embezzle public funds just to deceive you? Even your favored concubine is complicit, and within less than a month, they have swindled you out of over 100,000 taels of silver. If this continues, your fortune will be squandered by others. Yun Ruoyue stated calmly. Chapter 196. Wrath like thunder. Upon hearing this, Chu Xuancheng's eyes narrowed with an icy glare, disbelief flickering in his gaze towards Nangong. She quickly interjected, Your Highness, please do not be enraged. This is all due to my failure to properly discipline the servants. Rest assured, I shall henceforth keep them in check to prevent such errors. Do not speak so lightly, steward. Relate to the prince in detail what just transpired regarding my audit. Yun Ruoyue commanded. The steward promptly stepped forward and respectfully reported to Chu Xuancheng. As he recounted the events, Chu Xuancheng's countenance grew increasingly severe. His gaze directed coldly at Nangong, a spark of fury igniting within his eyes. At that moment, several squads of guards entered the courtyard, carrying bundles of items. Upon seeing Chu Xuancheng, they swiftly approached, bowing in reverence. What do you carry? Chu Xuancheng questioned in a frigid tone. One guard responded, Your Highness. These are the items we discovered in the rooms of Danner, Momo Li, and Scholar Li. They contain nothing but silver and promissory notes. With that, the guards laid the entire cache of silver upon a table in the courtyard. As they unwrapped the cloth bags, a cascade of silver coins and stacks of notes spilled forth, forming small mountains that dazzled the onlookers, leaving them in shock. Seeing this fortune, Chu Xuancheng clenched his fists tightly, a fierce expression overtaking his face. From whose quarters were these found? Your Highness, the guard replied. This pile of 10,000 taels was retrieved from Zhang Momo's cabinet. This pile of 30,000 taels and promissory notes was extracted from the large and small vases in Scholar Li's room. And this heap of 50,000 taels in notes, along with 30,000 taels in silver, was uncovered beneath the floor tiles in Danner's chamber. The total amount of silver in notes here is approximately 120,000 taels. Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue immediately stated, Just now, during my audit, I found that the concubine has spent a total of 156,700 taels this month, while we discovered only 120,000 taels in their quarters. This means that under the management of the concubine, the palace has been embezzled of 36,000 taels of silver. Just moments ago, Master Hua and the steward assisted in auditing the accounts, revealing that the ledger had been falsified, with the inflated amount nearing 120,000 taels. Lady Ro, given this outcome, do you still dare to claim your suitability as the matriarch? If the royal household were to allow you to continue in your role, it would surely face bankruptcy. Upon hearing these words, Nangong trembled in fear and quickly exclaimed, My lord, I am deeply sorry. It is entirely my fault. I failed to manage Danner and the others properly, but I truly had no knowledge of this. I was completely unaware. Chu Xuancheng gazed intently at Nangong. Rower, Were you genuinely oblivious? He inquired. Bring them here. Chu Xuancheng's voice turned cold as he took his seat, emanating an overwhelming aura of authority, his gaze fierce and unyielding. The guards, obeying the command, hastily brought forth Danner, Scholar Li, and the bloodied Granny Zhang, forcing them to kneel before Chu Xuancheng. Do you three confess your crimes? He demanded, casting a glance at the ledger on the table. In a fit of rage, he swept the ledger towards them, his motion infused with formidable energy. The ledger flew forth like a sharpened blade, leaving the three of them wounded, blood streaming from their faces. The wrath of the Prince of Li was fearsome. With both eyewitnesses and evidence present, they dared not refute the charges, repeatedly kneeling in confession. Chapter 197. The brutal reckoning. Granny Zhang was the first to speak. My lord, I confess my guilt. While managing the household's daily expenditures, I colluded with merchants to forge accounts, embezzling funds from the royal treasury. I implore your punishment. You deserve to be punished. I entrusted you with the inner workings of the royal household, and you repaid my trust with deceitful acts of embezzlement. Bring Granny Zhang forth. Let her be beaten to death, and her body discarded in a mass grave to feed the dogs. Chu Xuancheng commanded, his face a mask of fury. Upon hearing this, Granny Zhang was instantly paralyzed with fear, her body going limp. My lord, I came from the palace with you. I have served you for so many years. I beg you, considering the labor I have provided, spare my life. I promise I shall never err again. She hastily prostrated herself on the ground, weeping as she sought Chu Xuancheng's mercy, hoping to appeal to their past master-servant bond. Yet, Chu Xuancheng's mood was grim, and she had unwittingly provoked his ire. He straightened in his seat, his voice chilling. You have enjoyed sufficient honor during your time in the Li household. You have long forgotten that you are but a servant, not the master of this estate. As the supervisor of the inner court, you conspired with outsiders, betraying the household, embezzling its wealth, and acting with arrogance and cruelty, forming cliques and bullying the vulnerable, all while showing disrespect to the princess consort. The Li household does not harbor pampered servants. Take her away. Granny Zhang's face turned pale at this pronouncement. It became clear that the lord had always been aware of her misdeeds, merely choosing not to reveal it. Her eyes widened in terror, her corpulent form collapsing like a sack of mud. My lord, spare my life. I acknowledge my mistakes. I shall never dare to offend again. Before she could finish her plea, the guards surged forward, seizing her and dragging her away. They treated her as one would a wild dog. And soon after they had dragged her outside, the sounds of heavy thuds and her anguished cries filled the air. Upon hearing the disrespectful remark regarding the princess, Nangong Ro cast a disbelieving glance towards Chu Xuancheng. To her astonishment, he was actually defending the princess, despite having previously professed his disdain for her. It was evident that he had developed feelings for her. Yun Ruoyue, upon hearing this statement, thought she had misheard. How could Chu Xuancheng, who harbored such animosity towards her, include a charge of disrespecting the princess in his accusations against Zhang Momo? Nevertheless, she did not perceive this as a sign of Chu Xuancheng's concern for her. His words merely served to enumerate Zhang Momo's transgressions, aimed at punishing her as a cautionary example. Once Zhang Momo was dealt with, Chu Xuancheng turned his gaze towards Li Xiaocai, addressing him with an air of authority. Li Xiaocai, you stand accused of embezzling 30,000 taels of silver from my royal residence under the guise of falsifying accounts. Are you aware of your crimes? Witnessing Zhang Momo's fate filled Li Xiaocai with terror, and he was too frightened to admit guilt, tremblingly denying, Your Highness, I have committed no such act, nor am I aware of it. I am wrongfully accused. I implore you to spare my life. And what of this silver? Do not claim it was planted in your quarters to frame you. Chu Xuancheng's voice was stern. Indeed, Your Highness speaks true. It was others who planted it in my room to frame me, Li Xiaocai stammered, his soul nearly escaping him as he parroted Chu Xuancheng's words. Chu Xuancheng's expression grew even more severe as he declared, to quibble at death's door is insufferable. Seize him and administer 50 strikes until he confesses. Ah, Your Highness, have mercy. I am frail and cannot endure such punishment. Li Xiaocai cried out in terror, realizing that 50 strikes would surely spell his demise. Observing this, Nangong Ro hastily knelt and prostrated herself before Chu Xuancheng, her eyes glistening with tears. Your Highness, my cousin did not act with malice. He may have been compelled by circumstances. I beseech you to grant him mercy and spare his life. Seeing her distress, Chu Xuancheng unexpectedly helped her to her feet. Speaking earnestly, Rower, this matter does not concern you. They have erred and must bear the consequences of their actions. They do not merit your sympathy. Moreover, to remain defiant at death's threshold only compounds his guilt. After this, he personally assisted Nangong Ro to stand beside him. Her heart sank at his words. While ostensibly comforting her, he was, in reality, disallowing her pleas for her cousin. She feared that if she persisted, it might provoke his disdain. Reluctantly, she uttered, "Very well. I shall leave this matter to your judgment. However, my cousin is the sole heir of 3 generations. His father has passed, and his mother is gravely ill. It is truly pitiful to behold." With that, she dabbed at the tears on her face with her handkerchief. Yun Ruoyue observed the scene coldly, unwilling to express her stance. She was curious to see how Xuancheng would handle Nangong Ro's kin. Would he show bias or adhere to the law? If it were the former, such a man would hardly be worthy of being her husband. At that moment, Nangong Ro stepped forward and addressed Li Xiaocai, "Cousin, I valued you highly and summoned you to the royal residence to manage the accounts. Yet you have resorted to embezzling the royal treasury, tarnishing my reputation. You still refuse to acknowledge the truth. You have truly disappointed me." With that, she raised her fist and struck Li Xiaocai's head several times. Then, filled with exasperation, implored, "Do you wish to keep your life? If so, hasten to apologize to the prince. Recognizing one's mistakes and making amends is a virtue. I firmly believe the prince will pardon you if you confess." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaocai dared not to offer any rebuttal. Wiping his face with his sleeve, he lamented, "Yes, it was I who conspired with Danner. I beseech the prince for mercy. I am but a simple man, easily dazzled by silver, and unable to resist temptation, leading to this grievous error. I beg for forgiveness." Yun Ruoyue interjected suddenly, "I ask you, who was it that surreptitiously altered the account book of Uncle Hua, changing 100 taels to 1,100 taels?" Li Xiaocai was startled by the intensity of Yun Ruoyue's gaze, which seemed to pierce through his very thoughts. The princess appeared to know everything. Fear gripped him, and he quickly nodded, weeping, "It was I. I am deeply sorry, Your Highness. When Uncle Hua was managing the accounts, you were not even present in the princess residence. How did you gain access to the account book to make such alterations?" Yun Ruoyue inquired. Instinctively, Li Xiaocai glanced at Nangong Ro, then hastily turned to Danner. "It was Danner who provided it to me. She stole the account book and urged me to add a few characters to frame Uncle Hua for embezzlement, thus allowing me to secure a position in the prince's residence." "Who suggested that you come to the princess residence for employment?" Yun Ruoyue pressed further. Li Xiaocai shot another glance at Nangong Ro and quickly replied, "It was Danner. She approached me, expressing pity and offering to help me find a job in the residence." "Danner is not related to you in any way. Did she know you prior? Why would she assist you? Moreover, she is under the employ of the concubine Ro," Yun Ruoyue coldly stated, adding, logically, "Concubine Ro, being your cousin, should be the one to assist you." At this moment, Nangong Ro was seething with fury, nearly on the verge of bloodshed. Her glare at Li Xiaocai was filled with contempt. She had only asked him to admit to the embezzlement, not to confess to altering the account book. This fool had unwittingly betrayed her. Now, everyone was aware that she had orchestrated the plan to oust Uncle Hua merely to position him in the residence. Quickly, she cast a glance at Danner, who caught the signal and promptly stated, Your Highness, this matter is unrelated to Our Lady. All blame lies with me, and I shall confess forthwith. In truth, I have known Li Xiaocai for quite some time, as he is a distant relative of my lady's family. When he previously approached the minister's residence seeking employment, I became acquainted with him and we developed mutual affection. After my lady married into the princess residence, I followed her here, and upon seeing Li Xiaocai, a man of considerable stature yet lacking a proper occupation, I thought to secure a position for him as an accountant. Due to the esteemed reputation of the accountant and the considerable benefits that could be derived from his arrival, I, as a servant, conspired in advance to ensnare Uncle Hua. I clandestinely absconded with Uncle Hua's account books and silver, handing the account books to Scholarly, instructing him to forge additional entries. I then placed the silver in Uncle Hua's quarters and subsequently informed the mistress, who discovered the silver during her search. This endeavor was solely orchestrated by Scholar Li and myself, entirely unbeknownst to the mistress. Furthermore, I later discerned that by falsifying accounts, I could embezzle silver, thus succumbing to greed and colluding with Scholar Li to perpetrate further deceit. I was responsible for collaborating with the shopkeepers to inflate the expenses, while Scholarly maintained the false accounts and withdrew silver from the accountant for my benefit. Both Scholarly and I concealed this matter from the mistress, who remained oblivious to our actions. I had initially intended to abscond with Scholarly to a distant land once we had amassed more silver, believing that the substantial sum of over 100,000 taels would suffice for us to live comfortably for several lifetimes. However, our scheme was ultimately discovered by the princess. Now that the truth has come to light, I shall not attempt to defend myself, nor do I wish to implicate the mistress. I implore the prince not to hold the mistress accountable. If punishment is to be meted out, it should be directed towards Scholarly and myself. I willingly accept the consequences, for our mistress possesses a kind-hearted nature and is entirely innocent. As I reached this point in my confession, I collapsed to the ground, consumed by remorse. Yun Ruoyue interjected, "Danner, did you not claim that Scholarly is a relative of the minister? Was he not seeking the minister's assistance in securing a position? Why then has the minister not offered him a role, but instead required a mere maid to engage in illicit activities on his behalf?" Scholarly hastily replied, "The minister indeed offered me a position as a tutor. However, I realized my own inadequacies and lack of knowledge, rendering me incapable of fulfilling such responsibilities, and thus I graciously declined the offer." At that moment, Nangong Ro, her eyes reddened, approached Danner in disbelief. Chapter 200, Their Reckoning. Suddenly, she raised her hand and struck Danner across the face. Her teeth clenched as she exclaimed, "Danner, I treated you like a sister, and yet you have betrayed me in such a manner. I was so kind to you. Why would you conspire with Scholarly to pilfer from the royal treasury? Initially, I could hardly believe you possessed such audacity, and I even defended you, only to discover your treachery. You have greatly disappointed me." As she spoke, her teeth ground together in anger, her expression one of deep anguish. Xuancheng stepped forward to support her, saying, "Rower, this is not your fault. Do not bear such a heavy burden of guilt. No, all of this is my fault. I should never have brought Danner along as a companion. She and I share a sisterly bond, and I never wish for her to suffer such a fate due to her avarice." Nangong Ro buried her head in Xuancheng's embrace, sobbing softly. Xuancheng gently patted her shoulder, casting a cold glance at Yun Ruoyue, who appeared entirely absorbed in examining the account books, as though she perceived only the monetary matters before her, disregarding their plight. Had this been in the past, she would have been in tears, displaying her distress openly. Yet now, she remained indifferent to their affection, treating them as strangers devoid of any emotional resonance. Upon witnessing her serene demeanor, his gaze suddenly turned icy, and he spoke in a low voice, "Summon someone to confiscate all the possessions of Scholarly and Danner. Ensure that every item that has been misappropriated is returned to the public treasury, meticulously recorded without any errors, and submitted for the approval of the princess. Since she enjoys managing affairs so much, I shall allow her to oversee this process thoroughly. However, I must concede that today's events have demonstrated her superior administrative skills compared to Nangong Ro, making her far more suited to the role of Princess Li. My lord, Uncle Hua has been wronged. Should he continue in his role as the accountant?" Yun Ruoyue was unafraid of additional tasks. In fact, she feared idleness and had no desire to be a nominal, ineffective princess. "Indeed, Uncle Hua, you have been unjustly accused," Xuancheng addressed him. Upon hearing this, Uncle Hua was overwhelmed with emotion, kneeling before him and clasping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, my lord. The princess has cleared my name." With that, he wiped away his tears, moved to the point of weeping. Yun Ruoyue continued, "Uncle Hua, shortly, I need your assistance in auditing the accounts. Please redo Scholarly's accounts until every figure reconciles perfectly. Furthermore, I shall manage the keys to the storeroom. Any expenditure exceeding 1,000 taels must be reported to me, and my consent is required for disbursement." "Yes, my princess," Uncle Hua replied. He recognized that this princess was astute, intelligent, and family-oriented, making her a far more suitable matriarch than the treacherous Nangong Ro. It was perplexing how the prince had been so blind as to favor someone like Nangong Ro. Yet, she had always concealed her true nature. Even he had been deceived until this incident exposed her. It was understandable that the prince, consumed by daily affairs, could not discern her true character. At that moment, Yun Ruoyue turned to Xuancheng and asked coldly, "What shall be done with Danner and Scholarly?" Xuancheng shot a cold glance at Danner and Scholarly, suddenly grasping 2 teacups from the table and smashing them violently against their faces. Summon someone to administer 50 strokes to Scholar Li and deliver him to the authorities for further punishment. Upon hearing this, Scholar Li trembled in fear. My lord, did you not say that if I confessed, you would spare me? When did this king ever utter such words? Xuancheng replied coldly. Scholar Li realized that he had indeed not heard the prince say anything of the sort. It was Nangong Ro who had suggested that if he admitted his wrongdoing, the prince would forgive him. He hastily pleaded, although you did not say it, my cousin did, and given your fondness for her, might you grant me one more chance out of consideration for her? Xuancheng cast a frigid glance at Scholar Li, his voice growing even colder. Take him away and administer 60 strokes. My lord, how could you? Scholar Li's protest was cut short as Xuancheng added 70 strokes. Realizing that any plea on his part would only result in an increased punishment, Scholar Li quaked in terror, his body trembling uncontrollably, his tongue lolling, and he wet his trousers in fear. Soon, Li Xiaocai was dragged away like a lifeless piece of meat by the guards. Nangong Ro, witnessing the fate of Zhang Mama and her cousin, felt as though her heart was being pounded like a drum. Fortunately, he was merely a distant cousin with whom her family shared no close ties. His foolishness was his own demise. Yet, her heart ached. She had believed that Xuancheng might spare Li Xiaocai out of consideration for her. To her dismay, he showed no regard for her at all, and instead punished Li Xiaocai severely. It dawned upon her that the prince's affection had its nuances. It merely indicated her shallow standing in his heart. Otherwise, it would not come to this. After dealing with Li Xiaocai, Xuancheng cast a chilling glance at Danner, the little maid, as if questioning her audacity. His gaze brushed past Nangong Ro, causing her to tremble. Did the prince suspect her of inciting Danner? After all, a mere maid would not dare to act on her own accord. She had to shift the blame onto Li Xiaocai, making the prince believe Danner was innocent to absolve herself of suspicion. Your Highness, Nangong Ro suddenly fell to her knees before Xuancheng. I am aware that Danner has erred. She is indeed at fault. However, she is like a sister to me. I suspect she was seduced by Li Xiaocai. Driven by love, she was deceived by him into committing this wrongful act. I implore you, for my sake, to spare Danner from severe punishment and grant her life. I swear to guide her towards righteousness and ensure she spends her life atoning for her mistakes. Furthermore, I am willing to offer my entire dowry to the family as atonement for her sins. Xuancheng gazed deeply at Nangong Ro, his eyes reflecting a tenderness he had never shown to anyone else. Yet, Nangong Ro remained steadfast, insisting, if your highness does not agree, I shall kneel here until my last breath. Rower, please rise, he urged her gently. No, your highness, I will not rise even if it costs me my life, she declared resolutely, tears glistening in her eyes, making her appear exceedingly pitiful. Rower, why go to such lengths for a mere servant? Xuancheng reminded her. With tearful eyes, she replied, in my darkest moments, it was Danner who stood by me. When I was alone in sorrow, she provided comfort. During my illness, she was my sole caregiver. Though not by blood, she is more than a sister to me. I cannot bear to see her perish in her youth. I beseech you, grant her another chance. If you refuse, I will feel unworthy of the care you have shown me all along. Chapter 202. Release Feng'er. At that, she shut her eyes in distress. Her little face taut with resolve, seemingly prepared for death. Row are you? Xuancheng's voice suddenly turned frigid. Was she reminding him that during their month of marriage, she had been left in fear, confined to an empty chamber? Even though he favored Nangong Ro, as a man of high status accustomed to being cherished, he would not allow her to exploit his affection to threaten his life. Your Highness, I am willing to sacrifice my life in exchange for Danner's. Nangong Ro declared defiantly, lifting her chin. These words deeply moved Danner, who had been crying in distress. She vowed that if she were to regain her life this time, she would remain ever loyal to her mistress, for it was only the mistress who regarded her as a person and showed such concern. Seeing Nangong Ro exhibit such a powerful demeanor for the first time, Xuancheng was suddenly reminded of Yun Ruoyue, who had passionately argued with him last night for Feng'er. Did the bonds of female friendship truly hold such significance, even surpassing the love between men and women? Were they truly willing to oppose him for the sake of a maid? He glared coldly, shaking his sleeves in anger as he rose. Very well. This prince will spare her. That is unacceptable, your highness. Danner has committed a grave offense by embezzling 80,000 taels of silver and, by law, deserves execution. She cannot be spared, Yun Ruoyue interjected coolly, raising an eyebrow. Upon hearing her interruption, a flicker of terror crossed Xuancheng's eyes. Why did this woman always oppose him? Impertinent consort, my decision is not for you to question. He was furious. When did he need to be thwarted in his intentions to spare someone? Yun Ruoyue coldly smirked, casting a glance at Nangong Ro and Danner. Though both were sisters in deep camaraderie, the consort was willing to risk her life for Danner, and the prince would not misconstrue their bond. Yet, if it were her and Feng'er, they would face scorn and disdain. Why should that be the case? Feng'er was innocent, and their relationship was one of pure master and servant, filled with sisterly affection, yet she remained imprisoned in the woodshed. Why should Danner, who had committed such a heinous crime, be spared on the mere word of the consort? Did the prince not fear the rumors that would spread, branding him as someone who favored a concubine over his legitimate wife? Yun Ruoyue's chilling words sent shivers through the crowd. Nangong Ro glared at her with malice, wishing nothing more than to see her harmed, as she believed this woman was the source of her misfortunes. Suddenly, Xuancheng approached Yun Ruoyue, his voice low and bloodthirsty. Because the consort is unlike you, she does not possess a father of your despicable nature. Yun Ruoyue raised an eyebrow coldly. If your highness does not severely punish Danner today, I will bring this matter before the Empress Dowager, allowing her to take charge. Anyone who dares to bully her will find themselves facing her wrath. Last night, Nangong Ro had colluded with Xuancheng to oppress her and Feng'er, even confining Feng'er. Today, she would turn the tables, ensuring that Danner suffered 100-fold more than Feng'er. Yun Ruoyue, what do you truly desire? Xuancheng gritted his teeth in frustration. The Empress Dowager's health was still unstable, and he did not wish to disturb or provoke her. If she were to learn of this incident, she would undoubtedly side with Yun Ruoyue. Furthermore, he needed Yun Ruoyue to treat the Empress Dowager's ailment. He could not afford to antagonize her. Yun Ruoyue spoke coldly. It is quite simple. Release Feng'er and allow her to return to my side. Additionally, in order to serve as a warning to others and prevent potential criminals from harboring any illusions of escape, Danner must be punished. However, considering that you have released Feng'er, Danner may be spared from the death penalty, though she cannot evade the consequences of her actions. Apart from confiscating her wealth and ensuring that concubine Ro hands over her dowry to the public treasury as restitution for Danner, she shall also receive 30 lashes. Chapter 203. Do you have a dowry? Only now did Xuancheng realize that Yun Ruoyue had orchestrated all these events for this very purpose, to save Feng'er. He had not anticipated that Feng'er held such significance in her heart. Yet, unlike Nangong Ro, who would resort to kneeling, weeping, and pleading for mercy to save Danner, she did not beg him for leniency, nor did she shed a single tear. Instead, she employed her intelligence and resourcefulness, step by step, to achieve her goal, ultimately compelling him to release Feng'er. This woman continually surprised him, and he found himself admiring her. He clenched his teeth, his white and even teeth clicking together sharply. Very well. Summon my command. Release Feng'er and let her return to Feiyue Pavilion. Upon hearing Xuancheng's order, the tense heart of Yun Ruoyue, which had been taut for half a day, finally relaxed. Despite her outward calm, she was inwardly anxious. She had to confront the treacherous Nangong Ro and the coldly authoritative Xuancheng. Without a certain degree of composure and determination, she would have long since faltered. Fortunately, she had rescued Feng'er and suppressed Nangong Ro, thereby consolidating her control over the household. Nangong Ro was incensed when she heard the directive regarding her dowry being handed over to the public treasury as restitution for Danner. She had only mentioned it in passing, convinced that Xuancheng would never actually do such a thing. To her astonishment, Yun Ruoyue seized upon her words and intended to act on them, causing her to bite her lip in frustration, unable to find a counterargument. After all, it was her own words that had dug her into this predicament. Seeing Yun Ruoyue visibly relax, Xuancheng realized that she was not as formidable as she appeared. She was likely feeling guilty. Observing Nangong Ro's expression, he coldly remarked, "As for the concubine's dowry, there is no need to hand it over to the public treasury. My treasury is not lacking in wealth from women. My lord, what about mine?" Yun Ruoyue suddenly recalled that she too possessed a dowry. To prevent it from being appropriated in the future, she needed to clarify matters with Xuancheng in advance. If Nangong Ro's dowry was not to be confiscated, then hers should not be either. Xuancheng cast her a mocking glance. "Do you possess a dowry?" His words rendered the surroundings silent, with even the sound of a pin dropping audible. Mo Li and the others behind Xuancheng stifled their laughter, creating an awkward atmosphere. Yun Ruoyue awkwardly touched her nose. Indeed, she had no dowry. Those few boxes of coarse cloth and tattered garments could hardly be considered a dowry, compared to Nangong Ro's numerous boxes filled with gold and silver treasures. Hers was pathetically meager, even less than that of a fallen noble's daughter, highlighting the inferior status of the original owner in the household. As Chu Xuancheng observed that the matter was nearly settled, he felt no desire to delve deeper. He rose abruptly and commanded, "Bring her down, and administer 30 lashes. Then return her to Yuru Pavilion." Nangong Ro's body stiffened at his words. It was clear that he intended to punish Danner and yet still return her to her. This gesture bestowed upon her a significant favor, indicating that his affections remained with her. She choked back her emotions, saying, "Thank you, Your Highness." The fact that the prince spared Danner's life was already a tremendous grace, confirming her belief that she had wagered correctly on his feelings. It was merely that in the end, Yun Ruoyue had triumphed. Chu Xuancheng glanced at Nangong Ro and Mo Li, and to prevent the consort from enduring the brutal scene of punishment, he instructed Mo Li to escort her back to Yuru Pavilion and ensure she was well taken care of. Nangong Ro was momentarily taken aback. Did the prince not intend to visit Yuru Pavilion? "I still have military affairs to attend to and must return to the barracks. Rower, you should head back first," Chu Xuancheng stated. With a face full of gratitude, Nangong Ro replied, "What merit have I to warrant Your Highness taking time from your busy schedule to return? This matter is entirely my fault. Even if I were to face 1,000 deaths, I cannot absolve myself of responsibility." She was subtly flaunting before Yun Ruoyue that Chu Xuancheng had rushed back from the military for her sake. Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue retorted coldly, "Consort Ro, the prince neglects his military duties and returns early for you. If this were to reach the palace, what would the emperor think? Do you not feel shame, but rather take pride in it?" Nangong Ro's complexion turned pale with fear as she stammered, "I would not dare. Please forgive me, sister. If you do not dare, then speak less in the future to avoid putting the prince in jeopardy," Yun Ruoyue concluded, disdainfully flicking her sleeves as she departed. She did not cast a single glance at Chu Xuancheng, turning her back as she strode towards the inner chamber. Chu Xuancheng watched her arrogant figure, his fists clenched tightly in anger. Yet, her words were not unfounded, leaving him unable to find fault with her. Otherwise, he would have punished her. Mo Li observed his master, who was clearly enraged yet struggling to contain it, and could not help but mourn for him. It was the first time he had witnessed a woman infuriate his master to such an extent. Chu Xuancheng glared at Yun Ruoyue's retreating silhouette, snorting coldly before he exited the Feng'er pavilion. Meanwhile, the guards had already bound Danner to a stool and commenced the punishment with fervor. After several strikes, Danner was left bloodied and bruised, writhing in agony. The sight was unbearable for Nangong Ro, who wiped her tears with a handkerchief and pleaded with Mo Li, "Guard Mo. Danner is frail. Could you instruct the guards to show mercy and ease their blows? Otherwise, if 30 lashes are delivered, she may not survive." Mo Li raised an eyebrow coldly. "And you think one can plead for leniency and punishment? If they were to show mercy and disobey the prince's command, they would be the ones facing the consequences." With his words, the guards intensified their strikes. Initially, they had been reluctant to inflict severe punishment upon a woman. But emboldened by Mo Li's statement, they exerted all their strength, delivering the lashes with renewed vigor. Consequently, Danner's screams grew even more harrowing. Seeing the blood on Danner's back, Nangong Ro felt her body weaken, nearly fainting at the horrific sight. Mo Li coldly said, "Concubine, the prince has ordered me to escort you back to the Yuru Pavilion. Please." Nangong Ro, still wishing to save Danner, could only leave with tears in her eyes upon hearing Mo Li's words. The prince was fully aware of the deep bond between her and Danner. Her desire to rescue Danner was evident, yet he commanded Mo Li to take her away instead. Was it that the prince had no intention of sparing Danner, wishing instead for her demise? Now, all she could do was pray that Danner would still breathe after the beating. In the inner courtyard, at that moment, Granny Li had already returned with Feng'er, having heard the news. As Feng'er entered the inner courtyard, she witnessed the guards mercilessly beating Danner, and the sight of Danner wailing brought her a sense of satisfaction. After all, it was her mistress who had sought to humiliate her through Zhang Granny. "The princess, Feng'er, has arrived," Granny Li quickly announced to Yun Ruoyue. Upon seeing Feng'er, Yun Ruoyue and her 4 maidens turned and hurriedly surrounded her. "Feng'er, are you all right?" Yun Ruoyue approached, grasping Feng'er's hand with genuine concern. Seeing such care from everyone moved Feng'er to tears. "Princess, I am well. Thank you for your concern. You are unharmed." "Then, Did you hear the cries from outside? If anyone dares to bully you again, I shall return the favor tenfold, Yun Ruoyue declared. If Nangong Ro had not initially targeted her and Feng'er, Danner would not have met such a fate. She had always been clear about her grievances. Those who treated her well would be repaid, while those who wronged her would face the same in return. She had once thought that Chu Xuancheng would unconditionally favor Nangong Ro, but to her surprise, he had dealt sternly with her people. Had Nangong Ro not resorted to threatening her own life, he would not have spared Danner. In this light, he proved to be a man of some discernment, not easily swayed by a favored concubine. However, she never expected that Nangong Ro would wager her life for Danner's. Yun Ruoyue understood that Nangong Ro was gambling, betting on Chu Xuancheng's affection for her. Yet, while she had won this time, what of the next? By coercing him with her life and relying on his favor to act so recklessly, she had already lost ground in his heart. Would Chu Xuancheng continue to trust her if this persisted? Yet, such matters were not for her to ponder. Her sole concern was to live her own life well. After lunch, Yun Ruoyue visited Qingzhou Garden to see Mo Zhu. Mo Zhu's injuries had healed significantly, allowing him to move freely about the ground without the need for frequent medication. She instructed a maid to replace the medicine he needed before she departed from Qingzhou Garden. Noticing the princess was about to leave, Mo Zhu's handsome face turned red with urgency as he hurried after her. "Princess, where are you going?" "I wish to visit the military camp to see how Vice Commander Shin's hand is faring. It has been quite some time. His hand should have healed by now," Yun Ruoyue replied. Mo Zhu's face flushed further. "May I accompany you? I can protect you." Yun Ruoyue glanced at Mo Zhu, admiring his refined and handsome appearance, akin to a tall young gentleman. "Are you skilled in martial arts?" "I am, and my skills are quite proficient. You may ask them." Mo Zhu gestured to the surrounding maidens. The maidens busily laughed, exclaiming, "Indeed, Your Highness, Mo Shiwei's agility is unparalleled. He can face 10 foes single-handedly. Otherwise, he would not have been able to shield the prince from that arrow." Yes, the Mo brothers are among the most skilled guards of the royal residence. One serves as the captain of the guards, while the other is the vice-captain, tasked specifically with ensuring the safety of the royal household and the prince. "Rest assured, Your Highness," added Jiu'er, who stood behind Yun Ruoyue. At that moment, realization dawned upon Yun Ruoyue. Despite Mo Zhu's appearance resembling that of a frail scholar, his martial prowess was unexpectedly formidable. Traversing this ancient realm without a personal bodyguard was indeed perilous. Thus, she declared, "Very well, if you believe yourself capable, accompany me to the military camp." Mo Zhu immediately demonstrated his swordsmanship in the courtyard, displaying a graceful demeanor as the blade danced through the air with fierce winds and an intimidating aura. His strikes executed with remarkable speed, revealing his exceptional skills. After his performance, he approached Yun Ruoyue and stated, "Your Highness need not worry. My injuries have healed significantly. I have longed to step outside for some fresh air." "Excellent. Then you and Jiu'er shall accompany me to the military camp while Feng'er and the others remain at the residence." Yun Ruoyue recalled that Feng'er had been confined in the woodshed the previous night and must not have rested well, thus deciding it best for her to guard the royal residence. An hour later, the carriage of the Li Wangfu halted at the military camp's entrance in the northern part of the city. Mo Zhu alighted first, eagerly assisting Yun Ruoyue as she descended. After days apart, seeing the military camp again sent a thrill through him, akin to a young deer frolicking in joy as he led the way, occasionally greeting the soldiers. Chapter 206. Jealousy consumed him after exchanging pleasantries. He inhaled the fresh air of the camp and turned to Yun Ruoyue, saying, "Your Highness, the miraculous healer, I thank you for restoring my leg. You are my savior, granting me a new lease on life. I pledge to protect you with my very existence. You flatter me." "It was but a trifling effort," Yun Ruoyue replied with a smile and a wave of her hand. However, Mo Zhu leaned closer, revealing a radiant smile. "Your Highness, you are truly modest. Do you not realize that I survived a grievous arrow wound, one of the rare few to emerge alive? Especially when the arrowhead penetrates the body. If not extracted, one might only endure for a decade at best, and that would be considered fortunate. I feel incredibly fortunate to have encountered you. In my heart, you are akin to a celestial being descended to earth." Yun Ruoyue chuckled softly, finding Mo Zhu quite amusing. The memory of her clandestine visit to treat him felt surreal, though it hardly warranted any celestial comparison. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, a voice, as chilling as a tempest, pierced through the air. Yun Ruoyue was startled upon turning. She beheld Chu Xuancheng, clad in military garb, astride a magnificent steed, approaching with an imposing presence. On the noble horse, he exuded authority and audacity, resembling a dragon soaring through the heavens, accompanied by a formidable brigade of cavalry that heightened his commanding aura. Upon noticing the prince's arrival, Zhang hastily stepped forward to pay his respects. "Your Highness, I greet you." The princess wished to visit Vice General Shun. Concerned for her safety, I volunteered to serve as her escort, ensuring her protection. Upon concluding his words, he revealed a bright smile, showcasing his pearly white teeth towards Chu Xuancheng. Yun Ruoyue and Zhang stepped forward, respectfully greeting him. Chu Xuancheng cast a cold glance at her, his voice deep and dispassionate, with a countenance such as hers. "It is fortunate if she does not frighten others. What need is there for protection?" "Your Highness, you are mistaken," she retorted. "Appearance bears no relation to the likelihood of being bullied. Are those of less attractive visage immune to such treatment? I possess no martial skills and, thus, require protection." Yun Ruoyue's playful smile accompanied her words. The cavalrymen behind Chu Xuancheng were taken aback, their minds in disarray. If the princess's appearance could be deemed unattractive, then surely no beauty existed in the world. Chu Xuancheng, witnessing Yun Ruoyue daring to speak against him in public, clenched his teeth in irritation. "Enough of your prattle. Should you not hasten inside to see Vice General Shin? If your Highness were not here engaging in idle chatter, I would have indeed entered long ago." Yun Ruoyue cleverly replied, performing a graceful gesture before cheerfully stepping into the tent. Her words, though harsh, were delivered with a gentle tone, her expression devoid of hostility, rendering her endearing rather than provoking anger. Others regarded the princess as possessing a unique character, admiring her audacity in addressing the prince so boldly. Yet, Chu Xuancheng's handsome visage darkened ominously, his eyes swirling with hidden tempest. This woman was utterly disregarding his authority. Did she wish to court disaster? Once inside the tent, Vice General Shun, having received word of her arrival, was poised to salute her. "Please, Vice General, do not rise. Your arm has yet to fully heal. Refrain from unnecessary movement," she urged. "Thank you, Your Highness. I feel my arm has improved significantly. Rest assured, I have refrained from exertion these past few days and will not disappoint your expectations in restoring my arm," Vice General Shun expressed gratefully. Yun Ruoyue nodded, approaching him to examine his arm by lifting his sleeve. During her time in the palace, she had entrusted the medication to Mo Li, tasking him with the care of Vice General Shun. Initially, she harbored concerns about Mo Li's ability, fearing he might be too rough. Yet upon seeing the Vice General's arm healing well, she realized Mo Li was indeed diligent in his duties. "This time, your arm has not been agitated, and with my medicine, it is truly recovering well. I will leave the next fortnight's supply of medicine here. You must adhere to Mo Li's instructions, taking your medicine and changing the dressings punctually. You still cannot move about, but I believe it will not be long before your arm is fully restored," Yun Ruoyue assured. "Thank you, Your Highness. I shall diligently follow your guidance," Vice General Shun replied, his spirit invigorated. The knowledge that his arm would heal completely filled him and the soldiers within the camp with excitement, as it signified hope for anyone who might suffer similar injuries in the future. After attending to Vice General Shun, Yun Ruoyue prepared to return home with Zhang and Zhang. The three had scarcely exited the military camp when a chilling white figure approached them. Upon closer inspection, Yun Ruoyue realized it was none other than Chu Xuancheng. He exchanged his military attire for a resplendent white robe adorned with embroidered blossoming branches and edged in gold. A jade belt, set with emeralds, encircled his waist, while a jade crown graced his head, emanating a fragrance reminiscent of one who has just bathed. He stood tall and imposing, akin to a forest of lush trees, exuding elegance and grace, much like a dashing youth of remarkable beauty, irresistibly charming. Upon seeing Chu Xuancheng, the three promptly bowed in respect. "Where are you headed?" Chu Xuancheng inquired coldly. "Your Highness, I am escorting the princess back to the estate," Zhang replied. "Who authorized you to undertake such a task? There are numerous responsibilities at the barracks that remain unattended. Mo Li has yet to return, and there is no one to look after Deputy Commander Shin. Are you not aware of the need for assistance?" Chu Xuancheng said with a darkened expression. Zhang was momentarily taken aback. "I was merely concerned for the princess's safety, hence my desire to escort her. The princess has me to escort her. Your interference is unnecessary," Chu Xuancheng retorted coldly. Mo Zhu's confusion deepened as he glanced at the prince, pondering what had come over him today, as he seemed intent on targeting him. Observing this, Jiu'er quickly tugged at Mo Zhu's sleeve and whispered in his ear, Mo Zhu, the prince is envious. He does not wish for you to be near the princess. He intends to escort her himself. If you prefer, I can accompany you in the barracks to tend to Deputy Commander Shan, and you may escort me back later. Jiu'er thought to herself that if the prince could feel jealousy towards Mo Zhu, he would undoubtedly resent her interference as well. Thus, she hastily added, Your Highness, please allow me to accompany Mo Zhu in the barracks to care for Deputy Commander Shan while you escort the princess home. Very well. Xuancheng replied with a curt nod, lifting the curtain of the carriage and stepping inside. Mo Zhu cast a lingering glance at Yun Ruoyue, filled with reluctance. He wished to say more, but Jiu'er had already pulled him away. Princess, the prince is awaiting you in the carriage. You should return home with him, Jiu'er urged. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback, unable to comprehend Xuancheng's intentions. Exhausted, she merely desired to return and rest. With that thought, she lifted her leg and entered the carriage. As soon as she settled, the coachman urged the horses toward the royal residence. Within the carriage, Yun Ruoyue sensed an oppressive atmosphere. Raising her gaze, she met Xuancheng's penetrating eyes. Recalling how he had nearly violated her the previous night and summoned Granny Zhang to examine Feng'er, her expression grew icy. Chapter 208. Mutual indifference. She coldly turned her face away, feigning interest in the scenery outside, ignoring Xuancheng. Last night, he had seemed like a different person, frenziedly tearing at her garments and attempting to assert dominance over her. Her heart was filled with loathing for him, and she had no intention of offering him any kindness. Yet, his gaze was sharp and profound, akin to that of a hawk, as if he could see through her very soul. Lost in thought, Xuancheng suddenly spoke. Are you truly Yun Ruoyue? His voice struck her like thunder, sending a jolt through her heart. Startled, she turned to face him. Did he suspect her? Did he doubt that she was indeed the Yun Ruoyue of old? Your Highness, are you jesting? If I am not Yun Ruoyue, then who could I possibly be? She replied, feigning calmness. Scrutinized her from head to toe, his gaze piercing. You mentioned Gojian, a name unfamiliar to me. You told Feng'er that in your region, good sisters can share a bed. Which place do you refer to? Yun Ruoyue cast an awkward glance at Xuancheng, explaining that Gojian was a character from a novel she had read, not a real historical figure, but a fictional creation. As for what she had said to Feng, do you truly wish to know? Leaning closer to Xuancheng, she winked playfully. As she drew near, he caught a faint scent of plum blossoms emanating from her hair. Intoxicatingly fragrant. His heart stirred involuntarily. Coldly, he demanded, Yes, tell me about this place. Today, I wish to uncover your origins. Are you truly that timid, ugly lady from the Yun family? Yun Ruoyue smiled brightly. I shall divulge the truth. I am the celestial maiden descending from the heavens, here to save mankind. Hence my knowledge of medicine. Xuancheng's eyes sharpened with intensity as he glared at her, gritting his teeth. Stop deceiving me. Reveal your true identity. Yun Ruoyue, feeling provoked, raised an eyebrow and replied icily, I am Yun Ruoyue, and I will not change my name or my lineage. If you do not believe me, feel free to investigate the Yun family. Furthermore, I am indifferent if you perceive me as a demon, deity, or ghost. As long as you do not trouble me, I shall not disturb you either. Let us coexist peacefully, each living our own lives without interfering with one another. How do you propose we coexist? Xuancheng retorted coldly. Her words made him reconsider his suspicions, for upon closer inspection, she was indeed that ugly girl from the Yun family, albeit with a less toxic demeanor. Yet, he pondered why she had suddenly become so astute. Was her previous demeanor merely an act? Was this her true nature? Yun Ruoyue clarified. Coexisting means you have your concubines while I lead my life. You may entertain your concubines, and I shall enjoy the company of my maids. Just refrain from prying into our lives, if you please. The thought of him secretly observing her while she drank and played in the courtyard sent shivers down her spine. You shall not. Xuancheng's voice thundered with fury. He would not allow Yun Ruoyue to live so carefreely. Just then, a startled voice from outside rang out, My lord. There are assassins. In haste, several dark figures lunged towards the carriage, a sword thrusting violently at the coachman, a spurt of warm blood splattering against the carriage curtain, causing Yun Ruoyue to quickly retreat to Xuancheng's side. Chapter 209. Assassins. This is dire. There are assassins. Xuancheng, what shall we do? Yun Ruoyue thought that Mo Zhu's promise to protect her was merely for show, never expecting real assassins to appear. Witnessing the coachman's demise before her eyes, terror gripped her heart, for she lacked any martial skills. At that moment, Xuancheng had already grasped his sword at his waist, coldly observing the outside, instructing Yun Ruoyue, "Stay here and do not move. Do not venture out to meet your doom." As soon as he finished speaking, 7 or 8 swords lunged from outside the carriage. Xuancheng, with a cold demeanor, swiftly drew his sword, its tip forcefully meeting the onslaught of the 8 blades. With a fierce shout, he shook his sword, producing a resounding clang, and the sharp blades sent the 8 swords flying away. Their owners were also hurled to the ground. This tremor ripped the curtains surrounding the carriage into tatters, revealing several masked assassins clad in black lying on the ground. Not far behind them stood a towering masked leader, whose piercing, cold eyes glared at his fallen comrades. Enraged, he bellowed, "You useless fools, rise at once. Focus your fire on King Li and eliminate him." "Yes, boss," the assassins replied, picking up the fallen swords and leaping forward, filled with murderous intent, charging toward the carriage. Witnessing this, Xuancheng burst forth like a silver dragon, brandishing his sword as he engaged the assassins in combat. The 8 assassins simultaneously attacked him, their swords aimed straight at his heart. Xuancheng stood defiantly against them. And soon, the sound of clashing swords echoed across the wilderness. Yun Ruoyue, terrified, quickly retreated into the carriage. She watched the dazzling dance of blades and sparks, her heart racing in fear. The 8 assassins coordinated their assault on Xuancheng, their sword tips aimed directly at him. With a gasp, she cried out, "Your Highness, be careful." Xuancheng stood like a statue, casting a disdainful glance at the assassins, and casually remarked, "A mere 8 salted fish are not worthy of my attention. Do not be arrogant, Li King. These are my most elite 8 warriors, sent to take your life today," the leader standing on the eaves retorted. With a dismissive glance at the leader, Xuancheng's voice remained calm, yet exuded an intimidating arrogance. 8 salted fish? Even if there were 800, they would not be my match. As his words faded, he suddenly sprang into action. With a nimble leap, he left behind several phantoms in the air, resembling agile dragons. The assassins, undeterred, continued their relentless assault, aiming their swords at him. In an instant, Xuancheng retreated a few steps, unleashing 8 streams of sword energy that surged toward the assassins. The sound of thuds echoed as they were forcefully repelled. However, these assassins were no ordinary foes. As soon as they were pushed back, they swiftly regrouped and charged forward with remarkable speed. Yun Ruoyue, having never witnessed a real battle before, felt her heart in her throat. Initially worried about Xuancheng facing 8 opponents, she soon saw him strike fiercely, his sword swiftly taking down 2 of the assassins, sending them crashing to the ground. Chapter 210. Saving her from the stab, she scarcely had time to comprehend the situation when she beheld Xuancheng effortlessly dispatch 2 adversaries. His swordplay was swift, precise, and lethal, his movements reminiscent of a soaring dragon, his speed akin to a flash of lightning. At this moment, Yun Ruoyue realized the immense strength of Xuancheng. Victory was assured. Suddenly, a dark figure stealthily approached Yun Ruoyue from behind. As she was cheering for Xuancheng, she caught sight of the shadow darting towards her, and in a moment of terror, she screamed, "Your Highness, help." It was the leader of the assailants. She had never anticipated he would attempt to sneak up on her. "Help, Princess Li. Today, even if we cannot kill Prince Li, taking your life will still be a gain," the black-clad leader said ominously. With that, he brandished a glinting dagger. Terrified, Yun Ruoyue quickly sought refuge behind a carriage, exclaiming, "You seek to kill Prince Li. Grievances have their origins, debts have their owners. He does not favor me. I am of no consequence to him. To slay me would be a waste of your time." The leader's cold laughter echoed, "Who said killing you is a waste of time? You bear the critical task of saving the Empress. Should you perish, the Empress will surely die. Your demise will be our great fortune." Yun Ruoyue's heart sank. "Are you from Prince Jin's faction?" Only those loyal to Prince Jin would be so eager to harm the Empress and eliminate the support behind Xuancheng. The leader sneered. "That is a question you must pose in hell." With those words, he raised his cold blade towards Yun Ruoyue, and for the first time, she felt the ominous specter of death looming close. Meanwhile, Xuancheng was engaged with the remaining 4 assassins when he suddenly heard Yun Ruoyue's scream. He turned to see the black-clad leader approaching her, poised to deliver a fatal blow. His pupils constricted in alarm, With a swift motion, he leapt into the air, unleashing a powerful gust of energy that sent the four assassins sprawling. In an instant, a fierce wind arose, and a white figure flickered by. Amidst a storm of thunder and lightning, Xuancheng traversed the distance to stand before Yun Ruoyue. Without hesitation, he struck out with his palm, aiming for the leader's chest. However, the leader was no pushover. He deftly evaded the blow. Both formidable fighters, they quickly abandoned their swords, resorting to palm strikes instead. Observing Xuancheng's concern for Yun Ruoyue, the black-clad leader let out a cold snort. He had presumed that Prince Li cared for no one, but was surprised to find such regard for the Princess Li. With a venomous gaze fixed on Yun Ruoyue, he prepared to strike. Xuancheng sensed the impending danger and retorted coldly, "You are mistaken. I merely see her as a valuable asset. You seek to confront me. Spare the banter and come at me." With that declaration, he charged at the black-clad leader. Yet, the leader, cunning as he was, recognized his disadvantage against Xuancheng. In a flash, he darted in front of Yun Ruoyue, gripping her neck with a vice-like hold. At this critical moment, Xuancheng launched his attack, pulling Yun Ruoyue into his embrace, while simultaneously striking with his right hand against the leader. Just then, the remaining four assassins stealthily approached Xuancheng, with some attempting to position themselves in front of him, collaborating with the cloaked assassins to divert his attention from Yun Ruoyue. A sharp sound resonated, akin to a cold blade piercing flesh. Chapter 211. The sword in the back. Xuancheng let out a muffled groan, instinctively thrusting his palm backward, sending the assailant who had attempted to stab him flying. At the same time, he used his internal energy to dislodge the sword embedded in his back. Yun Ruoyue, cradling Xuancheng, suddenly felt something sticky on his back. She extended her hand to inspect it and gasped in horror. Her hand was drenched in blood, vivid crimson. She realized she had touched a gaping wound on his back. It became evident that Xuancheng had been injured by the assassin while protecting her. "My lord, you are hurt," Yun Ruoyue exclaimed in alarm. "If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have sustained such an injury." "I am aware," Xuancheng replied coldly, as several assassins approached them brandishing their swords. Without hesitation, he lifted Yun Ruoyue and performed a swift turn, launching himself into the air, his feet landing atop one assassin's head before delivering a series of fierce palm strikes to the heads of the others. In an instant, several assassins fell, lifeless on the ground. At this moment, Xuancheng let out a muffled groan, and as he descended with Yun Ruoyue, he released her just as the cloaked leader charged at him with bare fists. "Prince, I underestimated your prowess. My 8 elite warriors perished in an instant at your hands, and now I shall avenge them. Prepare to meet your end," the leader declared, his fury palpable as he lunged at Xuancheng. With a sword wound in his back, blood gushing forth, and having expended his internal energy in combat, Xuancheng's strength was significantly diminished, allowing the leader to exchange several blows with him. Yun Ruoyue observed the clash of black and white figures before her, anxious for Xuancheng's condition. If the battle continued, he might lose consciousness. Should he succumb to excessive blood loss, both their lives would be in jeopardy. No, she had to assist him. She could not rely solely on him for their survival. She rummaged through her satchel, only to find a few medicinal supplies and no weapons. In a moment of inspiration, she delved into her medical system, searching for a suitable weapon, but after a thorough exploration, she found none. Suddenly, she spotted a small self-defense electric shock device nestled within the drawer of her former seat. Having frequently worked late shifts, she had purchased it for protection. She pondered whether it could be retrieved. At that moment, a spark of realization struck her. Upon glancing at her cloth bag, she discovered the electric shock device lying within. How fortuitous, she thought to herself. Anything available solely in the laboratory could be procured. With a surge of exhilaration, she extracted the device, pressed the switch, and was astonished to find it still had power. She promptly concealed it within her sleeve and advanced towards the two individuals. At that instant, she observed the leader in black facing away from her, and she felt an opportunity arise. With a swift motion, she activated the device and aimed it at the cloaked figure. However, in that fleeting moment, the black-clad leader unexpectedly switched places with Xuancheng. Her thrust inadvertently struck Xuancheng in the waist. He let out a muffled groan, instantly feeling an overwhelming weakness wash over him, as if countless needles were pricking his body, leaving him paralyzed in shock. He gazed at Yun Ruoyue with a mixture of confusion and accusation, questioning what she had done to him and whether she was in league with the adversary. Upon witnessing him begin to crumble, Yun Ruoyue trembled in fear, exclaiming, I did not intend for this. I only meant to strike him. I am not allied with him. Please, Your Highness, see reason. At that moment, the leader in black erupted into triumphant laughter, mocking, Ah, the Li King finds himself in quite the predicament. Who would have imagined that while I failed to subdue you, you would be brought low by your own consort? Truly amusing. With a dark expression, Xuancheng longed to eliminate the black-clad leader, but found himself incapacitated, plagued by discomfort and irritation. He could only glare at him in fury. Release us. Name your terms, and I shall meet them, provided they are within my power. This was not the time for bravado. Injured and incapacitated by Yun Ruoyue's peculiar weapon, he pondered how a frail woman could contend with such a formidable assassin. He feared that if he did not negotiate, the assassin might resort to humiliating Yun Ruoyue. Though he harbored disdain for her, he could not bear the thought of her being subjected to such indignity. Li King, your efforts are futile. Do you believe I would trust you? Moreover, we of the Holy Spirit Palace are bound for life once we enter the palace. Even if you offered mountains of gold, we would never betray our sovereign, the leader in black scoffed. Xuancheng raised an eyebrow. Are you of the Holy Spirit Palace from the Nine Extremities Peak? The black-clad leader stiffened at this revelation, cursing himself for his moment of hubris. He had unwittingly revealed his identity. He had been dispatched to assassinate the Li King, a secret that must remain concealed. Should the Li King discover that the assassination originated from the Holy Spirit Palace, he would undoubtedly seek retribution against them. He spat coldly. His heart steeled, a sinister murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Since you are already aware of my identity, you shall not live any longer. This time, our sacred Ling Palace is tasked with your assassination, and our motive is to take your life. What does it matter if you know? You are utterly incapacitated now. To kill you is as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. So, Li Wang, prepare to meet your demise. Whatever benefits the sacred Ling Palace has offered you, I shall return 100-fold, Xuancheng declared coldly. A flicker of greed flashed in the eyes of the dark-clad leader. Yet he quickly recalled that they were all poisoned by the Holy Master. Without the antidote provided each year, they would bleed from all 7 orifices and meet their end. Even if he were to acquire Xuancheng's treasures, it would ultimately lead to a dead end. Their reluctance to seize wealth was not born from loyalty to the sacred Ling Palace, but rather from a deep-seated fear of death. Yun Ruoyue had also heard of the sacred Ling Palace. It was perched atop the 9 absolute peaks, ruled by the Holy Master, who commanded the peak lords and the leaders of 72 sects, with tens of thousands of disciples at his beck and call. The people of this palace were vicious and malevolent, committing every conceivable evil, treacherous and ruthless, employing grotesque methods of murder, their actions cruel and resolute. It was the most feared dark palace in the world, a name that struck terror into the hearts of all who heard it. Unexpectedly, it was indeed members of the sacred Ling Palace who sought to assassinate Xuancheng. There was no enmity between them. As assassins, they likely accepted a commission from another, most probably Prince Jin. At that moment, the leader suddenly turned his gaze towards Yun Ruoyue, a look of insatiable desire on his face. I have heard that the Li Wang Fei is famously unattractive, yet to my surprise, you are truly exquisite. I have never encountered a woman so beautiful and noble in my lifetime. Li Wang, forgive me. Allow me my pleasure with her first before I deal with you. The dark-clad leader reveled in his triumph. Xuancheng lay defeated, sprawled on the ground like a lifeless corpse, allowing him to indulge freely. With this thought, he rubbed his hands together, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth. Ah, beauty, a moment of passion is worth 1,000 gold. If only Li Wang could witness our intimate exchange, I wonder if he would perish from rage? Yun Ruoyue was instantly horrified, retreating several steps as she brandished her stun baton, glaring furiously at the dark-clad leader. Don't come any closer. If you dare approach, I will electrocute you. The leader sneered menacingly. You think such a trivial device could harm me? I don't even regard it as a threat. No sooner had he finished speaking than he unleashed a gust of force from his palm, striking Yun Ruoyue's hand and causing her to drop the stun baton onto the ground. Stunned into silence, Yun Ruoyue could hardly believe that he could disarm her without even nearing her. Observing this scene, Xuancheng was already filled with rage, his veins bulging and his brows furrowed in fury. Had he just held on a moment longer, he could have slain this man. But Yun Ruoyue's intervention had complicated matters. Now, to save her, he had to divert the threat toward himself. Grinding his teeth in anger, he retorted, You, a grown man, should have the courage to face me directly, instead of bullying a frail woman. Li Wang, in your current state, do you still expect me to confront you one-on-one? Are you accusing me of overpowering the weak and bullying you? The leader in black declared. If you possess a strong sense of pride and cannot bear to see your woman humiliated, I shall simply kill you first before violating her. As he spoke, he prepared to strike at Xuancheng. Yun Ruoyue, witnessing this, suddenly interjected, Hold on. He is gravely injured and in a vulnerable position. To attack him in such a state is hardly manly, don't you think? You would dare to slay a man who is utterly defenseless? I hold you in contempt. Though Yun Ruoyue had no desire to save Xuancheng and secretly wished for his swift demise, it could not happen at this moment. If he were to perish now, her own fate would be sealed. Despite his flaws, he was preferable to this assassin. The leader in black cast a cold glance at Yun Ruoyue and chuckled sinisterly. Ah, my dear, you seem quite concerned for your husband. This makes the game all the more exhilarating. Very well, I shall heed your request and spare his life for now. However, I shall have you first. If you obediently disrobe and serve me well, I might grant your husband a death that is both prolonged and merciful. With that, he brandished his sword, advancing step by step towards Yun Ruoyue. Terror gripped her heart, yet she forced herself to maintain a facade of calm. Fear was futile. It would be more prudent to buy time. She glanced at the sandy ground and the distant dark mountains, saying, Mister, could you spare me? I have some silver. You could take it to the Xuexiang Tower and find a few women to attend to you. Besides, this place is rather filthy, making it inconvenient for your affairs. Wouldn't you agree? The leader in black shook his head, a menacing glint in his eyes. I fear no filth, little girl. Spare me your chatter and strip off your clothes. I'll count to 3, and if you have not complied by then, I will sever one of your arms. Yun Ruoyue trembled in terror, but continued to retreat nonchalantly. She noticed the electric baton that had been knocked to the ground by the leader and plotted to reach it, hoping to use it against him. As she stepped back, she remarked, If you were to sever my arm, it would be so bloody, rather unpleasant, don't you think? Not at all. I relish such grotesque beauty. The leader sneered, his eyes filled with vile lust. He then unbuckled his belt and advanced towards Yun Ruoyue, saying, I have had my share of women, but never one of your noble standing. Today feels fortuitous, especially with the prince watching. How thrilling. Now disrobe. At that moment, Xuancheng summoned all his strength, letting out a furious roar. If you dare lay a hand on her, I will surely annihilate your holy Ling palace. The leader's attention shifted to him, and he approached with his sword drawn, filled with malice. You wish to destroy our holy Ling palace? Then I shall kill you first. You will die soon enough, and it would be an honor to slay the current war god. I shall take your head back to the holy palace and present it to our lord as a footstool. With a fierce swing, he raised his sword and lunged at Xuancheng, shouting, Prince Li, meet your demise. At the very moment when his sword was poised to pierce Xuancheng's heart, his body suddenly convulsed violently, as if layers of lightning coursed through him, emitting a crackling sound. He turned around to find Yun Ruoyue, having inexplicably picked up the electric baton from the ground, fiercely shocking his back. Are you betraying me? He glared at Yun Ruoyue in anger, intent on drawing his sword to slay her, only to discover that his limbs had grown weak, his body powerless, and an unbearable tingling sensation enveloped him. You are the one betraying. Go to hell. With that, Yun Ruoyue delivered a sharp kick to the black-clad leader, knocking him forcefully to the ground. Now, the black-clad leader was rendered utterly feeble from the electric shock, unable to move, and instantly lost all capacity for resistance. Upon finishing her words, Yun Ruoyue seized the sword that had fallen from his grasp, pointing it menacingly at his throat. She coldly declared, If you wish to kill us, wait for your next life. With that, she raised the sword and deftly removed the mask from his face, revealing an exceedingly ordinary visage. A cursory glance revealed that he was merely an unremarkable middle-aged man, with small eyes, a prominent nose, thick lips, and a broad face. The sort of inconspicuous figure that could easily be mistaken for a mere assassin. Xuancheng had long observed Yun Ruoyue's actions, while she retrieved the electric baton. He had endeavored to divert the attention of the black-clad assailant to ensure her success. Indeed, Yun Ruoyue did not disappoint him once again. This woman consistently exceeded his expectations. He fixated on the electric baton in her hand, marveling at its extraordinary ability to unleash electric shocks, something he had never witnessed before and yearned to possess. Simultaneously, he cast a steely gaze at the masked leader, a fierce killing intent radiating from his countenance. Speak. Who is orchestrating your assassination of me from behind the scenes? The masked leader, realizing he had swiftly become a captive, gritted his teeth in fury, panting with rage. Had he known earlier, he would have taken pleasure in dispatching them without hesitation, thus avoiding this fate. Li Wang, spare me your words. My misfortune lies in falling into the hands of your woman. If she wishes to kill, then kill. If she wishes to torture, then do so. I shall utter no more. Chapter 215. The first murder. Chu Xuancheng cast a cold glance at Yun Ruoyue. If he did not speak, he would have her sever one of his hands. Yun Ruoyue tightened her grip on the sword. Your Highness, I cannot bring myself to do it. I have never killed anyone before. If you do not kill him, he will kill us. To show mercy to an enemy is to be cruel to oneself. Sever his right hand first. Chu Xuancheng commanded once more. He was not so foolish as to underestimate the masked leader, for such arrogance had led to their predicament. By severing the man's right hand, his combat capability would diminish, and it would not harm Yun Ruoyue in the least. Yun Ruoyue's hand trembled with the sword, her teeth chattering in fear. Your Highness, I have never even crushed an ant. How can I bring myself to do this? I truly cannot. For her, a healer, to sever a man's hand was a torment greater than taking a life. Just then, Chu Xuancheng noticed that the masked leader's right hand was still capable of movement. His fingers were tightly clenched, and if he were to gather his strength, Yun Ruoyue would be in grave danger. He suddenly glared fiercely at Yun Ruoyue, urging her to act swiftly. His right hand moved. When he regained consciousness, it would be us who perish. If she wished to survive, she needed to be ruthless. To protect herself, she must be even more merciless than him. At that moment, the leader in black suddenly spoke. Princess Li, you are merely a nominal consort of Prince Li. Our investigations reveal that he does not love you. His affections are reserved for a concubine in his estate. Why not pledge your allegiance to our holy Ling Palace? If you agree to betray Prince Li and eliminate him, our lord will treat you well. With your beauty and medical skills, you could at least become the lady of our lord. Yun Ruoyue let out a cold laugh. Is being the lady of the lord so remarkable? I disdain such a title. I prefer to remain Prince Li's consort. She was not a child. Once she killed Chu Xuancheng, would this black-clad leader truly let her go? Humph, your disdain for our lord is inconsequential. It stems from your ignorance of him. In due time, you will realize that he possesses greater potential than Prince Li. He will undoubtedly shake the world, dominating all territories, holding unmatched prestige. While your Prince Li is now besieged on all fronts, surrounded by enemies. Who among the royal family and courtiers does not wish for his demise? There is no future for you by his side. He will eventually drag you down with him, rather than follow him to your doom. You should submit to our holy Ling Palace. If you eliminate him, I will immediately escort you back to our palace and present you to our lord, making you the lady of our 9 peaks and 72 sects. In that case, the riches of our holy Ling Palace will be yours, with thousands of followers at your command, placing you in a position of unparalleled power. If you doubt my sincerity, you may bind me with a rope and accompany me back to the holy Ling Palace. The leader in black continued, attempting to persuade Yun Ruoyue. Meanwhile, he was straining to form his hand into a claw. Once his strength returned, he would be able to kill Chu Xuancheng. Chu Xuancheng, witnessing this, felt an impending sense of crisis as he narrowed his dark eyes at Yun Ruoyue. Yun Ruoyue, what are you hesitating for? Kill him directly. If you do not act soon, he will take your life. He initially intended for Yun Ruoyue to sever the black-clad leader's hand and interrogate him about his instigator. However, given the current circumstances, it was better to eliminate him outright. As long as the leader drew breath, he could retaliate against Yun Ruoyue. Yun Ruoyue, of course, feared being killed by the leader, and while she desired to slay him, she lacked the courage. Her hand trembled as she gripped the sword, glancing at Chu Xuancheng. Perhaps you should do it? Chu Xuancheng, exasperated and filled with frustration, clenched his teeth and shouted, if I had the strength, would I need you? You can't even kill a person. What else can you do? Killing is not as simple as slaying a chicken. Moreover, I have never taken a life before. How could I dare? Yun Ruoyue shouted back. Just then, she saw the black-clad leader's hand forming into a fist, preparing to strike at her. Chu Xuancheng noticed this too and furiously declared, you are the knife, and he is the fish. You are destined to be slaughtered. Now that the knife is in your hand, why do you hesitate to strike? Do you wish to be humiliated by him once more? Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue felt a surge of murderous intent rise within her. Uncertain where her sudden courage came from, she gripped her sword tightly, closed her eyes, and thrust it towards the chest of the leader in black. A sickening sound echoed as blood erupted from the leader's chest, splattering Yun Ruoyue from head to toe. Terrified, she dropped her sword, trembling and whispering to herself, I have killed someone. I have truly taken a life. The black-clad leader had intended to strike at Yun Ruoyue, but just as he gathered his strength, the sword pierced his chest. The blade drove deep into his heart, and blood gushed forth violently. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining his face and clothes in crimson. With wide, incredulous eyes, he stared helplessly at Yunra, muttering, Princess Li, how ruthless you are. He had underestimated her, mistaking her delicate appearance for weakness, never anticipating that she would actually strike. As he felt the light of life slowly fading from him, regret washed over him for his earlier complacency. Had he eliminated her sooner, this predicament might have been avoided. Seeing the state of the leader, Xuancheng finally exhaled in relief. He shot a cold glance at Yun Ruoyue, remarking, You were so formidable when opposing me, yet now, upon killing a mere man, you tremble in fear? Blood stained her hands, and in a panic, she wiped them on her clothes and swiftly hid behind Xuancheng. Everyone has a first time. It is natural to feel anxious initially. Perhaps with practice, she would grow accustomed to it. Xuancheng cast her a frosty look, as if her words suggested she might frequently take lives in the future. Meanwhile, the black-clad leader lay gasping on the ground, addressing Xuancheng, Prince Li, I concede. However, even in death, I shall never reveal the identity of the one who orchestrated our actions against you. You shall remain in the dark forever. I shall die ensuring your confusion. Xuancheng replied icily. Initially, you claimed that by eliminating Princess Li, you could indirectly kill the Empress, attempting to deceive me into believing you were an agent of the Jin Prince. I almost fell for your ploy. Yet now, your words imply that the one behind your master is not the Jin Prince, but another individual? At this, the black-clad leader coughed up more blood, realizing he had misspoken. He had intended only to provoke Xuancheng in his final moments, ensuring the prince would never uncover the identity of the one who had bribed their master. Instead, he had inadvertently betrayed both his master and the true mastermind, wishing he could take back his words. Prince Li, that is not what I meant. The one who seeks to kill you is indeed the Jin Prince. He is the one who bribed our master. If you seek the truth, pursue the Jin Prince, not others. The black-clad leader strained to maintain his composure, attempting to redirect blame onto the Jin Prince to fulfill the orders of his master. Regrettably, Xuancheng cast a derisive glance at him, asserting that the Prince of Jin was not one to be swayed by their leader. Rest assured, once I recover, I shall personally lay waste to the Holy Ling Palace, vanquishing your leader and the puppeteer behind the scenes. The black-clad leader of the underworld, enraged, widened his eyes in fury, poised to continue his tirade when suddenly, he violently coughed up blood, succumbing to the wrath that consumed him. His death was grotesque, his eyes bulging like brass bells, forever unclosed. With his demise, Yun Ruoyue felt a weight lift from her heart. She surveyed the desolate surroundings, the shadowy depths of the mountains, and the mournful whispers of the wind, which sent shivers down her spine. Xuancheng, now that he has perished, we must hasten back to the manor. What if more assassins arrive? If further assailants emerged, their fate would truly be sealed. Upon finishing her words, she noticed that Xuancheng had not responded. A quick glance revealed him to be unconscious. Xuancheng, what has happened to you? Why have you fainted? Good heavens! In this desolate wilderness, with several darkened corpses nearby, is this meant to terrify me? It was evident that Xuancheng had collapsed from blood loss. She knew she had to act swiftly to save him, for delay could cost him his life. Yun Ruoyue glanced around, noting that apart from the lifeless bodies, only their carriage and the horse remained. Fortunately, during the skirmish, the assassins had spared the horse, which, merely startled, was now grazing peacefully, having recovered from its fright. She hurried over, reharnessing the horse to the carriage, then returned to Xuancheng, gritting her teeth as she attempted to lift him. However, she soon realized the weight of Xuancheng was akin to that of a 1,000-pound iron block. She could scarcely move him. Panic began to rise within her. If they did not return to the royal manor soon, they would be in grave danger. Resolving herself, she draped one of his arms over her shoulder. Despite her petite frame, an unexpected surge of strength propelled her as she hoisted him upright. Gritting her teeth, she began the arduous journey to the carriage, each step taken with the determination of a great bear stomping upon the earth, causing the ground to tremble beneath her. Finally, summoning every ounce of her strength, she managed to place Xuancheng onto the carriage. From her bundle, she procured bandages and gauze, swiftly attending to his wounds to staunch the bleeding. Once the blood flow was halted, she wiped the sweat from her brow and took her place at the front of the carriage, tugging at the reins with a commanding voice. Go. The carriage swiftly surged down the official road, each jolt reminding Yun Ruoyue of the ominous, shadowy forest behind her, which seemed to loom with hidden terrors. Thankfully, she had Xuancheng with her. Even if he was unconscious, at least he was a living soul, granting her a modicum of reassurance. After an indeterminate passage of time, the carriage finally came to a halt at the gates of the royal manor. Upon seeing the guards stationed at the entrance, she breathed a sigh of relief. Come quickly. The prince has been injured. Assist him inside. As the carriage came to a halt, Yun Ruoyue leapt down and shouted. The guards at the gate, upon hearing her, rushed over in alarm. Your Highness, how could the prince be injured? They were well aware of the prince's formidable reputation as a renowned war god, who had survived numerous assassination attempts unscathed. To their shock, today he had sustained grave injuries, bloodied and battered. Upon witnessing this harrowing scene, the guards were struck with dread, their hearts sinking. Yun Ruoyue, observing their anguished expressions, refrained from disclosing that Xuancheng had been wounded while rescuing her. Instead, she silently vowed to do everything in her power to save him, ensuring he would not perish. We encountered several assassins on the mountain path back to the manor. The prince fought them off but was injured in the process, which is why I brought him here. Where's the steward? Hurry, gather the others to prepare hot water. Light the fire and fetch scissors. I must tend to the prince's wounds. The steward, residing in a nearby chamber, upon receiving the news, rushed out in a flurry of anxiety. Quickly, follow me inside to prepare, he commanded, leading the servants to the star pavilion with great urgency. While the guards hurriedly carried Xuancheng, Yun Ruoyue followed closely behind, her gaze fixed on Xuancheng's pallor, noting the alarming whiteness of his complexion, likely due to excessive blood loss. At last, the guards placed him within the star pavilion, and the steward ordered candles to be lit and the necessary tools to be prepared. Upon entering the room, Yun Ruoyue instructed the steward, summon Feng'er and the others. I require their assistance to save the prince. Yes, your highness. Should we also summon a physician? The steward inquired anxiously. No, I can manage on my own. You may all leave, she replied firmly. Furthermore, no one is to disturb me, not even consort Ra. Any interruption will distract me. Your highness, can you truly heal the prince? The steward, a middle-aged man, spoke with urgency, tears nearly brimming in his eyes. Xuancheng was the lifeblood of the Li royal family. If anything were to happen to him, it would spell disaster for them all. Having spent years in close proximity to the prince, they had developed a deep affection for him and were desperate to see him safe. Yun Ruoyue contemplated for a moment before responding coldly. There is no need to summon the imperial physician. Simply send someone to inform the Empress Dowager, the Grand Princess, and the Emperor. I am here, rest assured. The prince will be fine. In truth, she herself was uncertain of her ability to save Xuancheng. As for the imperial physicians, she held no faith in them. They were loyal to the emperor and would relish the opportunity for Xuancheng to perish. Understood, your highness. The steward, having received her directive, swiftly retreated. Chapter 219. Rescuing the injured in a swift manner, he summoned Feng'er and the three maids, assigning the latter to oversee the outer courtyard, ensuring that no unauthorized individuals entered. While Feng'er proceeded to assist within the inner hall, the steward dispatched a group to the palace to report this significant incident to the emperor without delay. At that moment, Mo Li, Mo Zhu, and Jiu'er hastily returned to the royal residence. They had been riding home as usual when, midway, they stumbled upon several lifeless bodies on the ground, which filled them with alarm. Dismounting to investigate, they discerned signs of a struggle alongside remnants of the royal carriage's fabric and fallen banners. Panic surged among the trio as they deduced that the prince had been ambushed, prompting them to hasten back, following the tracks of the carriage. Upon their arrival at the gates of the royal estate, they learned of the assault on both the prince and the princess, with the prince sustaining severe injuries, leading them to rush to the starry pavilion. As they entered, their expressions were fraught with anxiety as they inquired about the well-being of the prince and princess. Hearing rumors that the prince had lost consciousness, the princess is unharmed, but the prince has suffered a grievous stab wound on his back, resulting in significant blood loss. The princess is currently administering aid to him, Jiu'er explained. Mo Li clenched his fists in rage, his face contorted with fury. Has the princess mentioned who inflicted this injury upon the prince? I seek vengeance for him. It seems to be linked to a place called the Holy Ling Palace. Jiao responded. Holy Ling Palace? Very well. Once the prince regains consciousness, I shall personally seek them out to settle the score and dismantle their stronghold, Li declared vehemently. Meanwhile, within the sleeping quarters, Yun Ruoyue had already taken scissors to cut away the fabric from Xuancheng's back. Feng'er, having soaked a cloth in water, began to cleanse his body. Upon severing the bandages and garments, Yun Ruoyue gasped in horror. The wound was deep, exposing bone and measuring approximately 5 to 6 inches in length, with blood gushing forth in dark crimson streams, resembling a crushed rose, gruesome and macabre. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Yun Ruoyue hastily administered several anti-inflammatory pills to Xuancheng. At that moment, Li and Zhu entered the room. Immediately detecting the overwhelming scent of blood, they rushed to the bedside of Xuancheng, their faces etched with sorrow. Princess, how is the prince? Will he survive? They implored. Yun Ruoyue replied, the prince's primary concern is excessive blood loss. I will commence a blood transfusion. If all goes well, he shall be fine. With that, she proceeded to determine his blood type. From her system, she retrieved the necessary reagents and blood serum, applying them to glass slides alongside a sample of Xuancheng's blood. Moments later, she observed both serums coagulating, leading her to conclude that Xuancheng shared her blood type. She then moved behind a screen to fetch several bags of stored blood from the ice compartment, commencing the transfusion. As the blood flowed into Xuancheng, his complexion gradually regained some color. Subsequently, she began the debridement of the wound on his back, utilizing a surgical scalpel to remove foreign matter, excising the necrotic tissue, and then employing surgical needles and absorbable sutures to meticulously stitch the wound. As Zhu observed, he discovered that Yun Ruoyue was remarkably adept and graceful in stitching the wound, prompting him to exclaim, the princess's needlework is truly exquisite, surpassing even that of Mama Li. Indeed, the way the princess sewed the wound resembled the art of embroidery, simply enchanting. Feng'er expressed her admiration with a look of awe. Yun Ruoyue chuckled softly, unable to suppress her laughter, as they mistakenly believed she was merely engaged in needlework. Chapter 220. The quest for military power at last. She finished stitching Xuancheng's wound, sprinkled some medicine over it, and enlisted Li's assistance to wrap the injury with gauze and bandages, finally allowing herself a sigh of relief. However, Xuancheng remained unconscious, having lost a significant amount of blood, and was still in a deep coma. Yun Ruoyue checked his breath and found it faint and delicate, a perilous sign indeed. It was likely due to his considerable blood loss. The only course of action was to continue administering blood and monitor his condition. After the servants of the Li Wangfu entered the palace to inform Eunuch Lu of the prince's injury, Eunuch Lu promptly made his way to the imperial study. Upon entering, he hurriedly reported to Emperor Han Yuan, Your Majesty, grave news has emerged. It is said that the Li Wang was attacked on his way back to the estate and was grievously injured, now in a state of excessive blood loss. Unconscious and in danger of death. What? Emperor Han Yuan exclaimed in shock. The Li Wang was assaulted? This news was undoubtedly true, as it came from the servants of the Li Wangfu, who stated that the prince and his consort were ambushed on their return journey. A chill flickered through the emperor's heart. If this were indeed the case, it would be fortuitous. Have the culprits been identified? He inquired. Not yet, Your Majesty. The servant did not provide that information, and the Li Wang has lost consciousness while the princess is still attempting to save him, Eunuch Lu replied. Emperor Hong Yuan's expression grew serious as he speculated whether it could be the Jin Wang. Summon the Jin Wang to the palace at once. I have matters to discuss with him. Additionally, dispatch several imperial physicians to attend to the Li Wang and provide him with the finest ginseng, rasher, Tianshan snow lotus, and other rare medicinal herbs. We must ensure the Li Wang's recovery, commanded the emperor. Yes, Your Majesty, Eunuch Lu responded. Shortly thereafter, Eunuch Lu, accompanied by a group of physicians and eunuchs bearing valuable medicinal supplies and health-enhancing products, made his way to the Li Wangfu. At the hour of high, upon receiving the news, Jin Wang swiftly arrived at the palace. As soon as he entered the imperial study, Emperor Han Yuan fixed a cold gaze upon him. Was it you who dispatched the assassin to the Li Wang? Jin Wang shook his head in bewilderment. Father, I did not. It was not I who sent anyone. Not you? Then who could it be? The emperor narrowed his eyes, a look of calculated cunning on his face. It seemed there were indeed others in the court who wished for the Li Wang's demise, not just Jin Wang. However, the identity of this significant player remained unknown to him. Jin Wang stated, "I am unaware. Xuancheng has offended many. It was only a matter of time before this fate befell him. Father, given his current precarious state, should we not feel a sense of relief? Have you not long desired to usurp his military authority? This presents the perfect opportunity." Emperor Han Yuan cast a cold, discerning glance at Jin Wang. For he was the legitimate son of the late emperor, and there were certain words that should not be uttered lightly. Inwardly, Jin Wang scoffed, realizing that his father harbored a deep loathing for Xuancheng, secretly relishing the incident, yet feigning a demeanor of concern. What a hypocrite he was. He remarked, "Father, previously he has been reluctant to surrender the military token in his possession. This time presents an opportune moment to reclaim it. I shall promptly visit the Prince of Li under the pretense of paying my respects. Should he pass away, I will immediately compel his associates to relinquish the military token. This token is of paramount importance. The current dynasty possesses 64 military tokens, distributed among various local administrative bodies and military commanders. Each region possesses one token. Each army one token. Half are held by the generals, while the other half resides with the emperor. Whenever conflict arises, it is imperative for the emperor to issue a decree first, followed by officials bearing the emperor's half of the military token alongside the general's corresponding half. Only when these halves unite may the general mobilize the troops." Chapter 221. The emperor's thoughts. Xuancheng, revered as the guardian general of the nation, commands the highest authority among the martial leaders of the Chu kingdom. In his possession lies a military token that commands over 300,000 troops, the majority of whom are fiercely loyal to him. Should he choose to assert his military might or contemplate treason, it poses a grave threat to the reign of Emperor Han Yuan. Consequently, the emperor has long sought to seize his military token and diminish his position as guardian general. Unfortunately, in recent years, the Chu kingdom has been embroiled in relentless warfare with the neighboring Tianxing kingdom, necessitating Xuancheng's prowess to suppress their incursions. It was only after last year, when Xuancheng decisively defeated Tianxing, driving their forces away from the border and forcing them to retreat several hundred miles, that he was allowed to command such a formidable army. That battle resulted in countless casualties for Tianxing, leaving them utterly defeated and compelled to surrender in disgrace. Thus, the protracted conflict between the two nations, lasting 4 to 5 years, was temporarily brought to a close. Following their substantial defeat, Tianxing's power waned, their circumstances deteriorated, and their populace suffered. They sounded the retreat, focusing on recuperation and agricultural development, ultimately seeking peace with the Chu kingdom. Consequently, Chu now stands as a dominant power, with no other nations daring to infringe upon its territory. After his resounding victory over Tianxing, Xuancheng returned to court, where Emperor Han Yuan, in recognition of his accomplishments, conferred upon him the title of Guardian General and bestowed 10 fiefdoms, vast tracts of arable land, and an abundance of gold and jewels. Xuancheng's prestige reached unprecedented heights. Although Emperor Han Yuan initially hesitated to reward him, the magnitude of his triumph in repelling the persistent harassment from the Tianxing forces compelled many of the former emperor's loyalists and common citizens to petition for Xuancheng's recognition. Ultimately, the emperor acquiesced under mounting pressure, though he harbored intentions of eventually undermining him. The more he elevated him today, the more severe his fall would be when faults were uncovered in the future. After all, the fiefdoms, fertile lands, and treasures were merely temporary holdings for Xuancheng. With the cessation of hostilities and the realm enjoying a period of tranquility, Emperor Han Yuan suddenly perceived Xuancheng as superfluous. He contemplated reclaiming his military authority to alleviate the constant threat posed by him, which had deprived him of restful slumber. The emperor remained preoccupied with the military token in Xuancheng's grasp. If he were to perish in an assassination attempt, it would provide the perfect opportunity to recover both the token and military power. He cast a deep glance at Prince Jin and instructed, "Very well. Take a few men to the Prince of Li's residence and assess the situation. Currently, the princess consort is engaged in healing. Please find her and issue a warning." "Yes, father, rest assured, I know what to do." After the crown prince spoke, he exited the palace with a heart full of excitement. He had always regarded Xuancheng as a thorn in his side, having devised numerous schemes to eliminate him, yet unexpectedly, Xuancheng was readily injured today. In the starry pavilion, Yun Ruoyue had been transfusing blood to Xuancheng for half an hour, yet he remained unconscious, causing her heart to race with trepidation. Could it be that he would never awaken again? Her methods of bandaging and medication were flawless. Now, it rested solely upon his willpower. If his resolve was strong, he would awaken. If it faltered, the situation would become dire. At that moment, the sound of Nangong Ruo's incessant weeping reached her ears. "Let me through. The prince has been gravely injured. On what grounds do you prevent me from entering? I am his most beloved woman." "I am sorry, madam, but the princess consort has stated that no one is to enter at this time." "We cannot disturb the prince's recuperation," Zhang replied sternly. "I am the prince's woman. How could I disturb him? He is injured, and I have come to see him." Hearing this, Yun Ruoyue coldly stepped outside, finding Nangong Ruo standing at the entrance, embroiled in a dispute with Zhang and the others. Upon seeing Yun Ruoyue, Nangong Ruo pushed Zhang aside and accused her. "Sister, why won't you allow me to see the prince? Do you intend to monopolize him? He is my husband too, and I have the right to see him." Nangong Ruo's words immediately captured the attention of all the servants around, who, upon witnessing her pitiful state, began to sympathize with her. Believing that the princess consort was being unreasonably selfish in her attempt to monopolize the prince, Yun Ruoyue cast a cold glance at Nangong Ruo and replied in a deep voice, "When did I ever say you cannot see the prince? He is gravely injured and requires peace to recuperate. This is no trivial matter. Your weeping and wailing disrupt the prince's tranquility and could adversely affect his recovery." Nangong Ruo glared at Yun Ruoyue in indignation and retorted, "Sister, tell me, how did the prince sustain his injuries? He is known for his unparalleled wisdom and martial prowess, capable of defeating 100 foes. How could he suffer such grave wounds? Did you, relying on your status as princess consort, force him to escort you back, leading to his injury while he shielded you?" As soon as Nangong Ruo's words fell, an icy silence enveloped the surroundings. Even the brothers Mo Li and Mo Zhu were taken aback. Everyone gazed at Yun Ruoyue in disbelief, their eyes brimming with resentment and blame. If the prince was injured while saving her, how could she escape their scrutiny? In response to the heated glares directed at her, Yun Ruoyue raised an eyebrow, maintaining her composure as she calmly explained, "This afternoon, I went to the military camp to treat Vice General Shun's hand. On my way back, it was initially Mo Zhu and Zhang who were to escort me home, but for reasons unknown, the prince insisted on personally seeing me back, instructing Mo Zhu and Zhang to remain at the camp to care for Vice General Shun. As we journeyed back to the residence, we encountered a multitude of assassins. Lacking martial prowess, I was at their mercy. The prince declared that my life was of utmost importance and that I must not come to harm. Should anything befall me, the empress would remain unprotected. The prince, harboring deep concern for her, thus valiantly shielded me, which unfortunately led to him being ambushed and injured from behind. This outcome is not one I desired. However, I assure everyone that I shall make every effort to tend to the prince's wounds." At that moment, the ever-loyal Mo Zhu interjected, "I can attest that it was the prince's own volition to escort the princess home, rather than the princess compelling him." Zhang added, "Initially, Mo Zhu was to accompany her, but the prince, seemingly lost, insisted on personally ensuring her safety. I believe it stems from his affection for the princess." Instantly, the assembly grasped the reality. It was indeed the prince who sought to escort the princess home, his feelings for her wholly unrelated to any coercion. The prince sustained his injuries in his endeavor to protect her, yet his true motivation was the empress. Safeguarding the princess was a means to that end. This was the prince's own choice, and the princess bore no responsibility. Consequently, the gazes directed at the princess transformed from resentment to admiration. Nangong Ruo's expression stiffened. Her scheme had faltered. Biting her lip, she declared, "I shall not be deterred. I must see the prince and keep him company. Without me, I fear he may not endure. Do you wish misfortune upon the prince? Do you presume he cannot endure in your absence? Are you some miraculous remedy or a healer?" Yun Ruoyue retorted coldly, "Sister, that is not my intention. I merely worry for the prince's well-being." Nangong Ruo replied, her face pale. "Then you may enter to see him, but do so swiftly. Do not disturb him," Yun Ruoyue instructed. "Thank you, sister," Nangong Ruo said, lifting her skirts and hastening inside. Danner had been punished with 30 strikes, having nearly lost her life, and was now convalescing in bed. Thus, a new maid named Feng'er was appointed. The two entered, their faces etched with concern. Upon entering the chamber, Nangong Ruo was struck by a strong scent of blood. She hurried to the bedside and, under the flickering candlelight, beheld the prince's pallid visage, devoid of color. "Prince, I have arrived. What has befallen you? Please awaken," Nan Gongro cried, grasping Chu Xianchen's hand and weeping at his bedside, her shoulders trembling with sorrow. Beside her, Feng'er cautioned, "Madam, please be careful. The prince has a wound on his back that has only just been stitched. Do not jostle him." "Stitched?" Yun Ruoyue smirked. The girl seemed to treat him as if he were merely a garment in need of mending. Nan Gongro quickly stifled her tears, gazing tenderly at Chu Xianchen, her eyes brimming with affection. "Chun, please awaken. I am so worried for you. Without you, I cannot eat or sleep soundly. Your image haunts my thoughts. I beg you, awaken so we may continue our poetic exchanges under the moonlight, remaining a pair of celestial lovers." Upon hearing her words, Yun Ruoyue and the others felt a wave of discomfort wash over them, particularly Feng'er, who shivered at the sentimentality. As Yun Ruoyue gazed upon the love shared between Nan Gongro and Chu Xuancheng, a twinge of envy stirred within her. Regardless of Nan Gongro's shortcomings, she was cherished by Chu Xuancheng, who lavished her with affection and care. In contrast, Yun Ruoyue felt rather pitiable, as she had yet to encounter a man who adored her in such a manner. "Zhang, I shall remain by your side, waiting for your awakening. Should you not awaken, I too shall cease to exist, following you into the void." With that thought, Nan Gongro began to weep softly. Mo Zhu cast a disdainful glance in her direction and spoke in a low, firm voice, "Madam, I implore you to choose your words with caution. The prince is favored by fate. He shall surely be well. If you are unwell, I kindly suggest you return, lest you disturb the prince's rest and undermine our morale." I am the prince's concubine. How can you speak to me in such a manner? Are you not afraid the prince will blame you upon his awakening?" Nan Gongro retorted angrily, turning to glare at Mo Zhu. Mo Zhu merely shrugged her off with a dismissive glance. "I apologize, but I heed only the prince and the princess. As for others, they may stand aside." Mo Li added coldly, "Concubine Ro, if you truly care for the prince, please refrain from uttering such demoralizing words, and do not create a commotion here that might disrupt his recovery. The prince requires peace. Your lamentations at his side may hinder his awakening." Upon realizing that everyone was casting blame in her direction, Nan Gongro's eyes widened in disbelief, and tears streamed down her face. "When the prince is in trouble, no one stands up for me. All of you side with the princess, ganging up on me. I am the prince's beloved concubine. He loves me and wishes for me to guard him. How can I leave? I shall remain with him in life or death. No one shall separate us." Her love for the prince was profound, enveloping her like a vice. A day without him felt like an eternity. Now that he lay gravely injured, she feared for his life and yearned to remain by his side. She desired to be the one with him in his final moments. Rather than Yun Ruoyue, I wish to care for him, to ensure that when he awakens, he sees me first, not Yun Ruoyue. Otherwise, she would become the savior of his recovery, while I would be relegated to the sidelines. Mo Li interjected, "Concubine Ro, how can you be so unreasonable? You are well aware that this is not our intent. We only seek what is best for the prince, fearing you may disrupt his rest. When have I ever disturbed his rest? I am merely speaking to him. He needs someone to converse with, to coax him back to consciousness. I am saving him. The prince requires tranquility. He must not be disturbed. He does not need to be awakened. I kindly ask you, Concubine Ro, to return to Yuru Pavilion. Should the prince awaken, I will be the first to notify you," Mo Li stated with calm assurance. "I refuse. Why should the princess be allowed to stay with the prince while I cannot? If we leave, we shall all leave together. If we are to accompany him, we shall all accompany him. I cannot bear the thought of the prince waking and not seeing me. It would surely distress him." Having said this, Nan Gongro rose and turned to Yun Ruoyue. "Sister, you know the depth of my bond with the prince. Our love is profound, unlike any other. Now, Mo Li wishes for me to depart, and I cannot fathom her intentions. Her actions clearly aim to prevent me from seeing the prince, fearing I might usurp his affections." Reluctant to leave, Nan Gongro resolved to remain steadfastly by his side. She wished for the prince to awaken and be met with her gaze, to know that she was there caring for him, consumed with worry for his well-being. Should the unfortunate event arise that the prince never awakens, or if he were to leave a message in his final moments, she wanted to be present to hear his last words. If she were absent, what if Yun Ruoyue deceitfully conveyed the prince's orders to punish her, to abandon her, or to deprive her of her inheritance, or to diminish it? What then? Yun Ruoyue scoffed. Even at such a moment, one still vied for favor. Rosi Fei, this is neither the time nor the place for such contests. If you continue to make a scene, I shall have you thrown out. However, Nangong Ro was undeterred. With Chu Xuancheng's affection, she felt invincible, fearless of any consequence. She coldly lifted her chin and met Yun Ruoyue's gaze. Princess, the prince cherishes me so dearly that he wouldn't even dare to touch a single finger of mine. Are you intending to bully me behind his back? She could not believe that the princess would dare to lay a hand on her here. Once the prince awoke, the princess would surely face dire repercussions. Yun Ruoyue cast a frigid glance towards Nangong Ro and spoke in a low voice. I am not bullying you behind his back. He is right here before you. Guards, take the side consort away and confine her to Yuru Pavilion. Until the prince awakens, she is strictly forbidden from stepping outside. Princess, what do you mean by this? Are you going to drag me away before the prince? Are you not afraid of his wrath? Nangong Ro retorted angrily. Previously, the princess had intruded upon their new residence, resulting in the prince punishing her with 20 lashes. How could she dare to treat her this way again? Once the prince awakened, she would not be spared. Yun Ruoyue cast a faint glance at the man lying on the bed and thought, if he wishes to punish me, he must first awaken. At the princess's command, Emoli immediately directed the guards to step forward. Several guards seized Nangong Ro and began to drag her away. Infuriated, she shouted, Princess, you are using private punishment against me, trying to confine me in this room. This is too much. Turning her head towards the onlookers in the courtyard, she declared, you all have witnessed this. I wish to accompany the prince, yet it is the princess who prevents me from doing so. Not only does she refuse to allow my presence, but she also seeks to imprison me. If the prince awakens, you must inform him that someone has taken advantage of his unconsciousness to bully me. Chapter 225. Eunuch Lu's visit. Yun Ruoyue stepped outside and coldly remarked, Rosi Fei, you have always been gentle and kind, quiet and virtuous. Do not tarnish the favorable impression everyone has of you. It was then that Nangong Ro realized her folly. Her teeth clenched in rage. In her fury, she had momentarily forgotten to maintain her facade. Indeed, she ought to embody the gentle and kind woman, not a shrew. She shot Yun Ruoyue a cold glare, a flicker of malice in her eyes, and said, let me go. I shall walk on my own. The guards immediately released her. Nangong Ro raised her chin, squared her shoulders, and departed from Xuancheng Pavilion with an icy demeanor. Just as she dispatched Nangong Ro, a group arrived at Li Wangfu. These were the emperor's confidants, led by Eunuch Lu, accompanied by a cadre of physicians and attendants bearing gifts. Eunuch Lu led 4 or 5 physicians, followed by more than 20 eunuchs carrying offerings. Upon seeing Yun Ruoyue, Eunuch Lu immediately stated, Your Highness, the emperor has learned of the prince's assassination and is deeply distressed and concerned. He has specifically sent me to bring a physician to tend to the prince's wounds and has also bestowed upon him numerous precious medicinal herbs. I implore you to accept them. Thank you, Eunuch, but I have already dressed the prince's wounds. He is currently in a state of unconsciousness and cannot receive visitors at the moment. I kindly ask you and the physicians to rest in the palace until the prince regains consciousness, at which point I shall escort you to see him, Yun Ruoyue replied. Eunuch Lu narrowed his eyes slightly. Your Highness, do you not think it necessary for the physicians to examine the prince? Not for the time being. I have bandaged him adequately and administered medicine. His primary need now is rest. As for everything else, we must leave it to fate, Yun Ruoyue lamented. Leave it to fate? Your Highness, does this imply that the prince's condition is quite grave? Eunuch Lu inquired, his face betraying alarm. Yun Ruoyue was acutely aware that Eunuch Lu was a mouthpiece for the emperor and a sycophant to the crown prince. Thus, she could not afford to be entirely truthful with him. She feigned a sorrowful demeanor, wiping away a tear. I cannot say for certain. Naturally, I hope for the prince's safety, but those assassins were merciless. They inflicted a deep wound on his back, and he has lost a significant amount of blood, exposing bone. I managed to staunch the bleeding and apply medicine, but I cannot guarantee his recovery. With various factions probing into Chu Xuancheng's condition, Yun Ruoyue understood the necessity of portraying his state as dire to deter any ill intentions. By exaggerating his condition, others might assume he was beyond saving and refrain from further attempts on his life. Eunuch Lu was taken aback. If even the prince's consort could not assure his well-being, it must indicate that the prince's condition was indeed precarious. However, he scrutinized Yun Ruoyue with suspicion. This consort, who had successfully reattached the hand of Deputy General Shun, healed the Empress Dowager, and saved the nearly deceased Princess Zhao. Could she truly do nothing for the prince? Given the uncertainty of the situation, he resolved to remain at the prince's residence to observe events before reporting back to the palace. Since the prince requires rest, I shall remain here with the physicians for the time being. Your Highness, should you need anything, do not hesitate to summon us, Eunuch Lu said astutely. Very well. I thank you, Eunuch, and all the physicians, Yun Ruoyue responded. As the servants guided Eunuch Lu and the physicians to the adjacent hall to rest, Yun Ruoyue noticed a group of individuals entering. Leading the way were the strikingly handsome Jin Wang and his wife, Su Changxiao. Their arrival was indeed swift. At that moment, Jin Wang, holding Su Changxiao's hand with a protective demeanor, approached Yun Ruoyue. Initially, he had intended to visit Xuancheng with several officials, but it seemed inappropriate for him to be alone amidst such company, as it might imply ulterior motives. Thus, he had brought Su Changxiao along, claiming it was to express concern for his cousin's well-being. Upon seeing Yun Ruoyue, Su Changxiao, being a woman, was more inclined to initiate conversation. She was the first to step forward, her eyes rimmed with red, tears brimming as she gazed sorrowfully at her. Sister-in-law, how is Prince Li? She asked. How could he be assassinated when everything seemed fine? Yun Ruoyue glanced at the officials behind her, then turned to Prince Jin and said to Su Changxiao, as for this, I cannot provide an answer. However, you may inquire of Prince Jin, for the assassin claimed to have been sent by him during the attack. What? Prince Jin was taken aback, unable to believe his ears as he stared at Yun Ruoyue. You speak nonsense. How could it possibly be me? Prince Li is my cousin. We share a deep bond as brothers. How could I wish him harm? It was not I who said it, but the assassin. Your Highness also heard it at the time. If you wish, you may ask Prince Li directly when he awakens, Yun Ruoyue replied. Prince Jin declared angrily. Someone must have framed me. I will ensure that I find this person, and I shall make them pay dearly. Su Changxiao tugged at Prince Jin's sleeve, saying, Your Highness, rest assured, we all believe in you. You have always respected your brothers and cherished your cousin. It is utterly impossible for you to commit such a deed. As for the unfounded rumors, I kindly ask that the princess consort refrain from further comments to avoid straining the bond of brotherhood. Having said this, she cast a glance at Yun Ruoyue and took Prince Jin's hand, leading him toward the palace interior. Where are you going? Yun Ruoyue stepped forward, blocking their path. Her tone icy. She felt as though Su Changxiao treated Prince Li's residence as her own, moving about with such familiarity as if she were the princess consort herself. Of course, we are going to see Prince Li. Please allow us to pass, Princess Consort, Su Changxiao replied. My apologies, but the prince's condition remains uncertain, and we cannot disturb him. No one may enter, Yun Ruoyue asserted. Su Changxiao glared at her in indignation. Princess Consort, what is the meaning of this? We are here on the Emperor's orders to visit Prince Li. Yun Ruoyue cast a glance at the adjacent side hall and remarked. Even Eunuch Lu and the esteemed physicians have not disturbed the prince, resting next door. What can the princess consort hope to ascertain? Do you possess medical knowledge to diagnose and treat the prince? Su Changxiao was momentarily taken aback, her expression darkening. She certainly could not reveal that her concern lay with Chu Xuancheng, wishing to see him. With a faint smile, she replied, Prince Jin and I are merely worried about Prince Li. You are overthinking it, princess consort. Changxiao, cease your discussion with her. She is merely an unvalued outsider. We need no approval to see our own brother. Prince Jin interjected as he took Su Changxiao's hand, leading several officials inside. Yun Ruoyue clenched her fists in anger at Prince Jin's arrogant demeanor. Yet, this was not the time for impulsiveness. The situation at Prince Li's residence was fraught with peril. Surrounded by those who wished to harm Chu Xuancheng, acting rashly would be futile. She must endure, especially since Chu Xuancheng despised her so. Why should she concern herself with him? At that moment, she noticed two officials trailing Prince Jin, seemingly responsible for the military tokens. Her heart sank. Could it be that Prince Jin had come to seize Chu Xuancheng's military authority? She hastily followed them inside. As Jin Wang and Su Changxiao entered the hall, they beheld Mo Li and Mo Zhu standing vigil by the bed. Jin Wang cast a cold glance at them, dismissing them entirely. His attention shifted to Chu Xuancheng on the bed, where he scrutinized his appearance. Chu Xuancheng lay with his head tilted against the bed, his complexion a ghastly pale. Devoid of color, resembling a man on the brink of death. The bandages on his back were already soaked with blood. A chilling smile crept onto Jin Wang's lips. Cousin, you truly are gravely injured. Your fate uncertain? The silence of the room answered him. He continued, Cousin, you wouldn't be slipping away from us forever, would you? It would genuinely sadden me, for you are the one I hold most dear. Mo Li and Mo Zhu glared at Jin Wang in indignation, while Yun Ruoyue signaled them to remain calm. As Su Changshao entered, her steps faltered, her body trembling. Each step towards the bed felt unbearably heavy. With sorrowful eyes brimming with tears, she gazed at Chu Xuancheng, overwhelmed by deep affection. She could hardly believe that the once vibrant, domineering ruler had become such a shadow of his former self, like a lifeless tiger stripped of its ferocity. She longed to reach out and caress his face. Yet fear of Jin Wang discovering her feelings restrained her. Thus, she stood uncomfortably to the side, stealing glances at Chu Xuancheng while desperately suppressing her heartache. Every expression of hers did not escape Yun Ruoyue's keen observation. She mused inwardly, this Chu Xuancheng is indeed a prized treasure, beloved by all. At that moment, Jin Wang scrutinized Chu Xuancheng once more and, realizing he truly could not hear him, adopted an air of feigned compassion. Cousin, if you truly cannot endure any longer, then go in peace. Do not strain yourself. Rest assured, we shall take care of everything concerning the Li Wangfu, who says he cannot endure. Jin Wang, do not worry. As long as I am here, I shall exert every effort to restore him, so you need not fret, Yun Ruoyue interjected, fearing that Chu Xuancheng might lose his will to live. Jin Wang turned his icy gaze upon her. Li Wangfei, come with me. The emperor has words that I must convey to you. With that, he turned and entered the inner chamber. Mo Li and Mo Zhu exchanged anxious glances, poised to speak. But Yun Ruoyue interjected, you shall remain here to guard the Wangye. Since it is a message from the emperor, I must heed it. After speaking, she followed Jin Wang into the inner chamber. Within, only Jin Wang and Yun Ruoyue remained. Jin Wang turned sharply, his gaze cold and disdainful as it swept over her. Were it not for the emperor's command, he would never deign to converse alone with a woman like her. He looked down upon her with contempt, saying, Li Wangfei, I truly cannot fathom what my father saw in you that led him to arrange your marriage to Chu Xuancheng. With that, he scoffed derisively. Yun Ruoyue responded coolly, I too am at a loss. Perhaps Wangye should inquire with the emperor? Are you questioning his judgment? She indeed wished to inquire of Prince Jin why his majesty was so unfortunate as to have a son so arrogant and insidious. Chapter 228. Delayed rescue. Observing Prince Jin's demeanor towards her, it was apparent he was unaware that his father had commanded her to monitor Prince Li. Prince Jin, momentarily at a loss for words, coldly brushed his sleeves and said, do not be so sharp-tongued. I am here to issue you a warning. The life of Chu Xuancheng rests in your hands. For the sake of the Chu kingdom's stability, you ought to know what is expected of you. Yun Ruoyue replied, rest assured, Your Highness, I will exert every effort to save Prince Li. That is not my intention. Prince Jin retorted with a huff. Do you see the officials I have brought? They are responsible for collecting the military talismans. I require your cooperation in retrieving Chu Xuancheng's talisman. Why? Forgive my ignorance. But I do not comprehend your meaning, Yun Ruoyue inquired, her face a mask of confusion. Prince Jin, his teeth clenched in fury, exclaimed, Yun Ruoyue, do not feign ignorance. I demand that you allow Chu Xuancheng to perish on his own. It would be best if he dies, as only then can I seize his military talisman. This is the emperor's will. Do you wish to defy the imperial command? Prince Jin thought to himself that he had been so explicit, surely Yun Ruoyue would understand. However, Yun Ruoyue gazed at him in shock, exclaiming, Did you not say he is your most beloved cousin? The emperor has even dispatched imperial physicians to treat him. Why would you instruct me not to save him? Are you intent on causing his death? Lower your voice. As Yun Ruoyue raised her voice, Prince Jin, incensed, ground his teeth together. Are you truly simple-minded or merely pretending? This is the emperor's decree. If you dare to resist, beware of your own head. I cannot believe it. The emperor dotes on you too much to wish you harm, and the empress dowager also favors you. She would never consent to such a thing. Prince Jin, are you fabricating imperial orders to deceive me? Yun Ruoyue retorted angrily. Prince Jin, infuriated by her reaction, clutched his chest in pain. Yun Ruoyue, do not bring upon yourself punishment for rejecting my kindness. Cease this charade. At that moment, the assassin claimed you had sent someone to assassinate us. Initially, I found it hard to believe, but now, given your command for me not to save the prince, I am beginning to suspect the assassin's words were true. It is you who wishes to see Prince Li dead, Yun Ruoyue suddenly declared. She had not anticipated that both the Emperor and Prince Jin would so brazenly conspire to end Chu Xuancheng's life, seeking to use her as their instrument. As she spoke, her body trembled and her heart raced. She had yearned for a tranquil life, wishing to remain unentangled in courtly strife, yet these men compelled her to make a choice. Should she fail to revive Chu Xuancheng, the Emperor would certainly place the blame upon her, and in doing so, he could justify her execution to the world. Thus, Chu Xuancheng must not die. The royal family could not be her refuge, nor could Chu Xuancheng. Yet at this moment, he simply could not perish. If he did, her own demise would be inevitable. If he remained alive, she might endure a few more days. Therefore, she had to continue feigning ignorance in front of Prince Jin. Having said this, she turned and strode towards the front hall. Upon witnessing this, Prince Jin slammed his palm upon the table in frustration. Clearly, he needed to seek out eunuch Lu to intervene. Lu Gonggong, representing the emperor, instilled confidence in the belief that this woman would dare not defy him. As Yun Ruoyue approached the chambers of Chu Xuancheng, her heart quivered with trepidation. She coldly gazed at the man upon the bed, pondering why he did not awaken promptly. Should he remain in slumber, these individuals would surely not allow him to survive. At that moment, she noticed Su Changshao seated by the bedside, her eyes tenderly fixed upon Chu Xuancheng. As she tucked a blanket around him, her hand inadvertently clasped his. Princess of Jin, Yun Ruoyue's voice cut through the air, startling Su Changshao into retracting her hand in haste. Alarmed, she turned her gaze toward Yun Ruoyue and the Jin Wang who had followed her. Have you finished your conversation? The Jin Wang replied coldly. Some individuals cling to antiquated notions, exhibiting foolishness by feigning ignorance. There is nothing left to discuss with her. What is it, Princess Li? Do you dare defy the emperor's decree? Su Changshao, oblivious to the emperor's intentions, seized the opportunity to challenge Yun Ruoyue, perceiving her lack of deference to her husband. Yun Ruoyue regarded her with a steady gaze. The emperor's decree? What decree? Is there an edict? I acknowledge only the imperial edict. She held no belief that the emperor would dare issue a command for her to harm Chu Xuancheng. Enough, Changshao, do not waste breath on her. I shall seek out Lu Gonggong, the Jin Wang declared, his countenance sour as he exited. With the Jin Wang gone, Su Changshao's gaze pierced through Yun Ruoyue like a sharpened blade. Princess Li, I have heard that the Li Wang sustained his injuries while protecting you. How could you be so ineffectual, only bringing harm to men? This is our family matter. It concerns you not. Yun Ruoyue replied coldly. How can it not concern me? I grew up alongside Li Wang. Our bond is profound. Had I consented to marry him in the past, there would be no place for you in the Li Wang mansion. Since you have wed him, you must embody the role of a princess, avoiding trouble and enmity that could drag him down. Su Changshao's tone suggested an intention to implicate Yun Ruoyue in the assassination attempt on Chu Xuancheng, seeking to exonerate the Jin Wang. Yun Ruoyue scoffed. Yet this assassin truly has no connection to me. They claim to have been dispatched by the Jin Wang. Su Changshao's face paled in fury. Impossible. This is undoubtedly a frame-up. Yun Ruoyue, I advise you to choose your words carefully. Reckless speech leads to dire consequences. I merely speak the truth. If the Jin Wang wishes to clear his name, he must present compelling evidence. Yun Ruoyue countered with reason. I shall not engage further with you. The Jin Wang is innocent. The emperor will not believe your fabrications, nor will the world, Su Changshao retorted coldly. Princess Li, observe this grand hall. On such a frigid day, you have not even provided warmth with a brazier or a heater. What if the Wang is frozen? In such an environment, how can his injuries mend? Yun Ruoyue longed to inquire of Su Changshao whether she was aware that her husband would be pleased to see Chu Xuancheng perish. If she knew, would she still exhibit such concern for him? Alas, this is a matter of my Li Wang mansion. Jin Wangfei, you have overstepped. Yun Ruoyue declared icily. I have overstepped? If you possessed any competence, if you were capable of caring for others and managing household affairs, I would not speak of you in this manner. As a woman, can you wholeheartedly serve the prince? You have always prioritized your own enjoyment, showing no concern for the prince. You lack the virtues expected of a woman. Your temperament is not gentle, and your character is far from virtuous. The prince is your world. You were born to attend to him. Yet you have failed in this duty. Do you truly believe you are worthy of being his princess? The princess of Jin declared. Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue coldly slammed her palm on the table before her, retorting, Princess of Jin, Do not forget that this is the Li Wangfu, my home. I am the Li Wangfei. As an outsider, what right do you have to impose your will here? Furthermore, I do not believe that women are born to be subservient to men, nor that men are the entirety of a woman's existence. Women are individuals in their own right, and men are theirs. Women ought to cultivate self-respect, strength, and independence. Why should men revel in indulgence while women are bound by the constraints of propriety, solely existing to serve them? Chapter 230. The Emperor's Edict. Su Changshao gazed at Yun Ruoyue as if she were an alien, incredulity etched on her face. How could you dare utter such words? You are truly rebellious. Since time immemorial, it has been the norm for men to hold dominance over women. A husband is the authority over his wife, and we women are but extensions of men. Without men, how would women survive? If you cannot serve your man well, do not expect to live comfortably. Nevertheless, I shall refrain from debating with a coarse woman such as yourself. I merely hope you care for the prince well, ensuring his swift recovery. Yun Ruoyue scoffed. Without men, women cannot live? Princess of Jin, perhaps you should concern yourself more with your own household affairs. I require no interference from outsiders. Kindly leave. Li Wangfei, is this how you treat your guests? Su Changshao bit her lip in frustration. Princess of Jin, do you not think you are overly concerned for my husband? Should Jin Wang discover this, would he not feel jealous? Yun Ruoyue replied lightly. You do not speak nonsense. My relationship with brother Xuancheng is pure. We are like siblings, the best of friends. Jin Wang would never heed your insinuations. Su Changshao retorted, her face pale as she exited. Seeing Su Changshao dismissed by the princess, Feng'er clapped her hands in delight. Princess, you are truly impressive. With just a few words, you sent the princess of Jin away. That woman has no shame, thinking herself the mistress of this place while daring to dictate terms here. Yun Ruoyue responded, very well. You all keep a close watch over the prince. I shall step out for a moment. Without my permission, no one is to enter and disturb him. The incessant interruptions from Nangong Ro and the Jin royal couple were detrimental to Chu Xuancheng's rest. Now, she intended to keep all visitors at bay to prevent further disturbances. After exiting the chamber, Yun Ruoyue indeed found the Prince of Jin conversing with eunuch Lu beneath a tree. Upon noticing her, the prince cast her a cold glare before turning away to speak with the Princess of Jin. Observing this, eunuch Lu approached. Princess, may I have a word? What you have to say can be expressed here, Yun Ruoyue replied. This is the Emperor's edict and of great significance. It cannot be discussed here. Eunuch Lu narrowed his eyes. Very well, she conceded. Yun Ruoyue, aware that she could not escape her fate, led eunuch Lu to a secluded chamber devoid of onlookers. She feigned casualness as she inquired, pray tell, eunuch, what message does His Majesty convey? Why did you withhold it earlier? Eunuch Lu was taken aback, his gaze sharpening with shrewdness. Does the princess doubt this old servant? He queried. Rest assured, the crown prince has not delivered any false imperial edict. Nor has this old servant. I assumed the crown prince would clarify matters with you, hence my silence. Yet, since you do not trust his words, it seems I must intervene. Yun Ruoyue felt a twinge of unease. Could it be that Chu Xuancheng and was truly near? I do not comprehend your implications. Please speak plainly, she urged. Eunuch Lu's lined face bore an expression that bespoke difficulty in negotiation. He spoke with a cold, calculating demeanor. For the sake of the state of Chu, the emperor desires to reclaim the military insignia from the hands of Prince Li. However, this can only be achieved upon the death of Prince Li, as he teeters on the brink of life and death. Why not assist in hastening his passage to the afterlife? By alleviating the emperor of this concern, he promises you a divorce, allowing you to return to the residence of your family, where you may choose another husband. Be it a prince, a high-ranking official, a wealthy merchant, or a charming scholar, whoever you desire will be at your disposal. Furthermore, the emperor will bestow upon you a fortune of 100,000 gold pieces, vast tracts of fertile land, a grand residence, and 100 servants at your service. The opulence of your later years will far exceed that of an uncherished princess. Chapter 231. A detached observation. Yun Ruoyue raised her brows, intrigued by such generous terms. What does His Majesty require of me? Am I to poison the prince? She inquired. Eunuch Lu shook his head. Poison is not an option. Prince Li's condition is precarious enough as it is. You need only observe from a distance, refraining from any intervention, allowing him to succumb naturally. Should poison be discovered, it would reflect poorly on both you and the emperor. There remain many loyalists to the late emperor among the court and the populace. Should they uncover any foul play, it would incite public outrage. Furthermore, if the Empress Dowager were to learn of this, she would not let it go unpunished. It is imperative that Prince Li's demise appears unrelated to the emperor. As it stands, his death by misfortune is the most plausible scenario, ensuring that suspicion does not fall on the emperor while effectively removing a significant threat. Yun Ruoyue breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she was not compelled to be the instrument of Chu Xuancheng's death, there remained a glimmer of hope for him. So I merely need to observe, making no attempts to aid him, and await the inevitable? Eunuch Lu waved his hand. Not entirely so. You must maintain the fade of attempting to save him. Ultimately, however, the outcome must be Prince Li's death. A chill ran down Yun Ruoyue's spine. Eunuch Lu and the crown prince, accompanied by officials, lay in wait at the Prince Li's residence, their predatory eyes fixed on the prince's demise, eager to seize his military power. This was indeed a world steeped in ruthless bloodshed. She had to tread carefully, advancing with utmost caution. What of the royal physicians? Should they be involved in the treatment? What if they endeavor to save the prince? She questioned. Without my command, they will not enter to rescue the prince, at most. They will merely observe and assist you. Lu Gonggong shook his head. Yun Ruoyue felt a sudden heaviness in her heart, not expecting that the emperor had foreseen this layer of the situation. By preventing the palace physicians from participating in the treatment and allowing only her to do so. If something were to happen to Chu Xuancheng, she would undoubtedly be implicated. Rest assured, esteemed eunuch, I shall comply, Yun Ruoyue replied, biting her lip in resignation. Seeing her agreement, Prince Jin and Princess Jin returned to their residence, while Lu Gonggong left several physicians behind and returned to the palace to report. Upon arriving at her chamber, Mo Li and Mo Zhu rushed in with anxious expressions. Princess, what did Prince Jin and Lu Gonggong discuss with you? Mo Li inquired. Yun Ruoyue was acutely aware that her every move was under the scrutiny of both the emperor's and Chu Xuancheng's people. She turned to Mo Li and suddenly said, Your lord is on the verge of great peril. What do you mean? Princess, does the emperor intend to kill the prince? Mo Li exclaimed in shock. Yun Ruoyue nodded. Not only him. If anything happens to him, those who were once loyal to him will meet the same grim fate, including you and me. Truth be told, princess, we could have anticipated this outcome without your words. We have followed the prince, having long set aside our fear of life and death. Our parents were slain by bandits. And it was the prince who saved us and brought us to the royal residence, nurturing us. Without him, we would have perished at the hands of those brigands long ago. These years have merely been a gift of extended life, now that the prince is in trouble. We will strive to protect him and stand by him, Mo Li said, her eyes reddening. Mo Zhu, too, with reddened eyes, asked, Princess, what exactly did Lu Gonggong say to you? Do you believe in me? Yun Ruoyue queried. Princess Mo Li hesitated, unable to continue. Chapter 232. Cannot sit idly by Yun Ruoyue declared. You need not worry. Speak your minds openly. I understand that you do not trust me, believing I am an agent of the emperor. But now I must tell you that I am already wed to the prince, united with the Li Wang residence. Our fates are intertwined. If the prince faces calamity, I cannot survive either. Once anything happens to him, the emperor will undoubtedly not spare me, and he will use my alleged negligence in treatment as a scapegoat, putting me to death to appease public outrage, even if Lu Gonggong offers me numerous benefits. Do you think I would trust him? This emperor, who once committed fratricide and betrayed the late emperor, can just as easily turn against me post-success. Thus, the only path before me is to unite with you to save the prince. Only if he survives do we have hope. The Mo brothers were taken aback by her words. Mo Li asked, Princess, are you speaking from the heart? Regardless of the sincerity of my words, I find myself with no other options, do I not? If the prince survives, with him and the Empress Dowager to deter the emperor, we may endure. If he dies, we are doomed. I know the emperor's secret intention to eliminate the prince. Do you think he would allow me to live? He would surely kill me to silence me. Therefore, whether you believe me or not, you must, for we are all in the same boat, Yun Ruoyue asserted. Princess, how exactly does the emperor intend to harm the prince? Mo Li asked, his eyes wide with anger. Yun Ruoyue raised her gaze. He had instructed me to feign the treatment of the prince, while in reality, I was to observe coldly, not truly aiding him, hoping to let him suffer to death. As for those imperial physicians, without the emperor's command, they would not deign to save the prince either. The emperor wished for the prince to perish naturally, avoiding any association with his death that might incite public fury. Mo Li, upon hearing this, struck the table with a palm, exclaiming in anger, "What a cruel emperor! How could he treat the prince in such a manner?" Over the years, the state of Chu has been embroiled in continuous warfare with the Tianxing kingdom, known for its fierce and predatory nature, consistently harassing the borders of Chu, inflicting immense suffering upon the common folk. The people have endured burning, slaughter, and pillaging, their corpses left to rot in the wild. Year after year, Tianxing has encroached upon our territory, directly threatening the heartland of Chu. Were it not for the prince's valiant northern campaigns, tirelessly defending against Tianxing, they would have long since breached our interior. Last year, the prince dealt a heavy blow to Tianxing, repelling their forces. Without the prince's efforts over the years, the emperor's reign would have crumbled. Yet he dares to contemplate the prince's demise. Without the prince, can the citizens of Chu find peace? Can tranquility reign in the state of Chu? It is unfathomable that after the prince's victory in driving back Tianxing, the emperor would turn against his loyal minister, ready to eliminate him. Indeed, he has a history of murdering the late emperor, usurping the throne, and now he seeks to force the last surviving heir of the late emperor into despair. We must not sit idly by. If death is inevitable, we might as well confront the emperor head-on. Mo Zhu trembled with rage, feeling a chill throughout her being. Mo Li continued, "Your Highness, I shall head to the military camp immediately and summon the prince's 4 chief advisors to discuss our countermeasures. You must ensure the prince's safety." "Very well, having reliable allies is essential. Go and find them. I will administer more fluids to the prince." Yun Ruoyue nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, Your Highness, I have selected trustworthy individuals. The 4 chief advisors may hold positions within the military, yet they are indeed the prince's confidants. With their presence, we will surely devise an effective strategy," Mo Li proclaimed. Chapter 233. The princess visits. After administering the fluids to Xuancheng, Yun Ruoyue waited for a while, only to find that he had yet to awaken. She reached out to touch his brow, noting the tight furrow of his brows. Even in his unconscious state, his brow remained knitted, indicating the weight of his thoughts. Suddenly, his lips stirred, and beads of cold sweat cascaded down his face. "Father, do not die. Do not leave me. Prince, you have awakened?" Yun Ruoyue hurried forward to grasp his hand. Xuancheng's hand felt like ice, emanating a chilling aura. After hearing Su Changxiao's words, Yun Ruoyue, too, sensed an unusual chill in the hall. She had ordered the heating to be turned on. Yet even as the temperature rose within the chamber, the prince's hand remained as frigid as a block of ice, a foreboding sign indeed. Mo Zhu and Feng'er approached. "Prince, please awaken," Mo Zhu urged. However, Xuancheng did not respond. His eyes remained tightly shut, and in a state of panic, he uttered, "Mother, do not kill me. Mother." In the end, he let out a pained cry, his head lolling to the side, plunging back into unconsciousness. "Your Highness," the 3 exclaimed simultaneously. Mo Li's eyes immediately glistened with unshed tears as she spoke. "Your Highness, during the battles I fought alongside the prince, he often endured such terrifying nightmares within the confines of the camp. The successive assassinations of the late emperor left him with a profound psychological scar. Consequently, throughout the years, he has never once enjoyed a peaceful slumber. How pitiable he is. After finally awakening, he has succumbed to unconsciousness once more." Yun Ruoyue felt a chill run down her spine upon hearing this revelation. She had not anticipated that the sins committed by Emperor Han Yuan and his associates would cast such a long shadow over Xuancheng. She grasped his hand tightly and said, "It is his lack of will that has caused him to faint. Devoid of a desire to survive, he feels despondent about life and is reluctant to awaken. But why? The prince has long sought vengeance for the late emperor and has labored tirelessly over the years, harboring resentment and never relinquishing his quest. How can he lack the will to live?" Mo Zhu inquired. Yun Ruoyue let out a sigh. "You do not understand. Often, the strongest individuals harbor the most fragile hearts. Especially when burdened by hatred, such immense pressure weighs heavily upon him. Do you comprehend the difficulty of toppling a dynasty and avenging an emperor? He faces not merely one adversary, but countless foes, which amplifies his burden. Though he appears resilient on the surface, internally, he is on the brink of collapse. If hope for vengeance were to vanish, his will to live would wane further, leading him to contemplate joining his parents in the afterlife, hence his lack of survival instinct. In light of this, one could sympathize with Xuancheng. He bore an overwhelming load of animosity, far too heavy to sustain. It was only natural for him to falter under such circumstances. Few can endure such tribulations, especially when the adversary grows stronger by the day. As the prospect of revenge dims, anxiety, sorrow, and oppression will inevitably extinguish his fighting spirit. Emoju's tears brimmed in her eyes. Indeed, the prince need not pursue vengeance. Why not seek solace in a secluded paradise, live under an alias, and enjoy a life of comfort? Would that not be preferable? Not seek vengeance? How can one forsake it? She retorted. He bears the monumental responsibility of his family and country, tasked with avenging my parents' blood feud. The depths of this enmity remain unavenged. He cannot relinquish his quest. He absolutely must not give up. At that moment, a chilling female voice echoed from outside the hall. The trio turned to see the eldest princess entering with an icy demeanor. Fortunately, the grand hall was devoid of others. Otherwise, the implications of their conversation could have posed grave dangers. Chapter 234. The unreasonable princess. The eldest princess rushed into the room. Worry etched across her face as she approached Xuancheng's bedside. She forcefully pushed Yun Ruoyue aside and clasped Xuancheng's hand tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Xuancheng, how could this happen? Who attempted to assassinate you? Please awaken, she implored. The Empress Dowager and I were deeply concerned upon hearing the news. Had the Empress Dowager not interceded with the Emperor, granting me permission to leave the palace, I would not have been able to visit you. This marked her first venture outside the palace in many years. Yet, she would gladly forfeit this honor in exchange for her brother's safety. Yun Ruoyue was nearly toppled to the ground by the princess's shove. Rising coldly, she shot a glance at the eldest princess. Were it not for the princess's tragic background, she would have retaliated immediately. Ultimately, she decided against engaging with a woman seemingly deranged. Seeing this, Emoju hurried to support Yun Ruoyue and address the princess. It was the princess who saved the prince. Please do not treat her in such a manner. What have I done to her? I have treated her with relative kindness. Had it been anyone else, they would have long since met their demise. The princess exclaimed in anger. Emoju replied. The events of that year were the fault of Yun Xiang, but the princess is innocent. She has been tirelessly attempting to save the prince. So please show her some kindness. Emoju, are you from the Chu family or the Yun family? In just a few days, you have begun to speak on her behalf. She is the princess of Li, and it is her duty to tend to the prince. If she fails in her efforts, I shall hold her accountable, the princess retorted, her teeth clenched. Emoju was about to speak again when Yun Ruoyue abruptly pulled him back, saying, Enough, Emoju. The princess is heartbroken, let her be. However, to their surprise, the princess rose, her eyes ablaze with fury, and glared at her. Yun Ruoyue, do not think that because your ointments have healed my eyes, I shall be grateful to you. This is merely your penance towards the Chu family. I heard from the eunuch that Xuancheng was gravely injured while saving you. You, a harbinger of misfortune, a vixen, did you conspire with the assassin to harm Xuancheng? And now you stand here, pretending to be virtuous, while they are bewitched by you. I do not believe you. Yun Ruoyue, in disbelief, replied. I beg the princess to choose her words carefully. The assassin's target was the prince, not me. I was the one ensnared by him. Had I not killed the leader of that assassin, the prince would have long since lost his life. You acted? Do you possess martial skills? The notion that you could slay the assassin's leader is utterly absurd, the princess scoffed. Indeed, it was I who acted. If the princess doubts me, she can wait until the prince awakens and inquire directly, Yun Ruoyue asserted. I shall not believe your fabrications. You are no different from that old fox, Yun Xiang. Both of you are skilled in deceit. Why do you still linger here? Depart at once. Your presence is unwelcome, the princess commanded furiously. After her outburst, she flung herself onto the bed, weeping sorrowfully before Xuancheng. Emoju interjected. Princess, the princess consort bears the heavy responsibility of healing the prince. She cannot leave. The princess shot him a venomous glance, gritting her teeth. Emoju, you treacherous wolf, I was mistaken to trust you. The prince is in dire straits. And you still defend this woman. I am certain that she is the cause of his plight. The prince has always been well. Yet trouble arises whenever he is with her. Even without the princess consort, the prince would face several assassination attempts each year. This time, it merely coincided with her presence. Emoju countered. I shall not engage in this discussion with you. You two can leave. I wish to be with Xuancheng, the princess declared, sorrowfully leaning against Xuancheng. Weeping profusely. Chapter 235. The strategist Feng Qingyang. At that moment, Li stealthily entered, gesturing to Mo Zhu and Yun Ruoyue. Upon seeing this, Mo Zhu said, "Very well. Princess, you may stay with the prince. We shall take our leave for now and remain in the adjoining room. If there is anything you require, just call, and we shall come at once." "Begone," the princess retorted angrily. In the adjoining chamber, as Yun Ruoyue entered, she beheld a strikingly handsome man clad in white, his attire flowing elegantly. The man appeared slender and handsome, his ethereal presence accentuated by the flowing white attire he wore. Holding a delicate fan the size of a palm, a hint of aloofness graced his lips. Upon noticing Yun Ruoyue's entrance, he rose gracefully and offered a respectful salute, acknowledging her as the princess. When Yun Ruoyue caught sight of the small folding fan in Feng Qingyang's hand, she paused for a moment, intrigued by his character. Mo Li promptly introduced, "Your Highness, this is Mr. Feng Qingyang, renowned as the Jade-Faced Zhuge. He possesses extraordinary intellect and unparalleled strategies, well-versed in classical texts, celestial phenomena, and military tactics. He serves as the chief strategist and an esteemed officer beside the prince. The victories previously achieved by the prince owe much to Mr. Feng's wisdom and cunning. As for the other 3 advisors, due to the presence of imperial spies within the palace, I have only brought Mr. Feng to avoid compromising their identities. However, I trust that Mr. Feng alone can devise a suitable plan." Mo Zhu nodded in admiration, adding, "Indeed, Mr. Feng is known for his astute calculations and strategic prowess. With him, we are bound to find a way to rescue the prince." "You flatter me," Feng Qingyang replied, shaking his fan lightly. "I cannot save the prince. Only the princess possesses that capability." "What do you mean by that?" Mo Li inquired, astonished. Feng Qingyang offered a serene smile, "Because the princess has medical skills." Yun Ruoyue chuckled softly, surprised by the young man's remarkable abilities. Though they referred to him as Sir, he bore none of the scholarly demeanor typically associated with age. Rather, he resembled a graceful and refined young gentleman. She clasped her hands in appreciation. "You are too kind, sir. Currently, the prince's condition remains precarious. I lack the absolute confidence to save him. Moreover, even if I could, the emperor would not permit it. He desires the prince's demise. Do you possess any strategies to resolve this conundrum? If the emperor seeks Chu Xuancheng's life, not even the deities could save him." Feng Qingyang mused thoughtfully. After a moment, he continued, "I have 2 proposals, though both carry significant risks. If executed skillfully, they may save the prince. If not, they could provoke the emperor and lead to dire consequences." "What are these proposals?" Yun Ruoyue asked. "Firstly, we could exploit the late emperor's and the prince's reputations among the populace, deliberately spreading rumors that the prince was assassinated by agents of the Jin Wang, inciting public outrage. We could instigate civil unrest, disturbing the calm of the capital. If the people and the former officials of the late emperor learn that the Jin Wang orchestrated the prince's assassination, they will undoubtedly be furious, seeking to avenge the prince, and may even suspect the emperor's complicity, potentially leading to a widespread rebellion. The emperor, wishing to protect both the Jin Wang and his own reputation, would not want the prince to perish. Only the prince's survival can quell the people's wrath. Secondly, the emperor previously refrained from killing the prince out of fear of his utility against the Tianshan kingdom. Now that he believes the Tianshan kingdom has retreated and poses no threat, he may wish to dispose of the prince. Thus, we might send word to the Tianshan kingdom, spreading news that the Prince of Li has died and that the state of Chu is in turmoil. Given the bellicose nature of the ruler of the Tianshan kingdom, it is certain he would dispatch individuals to spy on the Chu kingdom. Should turmoil truly engulf Chu, he would seize the opportunity to launch an invasion. At that juncture, Emperor Han Yuan would undoubtedly feel trepidation and dread upon receiving intelligence regarding the impending assault from Tianshan, especially as he lacks capable resources to counteract them. In such a circumstance, he would implore the princess to rescue the prince. For only with the prince's survival would Tianshan refrain from aggression. Chapter 236, Inciting the people upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words. Yun Ruoyue and her companions were filled with admiration. Mo Li exclaimed in wonder, "Indeed, Master is astute and resourceful, a true genius whose foresight and unparalleled methods are extraordinary." Mo Zhu added, "Master is singular in his talents, exceptional in knowledge and experience. Employing these 2 strategies will undoubtedly yield remarkable results." Yun Ruoyue, her mouth agape, gasped in amazement, exclaiming, "Wow!" The trio turned to her in astonishment. She quickly cleared her throat, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, My literary skills are lacking, and I cannot articulate my thoughts as you do. I can only express my respect for the master with a simple exclamation, and I apologize for that." The three exchanged glances, their mouths twitching in disbelief. Feng Qingyang suggested, "This method could also save the princess. If she publicly defies the emperor to rescue the prince or attempts to do so in secret, it would certainly provoke the emperor's wrath, and he would not let her off lightly. By employing this strategy, the emperor would be compelled to seek the princess's aid without holding her accountable." "Truly insightful, master," Yun Ruoyue exclaimed, giving Feng Qingyang a thumbs up. Initially, she had intended to secretly rescue Chu Xuancheng, hastening his recovery. However, she now realized she must alter her approach. She would indeed assist him clandestinely, but if he regained consciousness, she would instruct him to continue feigning his coma to deceive the imperial physician and the emperor. She would stabilize Chu Xuancheng's condition, awaiting the emperor's initiative to request her assistance. Feng Qingyang pondered briefly and cautioned, "However, this method is fraught with peril and must be employed with utmost care. We cannot allow even a whisper of our intentions to reach the emperor. Should he discover that we incited the populace to rebel against him, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. Even if we refrain from such actions, he would not spare us. Strategist, let us resolve this matter swiftly, and you must act without delay." After conferring with Feng Qingyang and the others, Yun Ruoyue returned to the palace to stand vigil over Chu Xuancheng. At this moment, many sought to infiltrate and glean information about him, so she was determined to station guards at Xingshan Pavilion, ensuring no one could enter. Once Feng Qingyang and the others departed from the Prince Li's residence, they split into 3 factions and, in conjunction with the prince's loyal confidants, set their plans into motion. Mo Li dispatched several loyal subordinates of Chu Xuancheng, instructing them to disguise themselves as ordinary citizens and swiftly disseminate the news of the attempted assassination of Prince Li by the Jin Wang's agents at the bustling night market. As they spread the word, they wore expressions of sorrow, their eyes brimming with tears as they mournfully conveyed the news of Chu Xuancheng's supposed demise. Other loyalists masqueraded as commoners, passionately recounting the atrocities committed by Jin Wang against the late emperor's legitimate son, subtly hinting at the emperor's complicity, suggesting that both the emperor and Jin Wang sought to eradicate Chu Xuancheng completely. Some of the loyalists, well-versed in literature, penned numerous articles denouncing Jin Wang and advocating for Prince Li's unjust plight. Once printed, they took to the streets to distribute them. Before long, the news of Chu Xuancheng's assassination at the hands of the crown prince spread like wildfire throughout the capital. The common folk, who had long revered and remembered the late emperor, were devastated to learn that the sole legitimate heir, the guardian of the people, Prince Li, had been slain by the current emperor's son. They rushed into the streets, wailing in anguish. Alas, who could have anticipated that our valiant Prince Li would meet such a fate at the hands of the treacherous crown prince? Prince Li was the protector of our nation, having led us to victory in over 40 battles, driving the Tiansheng kingdom out of our borders, ensuring the peace and prosperity of our people. It is lamentable that he fell victim to such a villain. Chapter 237, The Wrath of the People. Is it true that Prince Li has perished? I can hardly believe it. Such a noble man, akin to the late emperor, who devoted himself to the welfare of the people, has met his end. The crown prince has always been a mere buffoon, incapable of leading in battle, harboring envy towards Prince Li, fearing that he might rival him for supremacy, leading to this heinous act. Poor Prince Li, your death signifies the end of the late emperor's lineage. It is truly a tragic loss. The prince was a valiant warrior, defending the realm, and none dared to confront the Tiansheng kingdom in battle but him. It is unfathomable that he should meet such a demise. The perpetrator is the crown prince. Let us gather our forces and confront him at his residence. He has murdered Prince Li, and as a prince who has transgressed, he should face the ultimate punishment. Indeed, let us march to the crown prince's palace and demand justice for the people. Instantly, the populace was inflamed with righteous indignation, tears streaming down their faces as they lamented their loss. In the hearts of the citizens of Chu, the late emperor was a wise and benevolent ruler, the best of monarchs. He was always concerned for the welfare of his subjects, treating others with kindness, diligent and upright in his governance, tirelessly devoted to the state, implementing numerous policies favorable to the people, alleviating taxes and corvée, improving irrigation, quelling rebellions, and safeguarding the prosperity and stability of the realm. Thus, the people held him in deep affection. In turn, Their admiration extended to his legitimate son, Xuancheng. Particularly, Xuancheng had earned considerable military accolades. His forces disciplined and just, never oppressing the common folk, but rather serving as their protector. With him present, the people felt secure. Hence, the news of his treachery at the hands of the insidious crown prince ignited the populace's fury. They brandished torches, rallied their fellow villagers, beat drums, and chanted slogans as they marched toward the crown princess palace. Meanwhile, the crown prince and his consort were enjoying drinks within the palace grounds. Seated in the courtyard, they reveled in their libations while dreaming of future prospects. The crown prince, swaying his cup filled with wine, slurred, "Chang Xiao." Who could have imagined that Xuancheng would fall to this fate? Today marks the most exhilarating day of my life. He has always overshadowed me, and the only victory I could claim over him is marrying a wife who surpasses the Li princess 100-fold. I was always lost, wondering if I would forever be beneath Xuancheng. Is it true that the only victory I have over him is marrying you? Little did I realize. No matter how formidable or exceptional he may be, he has ultimately met this fate. Su Changxiao wore a solemn expression, her heart heavy with worry for Xuancheng. Observing the Jin Wang's apparent delight, she could only feign a smile and say, "My lord, who claims you are inferior to him? In my eyes, you surpass him in every way. You are the emperor's legitimate eldest son, your birth mother is the current empress, and you have the entire Su family backing you, along with the powerful Duke of Loyal and Brave as your support. He is but a shadow compared to your little finger. Changxiao, are these your true sentiments? Did you not once hold affection for him? Why now do you belittle him so?" The Jin Wang inquired, intoxicated. Su Changxiao gazed upwards, closing her eyes with a heavy heart, a tear cascading down her cheek, revealing a flicker of resolve and sorrow in her eyes. Since that person was destined to perish, he no longer held any value to her. Why should she cling to his virtues? It would be best to bury him deep within her heart and allow herself to reminisce about him in her midnight dreams. At present, it was most advantageous to harshly diminish his worth, to draw a clear line between them and sever ties. With this thought, she lifted the wine on the table, drinking deeply amidst her tears, downing a cup in one go. The wine burned her throat like fire, prompting a violent cough. The Jin Wang quickly approached, patting her back, his gaze cold and piercing. "Changxiao, have I struck upon your innermost thoughts? Do you still harbor love for him?" Su Changxiao's complexion turned pale as she warily glanced at the Jin Wang. "How could I be frightened? My lord knows well that my relationship with him is pure. I trust you, and you would never believe those idle rumors. If I loved him, I would not have married you. I have never felt genuine affection for him. It was merely a youthful friendship during our Navi days. Please do not overthink it." The Jin Wang took another drink, tightening his grip on the cup. "I certainly believe you. Otherwise, I would not have wed you. I shall make Xuancheng aware that his woman belongs to me, and all that he possesses will ultimately be mine. Against me, he only faces a path to demise." Seeing the Jin Wang's ruthless demeanor, Su Changxiao felt a shiver of fear run through her. She had never witnessed him in such a light. In public, he presented a benevolent and filial visage. Yet behind closed doors, another, more terrifying countenance emerged. She trembled as she clutched her wine glass, uncertain if her choice to abandon Xuancheng for the Jin Wang had been the right one. She raised her gaze, looking at the Jin Wang with deep affection, and gently remarked, "My lord, you have already triumphed. With the demise of Li Wang, seizing his military command and the crown prince position is merely a matter of time. Allow me to be the first to congratulate you with a toast. Indeed, Changxiao, should Xuancheng perish, I will ensure his remains are utterly obliterated, leaving no trace behind for him to rise again. What do you think?" The Jin Wang tested her resolve. Su Changxiao was startled internally, yet maintained an unruffled demeanor as he remarked, "That would be too lenient for him. You ought to stuff a handful of chaff into his mouth, ensuring that upon his demise, he descends into hell without the ability to lodge a complaint with the king of hell, thus denying him the chance for vengeance perpetually." The Prince of Jin raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Changxiao, do you also believe that I dispatched someone to assassinate him?" Su Changxiao froze momentarily, pondering whether this notion was indeed unfounded. Whispers circulated in the palace, alleging that it was the Prince of Jin who orchestrated the assassination of Xuancheng. Even Yun Ruoyue had echoed such claims. Could it be otherwise? The prince shook his head in bewilderment, asserting, "It was not my doing. I had indeed prepared individuals for this task, but they failed to find an opportunity and delayed their actions. The culprits who dared to act under my name are unknown to me, and now I bear this unjust blame. Fortunately, my father believes in my innocence." After speaking, he tilted his head back and took a substantial gulp of wine. What did it matter if the world suspected him of murdering Xuancheng? He had no desire to defend himself or refute such claims. In fact, he relished the speculation. It was a testament to his prowess, suggesting that he had vanquished a formidable opponent whom many had failed to subdue, thereby proving his superiority over Xuancheng. Moreover, the accusers possessed no evidence to incriminate him. Upon hearing this, Su Changshao, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "That shadowy figure truly overstepped their bounds by attributing such a grave matter to you. My lord, you must not accept this blame, as it could jeopardize your claim to the throne." "I am aware," the Prince of Jin replied grimly, "but it is unfortunate that my rivalry with Xuancheng is well known. With his death, speculation will undoubtedly arise pointing towards me. I must unearth the true culprit behind this treachery to clear my name." Just then, a series of heavy knocks echoed from outside, prompting the steward of the prince's residence to rush in, trembling as he reported, "My lord, it is dire news. The common folk are in an uproar, claiming that you killed Lordly. They are storming our gates, demanding justice for Lordly." Another servant chimed in, "My lord, a multitude of townspeople has gathered outside, brandishing torches and lanterns, lamenting and shouting in fury, accusing you of slaying their protector. What shall we do?" "What?" The Prince of Jin's fury ignited instantly. Where did these rabble-rousers come from, daring to intrude upon my estate? He commanded, "Summon all the guards of the residence. I shall see who possesses the audacity to breach the gates of the Prince of Jin." As he spoke, his hand clenched fiercely, shattering the wine cup he held. The shards cut into his fingers, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain, his gaze cold and filled with wrath. Seeing this, Su Changshao hurriedly interjected, "My lord, your hand is injured. Allow me to bandage it." "No need," the prince retorted. "Accompany me outside. I wish to confront those who dare challenge the royal authority." With that, his imposing figure strode towards the entrance, commanding the guards to open the gates. In an instant, the guards of the prince's residence, alerted by the news, had gathered in full force, armed and hastily assembled at the entrance. With a command from Prince Jin, the gatekeeper swung open the doors. As soon as the entrance was ajar, a throng of agitated citizens surged into the compound, just as it seemed they would trample the royal estate. Prince Jin narrowed his eyes and, in a thunderous voice, bellowed, "Impudence! Who are you? Do you realize where you stand to dare cause such a ruckus here?" Upon his utterance, over 100 sword-wielding guards erupted from within the estate, positioning themselves at the threshold. The glint of their unsheathed blades sent a wave of trepidation through the crowd of citizens, making them instinctively recoil a few paces. Recognizing the prince's readiness to draw his sword, the guards, with expressions as cold as steel and eyes filled with murderous intent, advanced, causing the citizens to quail in fear. After all, this was the residence of Prince Jin, a royal abode, not an ordinary dwelling that they could trespass at will. At that moment, the steward of the prince's residence glared fiercely at the citizens, pointing a finger at them, and thundered, "Bold and unruly commoners! Do you not comprehend that you stand within the prince's abode? Dare you cause a disturbance here? Do you seek to end your lives?" Meanwhile, Prince Jin, with an air of aloof superiority, raised his chin disdainfully, regarding the common folk as mere insects beneath his feet, unworthy of his attention. As the steward's threats echoed, the citizens instinctively retreated a few more steps, exchanging apprehensive glances, hesitant to advance further. However, a group of disguised assassins, posing as ordinary citizens, suddenly surged forward fearlessly. They raised their fists defiantly, declaring, "Prince Jin has slain the Grand General of the nation. We have come to seek justice for our fallen commander. A prince who commits crimes should face the same punishment as a commoner. Even if you are Prince Jin, having murdered our protector, you are a criminal and must pay for the general's life." Chapter 240. A leader emerges indeed. Others echoed, raising their hands in fervor. "Prince Jin must be punished for the assassination of King Li. We demand he be taken to the court for trial." Upon hearing this, Prince Jin's countenance darkened ominously. "A rabble of miscreants. Who incited your uprising? Who informed you that King Li is dead?" He discerned that these people were being led by someone, that there was a hidden agenda at play. "We are but ordinary folk, unled by any. We have witnessed with our own eyes how your men assassinated King Li. He is dead, and you cannot deny it." They retorted, "Yes, Prince Jin is the murderer. Citizens, fear them not. We seek justice for King Li and for our war god. Without King Li, the state of Chu would have long been embroiled in conflict with the heavenly prosperity nation. Where would we find the peace we enjoy today? Indeed, King Li was the sole legitimate heir of the late emperor. And now he is met with such a dire fate. We wish to understand how the current sovereign has cared for him since he was entrusted to the throne. What will be done regarding Prince Jin's role in King Li's demise? Will the sovereign shield him? After all, Prince Jin is the sovereign's own son. Certainly, he will. What father does not protect his son? We even suspect that this matter has been tacitly approved. That someone has turned a blind eye to Prince Jin's actions leading to King Li's death. The common folk exchanged heated words amongst themselves, voicing their grievances. Upon hearing their discourse, the Prince of Jin's face darkened with rage, and he glared, exclaiming, "How dare you, insolent rabble, defame me and the sovereign? Do you not fear for your lives? How many heads do you possess that are worthy of the axe? Do you not tremble at the thought of your families being annihilated?" The speakers of such treasonous words were none other than the loyal assassins of Chu Xuancheng, who feared nothing. With thousands of commoners gathered, the law does not punish the multitude. The prince, uncertain of who had uttered what, realized he could not penalize them individually. One of the assassins stepped forward, filled with righteous indignation, declaring, "This is intolerable. The Prince of Jin is exceedingly arrogant. Not only has he slain Prince Li, but he also dares to threaten the people. Such a man aspires to be the crown prince, to lead the citizens. Should he assume command, the populace would surely suffer, and the state would falter. If the kingdom of Chu falls into the hands of such a treacherous individual, it shall be doomed. Impudent wretch, who are you? What is your name, that you dare slander me and the state? Seize him, lock him in the dungeons, and execute him on a day of our choosing." The Prince of Jin, consumed by fury, pointed accusingly at the assassin, intending to use him as an example to instill fear. Seeing this, the assassin raised his voice to the heavens, lamenting, "The prince intends to slaughter the commoners. The murderer seeks to behead us. This world is devoid of justice, where the wicked thrive and the virtuous perish." The prince, emboldened by the emperor's favor, regards the populace as mere insects, executing whom he pleases with impunity, arrogant and vicious. We, with nothing to lose, shall confront him. With that, he hurled an egg at the prince. In an instant, the other enraged commoners followed suit, throwing whatever they had, rotten vegetables, stones, and eggs, at the prince and his consort. The air was filled with the sound of impacts. As the prince and his wife were bombarded with eggs, leaving them in a disheveled state, their faces smeared with yolk and shell, emitting a foul odor. Chapter 241. The Prince of Jin is pelted with eggs. The prince had not anticipated such audacity from the commoners, who dared to strike him. Trembling with rage, he pointed at the crowd, shouting, "These unruly peasants dare to assault me. Seize them all, imprison them." At his command, the guards rushed forward, swords drawn, to apprehend the assembled commoners. Desperate to avoid capture, the commoners armed themselves with stones and hoes, clashing with the guards in a chaotic frenzy. The scene erupted into turmoil. Witnessing the disorder, the prince bellowed, "How dare they retaliate? Guards, if anyone resists, deal with them ruthlessly." It was only after being bombarded with eggs that the prince's fury escalated to such a degree. Su Changshao, observing the chaos, hastily cautioned, "My lord, these people must not be harmed. Killing them will incite even greater public outrage. They are currently in a fervor, perhaps manipulated by malefactors. We must pacify them and engage in dialogue. It may defuse this crisis." Pacify them? How dare these unruly subjects presume to challenge me? Have you seen the extent of their audacity? They not only dared to assault me, but also sought to drag me before the authorities to answer for my supposed crimes. These rabble-rousers must be shown a lesson. If we do not instill fear in them, they will continue to trample upon my dignity as a prince. I believe it is necessary to make an example of a few, to intimidate the rest. Only through bloodshed can we deter these insubordinate citizens. The Prince of Jin declared angrily. Su Changshao, in a state of agitation akin to ants on a hot pan, wished to advise the prince. However, the obstinate and arrogant prince refused to heed her words. Should lives be lost tonight, even if it temporarily cowed the populace, it would sow seeds of grave repercussions. The common folk, harboring anger with no outlet, would surely rally together in outrage if their compatriots were slain. The city would erupt in turmoil, and this situation would become increasingly detrimental to the Prince of Jin. Letting out a heavy sigh filled with frustration, she reflected that if it were Chu Xuancheng, he would never act so impulsively. Nor would he treat the common people in such a manner. Had the prince approached the situation calmly, engaging the citizens with humility, matters would not have escalated to this point. At that moment, a piercing scream reverberated through the air as a citizen cried out, "Something terrible has happened. Wang Er has been murdered." Su Changshao looked up to see a frail, middle-aged man sprawled lifeless on the ground amidst the chaos. A sword was lodged in his chest, and he struggled to grip the blade, attempting to extract it. Blood poured from his chest and trickled from his mouth as he writhed in agony. Suddenly, his head slumped to one side, and he breathed his last. Before him stood a bewildered guard, clutching the hilt of the sword. With a look of astonishment, he exclaimed, "What has occurred? I did not kill him. He charged at me. It was he who embraced my sword and inflicted this upon himself. How could this be? Wang Er could not be so foolish as to take his own life. Where is the justice in this? A murder has taken place within the princess residence. They wield their power to slay the subjects who support the Li prince." Voices rose in outrage. The prince's manner operates beyond the law, daring to kill innocent citizens. We must stand against them. Fueled by the sight of Wang Er's lifeless body, the populace, their eyes ablaze with fury, rolled up their sleeves, seized weapons from the ground, and charged forth to confront the guards. Chapter 242. Utter chaos. Seeing this, the prince's expression darkened further, his eyes igniting with fury as he bellowed, "This insurrection has gone too far. Are you all conspiring to rebel against me? Summon Deputy General Su at once to mobilize the troops. I shall quell this rabble. The prince intends to send soldiers to suppress the citizens? We must rush to inform the others, gather more people, and rally the entire city against him. Yes, the prince has murdered the Li prince, slain Wang Er, and injured many of our kin. We shall seek our revenge." The prince glared malevolently at the citizens, threatening them with brutal retribution should they dare to cause unrest at his doorstep. "I will kill you, and no one will dare to speak against it," he warned. "Your arrogance is astounding, prince. Do you not fear divine justice and the law?" Someone retorted, "Divine justice and the law? Even the yamen is under the control of the Chu family. Do you think this prince fears the principles of heaven and the laws of the land? The principles of heaven and the laws of the land belong to the Chu family. Are you preparing to report to my subordinates about me?" The king of Jin scoffed. "These foolish commoners truly have an audacious imagination. They dare to bring grievances against the royal family, when the yamen is managed by the royals themselves. They are indeed ignorant. King Jin, you show such disdain for both the principles of heaven and the laws of the land. Are you not afraid of incurring the emperor's wrath?" Someone questioned angrily. "The emperor is my father. How could I possibly fear him?" The king of Jin replied coldly, his expression one of sheer arrogance. The accuser pointed at him, fuming, "How bold you are to disregard the emperor. Do you not fear that you may be plotting rebellion, seeking to usurp the throne? Stop your nonsense. Bring forth the troops at once. Capture all these people. I shall throw them into prison, silence them, and make them wish for death, so they may see how they dare to spread rumors." The king of Jin shouted in fury. How dare these commoners place the label of treason upon him? He was consumed with a desire to eliminate them. Yet, the crowd continued to swell, and the royal guards were utterly incapable of suppressing them. Thus, he had no choice but to summon the military for reinforcement. Some citizens, upon witnessing the king of Jin's orders to mobilize troops, were filled with righteous indignation and hurried to rally others for support. Chaos ensued before the gates of the Jin residence, as the populace, aflame with fury, fought valiantly against the guards. In a short while, many bore injuries, yet aside from one named Wang Er, who met his demise, the rest only sustained minor wounds, thanks to a group of highly skilled warriors disguised as commoners who protected them. Wang Er was no ordinary civilian, but rather one of the most loyal warriors under Chu Xuancheng. Upon learning that the emperor intended to harm Chu Xuancheng, he volunteered to sacrifice himself for the prince's sake. Though others sought to take his place, wishing to offer their lives for the prince, he, citing his grave illness, insisted on being the one to bear the burden of sacrifice. Within less than an hour, the scene at the Jin residence had become a tempest of bloodshed and conflict. Known throughout the city, Su Changshao, witnessing the turmoil, realized that if the king of Jin continued to suppress the crowd, matters would only worsen. She quickly dispatched a trusted confidant to the Duke of Zhongyong's residence to inform her father, Su Ming, urging him to enter the palace and seek the emperor, for only he could resolve this crisis. When word reached the Li residence, Yun Ruoyue, could not help but marvel at the swift actions of Mo Li and Feng Qingyang. Upon hearing of a warrior named Feng'er who willingly offered his life to incite discord between the king of Jin and the common people, Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. She remarked to Mo Zhu, "The warriors cultivated by the prince are truly devoted. Do they not fear death? They dare to lead the charge against the king of Jin. Indeed, the people of this era are both audacious and loyal," she added. Chapter 243, A Grave Situation. Mo Zhu responded, "They operate in the shadows as warriors. But in public, they hold legitimate positions. They are the prince's retainers." "What are retainers?" Yun Ruoyue inquired. In ancient times, the term BQ referred to the retainers and followers of powerful landlords. Today, it describes a similar group, though these individuals are not the courtiers of princes, but rather a collection of homeless souls. Some have fled from war and turmoil, while others are dispossessed farmers, wandering heroes, injured soldiers from the battlefield, or tenant farmers renting land from the princely estates. Unable to fend for themselves, they are sheltered by the prince's household, becoming part of the BQ. Most of the time, they toil in the fields, but when conflict arises, they rally together to serve the prince. Many of them have received the prince's benevolence, having had their lives saved by him, and thus they exhibit unwavering loyalty, heeding only the commands of the Li Wangfu. Their existence is legitimate and honorable. The prince is their pillar of support. Now that he is in peril, their reliance has vanished, naturally compelling them to fight for him. Thus it is, Yun Ruoyue remarked. These death warriors are akin to Chu Xuancheng's private militia, and their existence is above board. Among them are ordinary death warriors, who merely cultivate the land, as well as formidable ones, specifically trained by the prince. Feng'er is one such talent nurtured by the prince. Unfortunately, he suffers from a grave illness, rendering him unable to wield a sword or take to the battlefield on the prince's behalf. Yet today, he has died with purpose, his sacrifice bearing significance, sighed Mo Zhu. Yun Ruoyue also sighed, wishing she had been present at the scene. Perhaps she could have saved him. Mo Zhu spoke earnestly. "Your Highness, it cannot be. I know of your kindness, but saving him is impossible. He cannot survive." "Why?" Yun Ruoyue inquired. "His death has ignited the common people's ire against the Jin Wangfu, stirring them to pressure the Jin Wangfu further. Only in such turmoil can our prince find salvation. For his sake, he must sacrifice himself," Mo Zhu lamented. Yun Ruoyue cast a glance at the unconscious Chu Xuancheng, sighing softly. "Chu Xuancheng, you must awaken swiftly. If you do not, it would be a disservice to those soldiers who sacrificed themselves for you." She felt deep sympathy for Feng'er. His existence was merely a means to enable others to perish, a tragic fate indeed. Yet she understood that surviving in such chaotic times required confronting many such realities. She needed to cultivate her strength to face whatever lay ahead. Perhaps sensing Yun Ruoyue's sorrow, Mo Zhu said, "Your Highness, perhaps for Feng'er. Sacrificing himself for the prince is the true path to liberation, and he would find great honor in it. Then it is imperative for your prince to awaken quickly, utilizing his power and connections to aid more common folk, thus honoring those who have sacrificed for him," Yun Ruoyue replied. In the depths of night, within the imperial palace, Emperor Han Yuan was enmeshed in a passionate encounter with a newly arrived exotic beauty. Suddenly, the panicked voice of eunuch Lu broke through the atmosphere. "Your Majesty, grave news. Thousands of commoners have surrounded the Jin Wangfu and are clashing with the Jin Wang's men." "What?" The emperor sprang to his feet, abandoning the exotic beauty in his arms. He hastily donned a robe and rushed out. "What is happening? Why are the commoners attacking the Jin Wangfu? Has the Jin Wang committed some offense?" Upon exiting, Emperor Han Yuan sternly inquired, "What is the matter?" Chapter 244, The Rebellious Prince Jin. Eunuch Lu quickly responded, "Your Majesty, Duke Zhongyong is awaiting outside. He is aware of the situation. Should we not summon him forth?" After Han Yuan Emperor spoke, he hastily secured his belt and adjusted his attire. The exotic beauty within, sensing the impending turmoil, feigned sleep in a bid to evade the emperor's wrath. Before long, Eunuch Lu entered with Su Ming. Upon his arrival, Su Ming bowed respectfully to the emperor and stated, "Your Majesty, a crisis has arisen at the Jin prince's residence." "What is the nature of this crisis? Speak at once." The emperor's urgency was palpable. Had it been any other matter, he would not have been so distressed. However, whenever the Jin prince was involved, a throbbing pain surged in his head, for he instinctively believed that anything related to the Jin prince could not bode well. Suddenly, Su Ming cast a wary glance towards the inner chamber. The emperor, sensing his unease, reassured him, "Do not fret, my loyal minister. The beauty I summoned this evening is the one you gifted me, known as Shui Tianxiang." Hearing this, Su Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him. He continued, "Your Majesty, there are rumors among the populace that the Jin Prince has dispatched assassins to slay the Li Prince." Upon hearing of the Li Prince's demise, the citizens were incensed and congregated at the Jin Prince's residence, demanding justice and retribution for the fallen Li Prince. Naturally, the Jin Prince refused to comply and dispatched his guards to suppress the citizens. In the ensuing clash, an unfortunate citizen was killed, inciting the wrath of the people. Now, the throngs of citizens have grown increasingly agitated, seeking vengeance for the deceased. In his youthful arrogance, the Jin Prince has even taken up his military insignia to summon troops, preparing to quell the populace. The situation outside the Jin Prince's gates has descended into chaos, with citizens clashing with guards, resulting in numerous injuries among the common folk. They accuse you of condoning the Jin Prince's actions against the Li Prince, claiming that the late emperor entrusted the Li Prince to your care, only for you to allow your son to slay him. However, my men have visited the Li Prince's estate and discovered that he is merely in a state of unconsciousness and has not perished. In truth, the citizens' remarks are even more scathing, suggesting that you orchestrated the assassination of the Li Prince to eliminate the late emperor's only legitimate heir. They denounce you as a treacherous wolf, claiming you repay kindness with malice, betraying the late emperor's trust. Some audacious individuals have even gone so far as to accuse you of murdering the late emperor and usurping his throne. Yet, I dare not voice these accusations aloud. Nevertheless, I trust you can surmise their sentiments. Upon hearing this, Emperor Hongyuan was consumed with rage, slamming his palm onto the table and exclaiming, "This rebellious son! He is utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, lacking any restraint. How could a princely figure be so reckless as to cause such turmoil? Eunuch Lu, dispatch someone to the Jin Prince's residence immediately and summon him forth." The citizens likely believe he orchestrated the assassination of Chu Xuancheng. They may very well be contemplating rebellion. Eunuch Lu promptly acknowledged and hurried away. Su Ming stepped forward, saying, "Your Majesty, please quell your anger. Upon receiving this news, I have already sent someone to manage the situation. I hope to resolve this crisis swiftly. Remember, we must not engage in indiscriminate killings. No further harm must befall any citizen, for otherwise, this matter will escalate beyond control." The emperor maintained a stern countenance. He is not genuinely concerned about the lives of the common people. Rather, he fears the escalation of this incident and its potential impact on his reign. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I have dispatched individuals to appease the populace." The young Prince Jin, being impulsive by nature, may have fallen prey to the machinations of others. As Su Ming remarked, "How could I be unaware? Ordinary citizens lack the audacity to oppose the royal family. This matter is undoubtedly orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. However, had this rebellious son possessed a modicum of wisdom, he would not have been so easily deceived." Emperor Hongyuan expressed his frustration at the son's folly. Had it not been for the fact that this wayward son is the queen's child and his legitimate heir, he would not have tolerated him so repeatedly. "Your Majesty, the individuals orchestrating this affair are certainly aligned with Prince Li. I never anticipated that, despite lying in bed, Prince Li still wields such influence. He falsely claims to be deceased, manipulating public sentiment and inciting the masses. Such actions are truly deserving of the harshest punishment," Su Ming declared with a narrowed gaze. As his daughter is wed to Prince Jin, he will undoubtedly support him against Prince Li. Emperor Hongyuan nodded, acknowledging that the narrative has already been seized by his people. Rendering the situation increasingly precarious, he must address it with care. This indicates that Prince Li has numerous accomplices. Until these threats are eradicated, future troubles will surely abound. Su Ming remarked. Emperor Hongyuan, with a darkened expression, had initially intended to let matters drag on until they resolved themselves, believing this would alleviate a significant concern. Yet the situation has devolved into chaos. The animosity of the common people has been incited, making it difficult to quell their fury. Currently, only the news of Prince Li's survival can pacify the public's wrath. "Fear not, Your Majesty, I will ensure this information is disseminated to temporarily assuage their anger," Su Ming assured. "And what comes next?" Emperor Hongyuan inquired. "We shall feign the dispatch of imperial physicians alongside Princess Li to exert every effort in treating Prince Li. demonstrating to the populace the extent of the emperor's dedication to saving him. This will help quell their ire. Ultimately, however, he must still perish. This opportunity to eliminate him must not be squandered, Su Ming declared ruthlessly. Even if public outrage is subdued, Prince Jin's reputation will be irreparably tarnished. In the eyes of the people, he will be seen as the one who caused Prince Li's demise, and it is likely that no one would accept him as the crown prince. Does your majesty wish to establish Prince Jin as the heir? Su Ming questioned, feigning ignorance while already surmising the emperor's intentions. Prince Jin, being the emperor's legitimate son and the offspring of the queen, with the support of the Su family, possesses a certain impulsive ruthlessness, yet he is undeniably a prince of substance. He is the only one capable of contending with Chu Xuancheng. The other princes are either too young, overly meek, or ambitious yet mediocre, lacking a robust backing. There is also the third prince, the virtuous and intelligent Xian Wang, who could rival Prince Jin. However, he is gravely ill and unable to shoulder significant responsibilities. Thus, among these princes, the emperor favors Prince Jin the most, as there are no better alternatives. He, aware that the emperor had no better candidates, chose to marry his daughter to Prince Jin. In truth, they all understood that none of the sons of Emperor Han Yuan could rival Chu Xuancheng. Prince Jin was favored solely because he was the emperor's legitimate eldest son, yet he lacked the accomplishments to command the realm. In contrast, Chu Xuancheng possessed both courage and wisdom, excelling in both the arts of war and governance, with achievements that surpassed all others, winning the hearts of both the people and the military. He was a rare military genius, well qualified for the position of crown prince. Unfortunately, being the son of the late emperor, it seemed that such a brilliant talent was destined to wither. When Su Ming inquired, Emperor Han Yuan did not conceal his thoughts, stating that he had indeed considered appointing him, but Chu Xuancheng himself had failed to strive for it, rendering him unworthy of support. The emperor, still young, decided to postpone the matter for now. Yes, Prince Jin must be subjected to further scrutiny, Su Ming remarked. At that moment, eunuch Lu entered, announcing, "Your Majesty." Several ministers have sent memorials during the night, accusing Prince Jin of murdering Prince Li, which has incited public outrage. They demand that Your Majesty summon Prince Jin to answer for his actions and provide an explanation to the people. Chapter 246. The Empress Dowager's plea present the memorials. Emperor Han Yuan replied, lifting his gaze slightly. Eunuch Lu stepped forward, delivering a stack of thick memorials. The emperor glanced through them, his expression darkening. These ministers had the audacity to claim that he had condoned Prince Jin's actions and demanded that he hold Prince Jin accountable while seeking justice for Chu Xuancheng. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Have you not always sought the list of Prince Li's connections? Now these individuals have revealed themselves. Take note of which ministers submitted memorials, and you may settle accounts with them later, Su Ming suggested. Most of these ministers were old retainers from the late emperor's reign, trusted confidants. When Emperor Han Yuan ascended the throne, he had intended to uproot them entirely, but they had already established themselves in the court, some even controlling vital industries of the Chu state. A harsh purge would surely lead to unrest. Thus, he chose to retain them while gradually diminishing their power, promoting his own allies to marginalize the old guard. However, with the incident involving Chu Xuancheng, these individuals had now surfaced. It seemed that once Chu Xuancheng met his demise, it would be time to eliminate these ministers. Just then, Eunuch Lu returned with news, "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager has arrived, carried in a phoenix sedan." Before he could finish, the sedan bearing the Empress Dowager entered the emperor's chamber. Seeing this, Su Ming excused himself. As Emperor Han Yuan looked up, he saw the Empress Dowager reclining in the sedan and hurried forward, expressing concern. "Mother, your health has not yet recovered. How can you be out and about? If you wish to see your son, I shall come to you." "Son, I have been restless lately, unable to enjoy tea or food, always sensing that something is amiss. Just now, I heard that both the Li and Jin households have encountered troubles. The relations between Prince Li and Prince Jin have always been strained. What could have transpired? Both are my grandsons. They must not come to harm," the Empress Dowager said, her eyes reddened. Upon witnessing the scene, Emperor Han Yuan promptly approached and grasped the Empress Dowager's hand. "Mother, are you troubled of late? Someone, quickly bring a bowl of tranquil tea for the Empress Dowager." "Yes, Your Majesty," replied Eunuch Lu before he withdrew. In a short while, he returned with a cup of calming tea. After the Empress Dowager sipped the tea, her demeanor remained listless, her eyes still glistening with tears. "My son, would you speak the truth to me?" she implored. "What has become of Xuancheng?" Emperor Hongyuan was acutely aware that the Empress Dowager had long harbored resentment towards him for the assassination of the late emperor and empress, maintaining a frosty distance over the years. Yet, it was only when it came to the protection of the siblings, Chu Xuancheng and his sister, that she would speak to him gently, advocating for their cause. He hesitated to meet her gaze, averting his eyes as he replied, "Mother, please disregard the rumors circulating outside. They are nothing but falsehoods. Xuancheng has indeed been attacked, but it was certainly not the doing of Prince Jin. The public has been incited to frenzy, and I too am troubled by this matter. My son, how is Xuancheng faring? Is it true that he is, as the rumors suggest, lost to us?" The Empress Dowager's voice trembled, her face ashen as she looked upon Emperor Hongyuan. If Xuancheng were to perish, her own life would hold little meaning. Yet what of Jiyu? She still needed to protect her. Should both siblings be lost, her existence would soon follow. "Rest assured, Mother, Xuancheng is alive, and Princess Li is attending to him," the emperor reassured her. Chapter 247. Ruthless and unyielding though he lives, his fate hangs in the balance, does it not? The Empress Dowager's aged hands trembled with agitation. She longed to exact vengeance upon Prince Jin, yet found herself powerless, as her own flesh and blood were at stake. After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Hongyuan remarked, "For the time being, this is the case. However, I assure you, I shall dispatch imperial physicians to assist Princess Li in providing him with proper care. My son." The Empress Dowager's voice grew slightly more fervent, tinged with a plea. "Your royal brother has but this one legitimate son, regardless of your grievances. Could you not spare his life? I beseech you." Were it Prince Jin facing death today, she would have interceded on his behalf. To the Empress Dowager, they were all her grandchildren, and she could not bear to witness the siblings turning against one another. "My dear mother, it is not that I am unwilling to spare him. Rather, his injuries are grave, and whether he survives now rests upon fortune. If heaven does not favor him, there is little I can do," Emperor Hongyuan stated with difficulty. He was dutiful to the Empress Dowager, wishing for her to enjoy a peaceful life. Yet he would not spare Chu Xuancheng for the sake of filial piety. His realm and empire were of paramount importance. For the sake of his kingdom, he would not hesitate to sacrifice everything, including the Empress Dowager herself. Deep disappointment filled the Empress Dowager's heart towards Emperor Hongyuan, yet for the sake of the two children, she endured. With heartfelt urgency, she implored, "My son, for the sake of your empire, Xuancheng must not perish. The people are already whispering that Prince Jin is responsible for his plight. Should he indeed die, Prince Jin will be branded a pariah, accused of slaying the nation's protector, a historical criminal. The populace will view him as a fratricidal tyrant, ruthless and malevolent, leading to a loss of their support and loyalty. Such a person would not gain the approval of the common folk to ascend as the crown prince. They would deem him unfit for such a grand responsibility. Only if Xuancheng were to return to life would the populace forgive King Jin. Xuancheng is the divine warrior who protects the home and defends the nation. Without him, the tranquility of the Chu kingdom would be unattainable. His existence is essential for us to justify our claims to the world." Emperor Hongyuan is certainly aware of the gravity of this matter. He understands that Xuancheng's death, regardless of the circumstances, must not be attributed to the Chu Yao family. Xuancheng's remarkable military achievements leave the emperor unable to provide an explanation to the people. However, he did not anticipate the extraordinary esteem Xuancheng holds in the hearts of the populace. His unparalleled merits overshadow even that of the emperor himself, a situation he cannot tolerate. Therefore, even if it means inciting the public's ire, he is determined to see Xuancheng perish. He coldly remarked, "Mother, whether or not she awakens is in Xuancheng's hands. I believe in King Jin, who has been wronged." Historically, there was Emperor Gao, who, while vying for the throne with his brothers, was falsely accused of fratricide, yet he ultimately forged a prosperous era. History is penned by the victors. As long as King Jin secures dominion over the realm in the future, will not the merits and demerits of historical figures be determined by him? Upon hearing Emperor Hongyuan's words, the Empress Dowager felt an icy despair envelop her. The implication was clear. Even with the stain of fratricide upon King Jin, he would still be favored as a candidate for the future crown prince, and the emperor intended to support him. With a heart heavy with grief, she cast a sorrowful glance at Emperor Hongyuan, realizing that pleading with him was futile. and thus resolved to seek alternative means to save Xuancheng. My son, the parents of Xuancheng perished at your hands. Your actions now truly disappoint me. Do you wish for this aged body to accompany Xuancheng to the afterlife? If that is your desire, then grant me a piece of white silk. Chapter 248. The enchanting beauty from distant lands having spoken, she slowly closed her eyes. Mother, why must you speak so gravely? You have always known your son to be dutiful. I would willingly exchange my life for yours. However, in this matter, I must respectfully decline, for as long as he lives, he poses a threat to me. With him present, I find no peace, no rest. His military prowess is unparalleled. His prestige too great. As long as he exists, King Jin and others like him shall never rise. You are my royal grandson. I am also your son. Could you not balance the scales? Emperor Han Yuan lamented deeply. His mother's insistence on death to coerce him was a tactic that might have succeeded before. But when it comes to Xuancheng, he could not acquiesce. The Empress Dowager gazed at Emperor Han Yuan in disbelief. With their parents gone, only the two siblings remained. Yet he, with his numerous descendants and abundant fortune, still contended for a fragment of affection? Could he not spare Xuancheng? My mother, regardless of my age or prosperity, I still crave your love. Emperor Han Yuan lifted his gaze. The Empress Dowager hesitated for a moment. My son, if you are willing to spare him, I shall persuade him to gradually relinquish his power, to hand over his military authority to you. You may grant him a fief, allowing him to live as a leisurely prince, forever posing no threat to your realm. What say you? With his capabilities, he would soon develop the fief. And at that point, with an army at his command and the mountains high and the emperor far away, the consequences would be dire. Then confine him within the capital, and assign someone to monitor him, allowing him to be a prince in name only, the Empress Dowager remarked. Given his temperament, can he endure such a life of house arrest? Inquired Emperor Han Yuan. Each day that Chu Xuancheng lived felt like a weight upon his heart, suffocating him as if a lump of cotton were lodged in his throat, causing immense discomfort. In the end, you refuse to spare him, don't you? My son, you have truly disappointed me. This visit has been in vain. Nurse Xue, let us return to the palace. Upon finishing her words, the Empress Dowager reclined onto the Phoenix sedan, closing her eyes, her tear-streaked cheeks betraying her sorrow. Son, I respectfully escort the Empress Dowager. Nurse Xue, please take good care of her and ensure she does not harm herself, Emperor Han Yuan instructed, implying that Nurse Xue should watch over the Empress Dowager to prevent any thoughts of suicide. Otherwise, should word of this matter spread, he would be unable to face the ancestors of the Chu family. Once the Empress Dowager departed, Emperor Han Yuan found himself yearning for the beauty on the dragon bed. This enchanting lady was one that Su Ming had procured from the Zhe, Xiang Lu in the city just days prior. She was as beautiful as a celestial being, with skin as white as snow and an ethereal grace, skilled in song and dance, exuding an alluring aura that captivated him instantly. With Chu Xuancheng's demise imminent, his greatest threat vanquished, his spirits lifted, and he eagerly approached the dragon bed. Your Majesty, Snow Tianxiang called softly from within the golden canopy. My beauty, do you long for me? Emperor Han Yuan replied tenderly. Your Majesty has pressing matters. Please attend to them first. I shall wait for you here. Snow Tianxiang responded with understanding. Are you not afraid that I might neglect you? Not at all. Your Majesty must prioritize state affairs. I shall wait for you, she reassured him. Indeed, you are more considerate than the others, Emperor Han Yuan said, casting an appreciative glance at the beauty before departing the inner chamber. Once he was gone, Snow Tianxiang straightened her posture, her demeanor turning cold and her eyes glinting with a fierce determination. Chapter 249. You fool. At that moment, Prince Jin hurriedly arrived at the palace. Upon reaching the entrance of the Emperor's sleeping quarters, Guangming Palace, he spotted Su Ming standing guard. Father-in-law. Prince Jin quickly approached and performed a respectful greeting. Su Ming, with a somber expression, replied, The Emperor is waiting for you inside. Do not delay. Yes, Prince Jin replied, hastily entering. As he stepped into Guangming Palace, he was met with the imposing figure of Emperor Han Yuan, whose face was twisted in fury. Prince Jin quickly moved forward to pay his respects, saying, Son pays his respects to father. Kneel. Emperor Han Yuan bellowed, glaring at Prince Jin with disappointment. You wretched child. Do you realize the grave mistake you have made? Prince Jin's face turned pale with fear, and he trembled before collapsing to the ground. I am unaware, father. I have committed no wrongdoing. I implore you to enlighten me, he pleaded. Even now, you dare not admit your faults, you ungrateful wretch. I am deeply disappointed in you. Emperor Han Yuan seethed, his forehead veined with rage. Hearing this, Su Ming turned to Prince Jin, urging, "My lord, you should promptly report to the emperor what transpired at the gate of the Prince Jin manor." Prince Jin's face drained of color. "Father-in-law, does father know about this?" "Not only the emperor, but now the entire capital is aware of the situation. The matter is escalating, which is decidedly detrimental to you," sighed Su Ming. The Prince of Jin immediately felt weakened, hastily casting a glance at Emperor Han Yuan, imploring, "Father, please temper your anger. It is merely the mischief of those unruly commoners who have been incited and manipulated to cause a ruckus at the Prince of Jin's residence, alleging that I have slain Chu Xuancheng and demanding my imprisonment. In a bid for self-preservation, I dispatched guards to fend them off, yet they showed no fear of the royal authority and instead clashed with my men. Are you implying that it is solely the fault of these ruffians?" Emperor Han Yuan bellowed. "I would not dare claim that. I too bear responsibility for failing to discern the ruse of these miscreants in a timely manner, falling prey to their schemes. I ought to have refrained from opening the door and ignored them," the Prince of Jin admitted, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "You fool," Emperor Han Yuan retorted, abruptly seizing the memorial on the table and hurling it at the Prince of Jin with great force. "There have already been reports accusing you of mobilizing troops to suppress the populace, leading to conflict and bloodshed among the common people. Did you also declare to them that the magistrates are under the jurisdiction of our Chu family? That you are unafraid of divine justice or the law? Have you no regard for me, to the extent that you would not fear even my wrath? Do you intend to rebel?" The Prince of Jin trembled in fear, a cold sweat drenching his face. "Father, please do not be angry. That was not my intention. Even if I had 100 times the courage, I would not dare to entertain such thoughts. I was ensnared by the schemes of others. It is evident that those loyal to Chu Xuancheng incited the populace, and there were clearly instigators among them. I am innocent in this matter, a victim of circumstance. Have you finally recognized that this situation was orchestrated? Yet how did you respond? As a prince, you failed to pacify the people and instead sent guards to suppress them, inciting bloodshed and public outrage. You are truly foolish. What is the current state of affairs at the Prince of Jin's residence?" Emperor Han Yuan inquired angrily. "My father-in-law has sent someone to assuage the public sentiments. I have just realized that the commoners were being manipulated. At that moment, I changed my approach, recalling the guards and halting the mobilization to suppress the populace, preparing to engage in dialogue with them and offering rice and silver to placate them. Yet they would not listen. Their emotions had already been stirred by those loyal to Chu Xuancheng. The benefits I offered could not sway them. They remained furious, declaring that unless King Li were still alive, there would be no possibility of quelling their anger." The Prince of Jin lamented. Chapter 250. Enemy Secret Agents. Emperor Hong Yuan's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated the considerable esteem in which Chu Xuancheng was held among the common folk. If he lacked genuine ability and true renown, even a leader could not incite such unrest. The current outrage among the populace is not merely the result of instigation by leaders, but is likely a testament to Chu Xuancheng's popularity following numerous victories. How many people are presently gathered at the gates of the Prince of Jin's residence? Emperor Han Yuan inquired once more. The Prince of Jin, pale-faced and hesitant, replied, "Approximately tens of thousands." "What? I was informed there were only a few thousand. How has this number swelled so drastically? If this continues, by morning, will not the entire city be in attendance?" Emperor Han Yuan realized that the situation seemed to be spiraling out of control. He had initially believed that merely a few thousand individuals could be easily managed. Unexpectedly, the number had grown to tens of thousands. Such a multitude could indeed destabilize his reign. If not managed properly, the common folk might rise in rebellion. At that moment, an urgent and anxious voice from outside the palace broke the tension. "Your Majesty, a report from the scouts has arrived. Please present it." Emperor Han Yuan straightened his posture, narrowing his eyes in apprehension. The arrival of such intelligence could only signify ill tidings. Upon receiving the report and unfolding it, his countenance darkened, and he held his breath, motionless, as if his very breath had ceased. "Your Majesty, what is amiss? What has transpired?" Su Ming inquired, noticing the emperor's unsettling reaction, clenching his teeth in fury. Emperor Han Yuan declared, "My scouts have conveyed intelligence indicating that the spies from the Tiansheng kingdom have learned of the demise of Prince Li. They have swiftly sent this news to Emperor Feng'er of Tiansheng. Upon learning of Chu Xuancheng's death, he has sharpened his knives and readied his fists, preparing to attack our nation. What? Feng'er? Su Ming's complexion darkened considerably. Feng'er was a member of the Yu clan, known for their fierce and unruly nature. Their robust physique made them adept in horseback warfare, and they commanded a well-trained, disciplined cavalry with tactical flexibility that surpassed that of soldiers from other nations. Only the Iron Blood Legion, led by Chu Xuancheng, could contend against them. Should Tiansheng seize this opportunity to assault the state of Chu, peril would surely follow. That scoundrel Feng'er dares to take advantage of Chu Xuancheng's demise to launch a sneak attack on our land. Emperor Han Yuan seethed, his teeth grinding in indignation. It appears that Chu Xuancheng cannot die. He must not perish. The imminent threat from Tiansheng, combined with the rising discontent among the populace, underscored the imperative of preserving Chu Xuancheng's life. Despite his deep-seated hatred for him and his desire for his demise, the emperor recognized the necessity of Xuancheng's presence at this critical juncture. He needed Xuancheng's influence to quell the public's fury and withstand the aggression of Tiansheng. The notion that Tiansheng sought to ambush the state of Chu upon hearing of Xuancheng's death made it clear that if he were to survive, the fear of him would compel Tiansheng to withdraw their forces. Su Ming concurred. Your Majesty, it seems that Prince Li indeed cannot afford to perish. Should he truly be gone, the enemy will surely invade. Without his leadership, the Iron Blood Legion may falter, leading to devastation for both nations and suffering for the common people. Most critically, facing both internal and external strife would jeopardize the stability of the state of Chu. To put it plainly, it would threaten your imperial throne. Without Chu Xuancheng, no one could stand against Feng'er. Indeed, I must issue a decree at once, commanding the princess consort to ensure Chu Xuancheng's revival, regardless of the cost, Emperor Han Yuan resolutely declared. Chapter 251. The Prince of Jin is defeated upon hearing this. The Prince of Jin protested vehemently. Father, our state of Chu is not solely reliant on Chu Xuancheng as a general. I too can lead our forces against Tiansheng. Allow me to command the Iron Blood Legion to defend our borders. I am confident I can secure victory and ensure the peace of our nation. Do not flatter yourself. Do you truly believe I am unaware of your capabilities? If I were to entrust the army to you, it would surely descend into chaos. You cannot even manage the common folk at your doorstep. How can I entrust the lives of the realm to you? Emperor Han Yuan exclaimed in anger. The Prince of Jin pouted in defiance. You have never given me the chance to prove myself. How can you claim I am incapable? Have I not allowed you to try before? You have fought several battles at the frontier, yet while others have triumphed against overwhelming odds, you have repeatedly suffered losses. Outnumbered yet defeated. Not only have you squandered my military funds, but you have also recklessly sacrificed countless soldiers, inciting public outrage and plunging the citizens at the border into dire straits. First, you must manage internal affairs before engaging in warfare. The art of battle is simply not suited for you, the emperor reproached sternly. But father, the prince attempted to interject, yet Emperor Hong Yuan's ire cut him off. Silence. You have made a mess of tonight's affairs. Do you still dare to unilaterally summon troops with the military talisman? Guards, take the prince away, administer 30 lashes, and then present him before the commoners to apologize and confess his wrongdoings. Father, how can you treat me this way? I can endure 30 lashes. But to apologize to those insufferable commoners? That would be tantamount to acknowledging my fault. How shall I ever face the world again? The prince, who had always looked down upon the populace, considering them mere insects, found it impossible to lower himself to seek their forgiveness. Su Ming quickly restrained the prince and urged, Your Highness, do not further oppose the emperor. His actions are intended to quell the people's anger. Only through this can the discontent subside. The emperor is trying to rescue you. Moreover, given the gravity of your misdeed, 30 lashes are a mere slap on the wrist. Hearing Su Ming's words, the prince ceased his protests, aware of the emperor's temperament. Any further outcry would lead to graver consequences. Consequently, the prince was taken away and subjected to a severe punishment, leaving him bloodied and on the brink of death before being carried to the gates of the prince's residence to face the public. The more brutal the punishment, the quicker the people's anger would dissipate. At that moment, the emperor also dispatched a decree, stating that the fault lay with the prince due to his youthful arrogance and reckless disposition, commanding him to atone for his errors by apologizing to the citizens gathered at the entrance of the palace. The edict further proclaimed that the Prince of Li had not perished. He was a vital minister of the state, a guardian of the nation, whom the emperor held in high regard, and efforts were being made to rescue him, urging the populace to remain calm. Thus, the public's outrage gradually subsided, and the crisis at the Prince of Jin's residence was temporarily alleviated. Now, the citizens awaited news of the Prince of Li. If he survived, their discontent would truly fade. But if he succumbed, their anger would be impossible to quell. Subsequently, Emperor Han Yuan swiftly drafted another decree for eunuch Lu to deliver to the residence of the Prince of Li. The contents of the edict mandated that the Princess of Li must exert every effort to save her husband. He must not perish, for if he did, the emperor would hold the Prince of Li's residence accountable. Chapter 252. A mandate for rescue. Upon receiving the decree, Yun Ruoyue rose, her face etched with confusion as she addressed eunuch Lu. Eunuch, why has the emperor changed his mind? This is the will of heaven. If you are to save him, then save him. Why ask so many questions? Lu Gonggong stated. He could not reveal to Yun Ruoyue that the emperor urgently required the assistance of Prince Li to fend off external threats. Hence Prince Li could not perish. The emperor had previously wished for Prince Li to languish, yet now he needed him. This would be tantamount to slapping the emperor in the face. At present, it is as if the emperor is beseeching Chu Xuancheng to awaken, to safeguard his realm. Yun Ruoyue found herself in a quandary. However, my lord, the emperor had previously instructed me to remain an indifferent observer, to not interfere with the prince. I truly did not intervene, and now his condition is deteriorating more severely. It is likely that even the immortal deities would struggle to save him. Princess Li, you must save Prince Li. His life is crucial to the very essence of the state of Chu. Without him, the enemy will invade, Lu Gonggong urged anxiously. The emperor has proclaimed that should you revive him, you will be generously rewarded with gold, silver, and jewels, and you may present him with a single condition, one that he is capable of fulfilling. Lu Gonggong's desperation was palpable. Even he understood that Prince Li could not die. Should he perish, tranquility would elude the state of Chu. Yun Ruoyue pretended to ponder. Did the emperor truly refrain from executing Prince Li? Did he genuinely wish for his survival? Indeed, Lu Gonggong affirmed, stamping his foot in exasperation, the life of Prince Li is paramount. He must survive in good health to provide assurance to the common folk and to deter the state of Tianqing. By saving him, you would be rescuing the entirety of the state of Chu. You would become the savior of the realm, and both the emperor and the populace would express their gratitude. If I manage to revive Prince Li, can I genuinely propose a condition to the emperor? Would he acquiesce to whatever I request? Yun Ruoyue inquired. Of course, as long as it is not an improper demand, the emperor will be obliged to comply, Lu Gonggong replied. Yun Ruoyue pondered. If she were to save Chu Xuancheng, could she request the emperor's consent for her to separate from him and revoke her status as a pawn? She had no desire to remain a mere instrument of the emperor, subject to his whims. Nor did she wish to be the wife of Prince Li, perpetually embroiled in rivalry with Nangong Ro. She would rather extricate herself from the palace and lead a carefree life of her own. Very well, rest assured. I shall do everything within my power to save him, even if it costs me my life, Yun Ruoyue declared before entering the inner chamber. Lu Gonggong was deeply concerned that Chu Xuancheng might never awaken. Thus he did not return to the palace, but instead remained in the side hall with the court physicians. The physicians had previously examined Chu Xuancheng and taken his pulse. At this moment, Physician Zhang spoke. Gonggong, I have just checked Prince Li's pulse. It is weak and his breath unstable. The prognosis is rather grim. Does Princess Li truly have confidence in saving him? I do not know, but the emperor, distressed for his nephew, has issued a decree mandating that we must do everything possible to save Prince Li. The late emperor left behind only this one legitimate son. He cannot be allowed to come to harm, Lu Gonggong lamented, wiping away tears. The physicians were momentarily taken aback. Lu Gonggong's acting skills could rival those of a stage performer. Just moments ago, he had subtly warned everyone not to save Prince Li, allowing him to live or die as fate would dictate. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he had changed his stance entirely. They feigned ignorance, remarking, "Ah, the emperor truly dotes on Prince Li." If the late emperor were to witness this, he would surely express his gratitude towards the emperor. I believe Prince Li is indeed fortunate. Those blessed by fate are destined for prosperity. Eunuch Lu nodded sorrowfully in agreement. Chapter 253. Chu Xuancheng awakens in the starry pavilion. Upon entering, Yun Ruoyue promptly dismissed the superfluous attendants, leaving only herself and Mo Zhu within. Your Highness, Mr. Feng is remarkably astute. Fortunately, his two suggestions were invaluable. and we had anticipated contingencies. Our spies within the palace have reported that initially, it was merely the people's outrage, yet the emperor remained unyielding, even refusing the pleas of the Empress Dowager. It was only upon learning that the kingdom of Tianqing intended to attack the kingdom of Chu that his stance shifted, urging us to do everything possible to save the prince. Mo Zhu, having learned of the developments, relayed the information to Yun Ruoyue. You received the news so swiftly? It seems our informants within the palace are quite capable, she remarked. Your Highness, does this mean we can now devote our full efforts to treating the prince? Mo Zhu exclaimed with excitement. I have been exerting all my efforts to heal him, administering the finest medicines and transfusing blood, yet he remains unresponsive. I suspect it is due to his weakened will, as he seems reluctant to awaken. Yun Ruoyue sighed, taking a seat beside Chu Xuancheng. The prince has always possessed a formidable spirit. Nothing could ever bring him down. His refusal to awaken must stem from some underlying concern, Mo Zhu observed, gazing sorrowfully at the sleeping Chu Xuancheng. Suddenly, Yun Ruoyue suggested, should we summon the person he cherishes most to call him back? Perhaps concubine Ro or Princess Jean. Yet, they have visited before without stirring him. At this, Mo Zhu glanced apologetically at Yun Ruoyue. Forgive me, Your Highness, I should not speak thus. You are undoubtedly the one he holds dear. He cautiously assessed her reaction, fearful of inciting her ire. However, Yun Ruoyue remained unfazed, responding with calm composure. I am not the one he treasures, but I am content with my own self-worth. Mo Zhu was taken aback by the unexpected profundity of her words, believing that she would be disheartened and react as she had in the past. Instead, she exhibited a serene demeanor. Once Mo Zhu departed, only Yun Ruoyue remained to guard Chu Xuancheng. The princess and eunuch Lu rested in a nearby chamber. After administering another dose of medicine, seeing that he still lay in silence, she settled in front of his bed, resting her chin on her hands as she gazed at him. Chu Xuancheng had been turned onto his side by her earlier, thus his face was now oriented towards hers. Even in slumber, his features retained an air of cold firmness, emanating an imposing presence. His long eyelashes resembled delicate brushes, elegantly curled and captivating. Unable to resist, she reached out to touch his lashes, marveling at their exquisite texture, akin to a row of fine brushes. What are you doing? Came a sudden icy voice, startling Yun Ruoyue, causing her fingers to retract swiftly. The man on the bed had already opened his eyes, his sharp gaze fixed intently upon her. You are awake? Yun Ruoyue was taken aback, witnessing Chu Xuancheng coldly open his eyes. Chu Xuancheng lowered his eyelashes slightly, remaining silent, which implied his acquiescence. Yun Ruoyue scrutinized him closely, noting his composed demeanor, entirely uncharacteristic of someone just roused from slumber. She suddenly inquired, have you been awake for some time? Did you deceive us all? She had presumed him to be lacking in willpower, which was why he had not awakened. Unexpectedly, he had long been awake, feigning unconsciousness instead. Why did you continue to pretend to be unconscious? Surely, you do not distrust me and are testing me under the guise of unconsciousness? Yun Ruoyue questioned further. I have no interest in feigning unconsciousness. I have only just awakened, Chu Xuancheng replied coldly. In truth, he had regained consciousness when the king of Jin visited him, but he had chosen to remain in this state to collaborate with Mo Li and the others. Had he awakened too early, the news would have reached the common folk, rendering their efforts ineffective. Simultaneously, he wished to gauge the sincerity of those around him, and to his surprise, he had indeed discerned their loyalty. Mo Li and the others proved to be quite steadfast, affirming his initial judgment. However, Yun Ruoyue was an exception. He had anticipated she would conspire with the emperor to bring about his demise, yet she had instead aligned herself with him. At that moment, he felt a pressing urgency. His expression stiffened as he turned to Yun Ruoyue. Please summon Mo Zhu. I require his assistance. Mo Zhu and Mo Li had gone out on an errand, and those assassins needed to be managed. If you have need, simply call for me, Yun Ruoyue replied. Chu Xuancheng's countenance darkened immediately. I do not require you. Fetch a servant instead. Why must you seek a servant? Am I not capable of assisting you? Yun Ruoyue appeared bewildered. Chu Xuancheng's expression had turned as dark as a pot's bottom. Can you assist me with my urgent need? Yun Ruoyue's face flushed instantly. You require assistance with that? Why did you not say so earlier? I shall summon someone this very moment. With that, she blushed deeply and hurriedly left the room. Chu Xuancheng thought it rather absurd. If he needed assistance, he should have stated it sooner, sparing her from misunderstanding. Yet, She was rather oblivious. His request for a servant surely held significance, and she foolishly offered her help. Once outside the hall, Yun Ruoyue called upon a trusted servant of Chu Xuancheng to attend to him. At that moment, Eunuch Lu and the princess approached eagerly. Eunuch Lu inquired, "How is it, Lady of Li? Has the Lord awakened?" "He has awakened, though he has yet to improve. He requires further rest and observation over the next few days to ascertain the stability of his condition," Yun Ruoyue replied. "Truly? That is wonderful news. Lady of Li, you must take good care of the Lord. I shall head to the palace at once to relay this good news to the emperor. He will surely be delighted to hear it," Eunuch Lu exclaimed with excitement. The princess, equally thrilled, made to enter the hall, but Yun Ruoyue promptly pulled her back. "Do not enter, Your Highness. The Lord is indisposed." "Oh," the princess retreated, her face flushing crimson with embarrassment. "Princess, please enter the palace and inform the Empress Dowager of this matter, so that she may find solace." Yun Ruoyue understood that the Empress Dowager was distressed over Chu Xuancheng, and thus wished for her to be informed at the earliest opportunity. As a physician, she recognized that Chu Xuancheng's awakening was a promising sign of recovery. She intentionally exaggerated the severity of the situation to Eunuch Lu, merely to alleviate Emperor Hong Yuan's vigilance towards Chu Xuancheng. The Grand Princess cast a cold glance at her, stating, "I am aware, no need for your unnecessary words. I shall remain here to care for my brother, and I will send someone back to the palace to convey this good news to the Empress Dowager." She had only just managed to step out of the palace and had no desire to return. Under the pretense of tending to her brother, she sought to linger in the Li Wangfu, to experience the world beyond the palace walls. Since the age of 15, she had been confined within the imperial palace and had never set foot outside. Her spirit had long been stifled. Now that she had the chance to escape, she was resolute in her refusal to go back. Seeing the Grand Princess's reluctance to return, Yun Ruoyue said nothing further. This was Chu Xuancheng's home. The Grand Princess was his sister, and her choice to stay was not for Yun Ruoyue to question. At that moment, a young servant emerged carrying a chamber pot, and Yun Ruoyue understood that Chu Xuancheng had completed his needs, prompting her to re-enter the inner chamber. Meanwhile, within the palace, upon hearing the news of Chu Xuancheng's awakening, Emperor Hong Yuan breathed a great sigh of relief. Indeed, Yun Ruoyue was a person of remarkable capability. With a mere command, she had restored Chu Xuancheng to life. He promptly instructed Eunuch Lu to disseminate the news of Li Wang's awakening, urging that the people of the Tianxing kingdom be informed swiftly, for he wished to halt the offensive against the Chu kingdom. Despite being an emperor, he felt a profound trepidation towards the Tianxing kingdom, a sentiment that would likely invite ridicule if revealed. However, the Tianxing kingdom was known for its ferocity, and the Chu kingdom could not produce competent military leaders to withstand them. Thus, he had no choice but to rely on Chu Xuancheng. This time, fortune favored Chu Xuancheng. Once he found a formidable general to replace him, he would eliminate him. After this matter was resolved, he would also devise a means to weaken Chu Xuancheng's influence, rooting out those instigators among the dead soldiers and eradicating them entirely. "Yes, Your Majesty," Eunuch Lu replied. Emperor Hong Yuan turned his gaze towards Su Ming, declaring, "I shall immediately draft an imperial edict for you to take to the Jin Wangfu to quell public discontent. Once Chu Xuancheng awakens, the people's grievances will surely subside swiftly." Su Ming cupped his hands in respect, replying, "Yes, Your Majesty, but I did not expect that Li Wang would awaken so fortuitously. It was not long after you summoned Eunuch Lu from the palace that he regained consciousness. Do you suspect he was feigning his coma?" Emperor Hong Yuan narrowed his eyes coldly. "I possess no evidence. Perhaps it was mere coincidence," Su Ming replied, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Emperor Hong Yuan replied icily, "At this stage, even if he were to feign a coma to deceive me, I am powerless against him. What choice do we have when the Chu kingdom is in need of him? If only his sons possessed half of his prowess, I would not be bound by him." Outside the Jin Wangfu, the atmosphere remained tumultuous. Even after the emperor had chastised the Jin Wang and publicly apologized to the people, they remained outraged, unwilling to forgive him. Dressed in new garments, Su Changshao lay beside the Jin Wang, tears streaming down his face. How could the emperor be so ruthless, inflicting such punishment upon the Prince of Jin? Furthermore, dragging him out for public display. What remains of the dignity of the Jin prince's residence? The prince has been so brutally beaten. Yet the unruly populace continues to demand his life in retribution for Chu Xuancheng. The mere thought of Chu Xuancheng sends a sharp pang through her heart. But she cannot afford to dwell on her sorrow for him. She must first confront the crisis at hand. The foolish prince has incited the ire of the common folk step by step, leading to an ever-growing crowd gathered before the gates of the Jin residence. Were it not for her timely warning to her father, who then sent her elder and second brothers to pacify the masses, the residence might have already been overrun by the throng. At that moment, a carriage suddenly approached the front of the Jin residence, flanked by numerous attendants. Xuancheng, noticing the character Su emblazoned on the carriage, rose in excitement to gaze at it. The crowd, too, fell silent as they turned their attention to the approaching vehicle. It appeared to be the carriage of the Duke of Loyalty and Valor. What business could he possibly have here? Someone speculated. Surely, he has come to aid the prince in suppressing the people. After all, the Duke is the prince's father-in-law, and they are indeed cut from the same cloth. Chapter 256. The people's cheer. The carriage came to a halt before the assembled crowd, and from within emerged a middle-aged man clad in a blue imperial robe. His demeanor calm, yet commanding. In his hand, he held a bright yellow imperial edict, and with an air of authority, he surveyed the gathered citizens before slowly unfurling the decree. By the will of heaven, the emperor proclaims, I have learned that the valiant general has regained consciousness, his condition stabilizing and improving. I urge the people to disperse swiftly and refrain from congregating at the Jin residence. The Prince of Li has not perished. The palace physicians and the Princess of Li have been diligently attending to him. I have long since decreed that, regardless of the cost in resources or manpower, we must ensure the survival of the god of war of the Chu state. I have ascertained that the assassination attempt on the Prince of Li was orchestrated by assassins from a rival nation, who sought to provoke discord between the Prince of Jin and the Prince of Li by implicating the former in this heinous act. The prince is innocent, yet he has allowed his guards to harm the citizens, resulting in grievous bloodshed, and thus he must face severe penalties. I shall command a thorough investigation into the assassination of the Prince of Li to provide him with justice, and I will impose strict punishment upon the Prince of Jin to offer the people an explanation, as well as provide compensation to the families of the deceased and injured, ensuring that the citizens of Chu do not suffer in vain. The people of Chu are my subjects. I cherish them as my own children and will not permit anyone to harm them. I implore you, do not heed the previous rumors. Return home to reunite with your families and restore normalcy to your lives. Thus decreed. Upon hearing this proclamation, the crowd erupted into joyful cheers. Is it true? The Prince of Li has not died. He has been saved? How wonderful. But why were there rumors of his death? What is the truth behind this? Did someone spread misinformation, leading to our misunderstanding? Regardless of the source of the rumors, knowing that the Prince of Li still lives brings us great relief. We can finally rest easy and return home to sleep. However, the emperor stated that the assassination was the work of foreign assassins, not the Prince of Jin. Have we wrongfully accused him? Uncertain as I am, if indeed the crown prince has been wrongfully accused, why then would the emperor impose upon him 30 lashes? It is undoubtedly due to the crown prince's tempestuous nature, which has offended the common folk and resulted in the demise of Feng'er, that the emperor has seen fit to punish him. Fortunately, the emperor extends his compassion to the bereaved populace. Otherwise, under the crown prince's conduct, the commoners would despair. Thus, it follows that our emperor is a wise ruler, a commendable sovereign. Not only does he strive to heal the injured Li Wang, but he also imposes severe penalties upon the crown prince, refusing to grant him leniency simply because he is his eldest son. This demonstrates the emperor's admirable qualities and affirms that our nation is governed by law and justice, offering hope for the future. As long as Li Wang recovers, the crown prince is punished, and the injured citizens receive compensation, we may disperse. It is only in a realm where justice prevails that the common people find hope. The citizens had fought at the gates of the crown prince's residence throughout the night, indeed weary and famished, nearing their breaking point. Upon hearing the news of Chu Xuancheng's awakening, they were naturally overjoyed and gradually retreated to their homes. Once a significant portion of the crowd had dispersed, Su Changxiao hurried to the carriage and expressed gratitude to Su Ming, saying, "Thank you, father, for rescuing us." Su Ming glanced at the crown prince, lying on the stretcher, let out a sigh, and urged, "Quickly, take him inside for treatment." The crown prince's impulsive and arrogant demeanor raises questions about whether he is deserving of support. Among the crowd, several mysterious spies exchanged astonished glances upon hearing the imperial decree. It turned out that Li Wang had not perished. He was still alive. necessitating the urgent transmission of this news back to the Tianxin kingdom for the emperor's decision on whether to launch a surprise attack on the Chu kingdom. In the Li Wang residence, Yun Ruoyue entered the chamber and beheld Chu Xuancheng reclining on the bed, his back grievously wounded by an assassin's blade. It was clear that he could not lie flat. Suddenly, with a thud, his entire body slumped helplessly onto the bed as he attempted to turn. He found himself utterly devoid of strength. Having not eaten for a prolonged period, he was now exceedingly weak, rendering him unable to shift his position. Observing Chu Xuancheng's futile struggle to turn, resembling a floundering fish, Yun Ruoyue could not suppress a chuckle. "What are you laughing at? Come here and assist me in turning." Chu Xuancheng, sharp-eyed, caught her in the act and cast an irritated glance her way. Yun Ruoyue thought to herself, "It seems you too have your moments." She feigned concern and approached him. "Your Highness, you are still quite frail and have not eaten. Even if you manage to turn, you won't be able to maintain that position for long. It would be simpler to remain as you are." Chu Xuancheng had no intention of lying flat. He found the position unsightly. His head was either pressed awkwardly against the bed like a clumsy gourd or tilted foolishly to one side, which would soon lead to a sore neck. "I refuse to lie flat. You must help me turn to my side," he commanded coldly. "Very well," Yun Ruoyue acquiesced, unable to argue, and stepped forward to assist him. Observing her efforts, Chu Xuancheng attempted to exert himself, cooperating with Yun Ruoyue's actions to lessen her burden. Yun Ruoyue, at that moment, turned her body to the edge of the bed, gently supporting Chu Xuancheng's waist, hoping to assist him in rising. However, his weight proved to be too formidable for her delicate hands to bear. With great effort, Chu Xuancheng complied, shifting his body halfway. Suddenly, the wound on his back was tugged, causing him to wince in pain, and he collapsed heavily onto the bed, inadvertently pinning the frail Yun Ruoyue beneath him. Caught off guard, Yun Ruoyue found herself firmly pressed down, a wave of masculine fragrance enveloping her. Her eyes widened in astonishment. You have pinned me down." Due to her slight frame and his overwhelming strength, his gentle movement had easily swept her beneath him, and the closeness of their bodies ignited a profound embarrassment within her. As Chu Xuancheng lay atop Yun Ruoyue, he was struck by the surprising softness of her form, contrary to his expectations. His hand inadvertently brushed against something unexpected, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "Why is it so soft, like cotton? I had imagined it would be as hard as stone." "What did you say? You scoundrel!" Yun Ruoyue, realizing that he had inadvertently touched a sensitive part of her, raised her hand in fury and struck his face. The slap left Chu Xuancheng momentarily stunned. He had never anticipated that this timid woman would dare to hit him. Severely injured and unable to retaliate, he bore the impact of her slap in silence. Anger coursed through him, his teeth clenched and his expression darkened. "How dare you strike the prince? Who gave you the audacity?" Yun Ruoyue glared at him, her eyes aflame with indignation. "I never strike without cause. It was you who shamelessly took advantage of the situation. Naturally, I had to retaliate." She thought to herself that had Chu Xuancheng not been so severely injured, she would never have dared to hit him. Her hand trembled after the act, fear gripping her that he might seek revenge. Given his temperament, she feared he would not let her off easily for this transgression. "You claim I took advantage of you?" "Yun Ruoyue, a woman of your appearance, even if presented to me unclothed, I would not spare you a glance. Moreover, were you not always seeking opportunities to approach me before? Why act so high and mighty now? Or are you playing a game of feigned aloofness?" Chu Xuancheng's anger flared. His jaw clenched. Yun Ruoyue retorted heatedly, "You are exceedingly self-absorbed. Who wishes to play games with you? That is not to my taste. Rest assured, I have already made up my mind. The emperor has stated that should I heal your wounds, he will grant me one condition. At that time, I will inform the emperor that my condition is a divorce from you. We shall part ways, each pursuing our own happiness, and avoid interfering in one another's lives. You shall not succeed. I will never agree to your divorce. Once you entered the Li Wang residence, you became one of its own, alive or dead. I have stated before that escaping the Li Wang residence is only possible through death." Chu Xuancheng replied coldly. Previously, he had thought Yun Ruoyue's mention of divorce was merely to provoke him. However, he no longer held that belief. He sensed the sincerity in her words, realizing that she genuinely wished to sever their ties and distance herself from him. He never anticipated that a mere incident of falling into the water could drastically alter one's character. Yun Ruoyue glared with fury, her eyes wide with indignation. Death was inevitable. So what was there to fear? Even in death, She vowed to drag the entire Li Wangfu down with her as her companions in the grave. She refused to die in vain. You dare? Are you still the Yun Ruoyue I once knew? Since your fall, you have changed so rapidly that even I cannot see through you. Xuancheng scrutinized the woman before him, his gaze filled with skepticism. It was then that Yun Ruoyue realized Xuancheng had begun to doubt her once more. If he discovered that she was no longer the Yun Ruoyue of old, would he not incinerate her? Suddenly, she turned her gaze upon him. Her eyes that once held disdain now softened to a gentle, flowing warmth. She extended her arms, encircling his neck, and cast him a flirtatious glance, whispering sweetly, "Your Highness, I must confess, I have indeed been playing a game of feigned capture and release. My intentions were solely to draw your attention. See, have I not succeeded?" With these words, she feigned affection, though her heart recoiled at the deceit. In this era, it was indeed a challenge for women to live freely. She yearned to extricate herself from the bonds of this charade and return to a life of leisure. Xuancheng's lashes fluttered as he regarded her with keen interest, his exquisite phoenix eyes fixed intently upon her. "Is what you say truly sincere? Indeed, more genuine than gold. If it were not for you, how could I have risked myself to save another? Everything I have done has been to capture your interest." Yun Ruoyue's voice softened further. Even she felt a shiver of sweetness at her own words. She thought to herself, with his disdain for her, surely he would loathe her for such declarations. "Oh, so all your actions were for my sake. You have always harbored feelings for me?" Xuancheng's handsome features twisted into a cold smirk. Yun Ruoyue quickly nodded, closing her eyes and pouting her lips toward him. "Yes, your Highness, I have always loved you. All my actions have been for you." With that, she leaned in, offering her lips to the man above her, hoping her outrageous display would incite his fury and prompt him to cast her aside, allowing her to escape. To her astonishment, a warm mouth descended upon hers in an instant. Chapter 259, Jealousy consumed her. She gasped, eyes wide with shock as she discovered that Xuancheng had closed his eyes and fervently captured her lips with his own. In sheer terror, she exclaimed, "What are you doing? Release me." She turned her head sharply, breaking the kiss, unwilling to let him touch her. How could this man, who should despise her, not only refrain from banishing her, but instead truly kiss her? She felt as though she had traded a treasure for a trifle, on the verge of tears. After receiving the sweet kiss, Xuancheng raised an eyebrow, a cold smile playing on his lips. He had not intended to kiss her, but her earlier demeanor had been irresistibly alluring. Her red lips resembled cherry blossoms in April, tempting him to partake, and thus he had succumbed to the impulse. The taste was delightful, yet regrettably, she was the daughter of his enemy. Yun Ruoyue was momentarily taken aback by Xuancheng's smile, trembling in fear, her heart racing with anxiety. She harbored grave doubts about the severity of his injuries. He was so robust and possessed remarkable martial prowess that she genuinely feared he might overpower her at that very moment. Gazing at him with wide eyes, she swallowed hard, declaring, "I was merely deceiving you earlier. I did not feign affection, nor have I developed feelings for you. Kindly release me. I must leave. You were just professing your feelings to me moments ago, even offering me a kiss. With such fervor, how could I not cherish your heartfelt intentions?" Xuancheng teased, tightening his grip on her arms. It was then that she realized, despite his injuries, his strength was formidable. His hands clamped around her like a vice. And unless he chose to release her, escape was impossible. Regret washed over her. She should not have pretended to seduce him. To speak candidly, I was merely acting to repel you, intending to provoke your disdain. Please, let me go. I harbor no affection for you, nor do you for me. Is it not Nangong Ro you cherish? If you long for her, I can summon her to reunite you both in love, Yun Ruoyue implored, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Xuancheng was taken aback. This woman, known for her jealousy, had surprisingly shown such generosity. She was suggesting he pursue Nangong Ro, which confirmed to him that she had indeed changed. "It is an honor for you to be cherished by me. Do not attempt to divert my affections elsewhere," he asserted. Xuancheng was not one to be controlled. If she urged him toward Nangong Ro, he would resist. Yun Ruoyue, astonished, regarded him with disdain. "I never imagined you to be such a man. I believed you to be devoted. You already have Nangong Ro. Why pursue me? Such behavior is disloyal." "What is disloyalty?" I ask. "It is commonplace for men to have multiple wives. Just because I have Nangong Ro does not preclude my affection for you. You are, after all, my primary wife. I shall ensure fairness between you both, as is your desire. Xuancheng replied coldly. Yun Ruoyue smirked, stating, to be frank, I am a jealous person who cannot tolerate any rivalry. The man I choose must love only me, marry only me, and must not touch another woman. Should he betray me, I shall cast him aside and never forgive him. To me, love is sacred. Only monogamous love is pure. I uphold the principle of one husband, one wife, and I abhor the feudal customs of polygamy. Thus, we are destined to part ways. I shall not provoke you, and you should not pursue me. Let us coexist peacefully. Upon hearing her words, Xuancheng's pupils constricted in icy disbelief. The principle of one husband, one wife? This woman is truly delusional. Does she not understand the traditional hierarchy in marriage? Noticing his silence, Yun Ruoyue smirked. What? Can you not remain loyal to a single person? You have married Nongong. Therefore, love her genuinely and refrain from provoking me. I would rather remain in solitude than engage in a rivalry with a woman over a man who asserted that I came to provoke you. You possess no right to dictate whom I may or may not associate with. Your assumptions are misguided. In my eyes, you are merely a vessel for my desires, so do not overestimate your significance. Xuancheng spoke coldly. Yun Ruoyue, incensed by his words, clenched her teeth fiercely. Xuancheng, you are shameless, despicable, and utterly devoid of honor. Were it not for the Emperor's decree commanding me to ensure your survival, I would have long ceased to concern myself with you. Your Highness, you are awake. At that moment, Nongong Ro's worried voice echoed from the entrance of the chamber. Upon hearing her, Xuancheng instantly released Yun Ruoyue. As Yun Ruoyue raised her eyes, she beheld Nongong Ro and the Grand Princess entering together. Witnessing their presence, the Grand Princess cast a cold glare in her direction, while Nongong Ro appeared unsteady, as if struggling to maintain her balance. Seizing the opportunity after being released, Yun Ruoyue rolled off the bed, inadvertently landing on the floor. Swiftly rising, she dusted herself off and awkwardly addressed Nongong Ro. My apologies, consort Ro. There is nothing between him and me, so please do not misunderstand. Xuancheng furrowed his brow fiercely. Did this woman insist on distancing herself from him? Nongong Ro's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gently remarked, Sister, what are you saying? You are also the prince's wife and need not explain such things to me. I heard that the prince had awoken, and I specifically requested Elder Yu to seek permission from the Grand Princess, who graciously allowed me to visit the prince. Which is why I am here. Elder Yu? Yun Ruoyue recalled an elderly matron from the royal residence who had previously been close to matron Zhang, but was now assigned to serve Nongong Ro in Yuru Pavilion. Birds of a feather flock together. Anyone associated with matron Zhang could not be of good character. Upon hearing this, Xuancheng rested his head upon his left arm, his brow furrowing in agitation. Released? What does that imply? The Grand Princess, irate, pointed at Yun Ruoyue and coldly declared, Your Highness, you must inquire of your esteemed wife. While you were unconscious, she bullied Roer, preventing her from visiting you, and even confining her in Yuru Pavilion, forbidding her from coming out. Roer is innocent and gentle. Without your protection, who knows how she would have been mistreated. If it were not for Elder you seeking me out, I would have remained unaware of your so-called good wife daring to imprison Roer during your unconsciousness. Her heart is truly wicked. Originally, the Grand Princess had softened her stance towards Yun Ruoyue due to her previous assistance with her eyesight. However, upon witnessing her treatment of Nongong Ro, her fury ignited. This woman was far too cruel to be befriended. Nongong Ro hastily tugged at the Grand Princess's sleeve. Sister, please, it is my fault for being inconsiderate. I should not have disturbed the prince during his unconsciousness. The fault lies with me, and the princess's actions were justified. Although she spoke these words, her expression radiated a sense of grievance, resembling a wronged young bride. Observing this, Xuancheng's gaze darkened as he turned it upon Yun Ruoyue. You dared to bully Roer while I was unconscious? Who granted you the authority to confine her? It appears I was mistaken to allow you to assume the role of mistress. How could you treat Roer with such cruelty? Chapter 261. Misjudgment of character. Yun Ruoyue cast a cold glance at him. You did not even hear my explanation, yet you chose to believe their one-sided accounts. Is this not exceedingly unfair? Very well, I shall grant you the opportunity to explain. Should you fail to provide me with a valid reason, you may relinquish the position of the main consort to Roer. It shall not be yours. Xuancheng replied icily. Yun Ruoyue smirked. If you do not trust me, I had no intention of explaining myself. However, I refuse to bear the blame for mistreating a junior consort. Previously, When you were in a state of unconsciousness and required rest, concubine Ro kept wailing and causing a ruckus. Both Mo Zhu and I informed her that you needed tranquility and should wait outside. To my astonishment, she began to argue with me, crying and clinging to your body. I feared her actions might aggravate your injuries, so I merely asked her to leave until you awakened. Yet, she obstinately refused, insisting on embracing you and uttering ominous declarations about her own life should you not wake, which dampened the spirits of those present. Concerned that her presence would disrupt your recovery, I ordered her removal. I explicitly stated that until the prince awoke, concubine Ro was forbidden from stepping foot outside Yuru Pavilion. This meant that once you regained consciousness, she could return. Had I not issued such a decree, she would have continued to create a disturbance, potentially jeopardizing your well-being. As the prince's consort and a physician, I bear the responsibility to ensure your safety. Mo Zhu and the others can testify to this. If you doubt me, you may summon them for verification. Upon hearing Yun Ruoyue's words, Chu Xuancheng's expression softened slightly. Nangong Ro, distressed, began to weep. Sister, how can you say such things? I was only worried about the prince, wanting to accompany and care for him. I harbor no ulterior motives. The Grand Princess interjected. Ruoyue is the epitome of innocence and kindness. I know her best. She would never act out of line. Perhaps you fear that Ruoyue's presence would eclipse your own favor and prominence, prompting you to seize the opportunity to drive her away? Yun Ruoyue replied with a cold smile. I have never desired to vie for favor with concubine Ro. If the prince and she share genuine love, I am genuinely happy for them. How could I possibly harbor jealousy? The Grand Princess scoffed. You have long been infamous as a jealous woman, renowned for your infatuation with my royal brother. It was you who pleaded with Yun Xiang for a match, which led to your marriage with him. When my brother took Ruoyue as his wife, you, consumed by jealousy, resorted to drugging him in hopes of consummating your union. Subsequently, unable to bear his marriage to the woman he loves, you attempted to end your own life by jumping into a lake. Having done all this, how can you now claim not to compete with Ruoyue for affection? Who are you trying to deceive? Yun Ruoyue raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. I was foolish in the past, unable to discern character. Since my near drowning, I have come to understand that it is far better to forget a man who does not love me than to entangle myself in his affections and lead a life of misery. Misjudgment of character? My royal brother has never deceived you nor exhibited poor character. What do you mean by misjudgment? It is plainly evident that you, a plain woman, do not deserve him. He simply does not desire you. Why do you adorn yourself with false accolades? You speak as though my royal brother is of low character and unworthy of you. The Grand Princess retorted angrily. She is utterly devoted to her younger brother, the prince, with whom she shares an inseparable bond. Having endured considerable hardships since childhood, she fiercely protects him from any who dare speak ill. Upon hearing the remark about her lack of discernment, Chu Xuancheng's expression darkened ominously. Chapter 262. No longer in love with the Prince, Yun Ruoyue spoke coldly, declaring her disinterest in the prince. Thus she would not contend with consort Ro for his affections, since consort Ro is so eager to care for the prince. And now that he has awoken and his condition stabilized, she felt no qualms about leaving his care to her. However, she reminded them that the emperor had mandated that the Li prince's residence must ensure the prince's recovery. Consort Ro, you must see to it that the prince recovers. Should any misfortune befall him, do not blame me when the emperor seeks answers, she stated before turning to leave the grand hall. Exhausted from a long day, she yearned for rest, feeling no inclination to remain in a place where her expertise as a physician was disregarded. Witnessing this, the Grand Princess pointed at Yun Ruoyue's retreating figure and exclaimed, "How arrogant! Is this her attitude towards us? I am her elder sister, and the prince is her husband. How can she simply walk away like that?" "Enough, let her go," Chu Xuancheng interjected. "Sister, Ruoyue, you should also return and rest." "I am weary," Nangong Ro quickly offered. "Your Highness, you require someone to attend to you. Allow me to stay and serve you." "Very well, once Mo Zhu returns, you may rest," he replied, acknowledging his own physical limitations and the necessity of having someone by his side. Nangong Ro felt a surge of joy as she hurriedly fetched a stool and positioned herself at the foot of his bed, attentively keeping him company. She believed that since the prince had awakened and there were many physicians available outside, she could manage his care without Yun Ruoyue's assistance. Upon returning to Feng'er Pavilion, Yun Ruoyue lay down and indulged in a deep sleep until the dawn of the next day. Being a light sleeper, she rose at first light and began her morning routine. "Princess, Prince Zhao and Princess Zhao have arrived, along with the steward from the Xianwang residence. They bring gifts to visit the prince, Feng'er announced as she entered with a basin of warm water. Yun Ruoyue nodded. Very well, which Xianwang is this? The third prince. Xianwang Chu Luyun. It is said that he is exceptionally handsome, with folk tales extolling his virtues. His elegance rivals that of Panin, and he possesses an ethereal grace. He is also skilled in poetry, music, and the arts, making him the dream suitor of countless young maidens. Alas! Alas what? Yun Ruoyue inquired as she adorned her hair with a jade hairpin, enhancing her ethereal beauty and noble demeanor. Feng'er sighed. Alas, fate has played a cruel trick. The remarkably talented Xianwang has recently developed a peculiar illness. What sort of illness? As a physician, Yun Ruoyue's curiosity was piqued at the mention of a strange ailment. Unbeknownst to many, this strapping man bore an unusually protruding belly, round and taut, as if he were with child. Whispers circulated that he had contracted a peculiar ailment known as big belly disease, marking him as an ill-fated individual, a harbinger of misfortune. As a result of his affliction, he withdrew from the world, confining himself to the residence of the virtuous prince, losing the favor he once enjoyed. Surprisingly, this unfortunate soul still thought of our prince, sending a substantial gift his way. Big belly disease? Yun Ruoyue murmured, pondering the circumstances that could lead to such a condition. From her knowledge, the most prevalent causes included ascites due to liver cirrhosis, where chronic liver disease results in spleen enlargement and the accumulation of fluid in the abdomen, causing an enlarged and hardened belly. Another possibility was schistosomiasis, a parasitic infection that could also lead to ascites and organ enlargement. Other potential causes existed, but they were relatively rare. She remained uncertain about how this prince had come to suffer such an ailment. Only through a thorough examination could she ascertain the truth. My lady, you have grown remarkably skilled in the medical arts. Do you believe you could treat the prince's condition? Feng'er suddenly placed her hopes upon Yun Ruoyue, imagining that if she succeeded, the world would gain yet another exquisite gentleman. Yun Ruoyue hesitated. I cannot say for certain. I have yet to assess his condition, and I dare not make any promises. We shall see if an opportunity arises. She was unaware of the relationship between the prince and Chu Xuancheng. Should their rapport be strained, her visit might be misconstrued as having ulterior motives. Moreover, she had no acquaintance with this royal figure, and it seemed unwise to invite trouble upon herself. Once she had prepared herself, Yun Ruoyue made her way to the front hall, where a number of guests had gathered to pay their respects to Chu Xuancheng. She recalled that when he had been attacked the previous night, none had rushed to his side. Now that the emperor sought to save him, the tide had turned, and the guests flocked to show their support. Nevertheless, she trusted that the Princess Zhao was not of such fickle character. Upon entering the front hall, she did not immediately spot Princess Zhao, but rather observed the Long Princess and Nangong Ro, who stood as if they were the hosts, welcoming the visitors. At that moment, Princess Zhao glanced around, inquiring, "Where is Princess Li? My sister has yet to rise. Guests are here to pay their respects. Please, make yourselves comfortable and enjoy some warm tea," Nangong Ro replied. Adorned in vibrant attire, exuding an air of authority as she attended to the guests, the Long Princess sat serenely in the main seat, engaging in conversation with various attendees, radiating the cold elegance and dignity befitting a ruler. Nangong Ro's words, however, incited discontent among some guests, who thought it absurd that Princess Li had not yet risen despite the sun being high in the sky. Princess Zhao cast a frosty glare at Nangong Ro, recognizing her veiled jabs at Princess Li. She was well aware of the intricacies of courtly maneuvering. Princess Li is surely delayed in her recovery after the exhausting efforts to save the prince, she remarked coldly, determined to protect her benefactor from unjust criticism. Seeing the unfriendly demeanor of the Princess Zhao, Nangong Ro hurriedly interjected, Indeed. Last night, my sister tended to His Highness for the first half of the night. I was concerned she might tire, so I took over for the latter half. Perhaps she truly was exhausted, hence her need for a bit more rest. With this, she remarked, So, dear concubine Ro, you must have worked even harder? You cared for Prince Li throughout the night, and yet you are up so early to greet guests. Truly remarkable. A voice of admiration chimed in. Oh, not at all. My sister is the one who truly toils. My efforts pale in comparison to hers. Nangong Ro humbly waved her hand. Upon hearing this, the crowd regarded Nangong Ro with even greater fondness, perceiving her as gentle, kind-hearted, and industrious, which clearly explained Prince Li's affection for her. The Grand Princess coldly remarked. Ruoyue cared for the Emperor's younger brother all night, scarcely resting for even half an hour, and yet she rises early to pay her respects to me, having also thoughtfully prepared breakfast. Her obedience and understanding indeed warrant the Emperor's favor. Meanwhile, that Yun Ruoyue has not visited me since her arrival at the royal residence, nor has she prepared anything for me. Chapter 264. A clever retort. Upon hearing this, the crowd unanimously raised their thumbs in approval of Nangong Ro. In this comparison, the Princess Li seemed lacking not only in medical skill, but also in virtue. Not only did she indulge in slumber, but she also failed to pay respects to the Grand Princess, indicating her utter disregard for her. While the Grand Princess may wield no real power now, she remains a respected elder within the royal household, the most esteemed sister of Prince Li. Just as one should honor their mother, so too should they show filial respect to the Grand Princess. Yet, the Princess Li, as a royal consort, had not even offered her respects nor arranged any delicacies for the Grand Princess. Such behavior was utterly unacceptable. Yun Ruoyue, standing behind the door, observed the expressions on everyone's faces. A faint smile graced her lips as she gracefully walked into the gathering. My apologies, everyone. I was delayed due to a matter of some importance. The servants and stewards sent by various estates to present gifts could not help but glance at her with disdain as she arrived late. However, upon closer inspection, their expressions transformed into awe. Wasn't it said that the Princess Li was a fright? How astonishingly beautiful she had become. Her gait resembled that of the palace's consorts, each step exuding elegance and grace, embodying the demeanor of a rightful consort. Princess Zhao promptly approached, taking Yun Ruoyue's hand warmly. No worries. You bear the heavy responsibility of caring for Prince Li. You must be quite fatigued from last night. She was attempting to defend Yun Ruoyue, shielding her from Nangong Ro's provocations. Yun Ruoyue offered a gentle smile in response. Thank you for your concern, Princess. Indeed, I am somewhat weary. Is it because you were attending to His Highness? Have you not had sufficient rest? Insufficient sleep can lead to exhaustion, Princess Zhao inquired. I have not yet found the time to rest, as I am currently focused on formulating medicines for His Highness. After returning home last night, I was engaged in preparing his medicine until dawn. Upon hearing from the maid that esteemed guests were arriving to visit the prince, I hastily set aside my work to greet everyone. If I have inadvertently neglected any of you, I beg your forgiveness, Yun Ruoyue stated, and at that moment, she stumbled slightly, as if struggling to maintain her composure. Nangong Ro may have been adept at deceit, but she was not the only one capable of it. She claimed to have slept last night, and no one truly pursued the matter to confirm her words. After all, those in her courtyard would refrain from spreading rumors. The Duchess Zhao swiftly supported her, causing those around them to gasp in astonishment. Goodness! Nangong Ro had mentioned that the Princess Li was indulging in slumber. Yet unbeknownst to them, she had been tirelessly concocting medicine throughout the night. Witnessing the near fall of Princess Li elicited a wave of sympathy from the crowd. It was heart-wrenching to see her body deteriorate for the sake of preparing medicine for the prince. This revelation painted Nangong Ro as a liar. One could only wonder what her intentions were in misleading everyone about the Princess Li's absence, claiming it was due to laziness. Such duplicity was indeed insidious. Duchess Zhao, with a visage filled with concern, urged Yun Ruoyue to take care of herself amidst her arduous efforts, reminding her that her health was paramount. You must rest. For if you were to collapse, what would become of the prince? I am still capable, Yun Ruoyue replied, her expression a blend of frailty and unwavering resolve. The emperor has entrusted me with the duty of healing the prince. I bear a heavy responsibility and cannot afford to be negligent, even if it costs me my life. I will ensure the princess' recovery. Despite her exhaustion, Yun Ruoyue remained unaware that some were whispering behind her back, accusing her of idleness. It was profoundly unjust. Those who were unaware might assume she was a disrespectful person, lacking decorum toward her guests. The eyes of Duchess Zhao glinted sharply at Nangong Ro, and others cast unfriendly glances in her direction. Chapter 265. The generous Duchess Zhao. The Princess long observed Yun Ruoyue with unexpected intrigue. Initially, she believed Yun Ruoyue's absence to be a sign of disrespect, but it became evident that she had spent the night awake, diligently preparing medicine for the emperor's younger brother. This revelation cast her in a more favorable light, at the very least. Her medical skills were commendable and her efforts in treating the emperor's brother were earnest. Regretting her previous complicity with Nangong Ro, she felt a twinge of remorse. Nangong Ro quickly turned to Yun Ruoyue, her demeanor one of contrition and trepidation. I apologize, sister. I noticed you had not come and presumed you were asleep, which prompted me to inform everyone of your supposed slumber. My intentions were good. I merely wished to convey that you were exhausted and needed rest. I had no idea you were awake, tirelessly preparing medicine for the prince. Sister, I meant no harm. Please do not hold this against me. I shall refrain from such assumptions in the future. In her concluding remarks, she bowed low, trembling with fear, her eyes pleading as if terrified of Yun Ruoyue. Yun Ruoyue offered her a cold smile. Sister, why feign such fear of me? Those unaware might think I am bullying you. But know this, you are cherished by the prince, the beloved of all, a treasure held delicately in their palms. The prince dotes on you, fearing even a slight misstep. While he scarcely glances my way, I would never dare to mistreat you. Please do not behave in such a manner before guests, lest they continue to misunderstand me. While Xuancheng and the others regarded Nangong Ro as a precious gem, Yun Ruoyue merely saw her as a trivial bauble. Upon hearing Yun Ruoyue's words, the disdain for Nangong Ro among the crowd only intensified. Knowing full well that the prince of Li dotes on her, she still pretends to be tormented by the princess, attempting to cast a shadow of a fierce woman upon her. What a skilled actress she is. Sister, I am sorry, it is all my fault. I shall never behave like this again. Tears welled up in Nangong Ro's eyes, unable to be contained, and she resorted to wiping her face with a handkerchief while continuing to weep. She had not anticipated that the formerly reticent Yun Ruoyue would become so formidable, managing to gain the upper hand with just a few words. She wished to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. In the presence of so many guests, it would be best if you ceased your tears, Yun Ruoyue said. Crying so sorrowfully might dampen the spirits of those around us. Moreover, the prince's health is improving, and we should rejoice. Your lamentations could be deemed somewhat inauspicious. Upon hearing this, the grand princess hastily chimed in, Rower, do stop your tears. Do not provide others with fodder for mockery. There is no need for you here. Go to the kitchen and check on the refreshments for our guests. Let the princess attend to matters here. Yes, sister. Nangong Ro quickly composed herself, curtsied to the grand princess, and retreated, accompanied by Feng'er, in a rather downtrodden manner. Once she departed, the atmosphere in the flower hall became significantly more harmonious. The princess of Zhao promptly led her maid to bring forth the gifts for the prince of Li, a towering stack of exquisite boxes that astonished the onlookers. The princess of Zhao's generosity was indeed remarkable. She opened the top two boxes to reveal a millennium-old ginseng and a Tianshan snow lotus. Princess of Li, she began. The last time I nearly choked on chestnuts in the palace, you saved my life, and I have long wished to repay your kindness but had not found the opportunity. Now that the prince is injured, we are all quite worried about him. Thus, I specially instructed Zhao Wang to procure some nourishing supplements, and these items should prove beneficial to his recovery. Thank you. You are too gracious, Yun Ruoyue replied. It is nothing. You are my savior. Without you, I would have long lost my life. Hence, I have also prepared a small token of my gratitude. I hope you will accept it. Upon her words, the maid beside the princess of Zhao began to unveil additional boxes. As they opened, exquisite gold hairpins and jade ornaments dazzled the onlookers. Many craned their necks to count, discovering that the princess of Zhao had gifted the princess of Li at least 7 or 8 pieces of jewelry, each splendidly encased in its own box. All remarkably beautiful and undoubtedly valuable, showcasing a grand display of generosity. Furthermore, those with keen eyes immediately recognized the inscription Tianxiang Tower on the boxes. The jewelry from Tianxiang Tower is both luxurious and exquisite, a favorite among the concubines of the palace and the esteemed ladies of the capital. For an ordinary person to present even a single piece from this collection would be considered a lavish gift. It was unexpected that the princess of Zhao, in gratitude for her life-saving act, would bestow such a multitude of ornaments. The total worth of these jewels amounted to over 20,000 taels of silver, a testament to the princess's generosity. Yun Ruoyue, in need of funds, was taken aback by such a grand gesture, but felt it inappropriate to accept. This is too much. Princess of Zhao, these gifts are too precious for me to accept. My act of saving you was merely a trivial effort, unworthy of such lavish recompense. Beside them, Zhao Wang remarked, such immense kindness, how can it be deemed insignificant? Do you not realize that once we disseminated your first aid methods, many lives were saved? Indeed, just a few days ago, I heard of a 3 or 4-year-old child who choked on a peanut. His mother, having learned of the Princess Li's first aid techniques, witnessed her son struggling for breath. Without knowing if it would work, she desperately attempted the princess's method, and to her astonishment, the peanut was expelled from her son's airway, thus saving his life. She proclaimed the brilliance of the method invented by Princess Li, calling her a living bodhisattva. A bystander chimed in. Zhao Wang continued, Princess Li, do you now comprehend your remarkable influence? You have saved so many. This small token of gratitude pales in comparison. I sincerely thank you for saving my little Baozi's life. Please accept this gift from my wife and me. After speaking, Zhao Wang cast a gentle, affectionate glance at his beloved wife, who had a fondness for food. Initially, he held a disdain for Yun Ruoyue due to her tarnished reputation. However, witnessing her save his princess and tire herself for the sake of the Li Wang today transformed his perception. Naturally, he cherished anyone his little Baozi admired. Little Baozi? Yun Ruoyue was taken aback, wondering if this was Zhao Wang's affectionate nickname for his princess. Perhaps it was due to the princess's fair complexion, her round and adorable face when eating, and the way her large, beautiful eyes sparkled with mischief that led Zhao Wang to call her that. The world spoke of Zhao Wang and his princess as an affectionate couple, with him particularly doting on her. Today, she witnessed this firsthand. Previously, in the palace, he had expressed concern for the princess. Their evident affection stirred feelings of envy within Yun Ruoyue. At that moment, Nangong Ro entered, leading servants bearing tea and refreshments. Upon witnessing the scene, jealousy consumed her. She had not anticipated Zhao Wang's princess to be so generous, gifting Yun Ruoyue such exquisite jewelry, which she recognized as pieces from Tianxianglu. The jewelry from Tianxianglu was not only precious but also rare, exclusively available to royal relatives and dignitaries. Those without status or connections could not purchase them, even with money. How was it that Yun Ruoyue had the audacity to receive such preferential treatment from Zhao Wang's princess? Chapter 267. Countering the challenge, Nangong Ro remembered her last attempt to have Danner purchase a lotus hairpin from Tianxianglu. Upon learning it was for a concubine of the Li Wang, they had looked down upon her and refused to sell. The realization struck her with a pang of bitterness. The sharp-eyed princess noticed Nangong Ro's entrance. Observing that she was adorned in opulent attire, bedecked with gold and silver jewelry, far more lavish than the simple Yun Ruoyue, she addressed her, Princess Li, they are merely ornaments. There is no need for you to decline. Look at you, as the legitimate wife of the Li Wang. Yet you possess no fine jewelry. Compare yourself to consort Ro, who is adorned in gold and silver. As a princess, you should take a little effort in your appearance. You cannot allow a concubine to outshine you. As the crowd gazed upon her, they indeed beheld Nangong Ro adorned with exquisite jewelry and an elaborate array of hairpins. Her attire, crafted from luxurious cloud silk, golden threads, and fine spider silk, exuded opulence. In stark contrast stood Yun Ruoyue, clad in a simple, worn-out coarse fabric that hardly befitted a princess. Was it not a reversal of roles in their appearances? The Li Wangfu, with its abundant wealth, seemed to neglect the dignity of its princess, leaving one to ponder whether the Li Wang had bestowed all his treasures upon Nangong Ro while treating his rightful wife with disdain. Yet, it was this very wife who tirelessly devoted herself to his care during his convalescence, revealing his poor judgment in mistaking false gems for true pearls. Of course, those privy to the underlying truths understood the Li Wang's deep-seated animosity towards Yun Ruoyue, for she was the daughter of Yun Qing, the very individual responsible for the demise of his predecessor and a conspirator in the heinous deeds against Emperor Han Yuan. As the daughter of his adversary, it was hardly surprising that the Li Wang would show her little favor. Moreover, in her earlier years, Yun Ruoyue was regarded as an unattractive creature, hardly appealing to any man of discernment, thus rendering her less than favorably treated within the Li Wangfu. One could only hope that her newfound beauty and medical prowess might garner her a modicum of respect from the Li Wang. Acknowledging the sincerity of the Zhao Wangfei, Yun Ruoyue nodded graciously, accepting the gifts with the assistance of her attendants, Feng'er and Jior. At that moment, fearing comparisons regarding her lavish lifestyle, Nangong Ro hastily remarked, "Sister, you are the mistress of the Wangfu now, with the authority to manage its finances. Why not indulge in a couple of fine garments for yourself?" This insinuated that it was rather unbecoming for Yun Ruoyue, in her position, to appear in such humble attire before guests. The Long Princess, overhearing this, expressed her indignation. Indeed, As the mistress of the Wangfu, it is perplexing to see you present yourself in such a meager fashion. One might mistakenly believe our Li Wangfu to be impoverished, or that my royal brother treats you poorly. In swift response, Yun Ruoyue clarified, Sister, your absence from the Wangfu has left you unaware. Initially, the household was managed by Mama Zhang, and only last month did Ro, the secondary consort, assume control. I have scarcely taken charge for a few days and have yet to arrange for new attire. Furthermore, while the funds may be under my stewardship, they are not solely mine to command. Each individual has a stipulated monthly allowance, and my budget simply cannot accommodate the extravagant garments befitting Ro. Additionally, I have never subscribed to the notion that opulence equates to worth. I believe that as long as one's clothing is clean and unblemished, there is no necessity for excessive grandeur. Upon hearing her words, the crowd gazed at Yun Ruoyue with newfound admiration, astonished that a woman of the inner chambers could possess such profound insight. Many among them, particularly the men, had always favored women who shunned ostentation, believing that grace and simplicity were the true hallmarks of beauty. In this city, the noble women tend to adorn themselves with an overwhelming array of jewelry, dazzling to the eyes, yet lacking true beauty. Although they harbor disdain, they refrain from voicing their thoughts. Upon hearing Yun Ruoyue's remarks, admiration for her blossomed among the onlookers. However, the expression of the Grand Princess darkened as she turned her gaze to Nangong Ro. Did you not prepare 2 outfits for the princess last month while you were in charge? She inquired. I was quite preoccupied and didn't pay much attention, but I did instruct the maidservants to deliver 2 sets of clothing to the princess. However, she declined them, perhaps deeming them insufficiently opulent, replied Nangong Ro. When she had just married into the royal household, she had indeed sent 2 outfits to show off to Yun Ruoyue, but they were garments she had deemed unworthy. Her intent was not to genuinely gift Yun Ruoyue, but to humiliate her, wishing to convey that Yun Ruoyue could only wear what she had discarded. To her surprise, the woman displayed remarkable pride and refused the offerings. Yun Ruoyue, with a subtle smile, retorted, If I found your garments lacking in grandeur, I would not be clad in such attire myself. While my wardrobe may be modest, I have never donned second-hand clothes. As a princess, I must uphold my dignity and cannot accept what others have cast aside. The crowd gasped in astonishment. My goodness! The concubine has the audacity to offer her discarded garments to the Princess of Li. What does she take her for? Is this how she manages her household? In contrast, Princess Li maintained her simple attire, while Nangong Ro was strikingly ostentatious. Seeing the disdain directed at her, Nangong Ro hastily interjected, Sister, I assure you I have already commissioned new outfits for you, but they require some time to complete. I noticed you lacked clothing, so I kindly offered you a couple of my own. Rest assured, those garments have never been worn, only tried on, and they are impeccably clean, made from the finest materials. I would never part with something dear to me without reason. It is only out of concern and respect for you. Regardless of their condition, they remain the cast-offs of a concubine. Is there a legitimate wife who would wear the discarded garments of a concubine? Moreover, the fabric appears quite ordinary, marred by stains and the lingering scent of perfume. I simply cannot compromise my identity or bring shame to the prince by accepting them, Yun Ruoyue replied coolly. Nangong Ro's countenance turned pale in shock. She had not anticipated Yun Ruoyue's eloquence, and, while feigning submissiveness, her mind was rife with curses directed at Yun Ruoyue's ancestors. Enough, rower, please serve tea to our guests to prevent it from cooling. Everyone, please take a seat, the Grand Princess interjected, eager to shield Nangong Ro, who was clearly no match for Yun Ruoyue. Regardless of the circumstances, she was determined to defend her friend, as Nangong Ro was her confidant, while Yun Ruoyue was the daughter of her enemy. As the guests observed the verbal sparring between the 2 women conclude, they promptly presented the gifts from their respective masters, offering them to Yun Ruoyue and the Grand Princess for their approval. Yun Ruoyue glanced at the assortment of supplements and remedies, her expression filled with gratitude as she addressed everyone. On behalf of the prince, I extend my heartfelt thanks for your kindness. Steward, please take these gifts and place them in the public treasury. Yes, Your Highness, the steward promptly responded, directing the servants to carry away the gifts. After receiving this batch of guests, they understood the need to leave promptly to avoid disturbing the rest of Li Wang. Thus they departed from the Li Wang mansion in a considerate manner. The Zhao Wang and Zhao Wangfei, after offering a few comforting words to Yun Ruoyue, also took their leave. At that moment, in the corner of the room, A middle-aged man dressed in a dark blue official uniform, resembling a steward, stood up. Behind him, a young attendant held a gift, and together they approached Yun Ruoyue. Greetings, Princess Li Wang and the esteemed Long Princess. I am Li Qing, the steward of the Xuancheng mansion. The Xuancheng is deeply concerned about Li Wang's condition and has entrusted me to deliver this specially crafted healing elixir from Master Qing Yun, the ice-cold jade dew ointment. The steward announced. Ice-cold jade dew ointment? Upon hearing this, Nangong Ro's eyes widened in excitement. The Long Princess interjected. The Xuancheng possesses Master Qing Yun's ice-cold jade dew ointment? This divine remedy will surely expedite the healing of my younger brother's injuries. Therefore, I must express my gratitude to the Xuancheng on behalf of my brother. Please, no need for such formality. The Xuancheng has also expressed that should the Li Wang mansion require any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. He will not refuse any request within his means. The steward replied. Such thoughtfulness from the Xuancheng. I wonder how his health is faring? The Long Princess inquired with concern. The Xuancheng was one of the few royal sons who had shown kindness towards her and her siblings. Replying to the princess, the Xuancheng's condition has recently worsened significantly, the steward said, his eyes welling with tears, unable to continue further. The Long Princess expressed her worry. Has his illness become that severe? It was stable before. It appears we must seek out renowned physicians once more, hoping to find someone capable of healing him. Alas, if even Master Qing Yun, such a formidable healer, is at a loss, we can hardly expect any others to succeed. The old servant's sole wish is to care for the Xuancheng and bring him joy, he lamented. Indeed, a malady that even Master Qing Yun cannot remedy is quite troublesome. Thus, we can only beseech the heavens to bless the Xuancheng. I sincerely hope for his recovery, as I am eagerly awaiting our next chess match. The Long Princess stated with a look of devotion. Yun Ruoyue rolled her eyes, pondering the folly of ancient beliefs. If merely praying to the deities could cure illnesses, what need would there be for physicians? Your Highness, Princess, the old servant has been away for too long and must return to care for the Xuancheng. I shall not intrude any further. I take my leave, the steward announced. The Long Princess, assuming the role of the lady of the mansion, commanded the attendants. Very well. Thank you for your efforts, steward. See him out properly. After the steward of the Xuancheng mansion had departed, the Long Princess pointed to the ice-cold jade dew ointment on the table and coldly instructed Yun Ruoyue. What are you waiting for? Quickly take this miraculous medicine to my brother and apply it. Noticing the Long Princess's commanding demeanor, Yun Ruoyue felt a surge of displeasure. She raised an eyebrow coolly and replied, Apologies, but I have other matters to attend to. If the princess wishes to retrieve it, she may do so herself. Please forgive my absence. As the princess of the Li Wangfu, she is not to be trifled with, yet this Long Princess, having only just arrived as a guest, dares to issue commands. What does she take her for? Upon hearing this, the Long Princess's face contorted with rage. How dare you insult me, Yun Ruoyue? Who gave you the audacity? Pray tell, when did I ever insult you? Yun Ruoyue replied, nonchalantly digging into her ear and casting a glance at Nangong Ro beside her. Chapter 270. Infuriating the Long Princess, Nangong Ro hurriedly supported the Long Princess, gently patting her back to soothe her. Your Highness, please do not take offense. My sister must have misspoken, referring to your esteemed foot as a high-raised foot, certainly not intentional. Do not excuse her, she is indeed mocking me, deriding my hand by calling it a foot. The Long Princess retorted angrily. Nangong Ro's silence would have been preferable. Upon speaking, she only exacerbated the Long Princess's irritation, making her feel that Yun Ruoyue was deliberately trying to offend her. With a calm smile, Yun Ruoyue addressed the princess. Your Highness, I am not insulting you. If you wish to fetch the medicine, you must indeed use your feet. My reference to a high-raised foot was merely a compliment to your esteemed foot. Where is the offense? You. Do not try to argue your way out of it. Your tone is inherently sarcastic, which I find quite displeasing, the Long Princess declared. Yun Ruoyue responded, and might I ask, is your tone any more pleasant? You speak to me as if I were a servant, but let us not forget that this is Li Wangfu, and I am the lady of this estate. Though you may be the elder sister of the prince, deserving of respect, you must also understand the principle of adapting to local customs and being gracious as a guest. I extend my warmest welcome to you, and I shall treat you with the utmost courtesy. However, I would appreciate it if you could afford me some dignity in future requests, refraining from addressing me as you would a servant. The Long Princess nearly fainted at these words. Yun Ruoyue's insistence on her role as a guest clearly insinuated that the Long Princess was merely an outsider, unworthy of instructing her within Li Wangfu. How audacious this woman was to speak so. Her face turned pale with fury as she pointed accusingly at Yun Ruoyue. You, Yun Ruoyue, are nothing but an uncherished, ugly woman from the Xiang residence, who, having married my imperial brother, has fancifully risen to the status of a phoenix. I am of noble birth, a child of privilege, the sister of the Li Wang. What do you think you are, to even dare claim authority over this palace? Let me make it clear, this Li Wangfu is not yours to command. It belongs to my imperial brother. Should you continue to act so audaciously, I will ensure that he divorces you, and then we shall see how you wield your status as the lady of the house. I would welcome that. Alas, the Li Wang has no intention of divorcing me. Your Highness, if you truly possess the means to facilitate my divorce, I would be most grateful if you could persuade him to do so, allowing me to return to my own life. Since you have such influence, I entrust this matter to you. Yun Ruoyue spoke earnestly. You, how can you speak so? What do you mean by this? The Long Princess was bewildered by Yun Ruoyue's reaction. Normally, when a woman hears of potential divorce, she would be terrified and beg for mercy. Why then? Did Yun Ruoyue appear so excited and eager? Could it be that she has a problem with her mind? My dear princess, I speak in the most literal sense. If the prince could dismiss me or grant me a divorce, I would earnestly welcome it. I would gladly relinquish my position as the princess to concubine Ro and would be more than willing to transfer the authority of the household to you, provided you could persuade the prince to release me. I assure you, I shall no longer provoke your ire, Yun Ruoyue earnestly stated. You are truly unwell. I have never encountered such a brazen individual as you. The Grand Princess trembled with indignation. Observing this, Nangong Ro hastily poured her a cup of tea, saying, Princess, do not be angry. Here, take a sip of tea to calm your nerves. Chapter 271. Establishing protocols. Having said that, she turned and glared at Yun Ruoyue, reproaching her. Sister, the princess is only looking out for your well-being. You are being excessively unreasonable. The princess is the prince's sister. A sister is akin to a mother. We ought to treat her with the utmost filial piety, just as we would our own mother-in-law. How can you speak to her in such a manner? You exhibit a complete lack of decorum. Decorums? Yun Ruoyue looked at Nangong Ro in disbelief. How dare she chastise her in such a way? To be frank, she had never regarded the Grand Princess with any seriousness, who was unaware that the Grand Princess wielded no real power, merely basking in the facade of authority. If she possessed any true capability, she should confront those who wished to harm Xuancheng, such as the Crown Prince and the Emperor, rather than treating the person who saved Xuancheng's life with such rudeness. It was a clear display of bullying the weak while fearing the strong. Yun Ruoyue turned to Nangong Ro and remarked, Sister, since you are so devoted, please take good care of the princess. I must go to change the prince's bandages. Wait a moment, Yun Ruoyue. We may quarrel, but what about this ointment? Will you not take it? Deliver it to the crown prince for his use. The Grand Princess interjected. Yun Ruoyue sighed inwardly. In this world, only the medicine she prepared for Xuancheng offered the swiftest healing, having been developed over many years of modern advancements, with stabilized efficacy. She held no hope for this icy jade dew ointment. However, to avoid being labeled arrogant, she walked over, took the ointment, and then turned coldly to exit. As she departed, Nangong Ro let out a soft sigh, pondering how her sister had become this way. She had heard that her sister was not like this before. Ever since she fell into the water and awoke, she suddenly possessed medical skills. The toxins on her face disappeared, and her temperament transformed. It was truly puzzling if she had been possessed by a spirit or something of the sort. Possessed by a spirit? The Grand Princess narrowed her eyes coldly, contemplating the likelihood of such a phenomenon. It was improbable for someone to change their temperament without reason, much less transform from a fool into a divine physician. I suspect she is indeed possessed. She is either haunted by a ghost or afflicted by a demon. Is that so? If that is the case, she is incredibly formidable. What shall we do? Nangong Ro hugged her arms tightly, her face stricken with fear. Do not fear her. No matter how formidable she may be, I possess my own methods to deal with her. If she is truly possessed by malevolent spirits, we must exorcise the evil from her. Once the Crown Prince's injury has healed, I shall send someone to Baiyun Mountain to seek out the Taoist from Qingfeng Temple to expel this possessing demon and restore peace to the Wang residence. The Grand Princess declared. Though she spoke with conviction, she harbored a flicker of doubt within her heart. She realized that aside from her lack of respect towards her, Yun Ruoyue exhibited no abnormality. On the contrary, she had become exceptionally capable, proving to be quite useful to the prince. However, the mere thought of this woman's disrespect ignited a desire within her to seek someone to discipline her, to ascertain whether she had indeed fallen under some malevolent influence to undergo such a drastic transformation. Upon hearing this, Nangong Ro felt a surge of excitement. With the support of the Grand Princess, she was certain that Yun Ruoyue could be dealt with swiftly. Your Highness, I am not here to sow discord between you and your sister, but it is evident to all that your sister, believing herself to be a master of medicine, has grown arrogant and disdainful, disregarding everyone, including you. For the tranquility of the royal residence, I believe it is imperative that you establish some rules for her. For instance, require her to pay her respects to you each morning, as she should no longer be allowed such unrestrained freedom, Nangong Ro suggested opportunely. Chapter 272. Daily respects. Isn't Yun Ruoyue fond of freedom? Let the Grand Princess handle her. Rising early each day to pay respects is hardly a pleasant task. She intends to use the Grand Princess to wear Yun Ruoyue down. What if she is a princess? She too must endure the Grand Princess's authority. The Grand Princess, upon reflection, nodded in agreement. Indeed, Yun Ruoyue's demeanor is excessively arrogant. I have failed to rein her in. Therefore, I shall impose some rules. I will be residing in the royal residence until my brother's injury heals, during which time she must pay her respects to me, regardless of weather conditions. She must come, rain or shine, heat or cold. I will inform my sister, Nangong Ro said with a satisfied smile. Moreover, I think it rather lonely for us to dine separately every evening. While I do not mind breakfast and lunch being taken in your own courtyards, I believe we should all gather for dinner. During my time in the palace, I always shared dinner with the Empress Dowager, and I found it to be a warm and comforting experience. Sharing our evening meal feels more like a family, the Grand Princess remarked. The Grand Princess yearned deeply for familial bonds. Having lost her parents at a young age, she and Chu Xuancheng felt like orphans, devoid of love and the warmth of home. This time, she had resolved to find a way to remain in the Li Wang residence and never return to the suffocating palace. She had grown weary of the constraints of royal life. She longed for freedom and preferred to remain in the Li Wang residence as an old maid rather than endure the stifling atmosphere of the palace. She feared solitude and desolation, wishing for the company of loved ones. Yet there was only her brother. Now that her brother had taken 2 wives, she was determined to gather them and transform the Li Wang residence into a warm home, where she could assume the role of its matriarch. After obtaining the cold jade dew ointment, Yun Ruoyue did not apply it to Chu Xuancheng. She had already administered the best medicine to him, rendering the ointment unnecessary. Thus, she placed it in her small bag and returned to the Feiyue pavilion, deliberately avoiding Chu Xuancheng. Since Nangong Ro had expressed her intention to serve him, she decided to give her the opportunity and would refrain from visiting him for the time being. In an antique courtyard, upon a pearwood chair, sat a distinguished gentleman clad in a white garment adorned with subtle embroidered clouds. The man possessed a tall and slender figure, his skin as pale as snow, lips akin to blooming flowers, and his eyes resembling autumn waters. He was engrossed in a game of chess, contemplating his next move with a white piece in hand. Every gesture exuded the refined elegance of the Wei and Jin dynasties, embodying a delicate grace and sophisticated serenity. Your Highness, the icy jade ointment has been delivered to the Li Wangfu, announced the steward, Li Qing, as he entered with a bow, addressing the virtuous Prince Chu Luyun. Indeed, has it been administered to Li Wang? The prince set down the white piece and picked up a black one, his movements enchanting and composed. I have given the ointment to the Wang Fei, and I trust she will apply it to Li Wang. With this salve, his injuries are sure to improve swiftly. Your Highness is truly benevolent, showing kindness to all, the steward remarked with a sigh, glancing at the slightly protruding abdomen beneath the prince's voluminous robe. His expression tinged with sorrow. The prince could procure the finest healing medicine from Master Qin Yun, yet he could not request a remedy for himself. Noticing the steward's distress, a flicker of self-doubt crossed the prince's eyes, prompting him to adjust his robe, attempting to conceal his discomfort from view. Chapter 273. The prince's severe bleeding. He stated, "Since the medicine has been delivered, I can rest easy. You may retire now." The steward complied and promptly exited. Once alone, the prince's dark eyes narrowed coldly as he gazed towards a cluster of bamboo in the courtyard, his expression filled with a profound sense of loss and unending solitude. Later that evening, Yun Ruoyue was engrossed in studying medical texts of the era in the Feng'er pavilion when suddenly, Mo Zhu rushed in with a worried expression. "Wang Fei, it's terrible. The prince's wound is bleeding profusely and won't stop. You must come at once." Mo Zhu exclaimed anxiously. "What has happened? I bandaged him properly. How could this occur?" Yun Ruoyue sprang to her feet and hurried outside. Though she was currently unable to attend to Xuancheng, the injury still required her attention. If anything were to happen to him, the emperor would hold her accountable. She dared not gamble with his life. It was the side consort Ro who instructed Zhang to change the bandages, and somehow, a severe bleeding ensued. Mo Zhu explained as they rushed along. Yun Ruoyue frowned in frustration. It is not yet time for a change. Who permitted them to take such liberties with the prince's care? Changing the bandages prematurely or improperly could indeed provoke excessive bleeding. It was the side consort Ro who noticed the congealed blood on the prince's bandages and deemed them unclean, prompting her to summon Zhang. Mo Zhu continued. "Such an ignorant woman. She is not a physician. Why should she meddle in matters beyond her expertise?" Yun Ruoyue retorted. Already passing through the moon gate and across the stone path towards the adjacent Xuancheng pavilion. Upon entering the chambers of Xuancheng, she found Nangong Ro collapsed by his bedside, weeping in distress. Princess Chu Jiu stood nearby, visibly agitated as she interrogated the physician Zhang, who was frantically attempting to staunch the bleeding from Xuancheng's back with a roll of gauze. Despite his efforts, the blood continued to flow, staining both the cloth in his hands and his garments, a sight both horrifying and disconcerting. Xuancheng remained conscious, his brow furrowed tightly, eyes cold as ice. Beads of sweat glistening upon his forehead, suggesting he was enduring the excruciating pain from his injury with great fortitude. "What is the meaning of this? The time for changing the dressings has not yet arrived. Why have you administered a change to the prince?" Upon entering, Yun Ruoyue hurried to stand before Xuancheng, addressing the gathered individuals. The princess, upon witnessing this, shot a frigid glare in her direction. "How dare you speak so? His Majesty entrusted you with the care of Xuancheng. How have you fulfilled that duty? You have not visited him all day. Do you not possess the dignity of a princess consort of the Li Kingdom? Did not concubine Ro claim she could attend to him? If she is capable of serving the prince, why was I summoned?" Yun Ruoyue retorted without reservation. What Ro said stemmed from her concern for Xuancheng. "Her presence here does not excuse your absence. Both of you are his wives and must share in his burdens," the princess asserted. If she truly cared for the prince, why did she not consult me beforehand, instead of directly instructing physician Zhang to change the dressings? Yun Ruoyue responded coldly. Seeing the escalating tension, Nangong Ro quickly rose and turned to Yun Ruoyue. "Sister, this is not the time for quarrels or shirking responsibility. I implore you to examine the princess' wounds. He has lost a considerable amount of blood. Are you suggesting that I am the one causing discord and evading responsibility? Did you not seize the opportunity to attend to the prince? You are not a physician. Why did you assume the duty of changing his dressings?" Yun Ruoyue countered. "I merely noticed that the dressing on the prince's back was soiled. Furthermore, I consulted physician Zhang, who affirmed that it was appropriate. He prepared the medication." Nangong Ro clarified, implying that the responsibility lay solely with Zhang. "You certainly excel at deflecting blame. Physician Zhang, given that the prince's condition has yet to stabilize, on what grounds did you determine it was time to change the dressings?" Yun Ruoyue asked, crouching down to inspect Xuancheng's wounds while addressing Zhang. Physician Zhang, pale with fright, trembled as he replied, "I believe that after a day and night had passed, it was indeed time for a change. Thus, I acquiesced to concubine Ro's suggestion." This indicated that it was Nangong Ro who had proposed the dressing change, absolving him of responsibility. Yun Ruoyue smirked in disbelief at their adeptness in shifting blame. "First, let me examine the prince's injuries." As she stepped closer, Zhang, recognizing her superior medical knowledge, retreated a couple of steps. Upon unveiling the gauze covering Xuancheng's back, she observed blood gushing from the wound. She abruptly questioned Zhang. "When you dressed the prince's wounds earlier, did you do so with insufficient pressure?" "Indeed, I feared that binding too tightly would constrict him and obstruct his meridians. Thus I wrapped it lightly," Zhang admitted. Yun Ruoyue instantly comprehended the cause of the issue. She swiftly applied firm pressure with the gauze to staunch the bleeding from Xuancheng's wound, employing the method of compression to halt the hemorrhage. Upon encountering the situation, Nangong Ro let out a startled scoff. "Sister, your grip is rather severe. Could you potentially harm the prince?" Yun Ruoyue cast a withering glance at Nangong Ro. Are you the physician, or am I? Perhaps you would like to take over? Nangong Ro was left momentarily speechless by the retort. After employing pressure to staunch the bleeding from Xuancheng's wound, Yun Ruoyue swiftly applied iodine to the injury and redressed it. In no time, she had expertly bandaged the wound, halting the flow of blood, which brought a collective sigh of relief from those present. Although the crown princess harbored a disdain for Yun Ruoyue, she could not help but acknowledge her prowess in this critical moment. Such a scene could only be managed by Yun Ruoyue. At that juncture, the crown princess inquired, "Why did you not apply the ice-cold jade dew ointment sent by the virtuous king? It is said to be remarkably effective, hastening the healing process. That ointment is only beneficial once the bleeding has ceased. The time is not yet ripe," Yun Ruoyue replied, cleverly diverting the crown princess's attention. Physician Zhang, relieved that the prince's bleeding had finally stopped, gazed at Yun Ruoyue with admiration, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Might I inquire about the method employed by the princess to halt the prince's bleeding?" The pressure method involves applying firm pressure to the bleeding site to achieve hemostasis. Furthermore, the prince's wound has yet to scab over, and it is not yet time to change the dressing. Your previous application was too light, resulting in the continued bleeding. The dressing must be just right, neither too tight nor too loose, Yun Ruoyue elucidated. She then turned to Nangong Ro, stating, "Henceforth, no one is permitted to change the prince's dressing without my consent. Should any issues arise, the individual responsible for the dressing will bear the consequences." Physician Zhang promptly affirmed, "Indeed, Your Highness, I understand." With that, he wiped the sweat from his face, reflecting on the near calamity they had just averted. The emperor had insisted they ensure the prince's recovery, yet at one point, it appeared they might have exacerbated his condition. Chapter 275, Establishing Regulations. Fortunately, the princess arrived just in time to avert the crisis. He had previously witnessed the Li princess administer treatment to the crown princess, care for the empress dowager, and even save the Zhao princess, and his admiration for her prowess continued to grow. Nangong Ro lowered her gaze, adopting a contrite demeanor. "I am sorry, sister. It was all my fault. I should not have meddled. My concern led to confusion. Haste makes waste. One cannot rush and expect success. You must refrain from seeking immediate results. Thankfully, I arrived in time. Otherwise, the prince might have suffered greatly due to your actions," Yun Ruoyue replied coldly. She discerned that Nangong Ro sought to impress both Xuancheng and the crown princess by collaborating with the physician, attempting to sideline her, unaware that the physician was not familiar with the hemostatic technique. Faced with Yun Ruoyue's admonishment, Nangong Ro's expression faltered, and she bit her lip, saying, "I apologize, sister. I shall never act so thoughtlessly again. I will heed your counsel, and whatever you say shall be my guide." Upon witnessing the scene, Xuancheng's gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing through Yun Ruoyue. "Roer acts in my best interest. You should cease your incessant accusations against her and refrain from flaunting your status as the princess consort in her presence." Yun Ruoyue, rendered speechless, shook her head. "Since I have already changed the medicine for the prince, I shall take my leave. Mo Zhu will guard this place. I must excuse myself." With a proud lift of her chin, she walked out of the Xingchen pavilion with an air of composure. It was always her who had to come to their aid whenever trouble arose, only to find herself cast aside once her assistance was rendered. While he resumed his defense of Nangong Ro, she truly wished to distance herself from them. A good night's sleep in the Feng'er pavilion would be far more comforting. The next morning, as Yun Ruoyue remained in slumber, a voice echoed from outside. "Mama Yu, my lady is still asleep. You cannot enter." "Apologies. The Long Princess has decreed that the princess consort must pay her respects daily. The sun has already risen, and your lady has yet to awaken. She shows a complete disregard for the Long Princess. The Long Princess specifically sent me to fetch her. Please rouse the princess consort to pay her respects and establish decorum before the Long Princess." "Mama Yu," replied coldly. Feng'er, upon hearing this, trembled with indignation. "This is the Li Wangfu. Our lady is the rightful mistress of the estate. Why must she pay her respects to the Long Princess upon her arrival?" The Long Princess, upon coming, had taken on an imposing demeanor, bullying their lady. Unfazed, Mama Yu merely raised an eyebrow. The Long Princess is a noble figure with her own palace, a matriarch in her own right, and holds a title as the prince's sister. Your lady is merely a daughter of the minister's family and must pay her respects to the princess. How laughable. This is the Li Wangfu, not the imperial palace. According to the rules, The Long Princess comes from outside. We are the hosts here. When has a host ever paid respects to a guest? Feng'er retorted defiantly. Impudent. How dare you speak of the Long Princess in such a manner? According to protocol, your lady is to serve and show respect to the Long Princess. If you dare to belittle her again, be wary of your head. Mama Yu admonished with fury. Feng'er flushed with anger. I have not belittled the Long Princess. Do not speak falsely. Inside, Yun Ruoyue had overheard their exchange. She rose, donned her attire, and walked out coldly. Is it you, Mama Yu? Chapter 276. The formidable princess consort in her memory. This Mama Yu was astute, lacking the ostentation of Mama Zhang, yet harbored an insidious and ruthless nature. Now assigned by the steward to serve Nangong Ro in the Yuru Pavilion, her presence here was undoubtedly at the behest of Nangong Ro. Upon seeing Yun Ruoyue emerge, Mama Yu nonchalantly lifted her eyelids and performed a curt greeting. Ah, the princess consort has risen. Last night, concubine Ro sent someone to convey to you that you are to pay your respects to the Long Princess every morning. I presumed you had overslept, to my surprise. You are awake, yet refuse to pay your respects. Do you intend to defy the princess? Yun Ruoyue shot a cold glance at Mama Yu, then seated herself in the grand chair made of rosewood. Suddenly, she fixed her gaze on Mama Yu, striking the table with a resounding clap, and exclaimed sternly, Enough. Madam Yu, are you aware of the transgressions you have committed? Startled by the voice, Madam Yu gazed at Yun Ruoyue in disbelief, inquiring, Might I ask what my offenses are, Your Highness? With a disdainful snort, Yun Ruoyue retorted, First, as a servant of the royal household, you fail to address yourself as such in the presence of this princess. Second, you have overstepped your bounds by disturbingly intruding upon my rest without justification. And you have shown me a lack of respect. As a servant of the royal residence, how dare you display such arrogance before me, wielding authority as if you are above me? Who has emboldened you to forget your place? Upon concluding her cold admonition, Yun Ruoyue emanated the commanding aura of a matron, embodying the majesty of a princess. Madam Yu felt a tremor in her heart, her complexion paling instantly. Feng'er was elated, observing the newfound strength of the princess. Her demeanor now exuded the confidence befitting her status. Madam Yu had arrived with a mission, previously believing this princess to be as easily manipulated as before. However, she soon realized that this was not the case. Recalling the fate of Madame Zhang sent a chill down her spine, causing her to lose her assertiveness. Your Highness, this is the wish of the Grand Princess. It is not my own initiative, she stammered. Is that so? Are you a servant of the Li Wangfu or of the Grand Princess? Yun Ruoyue arched an eyebrow, her voice icy. If you wish to resign from your position at the Li Wangfu, I can arrange for your immediate sale. At this, Madame Yu gasped, her demeanor shifting to one of submission. If your Highness does not wish to pay respects to the Grand Princess, I shall return and inform her that you have been preoccupied with the care of the prince during the night, hence unable to rise and pay her respects during the day. Very well, you may return, Yun Ruoyue replied, casting a glance at Madame Yu. The latter, recognizing the gravity of the situation, swiftly adapted to the threat. Regardless, her stance remained firm. She would never pay respects to the Grand Princess, not in this lifetime. After dismissing Madame Yu, Yun Ruoyue tidied herself and prepared to visit the Xuancheng Pavilion to see Xuancheng, only to encounter Nangong Ro at the entrance. The moment Nangong Ro spotted her, she hurried over, exclaiming, Sister, why have you not paid your respects to the Grand Princess? I even sent Madame Yu to fetch you, and yet you still have not gone. The Grand Princess is quite displeased. Yun Ruoyue smiled apologetically. I must attend to the prince and lack the time to serve others. If you are so keen on attending to our elder sister, you may take on the responsibility of caring for her. Remember to pay your respects daily, without fail, for your devotion will surely be recognized. Upon hearing this, Nangong Ro's smile faltered, realizing that the princess was cleverly undermining her. Should she neglect to pay respects even once, it would tarnish her reputation for filial piety. Thankfully, the Grand Princess would not reside in the Wangfu for long. She could feign devotion for the time being, and eventually, the perception would shift to portray her as virtuous while casting the princess in an unfavorable light. Sister, how can you say such a thing? She protested. You and I are both wives of the prince, and it is only fitting that we pay our respects to the eldest sister as a sign of respect. I must apologize, for I am the prince's wife, whereas you are not. If you wish to serve the princess, you may do so on your own. Just ensure that you do not neglect her, lest others speak ill of our hospitality in the Li Wang residence, Yun Ruoyue stated. Nan Gongrou's countenance instantly darkened. For Yun Ruoyue's words were a veiled mockery of her status as merely a concubine, not a true wife of the prince. Her heart sank considerably upon this realization. Indeed, she was not the prince's wife. A concubine lacks the qualifications to be called a wife, existing instead in a subordinate position akin to that of a servant, serving alongside the legitimate wife. Yun Ruoyue's remark struck her like a dagger, leaving her speechless and her face flushed with anger. In her heart, she swore that one day, she too would ascend to the status of a legitimate wife, like those concubines who had been elevated to the role of the principal consort in the Li Wang residence. Sister, do you truly not wish to pay your respects to the princess? If you are unwilling, please inform her yourself to avoid any blame falling upon me for not reminding you, Nan Gongrou said through clenched teeth, twisting her handkerchief. I have already conveyed my intentions to you. I must tend to the prince's injuries and prepare the necessary medicines. I truly do not have the time to pay my respects. I trust you will communicate my predicament to her, will you not? After all, you too would not want any misfortune to befall the prince, and you would never seek to sow discord between me and the princess. You wouldn't speak ill of me in front of her, would you? You are so gentle and kind. I believe you know how to relay my message. Yun Ruoyue remarked, casting a glance at the guards and maidservants stationed nearby, smiling as she spoke. With that, she patted Nan Gongrou on the shoulder and entered Chu Xuancheng's chamber. Indeed, sister, Nan Gongrou replied with a forced smile, her nails digging into her palm in frustration. Yun Ruoyue had cleverly found an excuse to attend to the prince, leaving her with little room for rebuttal. Yun Ruoyue had elevated her position in front of the other servants, compelling her to relay the message. Should she speak out of turn, she risked being labeled a gossip, one who slanders the princess behind her back. With witnesses among the servants, she dared not fabricate tales against Yun Ruoyue in front of the princess, for any trouble stemming from the matter of paying respects could easily be attributed to her. After Yun Ruoyue departed, she entered the chamber where Chu Xuancheng was already awake, attended by a maidservant who was tending to his wounds. Upon entering, Yun Ruoyue was struck by the sight of his strong, well-defined back. Chu Xuancheng possessed an enviable physique, with perfectly sculpted six-pack abs and a broad chest, complemented by a firm posterior and elegantly contoured back and waist. His skin glimmered with a bronze sheen, exuding an aura of rugged sensuality, athleticism, and strength. Witnessing such a captivating figure, Yun Ruoyue nearly swooned. It was no wonder that countless women harbored secret infatuations for Chu Xuancheng, utterly enchanted by his presence. At that moment, Nan Gongrou, fearing to fall behind, hastily followed Yun Ruoyue into the chamber. Chapter 278. The maid with a hidden agenda. Yun Ruoyue paid no mind to Nan Gongrou, instead observing the maidservant who was diligently attending to Chu Xuancheng's wounds, keenly inspecting the bandaged areas. She discovered that the maidservant attending to Chu Xuancheng's bath was none other than Feng'er, another maid of Nan Gongrou. Danner had previously erred and was punished with 30 lashes, currently in recovery, prompting Nan Gongrou to select Feng'er from her Yuru pavilion to serve him. Feng'er's technique in washing Chu Xuancheng was quite peculiar. Her movements were gentle, as if she were massaging him. Her delicate face flushed like a ripe persimmon, and her dark, lustrous eyes gazed at him with a hint of spring. Her hands lingered on his chest and abdomen, evoking a fervent response. Just as Feng'er's hands approached areas they ought not to, Nan Gongruo's eyes ignited with a blaze of jealousy, and she suddenly commanded, "Feng'er, cease at once." Startled, Feng'er quickly withdrew her hands, as did the others, taken aback by Nan Gongruo's outburst. Chu Xuancheng raised an eyebrow, his gaze filled with disdain as he shot a glance at Feng'er, who had overstepped her bounds. And he had been on the verge of dismissing her when Nan Gongruo interjected. "Madam, what is the matter?" Feng'er asked, feigning ignorance, her cheeks still flushed. Nan Gongruo, aware that she could not openly accuse her of impropriety, refrained from stating the obvious. She could not simply say she suspected Feng'er of harboring inappropriate intentions towards the prince. After all, Feng'er was merely assisting him with his bath, and Nan Gongruo had not specified the boundaries of her actions. Noticing Yun Ruoyue's gaze upon her, she cleared her throat to mask her embarrassment, stating, "It is nothing. I merely wish to check on the soup I had the little kitchen prepare for the prince. You need not remain here. I shall tend to him myself." She had not anticipated that her maidservant would develop such aspirations toward the prince. What audacity! She vowed to reprimand Feng'er thoroughly when the opportunity arose, to dissuade her from such improper thoughts. "Yes, madam," Feng'er replied, casting a reluctant glance at Xuancheng before retreating. Nangong Ruoyue picked up a cloth, preparing to take over Feng'er's duties in bathing Xuancheng. At that moment, Mei Gu, the personal nurse of the Grand Princess, entered, saying, "Madame Ruoyue, do you have a moment? The Grand Princess feels cooped up and wishes for your company on a stroll." Taken aback, Nangong Ruoyue replied, "Certainly. But I must first finish tending to the prince. Is that acceptable?" "Oh, such tasks can be left to the maidservants. The Grand Princess rarely ventures out of the palace, and she longs to explore the streets. You should accompany her," Mei Gu insisted. Both Mei Gu and the Grand Princess had not left the palace in many years, and with this rare opportunity, they were eager to make the most of it, fearing they might soon be summoned back. They sought an excuse to procure medicine for the Prince of Li as a pretext to explore the streets, in the confines of the princess residence. Without palace guards to oversee them, they found themselves momentarily free, eager to indulge in the pleasures of the marketplace. Nangong Ruoyue hesitated. She was reluctant to entrust the task of bathing Xuancheng to the maidservants, fearing that they might develop unwarranted affections for the prince. "Let us wait a moment, Aunt May," Nangong Ruoyue said, expressing her concern that the maids might be careless and clumsy, potentially aggravating the prince's injury. Aunt May suddenly turned to Yun Ruoyue, proposing, "Perhaps we should ask the princess to assist. Her Highness is a skilled physician and will certainly tend to the prince with care." After this, she glanced at Nangong Ruoyue and added, "We must hurry. The princess is growing impatient. Shall we allow the princess to accompany the royal highness?" Nangong Ruoyue suggested. Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue felt averse to the idea of accompanying the arrogant and prideful princess. She swiftly approached Nangong Ruoyue, snatching the handkerchief from her grasp, and declared, "You should accompany the princess. I must attend to the prince's wound and assist him with his bath." "Indeed. The princess must change the prince's dressing and cannot be distracted," Aunt May affirmed, taking Nangong Ruoyue by the hand and leading her outside. Thus, Nangong Ruoyue had no choice but to comply. She cast a longing glance at Xuancheng, only to find Yun Ruoyue using the handkerchief to wipe the well-toned body she had long desired, her face contorting in jealousy. Once Nangong Ruoyue and the others departed, Xuancheng suddenly instructed Mo Zhu and the others, "You may leave. Allow the princess to remain here." "Yes, your highness," Mo Zhu replied, ushering everyone out. It seemed the prince wished to enjoy some private time with the princess, and it would be prudent for them to withdraw. Yet, a chill ran down his spine. Why did the prince not cherish such a remarkable woman? If he did not value her, he should allow someone else the chance to do so. Of course, such thoughts were mere fantasies, a daydream. He understood that such a day would never come. Once everyone had exited, only Yun Ruoyue and Xuancheng remained in the chamber, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. "Feng'er must have cleaned you thoroughly. I need not do it again, do I?" Yun Ruoyue said, preparing to rise. Xuancheng shot her a cold glance, retorting, "Who is it that insisted on helping me bathe? I merely said that as an excuse to avoid going out, and besides, it appears you are already quite clean. There is no need for me," Yun Ruoyue replied, stealing a glance at the prince's subtly defined physique, truly striking and robust. Noticing her gaze, Xuancheng's face flushed. "There are 2 areas that remain untouched. You must assist me." "What areas?" Yun Ruoyue's face instantly turned crimson. Even though she had not experienced such matters in her past life, she understood precisely what Xuancheng was implying. His embarrassment deepened, his eyes burning with a mix of shame and anger. "Had it not been for saving you that night, I would not have been injured. Thus it is only fitting that you tend to my wounds," he stated, gesturing to his chest and lower body. Yun Ruoyue's mouth fell open in shock. Finally grasping what he referred to, she glared at him in indignation, exclaiming, "Surely you can call upon a maid or a servant for such matters. It is improper for a man and woman to be so intimate. I cannot assist with that. However, I have not bathed for 2 days, and I feel uncomfortable." Xuancheng gritted his teeth, adding, "Moreover, I am not accustomed to being attended by maids and servants. Were it not for you being my wife, do you think I would call upon you? Are you suggesting that this is still a privilege for me? Nangong Ruoyue is also your wife. I believe she would be more than willing to assist you with such matters. She has likely not left yet. Shall I go fetch her?" Yun Ruoyue responded earnestly. Chapter 280. "I want you with that." She turned to leave. "Stop. I do not want her. I want you," Xuancheng suddenly declared. Other women would be eager to serve their husbands, yet she seemed intent on distancing herself from him. For reasons unknown. He simply did not wish for Nangong Ro to touch him, not in the slightest. In fact, he found himself anticipating Yun Ruoyue's assistance. The more reluctant she was, the more he felt compelled to press her. Why? Do you not love Nangong Ro? Such matters should be left to her, Yun Ruoyue inquired, bewildered. Chu Xuancheng furrowed his brows coldly. There is no need for your prattle. Come and assist me at once. His voice was chilling, as if a frost had settled upon the entire chamber. With no other choice, Yun Ruoyue approached, picking up the cloth from the copper basin and wringing it out casually. Fine, you want my help, do you? I shall oblige, but I must warn you, I am rather heavy-handed. If I happen to cause you pain, do not blame me. Since Chu Xuancheng insisted on tormenting her, she would not be easily trifled with. She intended to demonstrate her strength. With that, she crouched down and began to scrub his back. In a retaliatory manner, she rubbed vigorously against his shoulder, reddening it in the process. As long as she did not touch his wounds, she would exert her full force upon him. Yet, regardless of how much strength she used, Chu Xuancheng did not utter a sound. Instead, he seemed to indulge in the sensation, narrowing his eyes in pleasure. Those areas are already clean. Now wipe here, he instructed, pointing to his chest. Yun Ruoyue beheld his firm, bronzed pectorals, swallowing hard as she extended the cloth toward him, beginning to wipe gently. Suddenly, her hand inadvertently brushed against his skin, causing her face to flush. His muscles were not only resilient, but also smooth, quite the marvel of nature. When she lifted her gaze, she met his penetrating eyes, which seemed to see right through her. Instantly, she felt bashful, lowering her head to conceal her newfound interest in his physique. However, as she looked down, she inadvertently caught sight of his impressive six-pack abs, prompting her to swallow again. Why are you drooling? Chu Xuancheng suddenly stared at Yun Ruoyue, incredulous. Ah, really? She quickly wiped the corner of her mouth, only to discover that indeed, there was saliva. Embarrassment washed over her, making her wish for a crevice to hide in, realizing she had been so entranced by Chu Xuancheng's physique that she had drooled. Upon observing Yun Ruoyue's infatuated demeanor, a sudden sense of crisis surged within Chu Xuancheng. This woman had previously devised various schemes to invade his bed, and her starry-eyed gaze just now clearly indicated her interest in him. His expression darkened, and he coldly remarked, "Enough, support this prince. I shall tend to myself." Initially intending to tease Yun Ruoyue, he feared that allowing her to continue would lead her to gawk at him further. He also found himself perplexed. The last time he sought to indulge her, she had resisted with fervor. Yet now, she appeared utterly smitten. She was indeed a peculiar woman. Upon hearing Chu Xuancheng's words, Yun Ruoyue exhaled in relief. She stepped forward to support him, guiding his body outward. Chapter 281. The Prince with a Distinct Taste. Provided that she refrained from harshly tugging at the wounds on his back, he could gently clean himself. Subsequently, she rinsed the cloth in the basin, wrung it out, and handed it to Chu Xuancheng. You must support my back from behind. Without assistance, I risk collapsing. Should I fall onto the bed, the pressure on my wounds would lead to severe bleeding. Thus, Yun Ruoyue climbed onto Chu Xuancheng's bed, crouching behind him, gritting her teeth as she strained to support his back. Meanwhile, he took the cloth and began to cleanse himself. Yun Ruoyue hastily turned her face away and closed her eyes, internally repeating, "Not suitable for children, not suitable for children." After what felt like the duration of a tea session, Chu Xuancheng finally completed his task. Once he adjusted his white undergarments and covered himself with the quilt, Yun Ruoyue felt as though her hands might break from the strain. She ground her teeth in frustration. A man with such a cleanliness obsession was truly daunting. Was it necessary to be so fastidious after merely 2 days without a bath? Even with serious injuries, he insisted on attending to his personal hygiene. Eventually, Yun Ruoyue, her body weary, supported her waist as she exited the chamber. Fatigue etched across her face as she returned to her own abode, the Scarlet Moon Pavilion. Outside, Mo Li, Mo Zhu, and the newly arrived Feng Qingyang were taken aback by her appearance. Feng Qingyang exchanged glances with Mo Li, giving a thumbs up towards the chamber. The prince is truly remarkable. Even in such a grievous state, he shares such affection with the princess. I am in awe. Upon his arrival, Feng Qingyang entered the chamber alongside Mo Li and Mo Zhu. Upon entering, they beheld the prince sprawled on the bed, bare-shouldered, covered by a golden silk quilt. The bed bore signs of disarray, and water stains adorned the floor, prompting a silent exchange of understanding among the trio. Your Highness, it seems your injuries are quite severe. Emoli began, hesitantly. Your tastes are rather intense, persisting in such activities despite your grave wounds. He felt it was his duty as the prince's personal attendant to caution him regarding safety. Feng Qingyang waved his fan, adding, Your Highness, while you are still young and full of vigor, you must exercise moderation in certain matters given your current condition, otherwise, it may hinder your recovery. What nonsense are you all spouting? When have I ever lacked moderation? The prince retorted. Just now, the princess was attending to my body. Where have you all wandered off to? Xuancheng, perceiving their misunderstanding, exclaimed in anger. The three of them instantly lifted their eyelids. Emoli slapped his own mouth and said, So it is, we have misjudged the prince. Though he spoke thus, his heart held a different sentiment. The prince, being vain, would certainly not admit to such matters. They could only pretend to be mistaken. Well then, Emoli, how have you arranged for that batch of elite warriors? Xuancheng inquired. Replying to the prince, I have already seen to their arrangements. Those who took the lead have been given new identities and relocated to different estates or within the military, while those who remained inconspicuous have returned to their previous positions to continue their work. What of Feng'er? Xuancheng asked. Rest assured, my lord. I have ensured that his remains were properly interred and have distributed threefold compensation to his family. They shall be able to live without worry for the rest of their days. Xuancheng nodded and turned his gaze to the three. You have worked hard these past few days. Not at all, my lord. It is you who bears the greater burden due to your severe injuries. However, we must indeed thank Master Feng for this scheme. With his presence, our efforts have borne fruit, compelling the emperor to issue a decree to save you, my lord. Emoli expressed with admiration towards Feng Qingyang. Chapter 282. The astute Prince Feng Qingyang waved the small fan in his hand. A pair of peach blossom eyes smiling as he remarked, Sir Mo, your praise is unwarranted. The true prowess lies with the princess. Had she not remained composed and employed her exceptional medical skills to save the prince, all our efforts would have been in vain. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang commend his idol, Mo Zhu excitedly added, Indeed, my lord, during your unconsciousness, it was the princess who saved you. She treats you so well. You ought to cherish her more in the future. It would be best not to pay any attention to that scheming woman, Nangang Ro. Xuancheng's expression darkened immediately. Mo Zhu, have you forgotten her identity? She merely saved you once, and you begin to speak on her behalf. Tell me, how much of her sweet poison have you imbibed? Hearing this, Mo Zhu was instantly frightened and clasped his hands, saying, I dare not, my lord. I merely believe that the princess is truly wonderful and hope you do not neglect her. He felt that the usually wise and valiant prince had become blind, forsaking the gracious and gentle princess for the petty Nangang Ro. Xuancheng shot Mo Zhu a furious glare. It has been a long time since I have dealt with you. Is your skin itching again? Let me tell you, even if there were only Yun Ruoyue left in this world, I would not favor her. My heart belongs solely to Roer. Emoli could not help but silently scoff. My lord, do you not feel guilty saying such words? On the surface, you claim to love Nangang Ro, yet after more than a month of marriage, you hardly even touch her. Instead, you are entangled with the princess. Just the other day, rumors spread that you were forcing the princess. And today we witnessed the aftermath of your fierce struggle with her. Yet, you still deny your feelings for the princess, claiming to only favor concubine Ro. This is what one calls being lost in one's own situation while the onlookers see clearly. In truth, they had long realized that the prince was increasingly fond of the princess and had no true affection for Nangang Ro. If a man truly harbors affection for a woman, how could he endure such prolonged restraint? At this moment, Feng Qingyang remarked, Your Highness, Vice General Shun's arm has healed significantly. After a few more months of recuperation, he may very well return to the battlefield alongside you. However, the emperor has used his injury as a pretext to demote him discreetly. He has elevated Shun from a third-rank vice general to a second-rank position, bestowing upon him a wealth of gold and jewels, and assigned him to remain in the capital, overseeing the emperor's and the empress's ceremonial chariots and related affairs. Master of ceremonies? Mo Zhu inquired, perplexed. Indeed, Feng Qingyang confirmed. At that time, those within the military remarked on the emperor's benevolence towards Vice General Shun. Despite losing an arm, the emperor did not allow him to retire to his hometown. Instead, he promoted him. One would think Vice General Shun ought to be grateful. Yet, those with discerning eyes understand that transitioning from a formidable general leading troops into battle to a mere supervisor of ceremonial horses is evidently a subtle demotion. stripping him of real power, while also forcing him to be separated from your highness, under constant surveillance by the emperor's men. Emoli expressed his indignation. This is utterly unjust. Feng Qingyang replied, Your Highness, the emperor's actions are aimed at undermining your influence, gradually pruning your branches and leaves. On the night of your unconsciousness, several loyalists of the former emperor petitioned on your behalf, even chastising Prince Jin. The very next day, they faced the emperor's wrath in the court. Currently, the emperor does not rely on them and is actively seeking ways to diminish their power while elevating his own supporters, all to prevent your ascendance. Chapter 283. The need for heirs. Chu Xuancheng narrowed his eyes coldly, a glint of chilling resolve reflected within them. It matters not. The more they are disregarded, the more opportune it is for us to win hearts. Strategist, Emoli, from this moment forth, you shall be responsible for reaching out to those who have fallen out of favor with the emperor, those disheartened and oppressed. Regardless of the means, we must sway them, transforming these potential adversaries or wavering neutrals into our own allies. Additionally, inform Vice General Shun to bide his time. Though the emperor has assigned him to oversee the imperial ceremonial team, his authority may be limited, yet he retains some influence. Advise him to remain inactive, to act with prudence, and seek opportunities to win over the emperor's inner circle. We must endeavor to place our people within the palace, the residences of the various princes, and the homes of the ministers. Chu Xuancheng commanded in a cold tone. Yes, Your Highness, your wisdom is unparalleled, Emoli responded. Moreover, do not be anxious about the former emperor's loyalists being oppressed by the emperor. He may suppress us, but we can feign compliance. I shall temporarily grant Feng'er a reprieve, allowing him to regain some strength. When the time comes, I will confront him, and the emperor will have no choice but to rely on those needed for warfare. Chu Xuancheng articulated with keen insight. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingyang smiled and nodded. He had anticipated that the cunning strategies of Prince Li would surpass those of himself, the renowned strategist. There exists a saying, to nurture the enemy is to cherish oneself. Only by strengthening the power of the kingdom of Tiansheng, which could pose a threat to the state of Chu, would the emperor be compelled to depend on and elevate him, even granting him autonomy. With Prince Li in play, even he, as a strategist, could only admire his prowess. The prince appears rather naive when it comes to matters of love, unable to discern the virtuous from the wicked. Speaking of which, regarding the assassin you mentioned, who you claimed was sent by the Holy Ling Palace of the 9 Absolute Peaks, we have dispatched individuals to investigate. According to reliable informants, they were not dispatched by Prince Jin, but rather by someone else entirely. The people of the Holy Ling Palace have always looked down upon Prince Jin and would never undertake tasks for him, Emoli remarked. The assassin also claimed it was not Prince Jin. It seems there are too many lurking figures within the court, and we must continue our inquiries, Chu Xuancheng stated. Indeed. However, after receiving 30 lashes, Prince Jin has been recuperating at home these past few days and has yet to find the time to meddle. My lord, we may afford to take a breather for now. Previously, Prince Jin constantly stirred trouble, engaging in both overt and covert conflicts with the Li Wang manor, never allowing for a moment's respite. Had it been in the past, with Li Wang injured, Prince Jin would surely have capitalized on the chaos. This time, having been punished and losing the support of the people, he dares not act out. Feng Qingyang gently waved his folding fan and jested, while Prince Jin is temporarily subdued. My lord, might you seize this opportunity to conceive an heir with the princess? My previous discussions with the former emperor's loyalists and some indecisive neutral parties revealed a singular demand. You must have offspring, specifically a male heir. Without an heir, they would not risk their lives and fortunes to support you. An absence of heirs leads to a lack of successors, rendering any rebellion utterly meaningless. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, the Li Wang manor would be left without a successor, and how could these officials carry on? Emoli concurred. Yes, my lord. You ought to contemplate the matter of progeny. Ideally, you should have 10 or 8 children to ensure the continuity of the Li Wang manor. Chu Xuancheng furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling his prior promise to Nangong Ro to have a child with her. He nodded coldly. Indeed, I have considered this matter. I have committed to providing Ro, the consort, with a child. The consort? My lord, how could you have a child with her? What I mean is, even if you wish to have a child with her, she must come after the princess. You should first secure the position of the princess and the legitimate heir before considering the consort. Emo Zhu exclaimed with excitement upon hearing this. He must advocate for his idol's rights. ensuring the consort does not bear the prince's child first. Emoju, what benefits have you received from that woman? If you are so eager to have a child, then you should have one with her, Chu Xianchen retorted in frustration. Really, my lord? Emoju blinked his large, dark eyes, exhilarated and animated. You wishful thinker, Chu Xianchen exclaimed, picking up a pillow from the bed and hurling it at Emoju, who ducked in fright, pleading for mercy as he scurried away. Days later, Chu Xuanchen's condition stabilized, his wounds began to scab and heal gradually, and his spirits and appetite improved significantly. With his recovery, Yun Ruoyue breathed a sigh of relief. Upon hearing this news, the emperor in the palace felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had received confidential reports indicating that the emperor of the Tiansheng kingdom, Feng'er, upon learning that Chu Xuancheng had not perished and was on the mend, had immediately ceased military aggression against the Chu kingdom, retreating like a timid turtle. At this moment, the emperor's once anxious heart finally found solace. And the other court officials also breathed easy, resuming their usual lives. This indicated that as long as Chu Xuancheng remained, the safety of the Chu kingdom would be assured. For now, no one dared to harbor intentions of harm against him. That day, after Yun Ruoyue had finished changing the medicine for Chu Xuancheng and returned to the Feng'er pavilion to rest, the steward unexpectedly entered. Princess, the Duke of Loyalty and Valor has sent someone to request your presence, wishing for you to attend to his son's ailment, the steward announced. The son of the Duke of Loyalty and Valor? Are you referring to that frivolous young master, Su Qishao? Yun Ruoyue recalled, remembering how he had once declared his affections for her in the palace and had been unceremoniously kicked into the palace lake. She was astonished to learn that he had fallen ill. What illness could he possibly have? And why hadn't he taken his life? Indeed, it is he. During his previous visit to the palace, he accidentally fell into the palace lake. Although he was rescued, he subsequently contracted a cold. However, the cold is not the primary concern. Rather, it appears that he has succumbed to an unusual malady. Since returning from the palace, he has lost his appetite, been plagued by melancholy, and displayed signs of restlessness, frequently mumbling about some beauty. The servants suspect he is suffering from lovesickness, yearning for the arrival of spring. The steward explained. Yun Ruoyue nearly burst into laughter. She had not anticipated that Su Qishao could be so amusing, afflicted by lovesickness. Even if he were indeed lovesick, it hardly seems severe enough to warrant my intervention, does it? She remarked. Not at all, Your Highness. His case of lovesickness is far from ordinary. It has manifested violently, compounded by the cold, leading to a serious deterioration of his condition. It is said that he fell deeply in love with a beauty at the palace and wished to marry her. However, when he sent someone to seek her out, he discovered she had vanished, leaving him heartbroken and despondent, to the point of neglecting food and drink. In just a fortnight, he has become emaciated and unrecognizable, confined to his bed, barely surviving on thin porridge and water force-fed to him by the servants. Chapter 285. A visit to the Su residence during this time. The Duke of Loyalty and Valor consulted numerous court physicians and renowned folk healers, yet all were at a loss regarding his son's affliction. Regardless of the methods employed by the physicians, they could not cure his son's heartache, and he continued to neglect sustenance. Ultimately, the Duke, in desperation, issued a public notice, offering a bounty of gold and jewels in search of esteemed healers, but instead of finding a single capable physician, he was swindled out of a considerable amount of silver, worried that his son might perish if this continued. And having heard of Your Highness's exceptional medical skills, having successfully reattached Deputy General Shin's severed hand and treated both the Empress Dowager and the prince's ailments, he sent someone to the Wang residence to invite you, hoping that you could examine his son. However, as you are aware, our prince has always been at odds with Duke Zhongyou, and it is likely that the prince will not consent to your visit with the young heir. Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue grasped the general situation. In essence, the affliction of young Master Su Qi must be related to her. This condition of longing resembles modern-day depression, though it is not precisely the same ailment. Should this malady intensify, leading to an obsession that becomes a debilitating illness, it could indeed prove fatal. Given that Duke Zhongyou is cognizant of the long-standing discord between him and the prince, one might wonder why he would still send someone to summon me. Risking a cold reception, the steward replied, I surmise that Duke Zhongyou, in his desperation to save his son, has no alternative at this juncture. He can only muster the courage to seek your assistance, treating a dead horse as if it were alive. Even the faintest glimmer of hope must be seized. Your Highness, I still need to respond to that servant. Will you go or not? I must relay your decision. Let us proceed. Saving a life surpasses the construction of 7 pagodas. Feng'er, prepare my medical kit. A few days prior, Yun Ruoyue had instructed Feng'er to procure a medical kit for her. With this kit, her foray into the realm of healing would be considerably more convenient, in accordance with the original owner's disposition. Given her past humiliation at the hands of young Master Su Qi, she would have certainly refrained from aiding him. Yet, as a physician, she embodies the benevolence of a healer. She cannot bear to stand idly by in the face of death, nor watch a life extinguish before her eyes. Moreover, the plight of young Master Su Qi is also a consequence of her actions. Thus, she resolved to go. Really? But your Highness, what will the prince say? The steward inquired, a hint of trepidation in his voice, for in this royal residence, the prince's authority reigns supreme. Should the prince discover that the princess consorted with his adversary's son without his consent, he would surely erupt in fury. Do not concern yourself with him. Simply refrain from informing him, and everything will be fine. Besides, I may not even be able to cure young Master Su Qi's affliction. I merely wish to assess the situation first. Once Yun Ruoyue and Feng'er had prepared themselves, they followed the servant from the Su residence and arrived at the estate. Upon reaching the Su manor, she donned a veil she had prepared in advance, ensuring that young Master Su Qi would not recognize her. What if he held a grudge against her for previously casting him into the lake or attempted to entangle her in his affairs? As they approached the grand entrance of the Su manor, Yun Ruoyue noted that it was indeed the renowned Duke Zhang, infamous for his avarice. The Duke's residence exuded a majestic opulence, grand and magnificent, rivaling even that of the imperial palace. Upon entering the Su estate, she was greeted by vast courtyards, splendid gardens, luxurious pavilions, towering pagodas, archways crafted from white marble, exquisite rockeries, and resplendent vermilion gates, all of which vividly illustrated the grandeur and extravagance of the Su family. When the servant escorted Yun Ruoyue and Feng'er to the Qingshi pavilion, where young Master Su Qi resided, she lifted her gaze and beheld Duke Zhang, Su Mingqiao approaching. Princess Li, you have arrived. I apologize for not greeting you properly. My son is gravely ill, and I did not wish to intrude upon you. However, his condition has worsened, and despite consulting numerous renowned physicians, his ailment remains unresolved. I fear that if this continues, he may lose his life, which is why I sent my servant to summon you. Chapter 286. Do not treat the unattractive. Upon witnessing Su Ming's courteous demeanor, Yun Ruoyue stated, Lord Su, allow me to first examine the young master's condition. However, I must confess that I have never encountered such an ailment before, and I cannot guarantee a cure. All I can promise is to exert my utmost effort. This affliction of lovesickness fell within the domain of psychological ailments, a field she had not previously engaged with. Thus her reluctance to assure Su Ming of a remedy. Nevertheless, she possessed some knowledge regarding treatment methods. Fear not. As long as the princess is willing to take a look at my son, I find great solace in that, Su Ming remarked. The princess possesses remarkable medical skills and is a rare talent. Perhaps she could alleviate my son's lovesickness. With anticipation, he elaborated on Su Qi's condition to Yun Ruoyue. As he concluded, he expressed his frustration. What is it with this child? He could have anyone, yet he chooses to obsess over a woman from the palace. For her sake, he is willing to forego food and drink, perpetually lamenting her absence. What if she is a consort? Would that not be an act of treason? Yun Ruoyue's eyelids fluttered twice. Surely, she could not be a consort. Do not worry, Lord Su. Even if she is not a consort, a woman who frequents the palace is far beyond his reach. He continued, I have dispatched numerous individuals to seek her out, yet none have succeeded in locating the woman he describes. It is truly perplexing. If we could find her, and she were merely a relative or maid from another residence, I could plead with the emperor on behalf of my son to marry her and thus cure his lovesickness. However, since that day, she has vanished as if into thin air. What am I to do? Su Ming sighed deeply, hands clasped behind his back. At this juncture, Yun Ruoyue felt her right eyelid twitch violently and suddenly sneezed. Princess, are you unwell? Su Ming inquired with concern, noticing her sneeze. Yun Ruoyue quickly shook her head. I am fine. It was merely a sneeze, quite normal, really. At that moment, Su Ming's gaze turned inquisitive as he observed the veil covering Yun Ruoyue's face. Why do you wear a veil, princess? Yun Ruoyue rolled her eyes slightly and responded, I had a seafood allergy a few days ago, resulting in a rash on my face. It is unsightly, hence the veil. She could not possibly divulge that her son's ailment was due to his yearning for her. Ah, I see. Please take care of your health, Princess, Su Ming replied politely. Yun Ruoyue nodded and led Feng'er inside. She noted that Su Ming's demeanor towards her was quite courteous, contrary to the rumors of his cunning and ruthlessness. Yet, his eyes resembled that of an old fox, exuding shrewdness and calculation. Such cunning individuals are adept at social nuances, but once they turn predatory, they show no mercy, leaving not even a remnant behind. This type of person is truly the most formidable. As Yun Ruoyue entered Su Qi's chamber, she found him lying on the bed, lifeless and seemingly devoid of strength. His gaze vacant. His complexion was pallid, lacking any trace of color, yet he remained strikingly handsome, evoking a sense of astonishment. The once frivolous and reckless young master, in moments of tranquility, surprisingly exudes a delicate and ethereal beauty. Xuancheng, the Princess of Li is here. Quickly let her see you, Su Ming instructed upon entering. The Princess of Li? Is that the ugly one? I refuse her treatment. What ailment can she possibly comprehend? Upon seeing Yun Ruoyue walk in, Su Qi's murky eyes immediately cast a disdainful glance her way. Chapter 287. Your entire family is ugly. Despite his feeble demeanor, his scornful tone was rather fierce. Yun Ruoyue soon realized that this scoundrel still had hope. He had not yet reached a point of no return. Enraged by his son's words, Su Ming retorted, "You insolent wretch! She has come all this way to treat you, and this is your attitude? What kind of person have you become?" He then bowed apologetically to Yun Ruoyue, saying, "Princess of Li, my son merely possesses this temperament. I hope you can forgive him and not hold it against him." Yun Ruoyue smiled and replied, "Rest assured, Lord Su, I shall not lower myself to the level of one who has yet to mature." Hearing the phrase yet to mature, Su Qi's face darkened with anger. This woman was indeed sharp-tongued, boldly insulting him. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "Father, I do not wish for this ugly woman to assist me. Tell her to leave. She has always been a fool, and I refuse to believe she possesses any medical expertise. It's simply laughable. Unruly child, you must not speak of the Princess of Li in such a manner. She is of noble birth and possesses a precious form. If you cannot speak respectfully, then shut your mouth." Su Ming's temper flared upon encountering his wayward son. He maintained good humor with everyone, except when it came to this prodigal child. Su Qi's cast a disdainful glance at Yun Ruoyue, despite his lack of physical strength. His words were still sharp. What Princess of Li? Merely an ugly woman. Fortunately, she has the self-awareness to know her appearance is frightful. She must wear a veil when meeting me. Feng'er, upon hearing Su Qi's disparagement of their princess, angrily retorted, "Please, young master, choose your words carefully. Our princess is by no means ugly. She has merely suffered an allergic reaction to seafood, resulting in a rash, and wears a veil to protect herself from the wind. Internally, she seethed, You are the ugly one. Your entire family is ugly." In truth, the princess did not have a rash on her face, and Feng'er could not fathom why the princess would deceive others. However, given that she did so, there must have been a reason. Become beautiful? Just how beautiful could she possibly be? Why not reveal her veil and let me see for myself whether she is truly too ugly to be seen or possesses a beauty akin to that of a celestial being? Su Qi's mocked coldly. With that appearance of Yun Ruoyue, how much beauty could she possibly attain? No matter how beautiful she becomes, she will never match the celestial being in my heart. Yun Ruoyue smirked. It seemed the young master had encountered many beauties. Indeed, I have met countless beauties. And with your visage, even if you were to become beautiful, you could never compare to my celestial being, not even worthy to carry her shoes. Su Qi's arrogantly declared. Meanwhile, Su Ming was already seething with the urge to strike someone. His son, in such poor health, still had the audacity to insult someone. His anger flared as he exclaimed, "Su Xuancheng, be quiet. You shall not speak of the princess in such a manner. Su Ming excels in every aspect. Yet he falters in nurturing his son, resulting in such a disappointing outcome. My lord, please do not be angry. Take care not to let your temper affect your health. Feng'er is still young. Do not hold his shortcomings against him." At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed middle-aged woman entered, accompanied by a young man who bore a resemblance to Su Qi. Upon entering, the young man respectfully greeted Su Ming as father. Yun Ruoyue, having previously inquired about the Su residence, recognized the strikingly beautiful woman as Bai, Su Ming's second wife and the stepmother of Su Qi. Chapter 288. Self-Destruction. The young man beside her was Su Zhan, the second young master of the Su family, born of Bai and Su Ming, Su Qi's biological mother. The former lady of loyalty and bravery had long since passed away due to illness. Bai, who had once been a maidservant to Su Qi's mother, was favored by Su Ming for her youthful beauty and virtue. She became his concubine and eventually, following the death of the previous lady, ascended to the position of the principal wife. It is evident how formidable Bai is, as even a mere maid could become the matriarch of the Su household. Women like Nangong Ro, who are concubines, idolized Bai, venerating her and aspiring to emulate her success. Upon seeing his beloved wife enter, Su Ming swiftly approached to support her, addressing her in a tone entirely different from that he used with his son. "My lady, what brings you here? You have been tirelessly caring for Feng'er during his illness. You ought to rest more." Bai sighed, her heart aching. She stepped forward and looked at Su Qi, saying, "My lord, Feng'er is suffering greatly. It would be best not to raise your voice at him. Look how distressed he is. He is still young, and we can take our time to teach him." Su Qi cast a disdainful glance at Bai, coldly turning his head away, thinking her a duplicitous woman pretending to be benevolent. "I am over 20. Am I still considered young? If we do not educate him now, it will be too late." Su Ming retorted angrily. "No, look at his attitude towards us. He has already gone astray, and it is too late to amend it. Were it not for his deceased mother, I would not even bother with him." Beside them, Su Zhan quickly interjected, "Father, please do not speak so harshly of Brother Qi. He is gravely ill and appears genuinely pitiful. I fear he may not endure." At this, tears welled up in his eyes. Lying in bed, Su Qi gave a cold smile, full of sarcasm, and hoarsely said, "Enough. Cease your pretense. It gives me goosebumps. Su Zhan, do you not wish for my demise? Once I am gone, you will inherit the title of heir to the house of loyalty and bravery. You should be celebrating, not pretending to care. It is revolting. Brother Qi, I genuinely wish you well. How can you say such things?" Su Zhan replied, his expression filled with heartbreak. Bai added, "Feng'er, I swear by heaven and earth, Zhan has never contested your position as heir. He has always respected and treated you with kindness. I have cared for you as if you were my own, even more than I have for Zhan. Your words are truly disheartening. Indeed, you were once quite kind to me, but what are your true intentions? Do you think I am unaware? My current state, my present circumstances, are entirely your doing. Why do you continue this charade?" Su Qi sneered. "Master, look at Feng'er," Bai said, her face falling under the weight of his words, tears welling in her eyes as she turned to Su Ming, her expression a mix of grievance and restraint that tugged at his heartstrings. He pulled her into his embrace, offering comfort. "My dear, let it be. Do not concern yourself with him. He is ungrateful and should be left to fend for himself. No, my lord, I remain his mother. He is of the Su family. Though he has been bewitched by that woman, we cannot abandon him. We must not forsake him," Bai wept. Chapter 289. Do you know that beauty? Enough, cease your tears. And you need not feign sympathy any longer. Furthermore, I was not bewitched. My affection for that young lady is genuine and beyond your comprehension. Guards, expel them. I have no desire to see them, Su Qi declared, his annoyance palpable as he glared at Bai and Su Zhan, nearly beside himself with frustration. Witnessing Su Qi's distress, Yun Ruoyue realized he could no longer be subjected to their provocations. His condition could not withstand such agitation. The more he was riled, the more severe it would become. She hastily turned to Su Ming. "Lord Su, your son's ailment cannot endure further provocation. If it worsens, he may succumb to mania or madness. Therefore, I implore you to escort them out, allowing me to tend to the young master." Su Ming quickly replied, "Very well, we shall take our leave. Your Highness, my son is incorrigible. I ask for your patience." "Not at all," Yun Ruoyue responded. Su Ming cast another glance at Su Qi, though he frequently chastised his son. The concern in his eyes betrayed a deep worry, mingled with helplessness, anger, and the frustration of unfulfilled expectations. Once Su Ming and the others departed, tranquility finally enveloped the room. Observing Bai's attitude towards Su Qi, Yun Ruoyue recognized it as a common tactic among noble women, suffocating adoration. With their own children, they often indulge them, allowing them to run wild and fostering their misbehavior, leading them down the wrong path. By the time they mature, it becomes nearly impossible to redirect them. Su Qi exemplified the consequences of such indulgence, but given his current attitude towards Bai, It seemed he had begun to perceive her false benevolence and true malice. However, his rebellious nature had already taken root, and reforming him would not be a simple endeavor. At that moment, Su Qishao lay on the bed, stating, Yun Ruoyue, do not think that by driving them away you will earn my gratitude. I am not ill and require no treatment. You should abandon any hope. Yun Ruoyue let out a cold laugh, remarking that the young master spoke as if she were eager to treat his ailments. Had it not been for his father sending someone to the Li Wangfu to summon her, she would never have set foot in the Su residence. If he wished to never see the woman from the palace again, he could simply resign himself to fate. She would consider her journey a waste. She was not one to chase after patients, as many sought her healing prowess. Since the young master showed no gratitude, she took her leave. Upon hearing this, Su Qishao suddenly called out, wait a moment, can you let me see that beauty from the palace? I never claimed such a thing, Yun Ruoyue replied. What I meant was, should you perish, you would never see her again. However, if you remain alive, there may yet be a chance. Realization dawned upon Su Qishao, who nodded in understanding. The image of the beauty occupied his every thought, an obsession that plagued him. If it meant seeing her again, he would willingly sacrifice 10 years of his life. Should he succumb to illness now, the opportunity to be with her would be lost forever. He cast a cold glance at Yun Ruoyue, surprised that this seemingly unattractive woman possessed such logical reasoning. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze to meet Yun Ruoyue's eyes. They sparkled with a captivating brilliance, reminiscent of clear autumn waters, enchanting and evocative. He had not anticipated that this plain woman would have such beautiful eyes, and they struck him as oddly familiar. Chapter 290. The provocative treatment. It seemed that fate was indeed equitable, granting her a plain visage but endowing her with striking eyes. He languidly declared, very well, I grant you permission to examine me. Please proceed. Noticing the young master's arrogant tone, Yun Ruoyue chose not to engage in a dispute. She approached him, instructing, open your mouth so I may examine your tongue. Su Qishao obediently complied, allowing her to inspect his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Subsequently, she retrieved a stethoscope from her medicinal kit and listened to his heart and lungs. Su Qishao gazed at the stethoscope, puzzled by its purpose. Could this truly cure ailments? Yet, thinking of the possibility of rekindling his connection with the beauty, he resolved to remain silent and let Yun Ruoyue conduct her examination. At that moment, Su Ming entered the room. Observing Yun Ruoyue examining Su Qishao, he hurriedly inquired, Li Wangfei, is there an issue with my son's health? Yun Ruoyue put away the stethoscope and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, upon thorough examination and diagnosis, I find that the young master's body is entirely healthy. His cold has indeed improved. The issue lies within his psyche. Psyche? May I ask if this ailment can be cured? Su Ming questioned. In theory, it could be treated, but it would require a special method. Please accompany me outside for a more detailed discussion, Yun Ruoyue stated, stepping out of the room. Su Ming hesitated briefly before promptly following her outside. Meanwhile, Su Qishao gazed at Yun Ruoyue with confusion, wondering what this woman intended to do. Given his earlier demeanor towards her, he feared she might seek vengeance or play tricks on him. As Yun Ruoyue stepped outside, she noticed Su Ming following closely behind. She remarked, Lord Su, the young master's ailment is not of the body, but of the heart. Such afflictions require remedies of the heart. Su Ming replied, I understand. Yet I have scoured the palace and inquired of every maid, but I have yet to locate the woman who haunts Chun Er's thoughts. She is indeed his heart's malady. Yun Ruoyue suddenly inquired, do you know what this woman looks like? A tinge of worry crossed her mind, fearing that Su Qi might have memorized her appearance. Su Ming recounted, Chun Er described her as breathtakingly beautiful, possessing an air of nobility, an ice princess, if you will. He mentioned her large eyes. Her stature neither tall nor short, her figure neither plump nor slender, adorned with elegantly arched brows, cherry-like lips, a delicate nose, and a heart-shaped visage. Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue sighed in relief. They had not deduced her identity, which was fortunate. She stated, since this remedy eludes us, I have another approach to save the young master, an anger therapy. This was a method she had long contemplated, inspired by the ancient text, Huangdi Neijing, which noted that while anger may harm the liver, it can also conquer excessive worries. Anger has the potential to alleviate depression, perhaps even curing Su Qi's ailment. Anger therapy? What does that entail, and what remedies are required? Su Ming asked, perplexed. This condition requires no medication. However, should I employ this method, Both you and the young master may hold me accountable. Thus, I cannot undertake this treatment, and I implore you to seek a more capable healer, Yun Ruoyue responded. Anger therapy necessitates provoking the patient into a fit of rage. In truth, this approach also falls under psychological therapy, with a rich history in traditional Chinese medicine, utilizing external stimuli to elicit emotions that may facilitate healing. Yet, provoking the young master could backfire. What if he sought revenge? She was unwilling to engage in such a thankless task. Legend has it that during the Warring States period, there was a renowned physician named Wen Ji, who, in treating the melancholia of the king of Qi through anger therapy, inadvertently offended the monarch. Although he cured the king, he ultimately lost his head. She had no desire to take such risks. Upon hearing Yun Ruoyue's reluctance to provide treatment, Su Ming urgently said, "Princessly, as long as you can heal my son, I shall bear no grudge for your methods. Please do not hesitate." Yun Ruoyue continued to decline. This anger therapy, as the name suggests, aims to incite the young master. And I fear that Lord Su, with your affection for him, may find it unbearable. No, Princessly, I shall cooperate fully. My son has always been unruly and headstrong. Employing this method may temper his arrogance and provide him with a lesson. Please proceed with the treatment. I shall comply with your every direction. Should you succeed in curing him, I will safeguard you with all that I possess. With me here, that wayward son would not dare to act against you, Su Ming earnestly assured her. Seeing his earnest demeanor, which did not resemble that of a father prone to indulgence, Yun Ruoyue contemplated for a moment before responding, "Very well. I shall give it a try. However, this ailment cannot be cured in just a day or two. I will return to see the young lord tomorrow and bring news of that enchanting beauty. Please convey this to him." "Bring news of that beauty? Princessly, do you know who she is?" Su Ming inquired, his face alight with joy, though a glimmer of skepticism and curiosity flickered in his cunning eyes. The secrets of fate must not be divulged. Instruct the young lord to prepare thoroughly. It would be best for him to take a bath and have something to eat, so he may be in good spirits for the delightful news, Yun Ruoyue advised. "Very well, I shall have him prepared," Su Ming replied. Although he harbored disdain for this son's lack of merit, he nonetheless recognized him as his legitimate heir and the sole lineage left by his late wife, who was a distant cousin of the current emperor. After her passing, she left behind this one descendant. The emperor, fond of his cousin, had extended his affection to Feng'er, thus it was imperative that nothing befell him. With Feng'er's existence and the marriage of Chang Shao to Prince Jin, the Su family could truly be considered royal kin, and he was determined to safeguard his son. Nevertheless, he remained skeptical of Yun Ruoyue's assertions. Yet she was a physician, and her word carried weight. For the time being, he would not press her for further details. Meanwhile, the ailing Su Qishao, upon hearing Su Ming's words, gazed at him in disbelief. Could it be that the unattractive woman truly possessed news of a celestial being? Did she perhaps know what the celestial being looked like? Yet, he had not disclosed any details about the celestial being's appearance to her. Princess Li possesses remarkable medical skills. Her words must be grounded in certainty. She does not strike me as one who would lie, Su Ming mused, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Su Qishao's eyes sparkled with excitement, resembling twinkling stars. "Very well, Su Qing, from this moment forth, prepare for me to bathe in the hot springs, and ensure that Qing Chun Pavilion is tidied up. I wish to leave a favorable impression on the celestial being," he declared with fervor. "However, young lord, you have yet to eat. Perhaps you lack the strength for a bath. Should we not first serve you some millet porridge?" suggested Su Qing, the young lord's servant. Upon hearing this, Su Qishao realized the wisdom in Su Qing's words and responded, "Very well, bring me some millet porridge." Suddenly, he felt a pang of hunger. In the end, Su Qing managed to feed Su Qishao half a bowl of millet porridge, a sight that left Su Ming incredulous. This Princess Li truly possessed extraordinary abilities. Previously, Feng'er had struggled for days to consume a single spoonful of porridge, often requiring forceful assistance, and sometimes even regurgitating what little was ingested. He had feared for his son's survival. Now, with half a bowl consumed in one sitting, it was a significant improvement. Observing his son's eager expression filled him with anticipation as he wondered what delightful surprise Princess Li would bring the following day. That night, Su Qishao was restless with excitement, tossing and turning in his sleep. The mere thought of discovering the news about the celestial being the next day set his heart racing, rendering him unable to slumber. However, Aside from consuming that half bowl of millet porridge, he could not bring himself to eat anything else. Later, Xuancheng attempted to feed him other dishes, but his appetite remained absent. The mere scent of the food made him feel nauseous, and he could not fathom the reason behind it. He was only aware of a heavy discomfort weighing upon his heart, leaving him in a state of gloom. Though he yearned to eat for the sake of meeting the celestial being and wished to invigorate himself, his heart felt stifled, as if obstructed by a lump of cotton, rendering him incapable of consuming any sustenance. When one neglects their meals, their vitality wanes, and coupled with his brooding worries, his spirit further diminished, leaving him languidly reclined on the bed, awaiting news of the celestial being. Su Qixiao had anticipated that on the following day he would finally meet Yun Ruoyue and receive tidings of the celestial being. However, he waited in eager expectation from dawn until dusk, yet Yun Ruoyue did not arrive. Disappointment washed over him, darkening his countenance. Su Ming, noticing her absence, found it peculiar and sent someone to inquire at the Li Wangfu, only to receive a response that incited considerable ire. The servant from the Li Wangfu stated that the Wangfei was occupied today and would visit Su Fu the following day. Upon hearing this, Su Qixiao's anger flared, his veins throbbing with rage. Did she not promise to meet me? How could she fail to keep her word? After waiting here for so long, she dismisses me with a mere excuse of being busy. This is clearly intentional. Su Ming, stroking his beard in puzzlement, felt that the Wangfei was not of such character. Calmly, he advised, do not be so hasty. Perhaps there has been a change in the condition of the Li Wang, necessitating her attention. Since she has promised to come tomorrow, prepare yourself for her arrival. Though Su Qixiao harbored a knot of frustration, the thought of hearing news of the beauty the next day compelled him to relent. Very well, I shall grant her another opportunity. However, when the sun set on the following day, Yun Ruoyue had yet again failed to appear, leaving him in a state of vexation. In a fit of anger, he swept his sleeve, sending the delicate blue and white porcelain vase crashing to the ground, shattering into countless fragments. This display of temper infuriated Su Ming, who scolded, "What purpose does breaking a vase serve? You wretched boy, your temper is outrageous. She is the Wangfei, not some street physician. She will come if she wishes and not if she does not. What right have you to be angry?" Throughout the day, Su Qixiao was restless and unable to find peace, having not consumed a single morsel. Chapter 293, Another Missed Appointment. Now, his complexion was even more pallid, his body frilier, and his nerves taut. He struggled to articulate, "This ugly creature must be deceiving me. She possesses no medical knowledge. She harbors resentment for my past mistreatment. And now that she is a Wangfei, she seizes the opportunity for revenge against me. I doubt she can cure my ailment. Nor does she possess any news of the beauty. She is merely toying with us, leading the entire Su family in circles." Just then, Su Qing entered, her face pale with trepidation as she looked at Su Qixiao. "Young master, the servant from Li Wangfu has just delivered word that the Wangfei is engaged in playing cards with Wangfei Zhao today and cannot visit you. She also mentioned she would come tomorrow." "Playing cards? Ah, Yun Ruoyue, I had expected her to bring forth some pressing matter. Yet it appears she is merely indulging in frivolity, completely disregarding the Su residents. Father, I have warned you that you have been deceived by her, yet you remain unconvinced." Young Master Su Qi is now seething with anger, to the point where he feels as though the breath within him might erupt. This audacious Yun Ruoyue has dared to stand him up not once, but twice. Su Ming, perplexed, narrowed his eyes coldly. Previously, the Princess Li had mentioned to him that she employed a method of provocation and urged him to cooperate fully. Could it be that this tactic of missing appointments is merely another form of her provocation? He cast a fleeting glance at young Master Su Qi and coolly remarked, "You are no longer a child. Why do you lack composure? The Princess Li is occupied with pressing matters and has taken time to engage with Princess Zhao in a game of cards. After all, you have waited this long. What is one more day? Rest assured, she will arrive tomorrow." Young Master Su Qi scoffed, "I do not believe it. That ugly girl is merely taking revenge on me. Father, you have become muddled, falling for her tricks." Su Ming, incensed by his son's words, trembled with rage. He seized a teacup from the table and hurled it towards young Master Su Qi, exclaiming, "You unfilial son, do you dare speak to your father in such a manner? You deserve this. I shall no longer concern myself with you." The teacup missed young Master Su Qi and instead struck his pillow. After venting his fury, Su Ming coldly waved his hand and exited, intending to confide in by Sure. In the courtyard of the Li royal residence, at the Feng'er pavilion, Feng'er led 4 lively maids, bustling about, preparing a charcoal grill, slicing meat, washing vegetables, and skewering them, all in accordance with the princess's instructions to create a dish known as barbecue. Nearby, Yun Ruoyue and Princess Zhao each held a set of playing cards. Engrossed in their game, as she played, Yun Ruoyue instructed Feng'er, "Please prepare us some skewers of crispy bones, pigskin, and sausages, and also gut a river fish. This fish is best suited for grilling." "Yes, my lady," Feng'er replied. "Before grilling, we must marinate it." Ensuring the river fish is evenly coated on both sides before placing it on the grill, Yun Ruoyue elaborated. Observing this, Princess Zhao had already lost interest in the game. Her thoughts solely fixated on the food. She gazed longingly at the skewers on the grill, drooling as she exclaimed, "Sisterly, you are truly remarkable. I have never tasted barbecue before. Where did you learn this? Just look at those skewers. They are golden and fragrant." Yun Ruoyue replied, "Do you not have this style of cooking here?" Princess Zhao, her round face momentarily stunned, responded, "Here? I have never heard of such a method. Sister, are the skewers done? I am so eager to eat." She blinked her large, round eyes, tugging at Yun Ruoyue's hand in a playful manner, appearing exceedingly eager. Yun Ruoyue observed her fair and adorable demeanor, resembling a soft and cuddly dumpling, realizing she was merely a 13 or 14-year-old girl. At such an age in modern times, she would still be in middle school, yet here, she was already married. She affectionately pinched the delicate, creamy face of Princess Zhao, chuckling, "Just wait a little longer. If this meat isn't thoroughly cooked, it could make us ill. Once all the fat has rendered out, we can indulge. All right, dear sister. Would you like to enjoy some wine? I wish to warm a pot for us," the princess replied playfully. Of course, wine is essential. Feng'er hastened to warm the wine, and ensure it is a fine, aged osmanthus brew. In this ancient era devoid of mobile phones and television, she sought solace in wine to alleviate her boredom. Meat is best savored with wine. Without both, the experience would indeed be lacking. Soon, the wine was warmed, and the skewers were ready. A large platter of grilled skewers was brought forth and placed upon the stone table, accompanied by several pots of warmed wine. Upon seeing this, Princess Zhao rolled up her sleeves and eagerly approached, exclaiming, "Sister, come and partake. It smells divine." She then offered a skewer of tender ribs with crispy cartilage to Yun Ruoyue, saying, "Here, sister, I know you adore this." "How did you know?" Yun Ruoyue inquired. "You just had Feng'er grill it. Typically, one unconsciously requests what they enjoy." "I am quite the connoisseur of food," the princess replied, before popping a perfectly grilled piece of crispy pigskin into her mouth. As the succulent, oily pigskin melted in her mouth, she closed her eyes in bliss, exclaiming, "Wow. It's so smooth and tender, not greasy at all, yet wonderfully chewy. This pigskin is simply exquisite. You know, I used to avoid pigskin. But who would have thought it could be so delicious when grilled?" Yun Ruoyue also sampled a piece of the grilled ribs, glistening with a golden sheen. The aroma tantalized her senses, prompting her to devour a skewer. The moment the meat touched her palate, an explosion of flavor ensued. The ribs were perfectly charred on the outside yet tender within, with the crispy cartilage offering a delightful crunch. Just the scent alone was enough to entice one to indulge heartily. "Your Highness, the grilled fish is ready." At that moment, Jiao presented a lightly browned grilled fish. Upon seeing the fish, its tender, glistening flesh curling enticingly, Princess Zhao eagerly took a piece and exclaimed, "This grilled fish is delightful, and there are no bones. It is the best fish I have ever tasted." Noticing the princess with her mouth full of fish, Yun Ruoyue chuckled. "Didn't you just mention wanting to lose weight and promise to eat less while playing cards? How is it that you forget your vows the moment the grilled meats arrive?" Princess Zhao swallowed a mouthful of fish, took a sip of wine, and with a contented expression declared, "Dear sister, with such delectable dishes before us, I shall eat my fill today and worry about dieting tomorrow." The maidservants couldn't help but giggle at Princess Zhao's charming demeanor. At this moment, Feng'er approached, saying, "Your Highness, Wang Wu, who was sent to convey a message to the Su residence, has returned. He reports that after delivering your message, the people at the Su residence were quite displeased, blaming you for breaking your word and for letting the young master down." Chapter 295, Grilled Intestines. Sister, pay no heed to the Su residence, and certainly do not attend to that reckless young master's ailments. He has a history of tormenting others, having bullied you and frequently teasing me as well, even tugging at my ears. When Princess Zhao previously visited Yun Ruoyue for a day of leisure, she overheard her discussing with Feng'er the use of an anger-inducing therapy to treat the young master Su Qi. She was entirely opposed to the idea of Yun Ruoyue rescuing Su Qi, fearing that it would lead to trouble for her, which was why she expressed such sentiments. Feng'er, with a worried countenance, remarked, "Your Highness, you have already failed to keep your promise twice. Given the temperaments of Duke Zhongyong and young Master Su, they are sure to harbor resentment towards you. I mentioned that I would go tomorrow, did I not? Now, cease your concerns for me, and come over to enjoy the barbecue," Yun Ruoyue replied. Then she added, "Oh, Feng'er, please wrap some grilled chicken gizzards, chicken feet, and pig skin, along with pig intestines, pig heart, pig tongue, pig ears, and pig kidneys in oil paper, and send them to young Master Su via Feng'er, telling him that I invited him to partake." Feng'er was taken aback, recalling that the servants of the Wang residence had previously mentioned how much their young master detested such innards and claws. Would sending these provoke his ire? That would be even better. Do not worry about it. Just have Wang Wu deliver them, Yun Ruoyue calmly stated, taking a sip of her wine. Very well, Feng'er murmured softly. They were unaware of the true intentions of the princess, who merely stated that she would employ anger-inducing therapy to heal the young master, without detailing the methodology. Moreover, she had not even visited the Su residence to observe him, yet she intended to serve him the very foods he loathed, which could only lead to his animosity towards the princess. The Su family was a powerful force in the court and not to be trifled with. As Princess Zhao looked at the plate filled with pig intestines and other offals, she turned her face in mild disgust. "Sister, can we truly eat this? We have never consumed pig offal. It is so pungent. How could it be edible? Such delicacies are only for the impoverished who cannot afford better, while the upper echelons of society would never partake." Yun Ruoyue laughed. "How can it not be eaten? It is simply that you lack the knowledge of how to eliminate the odor and prepare it. I instructed Feng'er to marinate these offals with ginger and spices to rid them of their foulness. Thus, grilled, they are more fragrant than pork. If you doubt it, do taste this grilled intestine." "Really?" Princess Zhao, now brimming with trust in Yun Ruoyue, picked up a wavy piece of grilled intestine, golden brown and crispy on the outside yet tender within, releasing an enticing aroma of meat and green onions. Unable to resist, she took a bite. Instantly, she exclaimed in delight, giving Yun Ruoyue a thumbs up. "Wow, sister, this grilled intestine is so fragrant and chewy. May I have another skewer?" "Of course. Do not mention just one skewer. You may devour the entire platter if you wish," Yun Ruoyue generously replied. She was astonished that these individuals of high society had never indulged in pig offal. With the right culinary techniques, such ingredients could be utterly delectable. They were truly wasting a treasure. "Sister, when I return to the Wang residence later, may I bring some skewers back for my husband? I wish for him to experience this exquisite delicacy, especially this intestine," Princess Zhao whispered. "Certainly, take as many as you desire. If you wish to indulge again next time, come to Li Wangfu, and I will have Feng'er prepare more for you. Not only can I grill, but I can also create many other delicious dishes," Yun Ruoyue remarked, gazing at the blissful expression of Princess Zhao, feeling a twinge of envy for her fortunate life, filled with love and devoid of worries. "Thank you, sister." The Princess of Zhao rushed over, embracing Yun Ruoyue's arm and playfully pouting. Chapter 296, Delivering Food to the Young Master. In the Su residence, when the famished young master Su Qi caught sight of the pig offal wrapped in oiled paper, a surge of revulsion shot up his throat, nearly causing him to regurgitate the remnants of last night's congee. How detestable this Princess Li was. Not only did she neglect to tend to his ailments, but she also had the audacity to present him with his most loathed delicacies for the sake of mockery. Though the skewers emitted an appetizing aroma, a mere glance was sufficient to evoke his nausea. He had always despised consuming animal entrails and scraps. Such pig offal was fit only for beasts, not for humans. Was the Princess Li's action a derisive insinuation of his own status as a mere animal? Beside him, Su Qing was equally incensed, his small face set in a frown. "Young master, this Princess Li is clearly doing this on purpose. Her behavior is utterly excessive. Though she holds the title of princess, she cannot treat you in such a manner. I initially thought she had matters of significance with the Princess of Zhao, but it turns out the messenger from the Li Manor reported that aside from playing cards with the Princess of Zhao, she has been drinking and feasting with the maids in the courtyard. She even brought you the pig offal you detest. She is plainly looking down on you." "I know. It infuriates me," Young Master Su Qi glared at the skewers on the table, summarily discarding them to feed the dogs. No, not even the dogs deserved such refuse. They were unworthy of Su's household. He resolved to teach that ugly woman a lesson once his health was restored. Indeed, young master. After Su Qing spoke, he took the oiled paper package and stepped outside, intending to dispose of the skewers. However, upon reaching the entrance, he was met by several servants who surrounded him. As soon as they caught a whiff of the enticing aroma emanating from the package, they began to salivate, their curiosity piqued. Su Qing, what delectable treat have you procured? We are all good brothers. You must share with us. Seeing the servants so eager to partake, Su Qing casually remarked, these skewers were sent by Princess Li for the young master. They are all made of pig offal, which I doubt you would enjoy. Crafted by Princess Li? Let me have a look. One of the servants approached, lifting the oiled paper to reveal a skewer of roasted pig ears. After examining it for a moment, he exclaimed, you know, this does look quite appealing, and it smells rather delightful. I am tempted to try it. Indeed, this is the handiwork of Princess Li. Even if it is pig offal, it is still made by a princess. Besides, the aroma is so enticing. I must have a skewer. The hungry servants, enticed by the skewer's allure, eagerly took them in hand and began to sample them. Witnessing this, the other servants hastened to snatch skewers for themselves, and upon tasting, they were met with astonishment, showering praises. Wow, these roasted pig ears are absolutely delicious, crispy and fragrant. I have never tasted such exquisite pig ears before in my life. To think I could eat something personally made by Princess Li, I feel so honored. If it weren't for the young master's refusal, we might never have had the chance to enjoy this. Yes, the roasted intestines are delightful as well, smooth and tender, devoid of any unpleasant odor. Who knew pig intestines could be savored in such a manner? I always thought they were fit only for dogs. Due to the lack of understanding among certain individuals regarding the methods to eliminate the unpleasant odor from pig intestines, many opt not to consume them unless they are particularly hungry, often resorting to feeding them to dogs. However, to everyone's surprise, when prepared by the skilled hands of the princess, the pig intestines transform into a delicacy that surpasses even the taste of pork itself. Observing the enthusiastic praise from the crowd regarding the skewers, Su Qing, driven by curiosity, picked up a skewer of grilled intestines and took a bite. Chapter 297, 3 Missed Appointments. Upon tasting, he nodded fervently, questioning what divine flavor this was. Such a delectable dish, crafted personally by the princess, was disdainfully rejected by the heir of the Su family. He resolved that these skewers should not be discarded. He would save them to enjoy with his brothers. On the third day, Su Changxiao, having received news, hurried back to the Su residence. Su Changxiao was the daughter of the Bai family, and she was not the only daughter in the Su household. Bai and the various concubines had given birth to numerous children. The concubines in the household often bore children before the original wife of the loyal and valiant duke, as the latter had been frail and unable to conceive for a long time, suffering miscarriages even when she finally became pregnant. Thus, when she eventually delivered the seventh son, he was designated as Su Qi Xiao. In addition to Su Changxiao and Su Zhang, Bai had another daughter named Su Yuyao, who was currently studying medicine with Master Qing Yun at Zhihua Mountain, one of the few talented women in the Su family. Previously, Su Changxiao and Su Qi Xiao shared a close bond, having grown up together under Bai's care. However, with Su Qi Xiao now aware of Bai's true nature, he had grown somewhat distant from Su Changxiao. Su Changxiao did not return to the Su residence out of concern for Su Qi Xiao. Rather, she was eager to witness the commotion following Yun Ruoyue's repeated absences from her appointments with him. Entering Su Qi Xiao's room, she cast a sympathetic glance his way, covering her eyes with a handkerchief as tears welled up. Seventh brother, will Princess Li come today? If she stands you up again, what will you do? Su Qi Xiao shot her a cool glance, stating, 3 strikes, and I shall wait for her one last day. If she fails to appear today, I will twist her head off and use it as a seat. Hearing this, Su Changxiao's face lit up with delight. It would be best if this reckless young man were to eliminate Yun Ruoyue. That would be ideal. She was fully aware of his serious illness, yet still agreed to meet him, only to continuously disappoint him. Clearly, she held him in low regard, perhaps even harboring resentment for the bullying she endured from him in the past, seizing the opportunity for revenge. Su Changxiao gazed intently at Su Qi Xiao and declared, then I shall drag her down to hell with me, even if it costs my life. Su Qi Xiao's voice was chilling and ruthless. sending shivers down the spine of anyone who heard it. Ultimately, despite his harsh words, Yun Ruoyue did not arrive that day. Not only did she fail to show up, but no messenger even came to relay a message. Seeing that there was no spectacle to behold, Su Changshao incited a few more remarks before returning to care for Prince Jin. By evening, the Su residence was in disarray due to Yun Ruoyue's absence. Su Qishao was in a foul mood. Lacking the energy to cause a scene himself, he directed Su Qing and the servants to wreak havoc instead. The crux of the matter lies in his refusal to destroy his own chamber, instead compelling Su Qing and others to wreak havoc upon the Bai family's quarters. They shattered everything within: precious porcelain, jade artifacts, decorative items, and exquisite gold and silver ornaments, all meticulously demolished. When Bai returned, having engaged in socializing with the ladies, to witness her once opulent abode reduced to ruins, she was so overwhelmed with fury that she fainted on the spot. After a grueling day of official duties, Su Ming returned home, weary and exhausted, only to be met by Bai, who rushed into his arms, weeping. "My lord, you must do something about Chun. He sent people to destroy my room. Everything I owned has been utterly ravaged. His actions are beyond outrageous, showing a complete disregard for me as his mother." Chapter 298. Utter disappointment. What? That wretched child. How dare he send someone to demolish your quarters? Upon hearing this, Su Ming's face contorted with rage, veins bulging on his forehead. "I don't know. I was out having tea with the wives of officials today. Upon my return, I found my room unrecognizable. He has obliterated everything, leaving nothing behind." I collapsed into Su Ming's embrace, weeping bitterly. "Since my sister's passing, I have taken care of Chun with utmost dedication, providing him with everything he desired, showering him with love and care, fearing others might accuse me of being a cruel stepmother. Yet, my heartfelt affection has been trampled upon. It pains me deeply." Seeing his wife in such distress, Su Ming felt a profound discomfort within. With a roar of anger, he exclaimed, "This wretch, has he gone mad? Even at his worst, he would never have committed such an atrocity. His behavior grows increasingly unruly. Dad, I heard from Su Qing that it was because the Princess Li did not come to treat the young master that seventh brother became enraged and destroyed my mother's room. But how is this the fault of the princess? Seventh brother is utterly arrogant," protested Su Zhan indignantly. "What an outrageous act. How could he behave in such a manner? Come, let us go and see," Su Ming declared, already storming towards the Qingchun pavilion of 7th Young Master Su. At that moment, 7th Young Master Su lay sulking in bed, having mentally tormented Yun Ruoyue 1,000 times over. As he plotted his revenge, he was abruptly interrupted by a loud banging on the door, followed by Su Ming's furious shout, "You scoundrel! How dare you send someone to demolish your mother's room? Who was responsible? Have the meal before me." Accustomed to such outbursts, 7th Young Master Su felt no fear. He lazily lifted his eyelids, casting a disdainful glance at Su Ming and Bai as they entered. Did Bai not understand why he had destroyed her quarters? Hadn't she been the one to ruin his reputation all those years ago? With Yun Ruoyue absent, he felt as though he might perish. If he were to die, he would at least vent his frustration and drag someone down with him. With Bai away, he sought to unleash his anger by sending people to demolish her room. Indeed, it was quite satisfying. In a fit of rage, Su Ming shouted, causing Su Qing and several servants to immediately kneel on the ground, trembling in fear, their foreheads drenched in cold sweat. Su Qing, terrified, pleaded, "Master, it was I who led the men to cause this chaos. I implore you to show mercy." He was at a loss for how to defend himself, for after committing such an act, he felt he had no face to plead for clemency. It was the heir's command. Disobeying him would lead to a similar grim fate. Thus, he found himself caught in a dilemma, with no place to turn. "You dare to create disorder in my residence. Guards, seize them all, beat them to death with clubs, and cast their bodies to the mass grave for the dogs to devour." Su Ming thundered in fury. "Master, spare us. We were merely following the heir's orders. If we do not comply, we too will face death at his hands." The servants hurriedly pleaded for their lives, finding themselves with no other recourse. Although the heir and the Duke of Loyalty and Valor could not overtly commit murder, in such a prominent household, the death of a few servants was not uncommon. With the Duke wielding immense power, who would dare to criticize him for the demise of his servants? Chapter 299. Let them perish on their own. Su Qishao glared at Su Ming with disdain, his eyes brimming with contempt. "Go ahead and kill them. If you do, I will die alongside them." My uncle will surely learn of your favoritism towards concubines and your indulgence of the Bai clan, which has led to the demise of both my mother and me. I wonder how you will continue as the Duke of Loyalty and Valor then. You dare. You wretched child. Su Ming, enraged, pointed an accusatory finger at Su Qishao, his beard bristling, trembling all over, and his face flushed with anger. What do I have to fear? Do you truly believe my mother died of illness? Back then, you favored that woman, neglecting to summon a doctor for my mother, allowing her to suffer and die. What is it to destroy a room of hers? I would be justified in killing her. Su Qishao retorted coldly. You dare. You ungrateful wretch. You possess a heart of stone. You are utterly despicable. Su Ming felt a surge of blood rush to his head, nearly bursting with rage. Yet, Su Qishao merely sneered at him, like father, like son. If I am a wretched beast, then what are you? You are a man who favors concubines over your wife, ruthless and cruel. I bear your filthy blood in my veins. Why should my actions seem strange? Master, enough. Do not let such a person provoke your anger. It is not worth it to harm your health. Bai Shi interjected, her hand brushing against Su Ming's chest as she cast a cold gaze at Su Qishao. I initially thought you were merely mischievous. But today I see you possess a heart filled with malice. Even if I do not owe you a debt of gratitude, I have nurtured you. How could you wish to take my life? You are truly an ungrateful wolf. Moreover, your father raised you as his own. How can you be so rebellious? Had it been in the past, I would have shielded you. But this time, I can no longer protect you. You are on your own now, and I will not concern myself with you any longer, for I do not wish to nurture a wolf that could harm me. With that, she cast a menacing glare at Su Qishao, not having anticipated that he harbored thoughts of wanting her dead, thoughts he had never revealed before. Could it be that he believed he was doomed, and thus no longer felt the need for pretense? Thus, she would no longer plead for him, this time. It was precisely the opportunity for the master to relinquish all hope and abandon his attempts to save him, allowing him to perish in solitude, succumbing to his illness. Su Ming was consumed with rage, his chest heaving. Had it not been for Bai's support, he might have drawn his sword and slain this worthless son. He exclaimed, "Very well, as your mother has decreed, whether you live or die is of no concern to me. I, Su Ming, have no need for a son like you. I have plenty of heirs to carry on my legacy. I now find solace in the fact that Princess Li did not come to your rescue. Had she saved you, it would have been akin to saving a ravenous wolf. Since you are so ruthless, remain here and meet your own demise." With that, he commanded his guards, "Seize all the servants who smashed Madame Su Qing's residence and give each of them 40 lashes. Afterward, sell them off. My household cannot harbor such base servants." At his command, the guards dragged Su Qing and the others away. Though Su Qishao was infuriated, he was too weak to rise from his bed. Thus he could only allow the guards to take away his attendants. His eyes glinted with malice as he directed a glare at Bai, saying, "Bai, in the past, whenever I erred and was punished by father, you would always plead for me and protect me. Why have you changed this time?" Bai replied with righteous indignation, "That is because you have committed an unforgivable sin this time. If I were to indulge you again, would I not become the stepmother who spoils her child to ruin? What would others say of me then?" Su Qishao sneered, "Do not preach to me. You have merely ceased your pretense, revealing your true self. Bai, so this is who you really are." Upon finishing, disappointment flooded his eyes. Once, when he was but a child, he believed this second mother loved him dearly. He had always respected and cherished her. Yet as he matured, he increasingly realized that her affection was akin to a beautiful, venomous serpent, radiant yet lethal. Chapter 300. Hubris and complacency. Enough of this nonsense, madam. Do not concern yourself with him any longer. Let us depart. Su Ming, in a fit of fury, grasped Bai's hand and made for the exit. As they walked, he instructed the guards, "Pay him no mind. Let him fend for himself. Report to me only when he has perished." Though he spoke thus, his heart trembled violently. Had he truly come to this impasse with his son? In the following 2 days, Bai and Su Ming resolutely ignored Su Qishao, and even Yun Ruoyue did not make an appearance. The servants of the Su household began to believe that even the lady who had always doted on the young master had forsaken him, and this time, he was truly finished. Consequently, the servants treated the young master with disdain, merely awaiting the day when this debauched heir would breathe his last, thus ridding the world of such a tyrant. In the Qingchen pavilion, a profound silence reigned, aside from a few original maidservants attending. The rest had been punished and sold off. The once bustling and vibrant Xuancheng pavilion had fallen silent. Rumor had it that the young master had consumed only a bowl of thin porridge in 2 days, forcibly fed to him by the maidservants. He had become nothing but skin and bones, his mind clouded, teetering on the brink of death. Upon witnessing the situation, the Bai family discreetly summoned their servants to begin preparations for the funeral of young Master Su Qi. Bai was filled with immense joy, at last. Young Master Su Qi was nearing his demise. With his passing, the title of heir would naturally fall to her son Zhang. The other sons from different branches posed no challenge to her Zhang, who was favored by maternal lineage. Without Su Qi, Su Zhang would become the sole legitimate heir of the loyal and courageous duke's household. "Mother, what do you think of my attire and this heir's crown?" Su Zhang entered, clad in a splendid vermilion robe adorned with embroidered auspicious clouds and trimmed with golden thread, topped with a matching crown, and cinched at the waist with an exquisite jade belt exclusive to heirs. His face radiated pride. Upon seeing him, Bai's heart swelled with delight, and she approached to caress her son's heiress robe, smiling with satisfaction. "Zhang, you look truly magnificent in this heiress attire. From this day forth, you are the heir of the loyal and courageous duke's household. Your father's title is hereditary. It will be passed down to you, and then to your son. You need not worry for your future." Su Zhang's face lit up with joy, yet his gaze turned cold as he cast a disdainful glance toward the direction of Xuancheng Pavilion. The humility and elegance that once graced his features transformed into a chilling and bloodthirsty demeanor. "Mother, after years of plotting, we have finally succeeded in vanquishing Su Xuancheng. Henceforth, this Su family shall be our dominion. Without Su Xuancheng, no one else poses a threat." His eyes gleamed with malice. Anyone daring to contest his claim to the heirship would find no mercy from him. This position, singular in its prestige, was sought after by countless individuals. In the struggle between the victorious and the vanquished, having triumphed, he would be the sole heir, while the other sons of the Su family would merely glean a fraction of the family wealth, leading ordinary lives. Bai scoffed, "Indeed, even your father has forsaken him. And the princess consort of Li has not come. This is all his own doing. I doubt he has many days left. Come, let us pay him a visit." Su Zhang leaned toward Bai, smirking maliciously. "Mother, his current predicament is all thanks to you, is it not? Your scheme of feigned kindness has worked wonders. Your father still believes you care for him." Bai smiled. "Of course, I am his mother, stepping in to care for him in place of the First Lady. How could I not treat him well? It is he who failed to appreciate my kindness. Your father has become utterly disillusioned with him, to the point of neglecting his very life and death." Chapter 301. The malicious woman reflecting on the past, Bai felt a sense of vindication. Recalling how the former First Lady had looked down upon her, believing herself to be the legitimate wife. No matter how formidable the First Lady was, her only son ultimately fell victim to Bai's machinations. Soon, Bai led a throng of servants to Xuancheng Pavilion. Upon entering, she was met with the unpleasant stench of spoiled food and mildew, an occurrence that would have been unthinkable in the past. Once, due to the emperor's favor, Xuancheng Pavilion had been the most opulent chamber in the Su household, immaculate and adorned with exquisite furnishings, staffed by numerous servants. Yet now, within mere days, it had become desolate and forlorn, even bearing the odor of decay. As she entered the Xuancheng Pavilion, she beheld the pale visage of young Master Su Qi, languishing upon the bed, his eyes barely open, exuding an air of utter frailty. 2 maidservants knelt on the floor, attempting to feed him porridge, which had splattered across his handsome face and the bedding, creating a rather unsightly scene. "Ah, Brother Qi, the maidens are tending to you with the porridge for your own good, yet you seem ungrateful, making quite the mess." Su Zhang approached, akin to a self-satisfied fox, wagging its tail. Slowly, Su Qi opened his eyes and cast a cold glance in his direction, uttering in a weak voice, "Is this not my dear brother, known for his benevolence and kindness? Why does your tone bear a hint of malice?" Su Zhang smirked, his eyes gleaming with the triumph of the cunning. "Brother Qi, given your current state, let us dispense with the pretense. In the past, you wielded your status as heir and the emperor's favored, indulging in your whims within the manor, compelling me to curry favor with you to deceive you. But now, as you languish on the brink of death, do you truly believe I would continue to tolerate you? Your true colors have finally been unveiled. I only lament not having discerned your treachery sooner, having been deceived by you for so many years," Su Qi retorted, suddenly erupting into a fit of coughs, each sound resembling the strained twang of a bowstring. In their youth, Zhang had sought to win his favor by introducing him to the delights of cricket fighting and other mischievous exploits, leading him astray from diligent studies. While indulging in pleasures, Zhang had quietly applied himself to his studies and eventually achieved recognition as a scholar, garnering their father's esteem. While Su Qi had squandered his potential, Madame Bai coldly remarked, "My son, I have nurtured you for many years, and now that you are gravely ill, I cannot turn a blind eye. I have come to escort you on your final journey. Fear not, for when you depart, I shall ensure you receive a grand burial. Lacking in nothing, get out. I wish to see none of you." Su Qi seethed, his chest heaving with rage, longing to hurl a teacup at Madame Bai, yet lacking the strength to do so. Madame Bai regarded him with a chilling gaze, her tone deceptively gentle and affectionate. "Do not be angry. Embark on your journey peacefully, to reunite with your mother in the underworld. Rest assured, when my son ascends as the heir, I shall dutifully burn offerings for you, ensuring you enjoy a life of ease in the afterlife." "You vile woman!" Su Qi could scarcely muster the strength to shout, weakly raising a finger to point accusingly at Madame Bai. The revelation of her true nature was indeed terrifying. With that, she and Zhang departed. Chapter 302. The arrival of the princess consort. Once they left, the Xuancheng pavilion returned to its former tranquility. The two maidservants, witnessing the near-lifeless state of the heir, wept bitterly. While society labeled him as domineering and debauched, they knew him to be a good man. At least, he had always treated them kindly. It was merely the second madam who had led him astray. Now, many servants of the Xuancheng pavilion had fled, fearing for their futures with the heir's impending demise, or had sought refuge with Madame Bai. Yet, the two maidservants remained steadfast. They all remained steadfastly by the young master's side, until the very last moment. Just then, a frail voice echoed from outside, "Young master, the Princess Li has arrived." Su Qing was the first to enter, leaning on a cane, limping noticeably, clearly battered. He was initially to be sold off, but he clung desperately to Su Ming's leg, pleading for mercy, professing his desire to care for the young master and his unwillingness to be sold. Su Ming, recognizing Su Qing's usual sense of duty and understanding that he had been coerced into vandalizing the ladies' quarters, felt a pang of sympathy for this son and, seeing Su Qing's loyalty to his own child, allowed him to stay. Then, Yun Ruoyue and Feng'er, carrying a medicinal box, stepped inside. Su Qishao, upon seeing Yun Ruoyue clad in a moon-white embroidered dress adorned with daffodils and a white veil obscuring her face, widened his eyes in disbelief. The sight of her ignited a profound rage within him, surpassing even his anger towards the Bai family. He had grown accustomed to Bai since childhood, and although he felt exasperated, his ire was never as fierce. Yet, upon encountering the treacherous Yun Ruoyue, he felt an inferno of fury brewing within him, akin to a bomb ready to explode. "Freak, what do you want? If you wish to avoid my wrath, leave at once." Su Qishao bellowed with all his might. Yun Ruoyue, accompanied by Feng'er, coldly approached. "Do you not wish to know about the beauty?" At her words, Su Qishao's excitement reached a peak. "Did you not promise to reveal her whereabouts? Do you know who she is? Tell me at once. It would be of no use. You are now but a shell of a man, and she would never desire you." Yun Ruoyue replied nonchalantly. "You, wretched woman, you are the true failure. I suspect that you know nothing of the beauty and have merely been toying with me." Su Qishao exclaimed, awakening from his stupor. "And if I am indeed toying with you, what of it? I shan't divulge anything, humph." Yun Ruoyue raised her eyelids, her eyes gleaming with triumph, and even stuck her tongue out at Su Qishao, though her veil concealed her expression. Yet, Su Qishao could imagine the malice etched upon her face, further igniting his fury, as if a blaze were threatening to erupt from his chest. At that moment, Yun Ruoyue approached Su Qishao's bedside, gazing at the kanji served there. Tsk. What a mess. The esteemed young master, reduced to a beggar's state. If that beauty were to see you now, would she still desire you? You ugly wretch. I forbid you to speak thus. Silence yourself. The thought of that beauty's disappointment upon seeing his current state made Su Qishao wish he could vanish into the earth. Yun Ruoyue then eyed the opulent canopy above Su Qishao's bed, suddenly reaching out to forcefully tear it down, since he were destined to perish. Using these trappings is a waste. Better to give them to the beggars outside. Chapter 303. Infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Freak, you are outrageous. Su Qishao stared in astonishment at Yun Ruoyue, utterly surprised that this unattractive woman possessed such audacity to disrupt his peace. "Oh, the bed is indeed quite soft," she remarked. And these luxurious sheets are perfect for polishing my shoes. With that, Yun Ruoyue lifted her skirt and began to trample upon the sheets, rendering them filthy, which only intensified the fiery anger smoldering within Su Qishao's chest. After defiling the sheets, she intentionally stepped on Su Qishao's pristine undergarment, leaving a large shoe print that soiled it thoroughly. Enraged, Su Qishao clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, and glared at Yun Ruoyue with fury, raising his hand as if to seize her. However, she evaded him like a rabbit, causing him to miss his target entirely. Jumping off his bed, Yun Ruoyue approached the exquisite shelves adorned with antiques and precious artifacts. Carelessly, she swept her hand across the display, sending the jade pieces crashing to the floor, shattering into countless fragments. Well, since you are destined for death, what purpose do these items serve? It would be far better to smash them all and accompany you to the grave. Her reckless actions left Feng'er and Su Qing astounded, their eyes wide with disbelief, pondering whether the princess consort of Li had lost her senses. Did she not fear the wrath of Lord Su? You wretched woman! Su Qishao seethed, his fists tightening, teeth grinding audibly, his voice roaring like a lion, his complexion reddening as if he might explode. Do you truly believe I would not kill you? Yun Ruoyue cast a disdainful glance at him. You can scarcely stand. How could you possibly kill me? If you wish to do so, perhaps in your next life. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a painting of a middle-aged beauty hanging on the wall. Who is this? Your mother, perhaps? Since she is deceased, why keep her portrait? It would be far better to tear it up and use it for firewood, thus contributing something useful. You dare! An infuriated Su Qishao shouted, hastily sitting up and leaning forward, violently spitting blood. The crimson liquid sprayed in all directions, resembling a vibrant flower in bloom. Your Highness! Upon witnessing Su Qishao's distress, Su Qing rushed to his side. Yun Ruoyue followed suit, her expression serious as she addressed Su Qing. Your esteemed lord has expelled the stagnant blood trapped in his chest. Quickly, fetch a basin of hot water to assist in cleansing him. There is hope for his recovery. Hope for recovery? Su Qing gazed at her in confusion, while the two maidservants hurriedly went to fetch water. Indeed, Yun Ruoyue affirmed, your lord's previous excessive worries have caused a buildup of stagnant blood within his organs, leading to his inability to eat and rest comfortably. Now that he has expelled this blood, his internal flow will be restored, and he shall be able to eat. Once he can eat, his lovesickness will surely dissipate. You ugly creature, do not tear my mother's painting, Su Qishao exclaimed, gripping Yun Ruoyue's sleeve in agitation. I did not tear it. I merely sought to provoke you. Had I not enraged you, how would you have bled when you were unable to eat? Did you not often feel as though your heart were blocked by a mass of cotton? Yun Ruoyue shook off Su Qishao's hand. Indeed, that lump of cotton was quite uncomfortable for me. I had no desire to eat, for anything I consumed would inevitably result in vomiting, Su Qishao said coldly. Chapter 304. The method proves effective precisely. That was not cotton at all. It was the stagnant blood that had accumulated in your heart during your previous bout with wind cold. As long as that stagnant blood remains, your breathing will be obstructed, making it impossible for you to eat. Now that the blood has been expelled, you should be able to consume food, Yun Ruoyue explained. Unbeknownst to her, Su Qishao had been harboring this blockage in his heart. Through reviewing his medical records and diagnosis, she discerned that he had initially contracted wind cold after falling into the water, which ultimately led to his inability to eat and subsequent melancholy. While perusing medical texts, she had encountered similar cases. The texts indicated that if one could provoke the patient into expelling the stagnant blood, the patient would recover remarkably. Furthermore, given that he was already suffering from depression, merely inciting him could also remedy his ailment. Thus, her deliberate failure to keep appointments over the past few days, along with her earlier irritation of Su Qishao, were all strategic moves aimed at provoking him to expel that blood. To her surprise, her strategy had indeed succeeded. Su Qishao then realized that this seemingly unattractive woman had not been acting irrationally, but rather had been employing a method of provocation to treat him. He cast a fleeting glance at her and noticed her demeanor was now warm and earnest, devoid of the previous arrogance, causing his anger to gradually dissipate. Feng'er and Su Qing, having heard Yun Ruoyue's words, also breathed a sigh of relief. They noted that the young lord, who had been bedridden due to illness, had suddenly sat up after being angered, indicating that the method employed by the princess consort was indeed effective. Before long, the maids brought in hot water and towels to assist Su Qishao in cleansing himself. Once cleaned, Yun Ruoyue approached, presenting several omeprazole capsules and Yunnan Baiyao capsules to Su Qishao. Take this medicine. You have just vomited blood, and the continuous vomiting has harmed your gastric mucosa. This will protect your stomach, she instructed. Seeing this, Su Qing swiftly reached out to take the medicine. Thank you, Your Highness, he expressed gratefully. This time, Su Qishao did not resist, but obediently allowed Su Qing to administer the medicine. With the blockage removed, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. And after taking the medicine, he no longer felt the urge to vomit. At that moment, he realized he was somewhat hungry. He shyly glanced at Yun Ruoyue and asked Su Qing, "Is there anything to eat in the room?" "Yes, indeed, my lord. We have been preparing congee for you." The maids replied, swiftly bringing in the congee they had readied. To their astonishment, as they fed him, he willingly consumed the congee without any further vomiting. The maids exhaled in relief and continued to feed the young lord. Soon, Su Qishao had finished an entire bowl of congee. Observing this, Yun Ruoyue retrieved her stethoscope and listened to Su Qishao's chest. As she leaned in closer, she felt nothing unusual. However, Su Qishao noticed that his heart was inexplicably racing. He promptly withdrew his thoughts and chose to disregard Yun Ruoyue. He is clearly enamored with that celestial being, while Yun Ruoyue is hardly worthy of even serving her. Yet, why does his heart race whenever she draws near? Very well, aside from his frail constitution, there are no significant concerns regarding your esteemed son. Please take care of him. His diet should remain light, with ample warm water, avoiding raw, cold, spicy, and stimulating foods, while ensuring he does not suffer from chills. A diet predominantly consisting of light fruits and vegetables will aid in his recovery. After completing her examination, Yun Ruoyue put away her stethoscope. Chapter 305. Is the princess enchanted? Thank you, esteemed princess. Your medical skills are truly remarkable, a veritable goddess of healing, Su Qing expressed with deep gratitude, bowing to Yun Ruoyue. What's so remarkable about her? She merely has good fortune, Su Qishao retorted coolly. Besides, my ailment is not yet fully resolved. Who can say if her methods are effective? One can ascertain their efficacy by the heir's experience, can they not? The hour is late. I shall take my leave, he added, his demeanor dismissive. Yun Ruoyue had no desire to linger in his presence. Were it not for her promise to treat him, she would not have even cast him a glance. Such a person is a blight upon society. His demise would be deserved. Princess Li, I truly appreciate your assistance. It has been a laborious endeavor. Allow me to escort you, Su Qing offered, eager to accompany Yun Ruoyue. Please, do not go to Prince Li's residence, she swiftly interjected, waving her hand. It was merely a trivial effort on my part, hardly worth mentioning. I am quite busy with my affairs, and fear I may not have time to entertain you. An anxious thought gripped her. She was clandestinely aiding Chu Xuancheng. If he were to discover this, it would spell trouble. Thus, this matter must remain confidential. Understood. Su Qing replied with a knowing expression. He recognized the long-standing discord between Prince Li and the elder, making a visit to express gratitude to Princess Li rather inappropriate. When the opportunity arises, he would certainly encourage the heir to privately invite the princess to dine, to express his thanks. As Yun Ruoyue prepared to depart after speaking with Su Qing, she suddenly overheard Su Qishao murmuring from within, "Once my illness is resolved, my first order of business will be to pursue my beloved. I shall bring her home, showering her with affection and care, devoting my love solely to her." Horrified, Yun Ruoyue quickly seized Feng'er and made her exit. She had no desire to encounter this debauched scion again. To her dismay, his tenacity was insufferable, proving difficult to shake off. After several days of recuperation, Chu Xuancheng's back injury began to scab over, showing significant improvement. He was now able to rise from bed. Aside from the need to avoid straining his back, his movements were otherwise normal. He had never experienced sleeping on his stomach before. This time proved quite uncomfortable. Seeing this, Nangong Ro could not help but give Chu Xuancheng a thumbs up. Congratulations, Your Highness. Your physical constitution is truly admirable. Your recovery is remarkable, not only due to your own resilience, but also thanks to the icy jade ointment provided by the virtuous king. I've heard that this balm was crafted by Master Qing Yun, a renowned physician from Mount Jiuhua. With his expertise, it is no wonder your recovery has been so swift. As Yun Ruoyue overheard, she couldn't help but glance at the sky, rolling her eyes in exasperation. She had not utilized Master Qing Yun's ointment at all. For the past few days, it was she who had been caring for Chu Xuancheng, diligently administering medicine to him, leading to his recovery. What connection did Master Qing Yun have with this? The nearby Princess Chang cast a glance at Nangong Ro and, unexpectedly breaking her usual demeanor, remarked, Rower, in addition to Master Qingyun's contributions, we must also acknowledge Ruoyue's efforts. Recently, she has dedicated herself to healing the royal brother, sacrificing much in the process. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. What had come over the princess? Had she succumbed to some enchantment? Given her disdain for Yun Ruoyue, it was astonishing that she would begin to praise her. Flattery without cause is either deceit or malice, she thought, convinced that the princess harbored ulterior motives. Nangong Ro's expression stiffened, and she hastily replied, Indeed, elder sister speaks the truth. Thanks to your tireless care for the prince. I meant to say that your contributions are substantial, and the efficacy of the ice-cold jade dew ointment is remarkable, with it in your possession. Your efforts must surely yield twice the result with half the effort. Chapter 306. A gift of chicken soup, Yun Ruoyue scoffed coldly. Nangong Ro's words clearly insinuated that she had relied on the ice-cold jade dew ointment to cure Xuancheng, offering no acknowledgement of her own medical skills. I did not use the ice-cold jade dew ointment, Xuancheng interjected icily. Nangong Ro froze, her smile faltering like a cracked ice surface. Ah, sister, did you truly not use the ointment given by the virtuous king? I have heard it possesses miraculous effects. Is it true you did not utilize it? Why would I need to use his when I have my own medicine? She retorted. Now that the prince has recovered, all that is required is to ensure a change of dressings. I shall take my leave. With that, Yun Ruoyue performed a graceful bow to Xuancheng and departed. In front of the assembly, she still adhered to the necessary courtesies to avoid giving any ill-minded individuals the opportunity to find fault. Xuancheng's gaze lingered on her retreating figure, unyielding and profound. Seeing this, Nangong Ro's expression darkened, filled with envy. That night, as Xuancheng sat in his study attending to the military affairs that had accumulated, Nangong Ro, having adorned herself meticulously, approached the study door clad in a white fox fur cloak over a sheer, delicate garment that accentuated her alluring figure. This time, she did not bring Feng'er, but instead accompanied the already healed Danner. After the incident with Feng'er, who had revealed inappropriate feelings while tending to Xuancheng, she had dealt her a severe reprimand and demoted her from a second-class maid to a third-class maid, relegating her to sweeping outside. With Danner recovered, she had reinstated her. Danner entered the study carrying a steaming bowl of chicken soup. As they reached the study door, they were met by Mo Zhu, who stood guard. Madam, the prince is busy. May I inquire about the purpose of your late-night visit? Mo Zhu, now thoroughly disdainful of Nangong Ro, quickly stepped forward to obstruct her passage. Mo Zhu, I have prepared a nourishing chicken soup for the prince. His recent injuries have greatly depleted his vitality, and this soup will aid in his recovery. Please, convey my message to him, Nangong Ro said sweetly. Mo Zhu nodded curtly and proceeded to announce her presence. After all, Nangong Ro is now the beloved concubine of the prince. If he does not enter to report, the prince would surely hold him accountable. Soon, he emerged, his demeanor nonchalant as he proclaimed, The prince requests your presence, madam. Nangong Ro nodded with a smile, lifted her skirt, and gracefully stepped inside. As she entered, a cold glance was cast towards Mo Zhu. She always felt that Mo Zhu's attitude towards her was rather disdainful, lacking the respect afforded to Yun Ruoyue. Could it be that, due to Yun Ruoyue's healing of his arrow wound, he had become hers? Upon entering, she found Xuancheng bent over his desk, diligently writing, seemingly engrossed in official documents. She softly called out, Your Highness, you must be weary. Rower, Xuancheng replied, rising and setting down his brush, a look of concern washing over his face. It's so cold outside. Why have you come instead of resting in the warmth of your chamber? I was worried about your health, so I specifically made ginseng chicken soup for you. Moreover, I missed you, Nangong Ro declared, before flinging herself into his embrace. Xuancheng instinctively tightened his hold, savoring the warmth of her presence, yet an image of Yun Ruoyue unexpectedly flickered in his mind. Nestling closely against Xuancheng, her eyes sparkled with affection, reflecting the depths of her feelings. Her gaze, like autumn waters, complemented her delicate features, and her cherry blossom lips parted slightly, exuding an irresistible allure. Chung, let me feed you a spoonful of chicken soup. She lifted the lid of the bowl, scooping a spoonful of soup towards his lips. I do not wish to drink at the moment. Please set it aside, Xuancheng replied, glancing at the somewhat oily broth, gently pressing down on her hand, returning the spoon to the bowl and covering it once more. What's the matter? Do you not want to drink the soup I made for you? Nangong Ro inquired, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, revealing her sense of grievance. It's not that. It's just that the princess mentioned this soup lacks nutritional value. Being merely oily and fishy, the real nourishment lies within the meat. If one seeks to recuperate, one should consume the meat itself. This soup is merely detrimental to your recovery, Xuancheng explained, recalling what he had heard Yun Ruoyue say when the kitchen was preparing nourishing broth for him. Nangong Ro's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, a sheepish smile gracing her lips. It seems there is much wisdom in the preparation of this chicken soup. I was indeed too ignorant. Not at all, Rower. You have worked hard. Let the servants handle such matters in the future. You need not concern yourself with them, he assured her, grasping her hand earnestly. Nangong Ro nodded, a flicker of disappointment crossing her gaze. Very well, I shall heed your words. However, the underfloor heating in this room is quite splendid. It is so warm that I feel a bit overheated. With that, she playfully cast a flirtatious glance at Xuancheng, slowly shedding her white fox cloak to reveal a gossamer garment beneath. After removing her outerwear, her cheeks flushed with warmth, she lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. Chung, last time you mentioned your willingness to have a child with me. Tonight seems a most opportune moment. With that, she stepped closer, her delicate hands reaching toward his chest. Rower, not tonight. My injuries have yet to heal, and I cannot bear any contact. Xuancheng cast a regretful glance at Nangong Ro and gently pushed her away. Chun, your injury is on your back, not elsewhere. Even if we cannot consummate our marriage, I can still serve you and ensure your comfort, Nangong Ro asserted, extending her hand towards Xuancheng's waist, subtly suggesting her willingness to attend to him with her lips. She could not believe he would not be tempted by her. After all, are not men inherently lustful? Moreover, given his deep affection for her, how could he possibly resist her allure? Rower, this evening is not suitable. I have a substantial amount of official documents awaiting my attention. Let us defer this matter. Xuancheng replied, fixing his gaze on Nangong Ro, his eyes betraying a hint of complexity. He had promised her a child, yet at this moment, he felt no desire to consummate their union, as his mind was perpetually haunted by the image of a cold yet tenacious visage. Upon hearing his words, Nangong Ro bit her lip in distress, her delicate fingers twisting the handkerchief tightly, her face marred by humiliation. Chun, speak truthfully. Do you truly wish to refrain from consummating our marriage? We have been wed for nearly 2 months, and I remain a maiden. If this were to become public knowledge, it would be utterly laughable. With that, she covered her face with the handkerchief, succumbing to muffled sobs. Rower, Xuancheng, filled with compassion, embraced her tightly, patting her shoulder. My wound is not yet healed. It is indeed inappropriate for us to consummate our marriage at this time. Please wait a little longer. I assure you, I will not go back on my word. How much longer must I wait? I have already been patient for so long. Even the princess has consummated her marriage. And now, people in the capital mock me, claiming you do not love me. They say you married me merely because I resemble the princess of Jin, and that your intention was to provoke her by marrying me while refusing to consummate our union, Nangong Ro lamented, her voice dripping with sorrow. Chapter 308. Do you like my sister? Xuancheng's handsome eyes darkened ominously, fury igniting within him. Who dares to say such things? Tell me, and I shall ensure they face the consequences. He was taken aback that anyone would dare to meddle in his private affairs, particularly concerning such intimate matters. Clearly, there were numerous spies within his estate, and he resolved to eliminate them at the earliest opportunity. Nangong Ro trembled at the ferocity of Xuancheng's voice. In truth, no one had uttered such words. The matter of their consummation was unknown to outsiders. She had fabricated the story to exert pressure on him, never expecting he would take it seriously. If he were to send someone to investigate and find no rumors to corroborate her tale, it would spell trouble for her. Hastily, she replied, forget it. They were merely idle rumors and pose no real issue. My lord, may I ask you something? Do you truly love me? Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, gazing at Xuancheng with an expression of heartfelt longing. Xuancheng hesitated. Rower, why do you ask such a question? I can't help but feel that ever since my sister fell into the water, you have changed. You now seem to pay her more attention and defend her. I genuinely fear that you may come to love her and forget about me. Nangong Ro's tears, resembling pearls, adorned her cheeks, rendering her utterly pitiable. How could that be? When have I ever shown her attention or defended her? Xuancheng questioned. Just this afternoon, you spoke in her defense. claiming you had not used the icy cold jade balm. It also subtly conveys that his recovery is attributable to the princess's merit, rather than the ointment from Prince Jin. Upon observing Nangong Ro's unreasonable behavior, Xuancheng's voice turned abruptly cold. I am merely stating the facts, not defending her. Regardless of her being the daughter of the Prime Minister, even if she were the daughter of another family, my affections would remain unchanged. Is that truly the case? But my sister has become so beautiful and formidable, any man would be drawn to her, Nangong Ro replied, her confidence wavering. Even if other men are enamored by her, why must I be compelled to feel the same? Chu Xuancheng retorted icily. There are many women skilled in medicine across the realm. Does her proficiency alone warrant my affection? Yet she is your princess, and she has grown so lovely, Nangong Ro said, her eyes reddening. When it comes to beauty, in my heart, Ro is unparalleled. Moreover, do you think I am such a superficial man? He placed his hands gently on Nangong Ro's shoulders and continued, I judge a person by their heart, not by their appearance. What I know is that in my most perilous moments, it was you who saved me. In my times of sorrow and despair, it was only you who stood by my side, alleviating my worries and offering comfort. He recalled their first encounter vividly. He had been inebriated at a tavern, stumbling out and collapsing onto the street. At that moment, Nangong Ro's carriage passed by, and upon noticing him lying in the snow, she ordered her people to rescue him. It was a snowy night, bitterly cold, and had she not intervened, he might have perished from exposure. When he opened his eyes, he saw a girl offering him warm water, mistaking her for Su Changxiao, only to realize she was another woman resembling her. In the days that followed, Nangong Ro frequently tended to him during his drunken stupors, comforting him and becoming his confidant. Although he did not harbor romantic feelings for her, he wed her out of gratitude. Therefore, he would not allow anyone to harm her, showering her with lavish gifts and fulfilling her every desire, striving to provide her with the finest life possible. Chapter 309. Su Qing's intentions. Ultimately, Nangong Ro emerged from the study with reddened eyes. Observing her demeanor, Mo Zhu discerned that she had not succeeded. The prince had not approached her. In the Feiyue pavilion, Your Highness, Su Qing just sent word through a messenger, stating that their heir has fully recovered. He has returned to his robust self, leaving both the Bai and Su families exasperated, reported Feng'er. Su Qing also sent a small gift, saying it is a token of his regard for you. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback by Su Qing's etiquette, considering him merely a servant, yet he displayed greater courtesy than the often rude Su Qixiao. The latter had merely suffered from a buildup of stagnant blood, resulting in a slight weight loss. Once he expelled the blood and resumed a proper diet, his health would be restored. Let us see what it is, Yun Ruoyue instructed. Feng'er nodded and, in the presence of the princess and her 4 maids, gently opened the small gift box. Upon opening the box, all present were moved by its contents. Inside lay a considerable amount of broken silver coins, varying in size and irregular in shape, clearly accumulated over many years as private savings by Su Qing. To their astonishment, he had sacrificed his personal funds to express gratitude to the princess on behalf of Su Qi. Though the gift was modest, the sentiment behind it was profound. Your Highness, is this not Su Qing's private savings? One remarked. Considering the effort it took for him to save these coins, perhaps we should decline and return them to him. No need, she replied. Since he has offered them, he must have no intention of reclaiming them. Feng'er, please divide the silver among you all. There is not much, and you have worked hard caring for the prince. This is a token of appreciation for your efforts. Recently, it was Feng'er who, along with the 4 maidservants, diligently attended to Chu Xuancheng at the Starry Pavilion, as despite its grand appearance, it housed only male servants, leaving no maidens to assist. Unsatisfied with the household staff's lack of attentiveness, she decided to send them instead. While she merely offered verbal support, aside from changing dressings, she recognized their toil and felt they deserved a reward. To her surprise, Feng'er responded, Your Highness, this is Su Qing's heartfelt gesture. We cannot accept it. Moreover, you have little silver on hand, and maintaining relations with the Zhao princess and others incurs expenses. Without funds, how can you manage? Yun Ruoyue chuckled lightly, saying, Foolish girl, have you forgotten? As the princess of the estate, I can simply draw silver from the treasury whenever I wish. The gifts bestowed upon me by the Zhao princess were worth a significant sum. I am hardly impoverished. Feng'er bowed her head in resignation. Very well. It seems my mistress speaks the truth. She is far from poor, Being the rightful consort of the Li Wangfu, she is indeed quite affluent. Yun Ruoyue affectionately ruffled the hair of the little maidservants, her expression tender. There is little silver here. With the new year approaching, take it. Along with the monthly allowance from the estate, you can send it home to your families, ensuring they have a good celebration. Yun Ruoyue understood that Feng'er and the other maidservants came from impoverished backgrounds, living in considerable hardship. Had they not been destitute, they would not have sold themselves into servitude. Upon hearing this, Feng'er and the 4 maidservants looked at Yun Ruoyue with heartfelt gratitude. Your Highness, you are truly kind to us. For the first time since their arrival at the estate, they felt the warmth of a master's care. Previously, there had been no mistress to foster such warmth, with only the esteemed prince present. Do not worry, Feng'er. With the new year approaching, please draw silver from the treasury to procure new garments for all of you. And also for me, lest anyone claim I am dressed too poorly, tarnishing the estate's reputation. Yun Ruoyue teased with a smile. Yes, Your Highness. Rest assured. I will ensure you have many beautiful outfits. Feng'er responded, touched to the point of tears. The last time the gentle side consort sought to inspect her, it was the princess who fiercely protected her. Now, with the princess showing such concern for their well-being, Feng'er felt deeply moved, unable to repay her kindness. She resolved to care for the princess diligently in gratitude. Now, the Wangfu is under the dominion of the Wangfei, making it quite convenient for them to procure silver. They simply need to secure a receipt and approach the account manager for funds. Accordingly, she is to create several splendid and fashionable garments for the Wangfei. My lady, the eldest princess and Aunt May have arrived. At that moment, Greener entered the room. As she stepped in, the eldest princess, adorned in a resplendent crimson robe with flowing sleeves, and Aunt May, dressed in court attire, followed suit. Upon seeing the eldest princess, everyone rose promptly to pay their respects. Aunt May also offered a courteous bow to Yun Ruoyue, saying, "This old servant pays her respects to the Wangfei." Yun Ruoyue glanced at the eldest princess. It was unusual for her to visit without cause. Their relationship had always been strained. What could she possibly want? Recalling how the eldest princess had unexpectedly spoken in her favor before Nangong Ro at noon, a sense of foreboding enveloped her. Longjia, despite her aversion, Yun Ruoyue mustered the resolve to greet her. The eldest princess regarded her with a glance that exuded an innate nobility and arrogance. I have heard that you are to enter the palace to meet the emperor tomorrow? Yes, what of it? Yun Ruoyue inquired plainly, disinterested in riddles. The eldest princess hesitated, her face slightly flushed. Could you ask them to leave? I would like to speak with you privately. Feng'er and the others exchanged worried glances with Yun Ruoyue, fearful that the eldest princess might intimidate her. However, Yun Ruoyue remained composed. Feng'er, you all may leave and prepare some tea and snacks. After all, the eldest princess is a guest. She deserves proper hospitality, and I shall not treat her with any discourtesy. Once Aunt May and the others had withdrawn, only Yun Ruoyue and the eldest princess remained in the room. Without the presence of others, the eldest princess shed her facade. To speak candidly, the emperor sent eunuch Lu yesterday to urge me to return to the palace, but I do not wish to go back. The palace is a place that devours its inhabitants without a trace. I have resolved that this time out of the palace, I wish to remain in the Li Wangfu indefinitely. Previously, the emperor had stated that if you could heal my younger brother's injuries, he would grant you one condition. When you meet him in the palace, could you possibly use my freedom as a bargaining chip? Yun Ruoyue was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, one fears what is to come. If the eldest princess were to stay here for even a fortnight, it would be unbearable. If she were to reside here for eternity, what would become of her? What does the princess mean? I do not quite understand. Yun Ruoyue feigned ignorance, looking up. What I mean is, I can no longer bear the thought of returning to that prison of a palace. It is a dark, suffocating cage that binds and confines me. The emperor wishes to keep me imprisoned for life, fearing I might reveal the truth of how he murdered my parents and usurped my royal father's throne upon my return to the outside world. Were it not for the Empress Dowager's protection over the years, I would have long succumbed to his malice. I do not wish to return. Could you not speak to the emperor on my behalf? Tell him that I promise never to speak of the past indiscriminately. All I desire is to reside peacefully in the Li Wangfu, and I will frequently enter the palace to pay my respects to him and the Empress Dowager. I long to remain outside the palace, to savor fleeting moments of freedom, and to be together with my younger brother. You are bargaining with the emperor for my freedom, allowing me to reside permanently in the Li Wangfu without returning to the palace. Is that acceptable? The Long Princess inquired. Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue felt a surge of indignation within her, thinking, how audacious of you. The Long Princess, who had previously held herself in high regard and looked down upon her, now sought to utilize such a precious condition to secure her own liberty? Had she misheard? With a cold demeanor, she replied, I apologize, Long Princess, but you have mistaken the party in question. I have already formulated my own terms in my heart. If you wish to negotiate, perhaps another time. When others approached her for negotiations, they often offered some benefit. This Long Princess, however, seemed utterly oblivious to the nuances of human relationships, failing to extend even the slightest incentive. She was no fool. The Long Princess was taken aback, having humbly implored Yun Ruoyue, only to be met with rejection. Why? What are your terms that necessitate the Emperor's approval? Speak them, and if I am able to assist you, I shall do so. We can strike a deal. And you need not approach the Emperor again, the Long Princess confidently asserted. Your Highness, having already sought the Emperor, I am engaged in a matter that no one else in this world could undertake. It is a task only the Emperor can accomplish. I regret to inform you that I cannot engage in a transaction with you. Yun Ruoyue responded with indifference. Her requests were twofold. She sought the Emperor's consent for a divorce from Xuancheng and wished to extricate herself from being a pawn of the Emperor. How could the Long Princess possibly facilitate such matters? A man as formidable as Xuancheng would never heed the Long Princess's wishes for a divorce. Thus, her only recourse was to approach the Emperor. Yun Ruoyue, is this truly your stance towards me? What I propose is simple. Should you agree to present this condition on my behalf, I will ensure a peaceful coexistence between us moving forward. I shall no longer hold a grudge against you for your father's actions against my mother, and will even persuade my royal brother to forgive you as well. How does that sound? The Long Princess spoke with an air of noble detachment, her expression suggesting that she had absolved Yun Ruoyue of her perceived transgressions, as if granting her a tremendous favor. Taken aback by her words, Yun Ruoyue staggered back 2 steps, responding, I am truly sorry, but I cannot comply. She was indifferent to whether the Long Princess or Xuancheng held any animosity towards her. It was of no concern to her. After all, she was destined to leave the Li Wangfu sooner or later. Seeing Yun Ruoyue's resolute demeanor, the Long Princess felt a surge of frustration but recalled the counsel of Aunt May, who advised her to practice restraint when seeking favors. Thus, she clenched her fists tightly and, in a coaxing tone, said, Have you not always admired my royal brother? You cherish him deeply, yet he does not return your affections. If you assist me in fulfilling this wish, I can make it so that my royal brother loves you, adores you, and grants you the happiness of being the most cherished woman in the Li Wangfu. As she spoke, the corners of the Long Princess's mouth curled into a satisfied smirk, her eyes brimming with confidence, as if she believed that winning Xuancheng's favor would be the greatest blessing for Yun Ruoyue. Surely now, Yun Ruoyue would acquiesce? To her surprise, Yun Ruoyue replied with a cold laugh. Your Highness, I have already stated that my affections for the Li Wang have withered, and I have no desire for his favor. There is no need for you to waste your breath. I shall not acquiesce to your request. I bid you farewell. Your Highness, you, how could you, Yun Ruoyue? Do you truly refuse? The Long Princess, incensed, pointed an accusatory finger at Yun Ruoyue. Chapter 312. Her disagreement indeed, I disagree. That is my stance, Yun Ruoyue declared with an air of haughty defiance, her brow raised imperiously. The Grand Princess was instantly infuriated, clutching her chest as she retorted, What are you, but a mere unfavored daughter of a noble family? I am of royal blood, and many would eagerly vie for the opportunity to serve me. How dare you act so high and mighty? To serve me is a privilege. Do not refuse such an honor. Yun Ruoyue regarded the Grand Princess coldly. Is it true that when you do not receive the answer you desire, your demeanor shifts so abruptly? I had thought you were genuinely attempting to befriend me, but it appears that my refusal to comply with your demands leads to your wrath. You are truly heartless. She felt a profound relief that she had not acquiesced to the Grand Princess. This princess resembled a treacherous wolf, incapable of providing assistance. Moreover, the Grand Princess's domineering and tyrannical nature, coupled with her alliance with Nangong Ro to orchestrate her downfall, left Yun Ruoyue unwilling to harbor such a ticking time bomb in her vicinity. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? The Grand Princess fumed, her face paling in fury. I come to you out of respect. Do not let your arrogance blind you. She pointed an accusatory finger at Yun Ruoyue, her body trembling with rage. Yun Ruoyue mused to herself, this Grand Princess has quite the talent for insults. delivering them with remarkable flair and always with originality. It is evident she has emerged from the intrigues of the palace. With a cold arch of her brow, she exuded an undeniable regal authority, her voice steady and commanding. Since we cannot reach an understanding, let us not squander each other's time. Someone, escort our guest out. With that, she turned on her heel, her sleeves sweeping elegantly, exuding an aura of formidable grace. The Grand Princess had never been dismissed in such a manner, not even within the palace walls, where no one dared to treat her thus. Yet today, she found herself expelled by this woman. Anger coursed through her, and her complexion shifted from pale to dark, deeply embarrassed to have been sent away by her sister-in-law. A cold glimmer of malice flickered in her eyes as she spat. Yunru, do not revel in your triumph. Mark my words, the day will come when you shall weep. After delivering her ominous threat, she swept her sleeves with exaggerated motion, attempting to surpass Yun Ruoyue in haughtiness, before strutting out with her head held high. Upon witnessing this, Aunt May entered, casting a cold glance at Yun Ruoyue. Her voice dripped with disdain, reminiscent of a specter from the depths of hell. My lady, your actions this time are utterly excessive. Your family owes a debt of life to the late emperor, and this was your opportunity to atone before the princess. Yet, you squander it so carelessly. Aunt May, is this the place for your admonitions? Yun Ruoyue arched an eyebrow, her tone icy. Moreover, that is a matter between my father and the late emperor. What concern is it of mine? Is it now fashionable to impose shared culpability? To foist the blame that does not rightfully belong to others? To coerce individuals into action through moral manipulation? You are quite the silver-tongued one, my lady. If you possess such skill, ensure you maintain your position as princess, lest you find yourself ousted and weeping in the future, Aunt May threatened coldly before hastily leaving. Your Highness, that Aunt May is truly insufferable. They were the ones who threatened you first, yet she dares to speak to you in such a manner. Feng'er and Zhang, having overheard the dispute outside, rushed in, their expressions filled with indignation upon witnessing their mistress being wronged. Fortunately, the princess exhibited remarkable prowess earlier, deftly rendering the eldest princess speechless with just a few words. Yun Ruoyue cast a cold glance at the retreating figures of the two, a foreboding sensation swelling within her. Never mind, I shall simply ignore them. I refuse to stoop to their level. Chapter 3:13. She seeks a divorce, my lady. You must not underestimate the situation. Both the eldest princess and Aunt May hail from within the palace. Who among those who have resided there is not formidable? It seems we must tread even more cautiously from now on, lest they contrive to trip us up, Feng'er expressed with concern. Yun Ruoyue narrowed her eyes coldly, gazing into the distance. It matters not. They have their cunning schemes, yet I possess my own means to navigate this. They may be formidable, but your mistress is no easy adversary. My lady, what conditions do you intend to present to the emperor upon your visit tomorrow? Having healed the prince's wounds, surely you can request substantial riches, thus ensuring a more comfortable life for yourself, Zhang said, entering with a basin of warm water. She poured the water into a wooden tub, preparing to assist Yun Ruoyue in soaking her feet. Indeed, my lady has accomplished a great feat this time, and is entitled to demand considerable wealth. Though you may access the funds of the princess residence, you cannot use them recklessly apart from necessary expenses. After all, it is still the prince's money, and every time you wish to undertake something, you must seek his approval before utilizing his resources. Although you are officially the princess, you remain under the prince's authority, which can feel quite stifling. It would be far more practical to possess your own reserve of funds, Feng'er articulated, her words earning Yun Ruoyue's admiration. She had not anticipated that even a humble servant from ancient times would possess such progressive thoughts. It seems that, whether in the past or present, women yearn for financial independence to liberate themselves from reliance on men. Removing her shoes and socks, she immersed her delicate feet into the wooden tub. You speak true, however. This time I shall not seek riches from the emperor. I desire his consent for a divorce from the prince, allowing us to part ways amicably, each pursuing our own paths, free from one another's ties. What? The others exclaimed in disbelief, their gaze fixed incredulously upon Yun Ruoyue. Zhang spilled the water she was holding. Lu, engaged in needlework, pricked her finger, and Feng'er, preparing tea, accidentally poured too much, scalding her hand. My lady, you truly wish to divorce the prince? Why is that? They questioned. You are a woman of noble status. Should you sever ties, where shall you reside? The prince is so handsome and valiant. Even if he does not shower you with affection, being a nominal princess is far superior to marrying another man. Why seek a divorce? Furthermore, should you part from the prince, where shall we go? You are the most delightful and intriguing mistress we have ever encountered, and we cannot bear the thought of losing you. Since aligning themselves with the princess, they had gained much knowledge and experienced things they had never known before. They often shared in merriment with the princess, indulging in wine and feasts, preparing various delicacies, engaging in barbecues, and reciting poetry while playing musical instruments. Such a life was indeed enchanting. Seeing the flustered expressions on the young girls' faces, Yun Ruoyue hastily reassured them, "Do not worry. Even if I were to part ways with the prince, as long as you are willing to accompany me, I shall take you with me. Regarding our survival, I possess medical skills. How could I possibly fear for our sustenance? With my abilities in medicine, I could easily establish a clinic and support myself." Jewer sighed, "Your Highness, if it is just us women running the clinic without a formidable protector, it is likely we would struggle to sustain it. After all, with your exceptional medical prowess, you may inadvertently endanger the livelihood of those mediocre practitioners. To ruin a man's source of income is akin to slaying his kin. I fear they might conspire against you. Your Highness, it is essential for you to have the prince's protection." Luer concurred. Indeed, with the prince's backing, none would dare to bully the princess. Furthermore, I perceive that the prince has been increasingly kind to you, even allowing you to manage the household. Is it not possible for you to avoid separation? Their greatest dread was the prospect of the prince and princess parting ways, hence their vehement opposition to the idea of separation. After soaking her feet, Yun Ruoyue took the handkerchief offered by Jewer, dried her feet, and donned her shoes and stockings. "He has been treating me better? I hardly notice it. His affections lie with concubine Ro. I detest sharing a man with another woman. Rather than live with one who does not love me, I would prefer to leave and lead a life of my own." "But, Your Highness," Jewer interjected, "do not persuade me any further. I have made up my mind. If the emperor consents, I shall no longer remain a part of the Li Wangfu," Yun Ruoyue declared as she leapt onto the grand bed, prompting Feng'er to quickly cover her with a blanket. Yun Ruoyue felt a surge of excitement at the thought of freeing herself from the Li Wangfu and embracing a life of liberty. Meanwhile, in the Xuancheng pavilion, when Xuancheng heard Mo Zhu's report, his handsome face darkened abruptly, becoming shrouded in an icy demeanor. What audacity this woman possesses to propose such conditions to the emperor. Does she truly wish to leave the Li Wangfu? Xuancheng's formidable presence was palpable as he cast a cold, piercing gaze at Mo Zhu. Mo Zhu hastily nodded. "Indeed. It was Jewer who discreetly informed me. She said they all wish for the princess not to part ways with you, Your Highness. We do not want to lose such a splendid princess. You must devise a way to prevent her from making such a proposal. Why should I intervene? If she wishes to separate, let her do so," Xuancheng coldly retorted, turning away as he entered his chambers. His eyes were as frigid as ice, imbued with a profound depth. Mo Zhu, witnessing this, grew anxious and began to stomp her feet in frustration. If even the prince was unconcerned, the princess and prince were surely destined to part. The thought of Nangong Ro taking charge, potentially becoming the new princess, left Mo Zhu restless through the night. That night, the servants of the Feng'er pavilion found themselves unable to sleep. After enduring the long hours until dawn, they finally rose to wash and prepare, only to find Yun Ruoyue already ready, her face radiating excitement and joy. She had donned a long dress in a delicate lotus pink, adorned with 2 jade hairpins, trinkets she had unearthed from her dowry chest. Lately, she had not found the time to have Feng'er make new garments, so she hastily chose an acceptable outfit to wear. Though it is winter, today the sun shines brightly, casting a warm glow upon the courtyard. Yun Ruoyue steps into the center of the yard, closes her eyes, extends her hand, inhaling the fragrance of the plum blossoms, basking in the sunlight, and with a sense of ease declares, "What a splendid day! A perfect day for divorce. How delightful! Once today passes, I shall be free." After uttering these words, she whistles and hums a tune, exuding an air of joy. Meanwhile, beneath the high wall next door, a man, witnessing this scene through a crack, is consumed by rage, his face darkening with fury. The more she desires to part ways, the more resolute he becomes in thwarting her intentions. He glares at her silhouette, noting as she plucks a plum blossom to scent, and in his wrath, he huffs his sleeves, muttering, "A troublesome woman." After tidying herself, Yun Ruoyue, accompanied by Feng'er and a medicine box, steps out. Just as she departs, Mo Zhu rushes over, displaying eager attentiveness. Your Highness, are you heading to the palace? Shall I escort you? You need to attend to the prince. It would be inappropriate, Yun Ruoyue replies. Absolutely not. The last time you and the prince were out, an assassination attempt was made. It is my duty to ensure your safety, Zhu insists, leading the way. Upon reaching the gate of the prince's residence, he finds the coachman already waiting with the carriage. He leaps onto the carriage, taking the driver's position, and instructs the coachman, stay here. I will take Her Highness to the palace. Yes, Commander Mo, the coachman replies, not daring to object, and promptly retreats to the stable. Yun Ruoyue, touched by Zhu's concern, perceives no ulterior motives and responds, very well, I appreciate your assistance, Commander Mo. With that, she boards the carriage with Feng'er. Once inside, Yun Ruoyue sits quietly, occasionally glancing at the passing scenery. A sense of unease washes over her as she contemplates whether the emperor will acquiesce to her request. However, as Lord Lu had conveyed, as long as the conditions are not unreasonable, the emperor is likely to agree. Her request is indeed legitimate. It does not involve heinous acts or treachery, so the emperor should not renege on his word. Yet, after a prolonged journey, they have yet to arrive at the palace. By the usual timing, they should have reached it by now. Puzzled, Yun Ruoyue lifts the curtain of the carriage and suddenly realizes they are not on the path to the palace, but rather on an unfamiliar road. Surrounding them are numerous vendors, their stalls nearly obstructing the road, causing the carriage to move at a snail's pace. Yun Ruoyue quickly turns to Zhu, asking, Zhu, this is not our usual route. Where are we? Why have we not yet arrived at the palace? Zhu's complexion pales as he explains. The previous road was blocked by a carriage, and fearing we would be late, I took a shortcut. I did not anticipate today would be a market day, causing this route to be congested. Oh no, if we delay our entrance to the palace, the emperor will surely be furious, Yun Ruoyue exclaims. Estimating the time and realizing that if they do not hasten, they will indeed arrive too late. A glimmer of joy crossed Zhu's lips. He was eagerly anticipating the delay of the princess. This way, she would not part ways with the prince. And that was the very purpose behind his decision to personally drive her today. The carriage that had obstructed their path earlier had also been arranged by him in advance. Since the prince showed no inclination to retain the princess, it was left to them to devise a plan. With an expression of feigned helplessness, he remarked, Alas, Your Highness, there are numerous vendors and people here. The carriage cannot proceed swiftly. As the agreed time approached, Yun Ruoyue was in a state of anxious turmoil. Feeling as if her heart were being clawed at, she could not fly, for if she could, she would have soared away directly. Just then, the rapid sound of galloping hooves echoed from behind them. Yun Ruoyue leaned out to see a striking figure clad in red, with an exquisitely beautiful and ethereal countenance. Adorned in regal splendor, riding a chestnut horse towards them with great haste. Upon closer inspection, she recognized him as young Master Su Qi. Seeing him brimming with vitality, she realized his affliction of longing had been completely cured. As his steed approached, she quickly withdrew her head back into the carriage and hastily produced a veil to cover her face. She could not allow Su Qi to recognize her. Thus, she always kept a veil at the ready. To her surprise, today it proved to be quite useful. At that moment, Su Qi also spotted the carriage before him. Upon seeing the character Li inscribed upon it, he deduced it belonged to the Li royal house. Could it be that the Li prince was traveling? As the heir of the Duke of Xuancheng, it was only proper for him to offer his greetings. However, upon closer examination, he found the carriage to be quite petite, with pale blue curtains embroidered with flowers, indicative of a carriage typically used by noble women. Could it be that the Li princess resided within? The thought of the Li princess brought a flush of mixed emotions to his face. She had healed him, compelling him to express his gratitude. Yet he found it difficult to articulate, for her methods had been rather humiliating and had vexed him greatly. Yet, despite his disdain, he could not bring himself to harbor true resentment, for she had acted thus to save his life. Encountering his savior, it would be remiss of him not to extend a greeting, lest others judge him harshly. With an air of haughty confidence, he urged his horse forward, squinting coldly as he approached. Spotting Zhu as the coachman, he offered a respectful nod. Zhu, is the Li princess within? Zhu, having already noticed Su Qi, returned the gesture. Indeed, young master, may I inquire as to your business with our princess? It is regarding the last time the Li princess saved young master Su Qi. Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue quickly interjected, Might I borrow your horse for a moment? After speaking, she lifted her medical bag, lifted the curtain, and leapt down from the carriage. As she landed, she winked vigorously at Su Qi, signaling him not to disclose her act of saving him to Mo Zhu. If Mo Zhu were to inform Chu Xuancheng, it would spell disaster. Borrow my horse. What do you intend to do, princess? Su Qi inquired. His gaze filled with curiosity as he noticed her persistent winking. He was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this woman found him handsome and was casting flirtatious glances his way? Yet, her attempts were rather unappealing. She seemed utterly inept at seduction. A true specimen of unattractiveness. I need to enter the palace for an audience, and, being pressed for time, I would like to borrow your horse, Yun Ruoyue stated bluntly. Su Qi, realizing the situation, nodded in understanding. Ah, I see. Very well, I shall lend you my horse. But do you know how to ride? Not yet. Yun Ruoyue replied, casting an awkward glance at the imposing steed. Could you possibly give me a lift? Rest assured, I will compensate you for the fare. Both Su Qi and Mo Zhu were momentarily stunned, their eyes fixed on Yun Ruoyue in astonishment. Princess Li, you are already married. This may not be appropriate. Su Qi remarked. If the Prince of Li were to discover this, would he not come armed to confront him? He dared tease anyone. Yet he would not dare to provoke Princess Li. Moreover, she was rather unattractive. Should others learn that he had carried her, he would become the subject of ridicule. Yun Ruoyue raised an eyebrow with an air of arrogance. What is inappropriate about it? After all, you are quite good-looking. Just cover your face with a veil. Disguise yourself as my dear sister, and as long as neither of us speaks, who would ever know? It was not as though they lived in modern times. They were not celebrities, and with their faces concealed, no one would recognize them. Such archaic thinking. She, a woman, had no qualms, yet he, a man, was so concerned about it. Su Qi was momentarily taken aback. She regarded him as Princess Li, yet she treated him as a sister? Chapter 317. An unexpected encounter with Chu Xuancheng. His face darkened with anger, and through gritted teeth, he exclaimed, What do you mean, Princess Li? Are you implying that I resemble a woman? He, a man, loathed such insinuations. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. She had saved his life. Was it too much to ask for a ride? She scrutinized him from head to toe. Did I say something incorrect? Perhaps you could inquire with Mo Zhu if you resemble a woman. Mo Zhu, stifling a laugh, chimed in softly, You do bear a resemblance. But what the princess means is that the young master is handsome. It is a compliment, so please do not take offense. Su Qi was a petty man known for harboring grudges. It was wise not to cross him. As the saying goes, it is better to offend a gentleman than a petty person. Although the Prince of Li was not afraid of the Su family, it did not mean they could treat its members lightly. Those from the Su family were like venomous snakes, dangerous yet discreet. Su Qi glared at Yun Ruoyue, his frustration palpable. Under normal circumstances, had anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner, he would have retaliated without hesitation. Yet, she was his savior, and he could not act thus. Reluctantly, he conceded, Given that you are a woman, fine, you may ride with me. Mo Zhu's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. Was the sky falling? Su Qi was actually willing to give the princess a ride. Hadn't he always despised her? Seeing Su Qi's agreement, Yun Ruoyue felt no hesitation. She stepped forward, grasped Su Qi's hand, and prepared to mount the horse. Just then, from the rear of the crowd, a tall figure on horseback came galloping towards them. Yun Ruoyue gazed intently and was taken aback to find that the visitor was none other than Chu Xuancheng. Adorned with a jade crown and clad in a moon-white brocade robe, he rode a magnificent white steed, galloping towards them with an impressive grace. The sight of him, shining like gold in the sunlight, resembled that of a prince on a white horse. As he approached, he reached out abruptly, seizing Yun Ruoyue and drawing her into his embrace with a firm tug, settling her into his arms. At that moment, he let out a cold sigh, and the horse came to an immediate halt. His icy gaze swept over Su Qi, then flicked back to Yun Ruoyue. What are you two doing? Su Qi met Chu Xuancheng's challenging glare, unperturbed despite the general's formidable reputation. For him, Chu Xuancheng was merely a notorious figure. Fearing a public confrontation between the two, Yun Ruoyue hastily interjected, The carriage is blocked, and I am late for my audience with the emperor. I intended to ask young Master Su to escort me. Are you quite familiar with him? Besides, you are a married woman. How can you allow another man to accompany you? I shall take you myself, Chu Xuancheng replied coldly, pulling on the reins and casting a warning glance at Su Qi before galloping away. The steed raced off, kicking up a whirlwind of dust. Su Qi stood there, mouth agape in shock. Had he been warned by Chu Xuancheng? What had he done to deserve such a reprimand? After all, She was merely an unattractive woman. His heart was set on his celestial beauty. Mo Zhu sighed in frustration, pondering the prince's actions. The princess sought separation, yet he willingly brought her to the palace. Did he not care for her at all? On horseback, the pair sped through the royal city. The horse swiftly navigated the narrow alleyway, heading toward the palace road. Chapter 318. It was deliberate. Yun Ruoyue was still in a state of bewilderment. She had barely comprehended the situation before being swept onto the horse by Xuancheng. Now seated in front of him, the rapid gallop forced them into close proximity, causing her considerable embarrassment. To make matters worse, Xuancheng wrapped his arms tightly around her waist, ensuring she would not fall. Her face flushed with heat from his embrace. "See, could you slow down? It's too fast. I can't bear it," she stammered, her voice barely audible over the wind that whipped past her lips, chilling her to the bone. Xuancheng's expression darkened upon hearing her words. The tone and content were unexpectedly provocative. He understood she was not attempting to entice him. Yet the mere recollection of her words ignited a visceral reaction within him. "Aren't you in a hurry? If I do not speed up, how will you arrive at the palace on time?" He replied coldly, his handsome face tinged with a hint of crimson. Yun Ruoyue suddenly sensed the unsettling shift in his demeanor, causing her to instinctively shift forward in her seat. "What are you doing? Aren't you afraid of falling?" Xuancheng exclaimed, quickly grasping her to prevent her from tumbling off. The more she squirmed, the harder it became for him to maintain control. Upon the mere sight of her, an overwhelming impulse to embrace her seized him. Yet, upon encountering Nangong Ro, he felt no intrigue whatsoever. Yun Ruoyue's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Her voice barely audible, akin to a whisper, You rogue, I no longer wish to sit in front of you. Please allow me to sit behind." Upon hearing this, Xuancheng immediately grasped her meaning. She accused him of being a rogue. Yet, he embraced that very role. The more she wished to avoid certain occurrences, the more he was inclined to provoke them. He tightened his hold on her, pressing his body against hers, stating, "I have an injury on my back. It is inconvenient for you to hold me. We shall soon arrive, so steady yourself and refrain from unnecessary chatter." Yun Ruoyue furrowed her brow intensely. Was he doing this on purpose? Angrily, she glared at him. "Are you intentionally provoking me? If you wish to act like a rogue, direct that behavior towards Nangong Ro, not towards me. I am indeed acting this way towards you. What of it?" Xuancheng replied coldly. With other women, he could behave in such a manner, and they would welcome it. Yet Yun Ruoyue seemed to disdain him. Gritting her teeth, she suddenly shifted to the side, her hand darting towards his back where his injury lay. "If you dare to act like a rogue again, I shall worsen your wound." At her touch, Xuancheng emitted a quiet grunt, as if she had drawn blood from his injury. His brow furrowed sharply, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. "Woman, are you courting death?" Unfazed, Yun Ruoyue raised an eyebrow defiantly. "Are you intending to kill me? Come then, if you possess the courage to do so. Let us see how you will explain it to the Emperor and Empress Dowager." With that, she boldly presented her neck towards Xuancheng, her actions audacious. She was about to enter the palace to meet the Emperor, and she doubted he would dare to harm her. Previously, she had never been this audacious, but now, with thoughts of separation from him looming, she felt emboldened. Xuancheng never anticipated that Yun Ruoyue would possess such audacity as to present her neck for him to twist. Gazing at her delicate neck, he felt an urge to comply, but restrained himself with reason. Suddenly, the horse stumbled upon a large stone, letting out a startled cry, its hooves rising in alarm, nearly causing Yun Ruoyue and Xuancheng to tumble from its back. In that fleeting moment of chaos, a scream escaped Yun Ruoyue's lips, her complexion paling instantly. Forgetting propriety, she clung tightly to Xuancheng, fearing a fall to the ground. In this critical moment, Xuancheng remained composed. He seized the reins with force, exhaling sharply. With a firm tug, the horse's hooves found stability on the ground, producing a heavy thud. Once the hooves touched down, the tension in Yun Ruoyue's heart finally eased. Chasing wind, calm down. Xuancheng gently stroked the horse's mane, soothing it. Under his comforting touch, chasing wind gradually settled. And no longer agitated, Xuancheng commanded, "Go." Chasing wind stood tall, began to move, and obediently galloped forward. Upon witnessing the remarkable prowess of Xuancheng, Yun Ruoyue felt an overwhelming sense of admiration. The recent perilous situation had been so intense that, had it been anyone else, they would have surely fallen from their horse. To her surprise, Xuancheng had remained remarkably composed, even managing to calm the spirited wind chaser. "Should you dare to cause trouble again during our next ride, I shall administer 20 lashes, he threatened in a low voice, his words a stern warning close to her ear. Fuming, Yun Ruoyue retorted. If it weren't for your untoward intentions towards me, I would not have behaved this way. It is clearly your fault, yet you have the audacity to blame me. When have I ever harbored such intentions towards you? Do you not possess a mirror in your chamber? He shot back, his tongue sharp as a dagger. What do you mean by that? Yun Ruoyue glared at him, her eyes aflame with indignation. If you have a mirror in your room, why not take a look at yourself and see what about you could possibly tempt me? Xuancheng replied, his words laced with scorn. Humph. Do not presume that your good looks grant you the right to look down upon others. Let me assure you, you will no longer have the opportunity to meddle in my affairs, she declared with a triumphant smirk, a cold huff escaping her lips. Once she departed from the Li Wang mansion, he would no longer wield any control over her. A flicker of coldness flashed in Xuancheng's eyes as he regarded her intently. Is that so? I intend to oversee your affairs for a lifetime. He envisioned imprisoning her like a bird in a cage, watching her futile attempts to escape his grasp. If she sought freedom, with him around, it would be an impossibility. Yun Ruoyue rolled her eyes inwardly at his words. This man's possessiveness was overwhelming. Despite his disdain, he still sought to control her. But thankfully, she was on the verge of leaving him behind. Before long, they arrived at the imperial palace. Upon reaching the entrance, they switched to the royal sedan chairs, each seated in their own, carried by eunuchs, which was quite comfortable. Suddenly, Yun Ruoyue inquired, "Why have you come to the palace today? Is it not permissible for me to enter while you can?" Xuancheng replied coldly. A sense of unease gripped Yun Ruoyue. Could it be that he was aware of her intention to present conditions to the emperor and had come to surveil her? She scrutinized him warily and said, "I had previously arranged an audience with the emperor to present my case. You chose to arrive just as I did, which raises my suspicions regarding your motives. My health has greatly improved, thanks to the emperor's decree for you to provide me with your utmost care. This is a matter of gratitude towards the emperor and a visit to the empress dowager. Are these two reasons insufficient?" Xuancheng replied, maintaining his composure. "Ah, I see," Yun Ruoyue muttered, lowering her gaze coldly. As long as he wasn't intentionally accompanying her into the palace, she could tolerate it. Chapter 320. The condition of divorce. The thought of soon severing ties with Xuancheng lifted Yun Ruoyue's spirits, and she even took pleasure in admiring the snowy scenery within the palace. Xuancheng cast her a cool glance, allowing her moment of joy, but he knew that soon enough, she would be the one in tears. Before long, they both arrived at the emperor's study. With Xuancheng present, Yun Ruoyue felt unable to voice her intentions to the emperor. The sight of Xuancheng appearing unscathed in the study stirred a complex mix of emotions within the emperor. He wished for Xuancheng's demise, yet feared the implications of such an outcome, for the safety of the Chu kingdom still depended on him. Thus, Xuancheng cannot perish for the time being. He must endure his circumstances, even though he is aware that the unruly citizens are being incited by Xuancheng's people. He can only suppress his indignation and seek an opportunity to address the matter later. Emperor Han Yuan cast a cold glance at Xuancheng before concealing his chill and resuming his usual demeanor as a benevolent elder. He first expressed concern for Xuancheng's well-being, urging him to take care of his health, stating that the state of Chu cannot do without him, as he is a vital minister. Following this, he reproached the assassins in anger and finally remarked, "Xuancheng, I have already uncovered the truth regarding the assassins. The crown prince has also been wronged. However, he is hot-tempered and has offended the people, and I have dealt with him accordingly. Yet, I must emphasize that these assassins were not dispatched by the crown prince. Do not let this incident lead to misunderstandings between you two." A flicker of coldness passed through Xuancheng's eyes. "That will not happen, your highness. The crown prince and I remain steadfast brothers." He chose not to elaborate further. He had no desire to disclose to the emperor that he was aware the true instigator behind the assassination was someone else. His intention was to cast suspicion on the crown prince, tarnishing his reputation first, especially since the crown prince had also contemplated assassinating him. Emperor Han Yuan nodded, acknowledging, "You have always been sensible and understanding of the broader picture. Your brotherly bond is commendable. As your uncle, I take great delight in this." After speaking, he shifted his gaze to Yun Ruoyue, an enigmatic glimmer surfacing in his eyes. "Princess Li, your efforts have been instrumental in averting disaster and saving Prince Li. Your medical skills are indeed becoming increasingly remarkable. As I have previously promised, should you revive Prince Li, I shall grant you one condition: speak freely." and I shall not go back on my word as long as it is within my power. Yun Ruoyue's heart skipped a beat. She had intended to find a private moment to broach this topic with the emperor. Who would have thought he would raise it in front of Chu Xuancheng? How was she to respond? Discussing it before Chu Xuancheng might not be appropriate. Yet, if she missed this opportunity, it would be difficult to approach the matter again. Chu Xuancheng stood nearby, casting a gaze that was neither warm nor cold upon Yun Ruoyue, his chilling eyes momentarily softening, revealing a hint of composure. Fearing the loss of this opportunity, Yun Ruoyue summoned her courage, glanced at Chu Xuancheng, and then addressed Emperor Han Yuan, saying, "Your Majesty, I have but one condition. I wish to part ways with Prince Li, so that we may lead our separate lives, free from one another." Upon hearing this, Emperor Hong Yuan's eyes glimmered with a trace of frost. Indeed, Yun Ruoyue had proposed this very condition. The intelligence report had been accurate. Last night, his spies had received a confidential report stating that the following day, Yun Ruoyue would present him with a condition to separate from Chu Xuancheng. In truth, this was a scheme devised in collusion between Yun Ruoyue and Chu Xuancheng. Outwardly, they would feign separation, while secretly, they would maintain contact and conspire together for greater ambitions. Her current proposal for a divorce stems from her desire to escape her pawn-like status and to dispel any suspicions regarding her close relationship with the Prince of Li. The confidential report further revealed that this scheme was devised collaboratively by Chu Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue, with the former aiming to extricate Yun Ruoyue from the prince's residence. Should any misfortune befall him in the future, he would still retain the advantage of having Yun Ruoyue as an asset. This aligns with the adage of not placing all one's eggs in a single basket. Upon concluding the report, Emperor Han Yuan was seething with rage. He had not anticipated that the very pawn he had meticulously nurtured had been turned against him by Chu Xuancheng. After perusing the report the previous night, he had been unable to sleep, consumed by the desire to eliminate Yun Ruoyue. Yet he was apprehensive that the report might be a fabrication aimed at framing her. Thus, he waited until today, and indeed, Yun Ruoyue had audaciously proposed the condition of divorce. At that moment, his gaze towards her transformed into one of chilling disdain, an ominous aura of murderous intent enveloping him. Noticing the profound and fearsome change in the emperor's demeanor, Yun Ruoyue felt a sudden tremor in her heart. "Your Majesty, I am not making unreasonable demands. This condition is entirely justifiable." She thought to herself, why did the emperor's expression turn so terrifying? As if he were poised to commit murder? Was her desire to divorce Chu Xuancheng truly so outrageous? Unbeknownst to Yun Ruoyue, who remained blissfully ignorant, she had been betrayed. Earlier, she had felt both exhilarated and pleased, but in the blink of an eye, reality had rendered her both disheartened and despondent. Observing her perplexed expression, Chu Xuancheng could not suppress a chuckle inwardly. She was far too naive to contend with him. Emperor Han Yuan glared at Yun Ruoyue in furious defiance. The more she wished to divorce Chu Xuancheng, the more resolute he became in his opposition. He would never allow their conspiratorial scheme to succeed. Chu Xuancheng sought to protect Yun Ruoyue, aspiring to rescue her for the next life. He bellowed, "Preposterous! Yun Ruoyue, this marriage was ordained by your parents and facilitated by a matchmaker. How can you treat it so lightly? Furthermore, your union was personally sanctioned by me. You have only been married for a few days, and you already desire a divorce? I do not permit it." Yun Ruoyue was momentarily taken aback. How could the emperor, who had always been so amiable towards her, change so abruptly? Biting her lip, she felt a pang of grievance. "Your Majesty, did you not say that as long as the conditions are not improper, I may propose freely? To be honest, I am not favored in the prince's residence. He neglects me and lavishes affection on his other concubines. My life there is truly mundane. Might you kindly grant me permission to part ways with him?" Emperor Han Yuan hesitated. Was this true? The report had explicitly stated that Yun Ruoyue had already pledged her allegiance to Chu Xuancheng, becoming his confidant, and that they were deeply affectionate towards one another. How could she make such a statement? At that moment, Chu Xuancheng stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Yun Ruoyue's waist and gazing at her with profound affection. "My dear, are you still upset with your husband? I merely indulged in some chicken soup prepared by concubine Ro last night. I swear to you, nothing untoward transpired between us. We are innocent, and my heart belongs solely to you." Yun Ruoyue stared at Chu Xuancheng in disbelief. What did his words mean? Why was he looking at her with the gaze one reserves for a lover? Moreover, his address of her as "my dear" was rather too saccharine for her taste. "What nonsense are you spouting? Why would I be angry with you? I was unaware that you and consort Ro shared chicken soup last night." At this moment, Yun Ruoyue suddenly realized that Chu Xuancheng was being deliberately cunning. Such a stratagem was truly despicable. Chapter 322, Distortion of Truth. Furious, she pointed an accusing finger at him, exclaiming, "Chu Xuancheng, did you intend to create chaos before the emperor, wishing for me to part ways with you?" With tender affection in his gaze, Chu Xuancheng replied, "My dear, you are misunderstanding me. How could I possibly be that kind of person? You just told the emperor that I do not cherish you. If I truly lacked affection, why would I only share the marital chamber with you? Everyone in the Wang residence is aware that although I married consort Ro, I have not touched her since our union 2 months ago. I even transferred the authority of the household to you, granting you the power to manage our affairs. I have shown you such respect, love, and care while neglecting consort Ro. How can you, out of jealousy, resort to such petulance and present these conditions before the emperor?" Upon hearing Chu Xuancheng's words, Yun Ruoyue felt a surge of indignation. She angrily pointed at him, retorting, "You are utterly distorting the truth. Your actions are beyond reproach." Turning to Emperor Han Yuan, she declared with a face full of righteous fury, "Your Majesty, it is not as he claims. It is Li Wang who twists the truth and lies. He does not cherish or love me. Otherwise, why would he marry consort Ro? I implore your Majesty to discern the truth. Should you doubt my words, please send someone to investigate at Li Wang's residence, and the reality will reveal itself. I married consort Ro because, during a moment of distress, I found myself saved by her when I collapsed in the snow. Out of gratitude for her life-saving assistance, I chose to marry her, wishing to protect her for a lifetime and ensure her happiness, without ulterior motives." At this point, Chu Xuancheng grasped Yun Ruoyue's hand. His eyes filled with deep affection as he said, "You err. Even if misunderstandings arise between us as husband and wife, we can resolve them privately. The emperor has numerous matters to attend to. Do not trouble him with our domestic affairs. Rest assured, I swear by the heavens that in this life, I shall love only you." Yun Ruoyue felt a wave of revulsion wash over her at his words. "Do not profess your love here. I have no desire to hear it." She shook off Chu Xuancheng's hand and implored Emperor Han Yuan, "Your Majesty, please do not fall for his deceitful words. He seeks to imprison me and prevent my separation from him. Do not be fooled. He is merely acting. I beseech you to grant my wish for a divorce." As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. The eunuchs standing by, including Eunuch Lu, stared at Chu Xuancheng in disbelief. What play were the Li Wang and his consort enacting? Emperor Han Yuan, however, remained unmoved. He observed the two with cold detachment, recognizing that it was they who were performing, attempting to deceive him. Chu Xuancheng's ploy to retain Yun Ruoyue was but a means to gain his trust, to convince him that she genuinely desired to part ways. Such a couple harbored deep and intricate thoughts. The more they acted, the less likely he was to be deceived. They presumed that by invoking the notion of the emperor's unwavering words, he would consent to their divorce. Alas, he was the emperor, possessing ample justifications to disregard promises. He cast a cold glance at the two individuals before him, and suddenly slammed his palm down on the imperial table, exclaiming with anger, boldly audacious, "This is the royal palace, not a magistrate's office. If you wish to quarrel, do so at home." At the emperor's outburst, Yun Ruoyue instantly refrained from speaking further. She shot a resentful glare at Chu Xuancheng, wishing fervently to flay him alive. Chu Xuancheng, however, remained remarkably composed, with his hands clasped behind his back, regarding Yun Ruoyue with a faint, enigmatic smile that betrayed a tenderness in his gaze. "Your Majesty, I did not intend to argue with him. It is merely that he has been excessively unreasonable, turning truth on its head." Yun Ruoyue sighed helplessly. Chapter 323, New Conditions. She wondered if the emperor believed her. "Enough. Regardless of whether his words are true or false, I shall never consent to your separation. Not only will I refuse, but even if the Empress Dowager were to learn of this, she would also disapprove. Do you intend to provoke her?" The emperor invoked the Empress Dowager to justify his refusal. He thought to himself, the more Chu Xuancheng sought to extricate Yun Ruoyue, the more he would thwart his intentions. Only by invoking the Empress Dowager could he validly renege on his word. Yun Ruoyue quickly interjected, "Your Majesty, that is not my intention. It is merely that Eunuch Lu mentioned I could propose a condition." As she spoke, her voice dwindled to a whisper. "I did say such a thing. But think about it. Is the matter of your divorce from Prince Li a reasonable condition? Anyone in your position would never agree to such an unreasonable demand. Your marital relationship is perfectly fine. You are not in a position where separation is necessary. You young people show a lack of respect for marriage, for my arranged marriages, and for the imperial decree. At this juncture, the emperor coldly waved his hand, declaring, "Enough. Do not mention this matter again. I shall absolutely not agree. In light of your diligent care for Prince Li, I shall permit you to propose another condition. Feel free to do so." Upon hearing this, a satisfied smirk crept across Xuancheng's lips. Meanwhile, Yun Ruoyue felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. She found herself utterly dispirited. She had, in fact, failed. All of this was due to Xuancheng's meddling. She could barely contain her desire to strangle him. She understood that she could no longer present this condition to the emperor, as he would never grant it. The royal family's separation entailed too many vested interests and would significantly tarnish their reputation. It was not a matter to be resolved easily. Very well. I shall endure for now and devise another plan later. However, she was acutely aware that by proposing this condition in front of Xuancheng, she had undoubtedly antagonized him. Upon returning home, her life would surely become quite unbearable. Princess Li, have you contemplated your new conditions? If you desire wealth and treasures, do not hesitate to speak freely. While I cannot agree to your separation, I can still provide these. The emperor's voice was tinged with lingering anger and impatience. Yet, he did not wish to reprimand Yun Ruoyue, as she was a skilled physician whose expertise he might require should he fall ill in the future. Presently, he had a multitude of matters awaiting his attention and did not wish to witness this couple's theatrical quarrel any longer. At that moment, Yun Ruoyue's gaze grew vacant. Her spirit diminished. All she desired was a semblance of freedom. Yet, with her freedom stripped away, she questioned the purpose of acquiring wealth and treasures. She lowered her head, sighed softly, and spoke with a hint of melancholy. Your Majesty, allow me to propose an alternative condition. I do not desire mountains of gold or silver. What I seek is merely freedom. Since you do not consent, I shall present another request. Last night, the Princess Royal came to visit me, expressing her fondness for the Li Wangfu and her wish to stay there for a while longer. Fearing your disapproval, she asked me to intercede on her behalf. She assured you would not need to worry, as she would behave herself at the Li Wangfu, refraining from excessive chatter or causing any disturbances, only wishing to indulge in her longing for her brother. Given that a divorce is no longer an option, Yun Ruoyue found little interest in this condition. Observing the Princess Royal's yearning for freedom, she thought, since she cannot attain it herself, why not grant it to the princess? Despite her disdain for the princess, she recognized her as a woman who also cherished freedom and thus decided to fulfill her wish. However, she did not propose that the princess reside permanently outside the palace. Chapter 324. I agree to your request. This condition was rather excessive for Emperor Han Yuan. She would not offend him for the sake of the Princess Royal. She was even less inclined to face the princess constantly. Allowing her a temporary stay at the Wangfu was already a concession on her part. Xuancheng was taken aback. Gazing deeply at Yun Ruoyue, despite the princess's ill treatment of her, she still chose to assist her. This woman was quite different from his expectations. It turned out she was not as venomous and cunning as he had imagined. There was, in fact, a trace of kindness within her. Upon hearing Yun Ruoyue's second condition, Emperor Hong Yuan's expression remained grim. He had not anticipated such a close bond between Yun Ruoyue and the Princess Royal. She was willing to exchange such a precious condition for the princess's freedom outside the palace. It seemed he had to be wary of those from the Li Wangfu. However, having already rejected one of her conditions, to refuse again would appear too callous. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke in a deep voice. You have been granted this rare opportunity to propose a condition to me, and yet you choose to forego it for another's benefit? His private desire was to acknowledge Yun Ruoyue's evident talents, hoping she would present a condition for herself. Yun Ruoyue nodded, asserting, having spoken, there is no reason for me to retract. This statement caused Emperor Hong Yuan's face to flush. It seemed as though she was mocking him for agreeing only to contradict herself later. He replied coldly, very well, since you are insistent upon this condition, I shall grant it. However, I will only allow the Princess Royal to remain until the new year. After that, she must return to the palace and cannot linger outside. Until the new year? That was merely a matter of days, far too brief. Yun Ruoyue suddenly realized that her request was not worth the trade. In a moment of impulsiveness, she inquired, Your Majesty, might it be possible for the princess to stay at the Wangfu until the Lantern Festival? After the festival, she can return to the palace. The moment the words left her mouth, she regretted it. She had unwittingly requested an additional half-month for the princess. Had she not just invited herself to an extended period of discomfort? Oh heavens, would the emperor refuse her? If only he would decline. Very well, for your sake. I shall grant you this promise. Once she has celebrated the Lantern Festival at the Prince of Li's residence, she must return, proclaimed Emperor Han Yuan. Yun Ruoyue opened her mouth in despair. How generous I have been towards you, is it not? Upon your return, remember to live harmoniously with the Prince of Li, and refrain from uttering any more thoughts of separation. Such words displease me, and they certainly displease the Empress Dowager as well. You are bound by a fate cultivated over 3 lifetimes, destined to be husband and wife in this life. Do not act so willfully, Emperor Han Yuan advised gently, his gaze filled with the warmth of a loving elder. Thank you, Your Majesty, Yun Ruoyue replied earnestly, feeling compelled to express her gratitude. However, as soon as she stepped out of the imperial study, regret washed over her. She had essentially dug her own grave. Why had she pleaded for the princess? It would have been far more practical to request treasures instead. And now, having extended her stay by an additional half-month, her regret deepened with each passing thought. Xuancheng followed her out, noticing her distressed demeanor as she pounded her chest in lament. He felt an urge to laugh, but restrained himself. Approaching her, he found her already in the imperial garden, one foot angrily kicking at the snow, her mood clearly sour. He stood with his hands behind his back, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. I was wondering why you appeared so cheerful today. It seems you were merely intent on seeking a divorce from me. Chapter 325. The farce resumes upon seeing Xuancheng. Yun Ruoyue raised her brows and glared at him furiously. Unfortunately for her, he appeared strikingly handsome against the backdrop of white snow and red plum blossoms, exuding an aura of chilling dominance. In other words, his attractiveness was infuriating, making her wish to smash his face. Xuancheng, why did you have to interfere just now? You do not even like me, and our energies clash. Why must you entrap me? Would it not be better for you to consent to my request for a divorce? Given that I saved your life, you should repay me by granting my wish, she demanded with indignation. With a calm smile, Xuancheng approached her, his eyes reminiscent of March cherry blossoms. I sustained my injuries while saving you. You saved me, thus we are even. I owe you nothing. Had he not been protecting her that night, he would not have been harmed. Yun Ruoyue stared at him in disbelief, her anger flaring. Had I known, I would have left you to your fate. She had saved a rival, it seemed. Xuancheng chuckled coldly. The emperor issued a decree. Had you not saved me, your fate would have been sealed as well. To perish together with you would be preferable to my current predicament under your control. You are a shameless man. No wonder you wanted me in the palace. It appears you were merely waiting for this moment. Suddenly, Yun Ruoyue recalled, by the way, only my maid knows of my desire for a divorce. How did you come to learn of it? Has someone betrayed me? I was unaware of your intention to divorce. I merely improvised in the moment, Xuancheng replied, feeling it prudent to protect his beloved Feng'er. You truly had no prior knowledge? Yun Ruoyue narrowed her eyes suspiciously, leaning closer to Xuancheng, more genuine than gold itself. Just now, the emperor remarked that you should never entertain thoughts of separation. Yun Ruoyue, congratulations. You shall never escape the Li Wangfu in this lifetime, Xuancheng said with a teasing grin. You, Yun Ruoyue gritted her teeth, suddenly crouching down to swiftly form a snowball, which she hurled with force at Xuancheng's face. You scoundrel, I detest you. The snowball struck him squarely on his handsome visage. He coolly brushed away the melting snowflakes, which had begun to dissolve on his skin. Instead of appearing disheveled, he exuded a striking beauty reminiscent of ice and snow, the flakes accentuating his proud, aloof elegance. Yun Ruoyue was momentarily taken aback. This man possessed remarkable martial skills, and he could have easily dodged her attack. Why did he not? Suddenly, Xuancheng approached her, causing her to instinctively step back, swallowing hard as she asked, what do you intend to do? Don't come any closer. It was merely a snowball. You are a grown man and shouldn't be so petty. Upon finishing her words, she fearfully shut her eyes, expecting him to retaliate, but instead, he wrapped his arms around her tightly. My dear, cease this folly. I shall never consent to your separation. Since you have wed me, I vow to honor, love, and protect you. You may remain at the Li Wangfu without concern. What did you just say? Yun Ruoyue heard him call her my dear, and her anger surged, her entire being bristling. Just as she was about to explode with rage, she suddenly heard footsteps approaching. She quickly turned to see eunuch Lu leading Prince Jin and Su Changshao toward them. The trio, upon sighting them, regarded Yun Ruoyue and Xuancheng with scrutinizing glances, appraising them from head to toe. Chapter 326. Displaying affection. Su Changxiao was taken aback by the evident closeness between Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue, who were intimately embraced. Hadn't the rumors suggested their relationship was fraught with discord, that Xuancheng showed no affection for Yun Ruoyue? How did this reality differ so starkly from what she had heard? Witnessing the couple in such an embrace, a chill washed over her, mingled with a trace of resentment, sorrow, and a hint of bitterness directed at Xuancheng, as if accusing him of betrayal. She seemed to forget that she too was closely supporting the limping Prince Jin, sharing an intimacy of her own. At the sight of Su Changxiao, Xuancheng visibly trembled, as if struck by an unseen force. Yun Ruoyue felt his body quiver and, upon glancing up, found his gaze fixed intently on Su Changxiao. That look bore deep affection tinged with disappointment, which swiftly morphed into a frigid demeanor, as cold as the Arctic winds. Li Wangfei. Eunuch Lu approached them, offering his respects. Su Changxiao cast a lingering, affectionate glance at Xuancheng, though her expression shifted quickly, unseen by Prince Jin. Who would have thought that the Li Wang and Li Wangfei possessed such elegance? Your bond is indeed enviable, Su Changxiao said with a hint of acidity in her tone. Yun Ruoyue promptly replied. The affection shared between the Jin Wang and Jin Wangfei is even more admirable and sweet. The Duke of Jin gazed at Yun Ruoyue with evident disdain and remarked to Su Changxiao. What is there to envy about two individuals who are on the verge of divorce? Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. It seemed that the farce she and Xuancheng had enacted before the emperor had been reported to the Duke and the Duchess by Eunuch Lu. She cast a cold glance at Eunuch Lu, whose tongue was far too loose. Remaining silent, she felt Xuancheng suddenly grasp her hand and coldly address the Duke. Perhaps you should first manage your own affairs. The Duke, still recovering from a beating that had left him limping and in need of assistance, had no right to mock others. The Duke fixed a sinister stare on Xuancheng and growled, Xuancheng, speak plainly. Those commoners who caused a ruckus at the gates of the Duke's residence were your assassins in disguise, were they not? What are you talking about? I do not comprehend your words. All I know is that the Duke holds himself in high regard, looking down upon the common folk, thus inciting their wrath. This matter is of no concern to me, Xuancheng replied coolly. You lie. Do not think we are unaware. Those assassins are indeed your people. Just wait. Your day of reckoning will come. The memory of the punishment he had received due to Xuancheng ignited the Duke's fury, leaving him unable to calm himself. Xuancheng smirked coldly. You need not concern yourself with my affairs. Perhaps you should focus on the attempted assassination against my life. Though the emperor shields you and silences the masses, he cannot silence the whispers of the court and the people. Xuancheng, do not speak such nonsense. When did I send anyone to assassinate you? That assassin was not dispatched by me. Do not attempt to sully my name. The Duke retorted angrily. Xuancheng raised an eyebrow with calmness. If you wish for me to believe your innocence, then you must swear on the lives of your entire family before heaven, or present evidence proving your disassociation with the assassin. Only then might I consider believing you. The Duke's face darkened with fury, pointing at Xuancheng. You have an audacious face. Why should I swear? I will not seek any evidence. You have no right to issue commands to me. My lord, let it be. We are here to see the Empress Dowager. Let us depart. Su Changxiao interjected hastily, attempting to mediate. As she did, her eyes reddened, casting a resentful look at Xuancheng, believing that if she could calm her husband, Yun Ruoyue would also persuade Xuancheng, preventing further quarrels. To her surprise, Yun Ruoyue suddenly wrapped her arms around Xuancheng's, leaning her face affectionately against his shoulder. My lord, let us not stoop to the level of certain individuals. We are magnanimous. Let us depart. With that, she took Xuancheng's hand and began to walk away. Xuancheng looked at her with fondness, ruffling her hair. You are not going to quarrel with me about the divorce anymore? Yun Ruoyue playfully punched his chest with her small fist, feigning annoyance. No more quarrels. You are so good to me. How could I continue to cause trouble? After saying this, her face flushed. Yet within her heart, she felt a wave of nausea. She could not comprehend why Xuancheng was deliberately showcasing their affection in front of Su Changxiao today. Was he attempting to provoke her? In the past, he was never like this. Coincidentally, she also wished to provoke Su Changxiao, this pure white lotus, so she dragged him into the act. Observing the departing figures of Yun Ruoyue and Xuancheng, Su Changxiao furiously twisted the handkerchief in her grasp, while the Prince of Jin, seething with rage, exclaimed, When did their relationship become so amicable? Have they not always been at odds? Your Highness, should they join forces, it would become considerably more challenging to contend with them. Su Changxiao leaned closer to the Prince of Jin and replied coldly, Now that Yun Ruoyue has transformed into a divine healer and gradually gained renown among the populace, she has become a coveted asset for all factions. With her assistance, Xuancheng's influence would undoubtedly expand. The Prince of Jin narrowed his eyes, filled with malice. What is there to fear? No matter how formidable they are still isolated, battling alone. Behind me stand my father, the emperor, my mother, and the loyal duke's residence. With this hand of cards, I possess a royal flush, and I am not the least bit apprehensive of that insignificant bug, Xuancheng. Su Changxiao glanced at him, hesitating to speak. She yearned to remind him that many who held excellent cards ultimately played them poorly. Given the impulsive temperament of the Prince of Jin, she genuinely feared he might falter. Earlier, in his exchanges with Xuancheng, he had already found himself at a disadvantage. Yet he remained self-satisfied and conceited, much like a helpless fool. At Shokong Palace, as Yun Ruoyue and Xuancheng arrived, Su Changxiao and the Prince of Jin hastily followed, as if fearful of being left behind. Upon reaching the palace entrance, they intended to enter but were intercepted by Granny Shui. Your Highness, she said. The Empress Dowager has expressed her fatigue today and lacks the energy to meet with you. Please return another day. What? I have only just recovered from my injuries. And after much effort, I finally made it to the palace, yet the Empress Dowager insists I return another day? The Prince of Jin was furious upon hearing Granny Shui's words. If the Empress Dowager had the energy to meet with Xuancheng and the others, how could she not have the energy to meet with them? Granny Shui replied, Indeed, this is the Empress Dowager's command. She will not meet anyone else today except for the couple from the Li family. Granny, why is the Empress Dowager willing to meet with the couple from the Li family but not with us? We are her grandchildren, sincerely coming to visit her. Such actions may lead outsiders to speculate that the Empress Dowager is showing favoritism, Su Changxiao hesitated to say. Chapter 328. The biased old witch. This old witch is exceedingly biased. In the midst of winter, after they have made their way to her door, she refuses to see them. This is quite disrespectful. Granny Shui shot a cold glance at Su Changxiao, pondering. Do you not realize why the Empress Dowager refuses to meet with you? Two venomous-hearted individuals who wish to harm the Empress Dowager. How could she possibly entertain you? Not just today, but even in the future, the Empress Dowager will not acknowledge your presence. She continued, Are you suggesting that the Empress Dowager is biased? I have already stated that the Empress Dowager lacks the energy for further audiences. How can you twist her intentions so? Your Highness, where is your filial piety and respect for hierarchy? Su Changxiao immediately lowered her head in trepidation. That is not my intention. I would never dare to misrepresent the Empress Dowager. It is simply that the prince has sustained severe injuries, yet remains concerned for the Empress Dowager's health. He instructed me to brew nourishing soup all night, prepared to deliver it to her. This is all a reflection of our sincere intentions. The Empress Dowager has chosen not to receive us, yet as a granddaughter-in-law, I do not dare to feel wronged. My heart aches for the prince, who, like the Prince of Li, is also a grandson of the Empress Dowager. His profound filial piety makes me hope that she would grant us the opportunity for a brief visit. At this point, her eyes began to search eagerly towards the grand hall. Mama, rest assured, we only wish to catch a glimpse of the Empress Dowager. We would never intrude upon her. As long as we see that she is safe and sound, we will find solace. Old Madame Shui cast a cold glance at the soup bowl in Su Changxiao's hands, mentally scoffing. The Empress Dowager would be unwise to consume her concoction. One could never be certain if it contained poison. The urgency of the Jin prince and his wife to visit the Empress Dowager undoubtedly stemmed from their desire to assess her condition. They would relish the chance to witness her ailment worsen, should they observe her improving under the care of the Princess of Li. They would undoubtedly devise schemes to harm her further. These two insidious and ruthless individuals were beneath her contempt. Raising an eyebrow and lifting her gaze, she coldly declared, Princess of Jin, this broth, which has simmered all night, may well have soured. How could you possibly present it to the Empress Dowager? Moreover, I personally prepare her broth each day, so there is no need for your efforts. With a scowl, Su Changxiao retorted, Mama, this broth has been tended to without interruption. How could it possibly spoil? Is it that you look down upon the offerings from our Jin prince's residence? That is not my intention. I must continue to serve the Empress Dowager, so I shall take my leave. Old Madame Shui replied sternly, her expression impassive as she entered the grand hall. Su Changxiao attempted to follow, but was firmly obstructed by two unyielding guards. Princess, please exercise caution. One cannot trespass in Shokong Palace. Those who do will face dire consequences. Feeling publicly humiliated, Su Changshao flushed with embarrassment and retreated, disheartened. The Jin prince, seething with anger, brushed his sleeves in frustration and shot a glare at Su Changshao. This is all your fault. I had no desire to endure this humiliation. It was your insistence that brought us here. And now my warm intentions have met with cold reception. Perhaps finding the last two words unseemly, the Jin prince restrained himself from voicing them. Su Changshao tugged at his sleeve and said, Your Highness, we are here to express our filial piety, not for any ulterior motive. Regardless of whether the Empress Dowager receives us, our intentions remain sincere. Since we have come, we must at least wait to see her before we depart. Let us stand aside for a moment. When the Prince of Li and the others emerge, we can enter. Perhaps the Empress Dowager will grant us permission, considering you are her grandson. Chapter 329. The Empress Dowager's concerned Su Changshao deliberately raised her voice, ensuring that the palace maids and guards outside heard her words. In front of everyone, she made it clear that they had fulfilled their filial duties. It was the Empress Dowager who was being unreasonable. If this incident were to spread, few would blame them. Rather, they would say the Empress Dowager was showing favoritism and deliberately making things difficult for them. Sympathy for her and the Jin prince would grow, and people would quietly criticize the Empress Dowager for her lack of respect for age, deeming her a poor elder. Gradually, the murmurs outside began to rise, all unfavorably directed at the Empress Dowager. Inside the palace, Yun Ruoyue was attentively using a stethoscope to listen to the Empress Dowager's heartbeat. Xuancheng stood nearby, gazing at the Empress Dowager with concern. Noticing her increasingly vibrant spirit, rosy complexion, and her ability to eat and sleep soundly, he finally felt a sense of relief. It seemed that Yun Ruoyue indeed possessed remarkable skills. He had previously underestimated her. After completing the examination, Yun Ruoyue smiled and said, Grandmother, your condition has stabilized. As long as you take your medication regularly without interruption, your tuberculosis will be completely cured within 3 months. Ruoyue, I owe you my life. Without you, this old body of mine would have perished long ago, the Empress Dowager said, gratefully grasping Yun Ruoyue's hand. She then cast a concerned glance at Xuancheng. This time, when Xuancheng was attacked, gravely injured, it was also thanks to you that he is able to stand here unharmed. Without your intervention, both our lives would have been in jeopardy. You are truly our little blessing. Yun Ruoyue lowered her head and smiled, replying, Grandmother, it is merely my duty. The Empress Dowager regarded her kindly before turning her gaze sorrowfully towards Xuancheng, her eyes narrowing with a cold intensity. That Prince Jin is relentless. Having failed to assassinate me, he has now targeted you. His audacity knows no bounds. Seeing the Empress Dowager's wrathful expression, Xuancheng hastily interjected, Grandmother. This time it was not Prince Jin, but someone else. Someone else? Is there another person who wishes to harm you? The Empress Dowager's face paled in shock. Who is it? Have you discovered their identity? Not yet. We have only traced connections to those within the Shengling Palace. This time, it was my oversight that allowed them to strike. I assure you, I will not grant them another opportunity. Please do not worry, Grandmother, Xuancheng reassured her. Alas, you are surrounded by enemies and danger lurks at every turn. How can I not worry? It seems you must be even more vigilant from now on, especially Ruoyue. The news of her medical skills has already spread. With great stature comes great scrutiny. As her husband, you must ensure her safety. You cannot allow any further incidents to occur, for I cannot bear the fright. The Empress Dowager expressed her deep concern. Rest assured, Grandmother, I will protect her and myself. Those who wish us harm will certainly pay the price. Upon hearing Xuancheng's declaration of intent to protect Yun Ruoyue, the Empress Dowager felt a wave of relief wash over her, secretly nodding in approval. It appeared that the bond between the young couple was progressing well. Even the typically aloof Xuancheng was now committed to safeguarding Ruoyue. However, Yun Ruoyue remained unfazed by Xuancheng's words, understanding that he was merely appeasing the Empress Dowager, putting on a facade. Thus, she maintained her calm demeanor. At that moment, Mama Shui entered the room. Your Majesty, I have already turned away the couple from Prince Jin. Yet they refuse to leave, insisting they will not depart until you receive them, she reported with irritation. The Empress Dowager's expression darkened immediately. These two useless individuals. I do not wish to see them. Let them stand there if they choose. Ignore them. Chapter 330. Insult to a dog. The mere mention of the couple ignited the Empress Dowager's fury. She had never anticipated that those who sought to harm her would be her own grandson and granddaughter-in-law. Their intention to harm her was solely to thwart Xuancheng. preventing her from protecting him. The more they schemed against her, the more resolute she became in her will to survive. The more they sought to inflict harm upon Xuancheng, the more fiercely she vowed to shield him. Yun Ruoyue recalled the incident where the Empress Dowager had been betrayed by the Prince of Jin, who had bribed the royal physician to conspire against her. She hastily advised the Empress Dowager, "Your Majesty, what you are doing is wise. For the sake of your health, you must not meet them for the next few months. We cannot risk them provoking you, as your tuberculosis cannot withstand any distress." Although the Prince of Jin and his wife currently refrained from poisoning the Empress Dowager, it did not imply they would not resort to other insidious methods. The Empress Dowager, in her advanced age, could easily succumb to any agitation. Thus, she felt compelled to caution her to remain vigilant. The Empress Dowager nodded, coldly remarking, "Those two malicious beings spend their days concocting devious plots. If they devoted even a fraction of their cunning to righteous endeavors, they would have achieved greatness long ago. Mama, henceforth, when the Prince of Jin and his wife seek an audience, they shall be denied. I refuse to engage with these two treacherous wolves." It was worth noting that during the prince's youth, the Empress Dowager had cared for and protected him dearly. Who could have foreseen that as he matured, he would be swayed by his mother's instigations, gradually distancing himself from her? "Indeed, Your Majesty," Mama continued, "the prince and his wife have gone too far. I have insisted that you are unwell and cannot receive them, yet they brazenly shout outside, accusing you of favoritism toward the Li family and neglecting the prince's household." With the prince's wife's sharp tongue inciting discord, the palace maids and eunuchs now harbor doubts about your impartiality. I fear this matter will soon spread throughout the palace, tarnishing your reputation. Those wretched pups. The Empress Dowager struck the bed with frustration, then instantly regretted her words, saying, "Forgive me, I have insulted canines. These ungrateful creatures. Xuancheng, Ruoyue, should they still be present when you leave, please address that insipid creature. My honor must not be sullied by their malice." "Yes, Your Majesty," Yun Ruoyue replied, feeling a surge of determination to defend the Empress Dowager's dignity. After delivering her message, the Empress Dowager took hold of both Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue's hands, intertwining them. Yun Ruoyue felt a bit uneasy and attempted to withdraw her hand. But Xuancheng's strong grip held her firmly. He cast her a knowing glance, his eyes filled with unspoken meaning. "Xuancheng, Ruoyue, another month has passed. Why is there still no sign of movement in Ruoyue's condition?" The Empress Dowager inquired with genuine concern. Yun Ruoyue's face flushed crimson. She and Xuancheng had been on the verge of separation. Where would a child come from? Fortunately, the matter of their potential divorce was still unknown to the Empress Dowager. Should she discover it, Yun Ruoyue would surely face her ire. Yun Ruoyue initially anticipated that Xuancheng would respond to the Empress Dowager's inquiry as he had in the past, either evading the question or providing an excuse. To her surprise, he boldly stated, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, we shall make every effort." "That is splendid. You both are no longer children. It is imperative to conceive soon. I observe that Ruoyue's physique is quite suitable for bearing children. Xuancheng, you must exert yourself." The Empress Dowager chuckled. Chu Xuancheng's eyes sparkled like the stars, and with a smile, he cast a glance at Yun Ruoyue. "Yes, grandmother, I shall certainly exert myself." Chapter 331. Confronting the princess consort of Jin Yun Ruoyue felt as though her head was nearly buried in the ground. In her heart, she glared at Chu Xuancheng, wondering why he would deliberately say such a thing. Was he overplaying his role? If he intended to make an effort, she would certainly not afford him the opportunity. After engaging in some casual conversation with the Empress Dowager, the couple took their leave, preparing to exit the palace. The Empress Dowager's condition had stabilized, and Yun Ruoyue only needed to hand the medicine to Granny Shui, who would be responsible for administering it. She would visit the Empress Dowager every few days. Once they bid farewell to the Empress Dowager, the couple exited Shokong Palace, with Granny Shui following behind to see them off. As Yun Ruoyue reached the entrance, she spotted the Jin royal couple. Their expressions darkened. Su Changxiao's eyes brimmed with jealousy upon seeing her and Chu Xuancheng. With a hint of sarcasm, she remarked, "Oh, Princess Consortly, have you finally finished your chat with the Empress Dowager? I truly envy you, sitting inside by the heated Kong, conversing with her. Unlike us, who, despite being grandchildren, are denied entry, left to endure the cold winds outside, our filial hearts scattered in the chill." Beside her, the Jin prince wore a similarly grim expression. Observing Chu Xuancheng leisurely strolling out with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of elegance, A surge of anger ignited within him, while they shivered in the cold. This couple appeared utterly at ease. Yun Ruoyue approached Su Changxiao, her tone measured yet cool. Princess Consort Jin, you are mistaken. I had no time for casual conversation with the Empress Dowager. I was inside examining her health. She is currently a patient and requires peace and quiet. She has expressed her lack of energy to meet with you, yet you insist on standing here and suffering. That is truly not the Empress Dowager's fault. Su Changxiao let out a cold laugh. We came to visit the Empress Dowager, not to distress her, regardless of her condition. Surely she possesses the strength to see us for a moment? We mean her no harm. Moreover, you come empty-handed while she has received you. We brought a nourishing soup, prepared with care through the night, yet she wouldn't even glance our way. The disparity in treatment is striking. If this were to spread, people might say the Empress Dowager favors your Li family and looks down upon us from the Jin royal house. Su Changxiao raised her voice, drawing the attention of the palace guards and maids nearby. Chu Xianchen shot a cold glance at Su Changxiao. He had never realized before that she could be such a person. However, he refrained from interjecting. After all, it was best for men to remain silent during a discussion among women. He glanced at Yun Ruoyue, noting her confidence, and could not help but lower his gaze. In the past, whenever Yun Ruoyue clashed with Su Changxiao, she had always found herself at a disadvantage. Today, he found himself eagerly anticipating her performance. Seeing that Chu Xianchen remained silent, merely observing as if watching a play, Yun Ruoyue felt a surge of frustration and shot him an annoyed glance. Why did this man not voice his opinion? If he would not speak, then it fell upon her to respond. Should she speak too harshly and wound his beloved? She cannot be held accountable. A smirk graced her lips as she coldly remarked, Am I truly empty-handed? I have brought the Empress Dowager a remedy that can restore her health, while you, Princess of Jin, have concocted a nourishing broth that could indeed harm her. What do you mean by that? Are you implying that the ginseng chicken soup I toiled over for an entire night is intended to harm the Empress Dowager? Princess Li retorted, her voice dripping with indignation. Do not speak recklessly, Princess Li. Your words are utterly excessive, Su Changxiao exclaimed. His face flushed with anger as he glared at Yun Ruoyue. Chapter 332. Nonsense beside them. The Prince of Jin bellowed in fury. Yun Ruoyue, cease your nonsensical chatter. If you do not clarify your statements today, I will not let this matter rest. The Empress Dowager is currently frail and cannot bear any rich nourishment. She requires a light diet, yet you prepare her a lavish tonic. Does this not amount to harm? Moreover, the nutrients in chicken are contained within the meat, not the broth. What you have brewed is merely a layer of fat that could lead to weight gain. The Empress Dowager, being advanced in age, suffers from cardiovascular ailments. Should she consume your oily broth, what if it obstructs her blood vessels? Can you take responsibility for that? So tell me, is this not an act of harm? Yun Ruoyue responded with calm assurance. You speak utter nonsense. Since time immemorial, it has been known that meat broth is the most restorative. Ask physician Zhang. He would affirm this. The Prince of Jin retorted angrily. Yun Ruoyue merely raised an eyebrow. That is the opinion of physician Zhang, not mine. If he is indeed so skilled, can he cure the Empress Dowager's ailment? Her implication was clear. Did she look down upon physician Zhang, believing her own medical prowess to be unparalleled? Su Changxiao seized this opportunity, a smile concealing malice as she regarded Yun Ruoyue. She intended to propagate this notion, ensuring that everyone perceived Yun Ruoyue as arrogant, a mere junior who dared to belittle the esteemed physicians of the palace. Would they not come to despise Yun Ruoyue for this? Unperturbed by Su Changxiao's provocation, Yun Ruoyue stated steadily, I have not claimed such a thing. However, as it stands, I alone possess the means to treat the Empress Dowager's tuberculosis. This disease is highly contagious, and Princess of Jin should exercise caution to avoid contracting it. Should you fall ill, there would be no one capable of curing you aside from myself. A person of your lofty stature would never deign to seek my assistance. So take care of your health. At these words, Su Changxiao instinctively took 2 steps back, as if proximity to Shokong Palace might expose her to the illness. A proud individual like her would never request help from Yun Ruoyue. Thus, she must remain vigilant to avoid the Empress Dowager's contagion. It seemed that the Empress Dowager's refusal to allow them to visit was, in fact, a blessing in disguise. Should they contract the disease, would they truly seek Yun Ruoyue's aid? If she were to deny them treatment, would they not be left to await their demise? Though she had previously spoken highly of physician Zhang, in truth, she felt that his medical skills paled in comparison to those of Yun Ruoyue. Henceforth, They would use the Empress Dowager's unwillingness to see them as an excuse to avoid Shokong Palace, lest they fall victim to this affliction. Upon witnessing the myriad expressions on Su Changxiao's face, Yun Ruoyue could not help but ponder. Should the fear of contagion deter Su Changxiao and her companions from visiting the Empress Dowager, it would indeed be a fortuitous circumstance, ensuring the Dowager's safety for a time. Furthermore, it would afford her the opportunity to label Su Changxiao with the ignoble charge of being cowardly and unfilial. After contemplating this, Su Changxiao raised her chin, exuding an air of haughtiness as she declared, "Rest assured, I shall take good care of myself. However, Princess Li, I have heard whispers that you are not on amicable terms with the concubines of the palace. Pray, do not let your vexation lead to ill health, lest you find yourself returning to the palace shortly, petitioning for a divorce from the emperor. This jest has already spread beyond the palace walls. You must exercise caution." Princess Li. With that, she cast a scornful glance at Yun Ruoyue. Chapter 333. Eloquence in her eyes. Yun Ruoyue remained the same ugly girl from before, unworthy even to carry her shoes. Back then, she was the most esteemed young lady in the capital, the apple of the Su family's eye. And who in the city did not vie for her favor? What was Yun Ruoyue in comparison? Merely a buffoon. Now, this buffoon dared to elevate herself, flaunting her medical knowledge as if it granted her superiority. Su Changxiao found this intolerable. Just wait. She would ensure that Yun Ruoyue faced the consequences. She deliberately provoked Yun Ruoyue by mentioning Nangong Ro, hoping to incite a furious outburst that would strip her of decorum. How amusing that would be. To her surprise, Yun Ruoyue not only remained unperturbed but also, with an unaffected demeanor, remarked, "Oh, this matter is known only to the emperor, eunuch Lu, my husband, and yourselves. How is it that it has reached the outside world? Princess Jean, your tongue seems rather too long, does it not? Yet, given your noble character, I trust you are not one to pry into the private affairs of others." With a playful wink at Su Changxiao, her large, round eyes sparkled with mischief. Su Changxiao had attempted to undermine her using the divorce narrative, only to find the conversation deftly redirected. Upon realizing Yun Ruoyue's subtle insult, her face shifted through shades of anger and humiliation, and she glared at Yun Ruoyue, saying, "I have remained in Shokong Palace, never venturing out. How could I possibly speak of your affairs? How dare you accuse me of being a gossip monger? Is that the etiquette of your Li household? Since you have stayed within Shokong Palace, how then did you come to know that my divorce has reached the outside world? If it was not from you and your husband, could it be the emperor or eunuch Lu? I highly doubt the emperor would wish such matters to circulate beyond the palace. Could it be eunuch Lu? Heaven forbid. I must inquire of him whether he has been disseminating royal secrets. Such an act could lead to severe consequences. You must not falsely accuse him, for he may harbor resentment against you." Yun Ruoyue gasped, covering her mouth in feigned astonishment. Xuancheng regarded her with a knowing smile. Finding her acting skills quite commendable, she could easily take to the stage. Su Changxiao was infuriated by Yun Ruoyue's words, her face flushed with anger. She raised her head, pointing an accusatory finger at Yun Ruoyue, her fury palpable. "Princess Li, how dare you slander me? When have I ever falsely accused eunuch Lu? He is one of your people, a favored confidant of the emperor. I would be eager to curry favor with him, not to denigrate him." Yun Ruoyue, eloquent as ever, replied, "The matter of my separation from the prince is known only to us few. If you assert it wasn't you who spoke of it, then the emperor certainly would not, as we have remained in Shokong Palace, never sharing our sorrows with others. So, aside from eunuch Lu, who else could possibly know of this affair? You confidently claimed just now that news of our separation has spread beyond the palace. By process of elimination, are you not insinuating that it was eunuch Lu who revealed it? You lie. I merely spoke without thought. I never suggested it was eunuch Lu," Su Changxiao retorted angrily. "Then, are you implying that it was the emperor?" Yun Ruoyue winked at Su Changxiao. That was not my intention, Princess Li. Your eloquence is truly remarkable." Su Changxiao sneered, biting her silver teeth. Chapter 334. The Princess of Jin's bragging. It dawned on her then that Yun Ruoyue was no longer the malleable, unattractive girl she once was. The current Yun Ruoyue was formidable and required utmost caution. "Allow me to extend my respect. We are indeed evenly matched," Yun Ruoyue remarked. After saying this, she turned to the side, addressing Xuancheng. "It is getting late. Shall we return home?" "Certainly, my lady. Your efforts are appreciated. I shall defer to your wishes," Xuancheng replied, his smile radiant, his gaze filled with deep affection. Su Changxiao was taken aback. Just moments ago, these two were discussing separation, and now they appeared so affectionate. She scoffed inwardly, fully aware that their display was mere pretense. True lovers would not exhibit such distance, nor would their actions be so calculated. Upon hearing Chu Xuancheng's words of appreciation, Yun Ruoyue realized he was acknowledging her efforts against Su Changxiao. To her surprise, he did not defend Su Changxiao this time. Rather, it seemed he had aligned himself with her. In the past, had she confronted Su Changxiao in such a manner, he would have surely throttled her. Yet today, his behavior was oddly contrary. Was it because the Prince of Jin was present, making it inappropriate for him to intervene? Once they returned home, he would undoubtedly seek to confront her, avenging his cherished woman. With this thought, she cast a disdainful glance at Chu Xuancheng. What a hypocritical man he was. She brushed her sleeve and gathered her medicine box, preparing to leave. At that moment, Su Changxiao suddenly said, princessly, "My earlier outburst was due to my bluntness. Please do not take it to heart. We should remain on good terms as sisters-in-law, for we will see each other often. Do not let this trouble you." Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. Su Changxiao was actually trying to make amends? There was surely a hidden agenda behind this. She replied, "It is quite all right. I appreciate your acknowledgement of the mistake. The ability to recognize and amend one's faults is commendable. I am not a petty person. Let us continue to be good sisters-in-law, and I shall forgive you." Su Changxiao was momentarily speechless by her response. She merely pretended to be courteous to Yun Ruoyue, harboring no intention of admitting her wrongdoing. How shameless could Yun Ruoyue be to dare to speak in such a manner? She clenched her silver teeth, suppressing the anger bubbling within, and retorted, "Very well. Furthermore, I have heard that the favored concubine of the Li Wangfu is quite cherished. To the extent that your position as a princess is inferior to hers, should you endure any grievances in the Wangfu, remember to seek me out for a chat. As for the Jin Wangfu, I cannot claim any significant status within, but know this, my Jin Wang remains virtuous, loving only me. In this Wangfu, there are no concubines, not even a secondary maid. Li Wangfei, as women, I empathize with you. You truly have my sympathy." At this juncture, she feigned a slight reproachful glance at Chu Xuancheng, saying, "Li Wang, you were quite affectionate with Li Wangfei just now. Upon your return, do not neglect your rightful wife for the sake of that concubine." After speaking, she intertwined her arm with Jin Wang's, assuming a blissful, demure demeanor, intentionally displaying her superiority to Yun Ruoyue. What did it matter that she was married to Chu Xuancheng? Her status within the Wangfu was still beneath that of a concubine. Where was her happiness in this? Chu Xuancheng's expression darkened instantaneously, his eyes swirling with a tempest of emotions. In a low, stern voice, he declared, "Jin Wangfei, your meddling is unwarranted. Matters within my Li Wangfu do not concern outsiders." Su Changxiao's face froze in disbelief, staring incredulously at Chu Xuancheng. This was the first time he had ever spoken to her in such a manner, dismissing her words as mere nonsense. Yun Ruoyue smiled and replied, "Is that so? Then I wish for the Jin Wang and Jin Wangfei to remain eternally in love. And may you never experience the same plight as us." With that, she turned away, leaving the Shokong Palace without calling for Chu Xuancheng. Witnessing this, he cast a cold glance at Su Changxiao, flicked his sleeve, and hurried after her. Upon exiting the Shokong Palace, Yun Ruoyue halted when she noticed that Chu Xuancheng had followed her. She glared at him icily and asked, "What? Are you reveling in the mockery from your ex-girlfriend? Wasn't he the one who despised her? Surely he must be feeling quite pleased now." Chu Xuancheng's brows knitted tightly in displeasure as he abruptly reached out and pulled Yun Ruoyue closer. She instinctively recoiled, regarding him with disgust. "There are no outsiders here, so spare me the pretense. Go tend to your cherished concubine and stop acting. I feel unwell and need to use the restroom. If you are in a hurry, you may leave the palace first." In truth, Yun Ruoyue had no intention of using the restroom. She simply sought a solitary place to vent her frustrations. The words of Su Changxiao pierced her heart like a thorn, leaving her in considerable distress. She had no desire to leave the palace with Chu Xuancheng. This man, while indulging Nangongro within the Wangfu, pretended to dote on her outside. What kind of situation was this? Was he using her? He was both hypocritical and detestable, and she wished to ignore him. With that, she stamped her foot in frustration, let out a cold huff, and turned to run away. Watching her angry retreat, a flicker of complexity crossed Chu Xuancheng's gaze, his expression grave and serious. As Yun Ruoyue was headed to the restroom, Chu Xuancheng decided to wait for her by the lakeside. He approached the water's edge, gazing at the frozen surface of the lake and the mist-shrouded palace in the distance. A flicker of melancholy passing through his eyes. At that moment, gentle footsteps echoed behind him. His acute hearing detected the sound, prompting him to turn his head coldly. "Your Highness, why have you not yet returned to the residence?" It was Su Changxiao, approaching with a delicate demeanor, her eyes fixed on Chu Xuancheng with trepidation. He glanced at her without a hint of expression. "You have not returned either? Where is Prince Jin?" Su Changxiao cast a worried glance behind her, her expression akin to that of a thief. "The emperor summoned him for some matters he needs to address. I became bored waiting alone, so I wandered about, not expecting to find you here." Chu Xuancheng raised an eyebrow coldly. "Since the princess of Jin is so fearful of being discovered, it would be wise for you to depart swiftly." His implication was clear. He had no desire to see her at that moment. Only one who had truly faced death could comprehend the intricacies of the human heart. Su Changxiao forced an awkward smile and stepped closer, her beautiful eyes gently meeting Chu Xuancheng's gaze. "You are not upset by my earlier exchange with Princess Li, are you?" "I did not intend to provoke her. It was just that her words were too harsh, and I could not endure the slander, which led to our quarrel." "Why would I be upset?" Chu Xuancheng raised an eyebrow. Princess Yun Ruoyue held the upper hand in that exchange. She was neither bullied, nor did she bring shame upon the Li family. "What is there for me to be angry about?" Su Changxiao interpreted his indifference as a sign that he bore her no ill will. With a bashful smile, she said, "I knew you were not so petty. You have always been quite forgiving towards me, even if I was just bullied by her. It reassures me to know that I still hold a place in your heart. When have I ever uttered such words?" Chu Xuancheng replied coldly, raising his gaze. "Moreover, both of us are bound by marriage. To speak of such matters now is inappropriate. I ask you to choose your words carefully." "Your Highness, must you provoke me with such words? I know you resent me for marrying Prince Jin and have yet to forgive me. I did not wish to marry him. Had it not been for my father's coercion, I would have long been your wife." Su Changxiao's eyes glistened with tears, presenting a sorrowful visage. Chu Xuancheng suddenly inquired, "Do you truly hold me in your heart?" Su Changxiao nodded fervently. "My heart has always belonged to you. Marrying Prince Jin was an act of necessity. Had I the chance to marry you, be it as your principal wife, secondary consort, or a concubine, I would have willingly accepted, without hesitation. Alas, I could not defy my father." "Very well, then. Will you now divorce him and marry me as a concubine?" Chu Xuancheng regarded Su Changxiao with a mocking gaze, eager to see how long she could maintain her facade. In the past, he had misjudged her character, believing her to be inherently kind and deeply in love with him. It was only after he faced an assassination attempt, nearly losing his life, that he realized she had never loved him. She merely saw him as a stepping stone for her ascent. Upon hearing the clandestine report from Mo Li, he truly felt disillusioned with her. The moment Su Changxiao heard Chu Xuancheng's words, her smile froze, her complexion paling instantly. She awkwardly blinked, biting her lip as she replied, "Your Highness, you are aware that I bear the weight of my family's fate. Without my father's consent, how could I dare to separate from the crown prince? I am merely a pawn in my father's game. I cannot contend with him." She had not anticipated such a question from Chu Xuancheng. To exchange the illustrious position of the crown princess for a concubine of the Li Wangfu was utterly unthinkable. She was not so foolish. Given the current circumstances, even the status of the principal wife at the Li Wangfu failed to entice her. She cast a sympathetic glance at Chu Xuancheng. Despite his valor and unparalleled intellect, a military genius he may be, he too was ultimately a mere pawn. Should the day arrive when the Chu kingdom no longer required him, he would surely meet his demise at the emperor's hands. She was not naive. She understood that her only option was to choose the crown prince. Opting for Chu Xuancheng would be tantamount to courting disaster. Regardless of Yun Ruoyue's current exuberance, when Chu Xuancheng fell from grace, her fate would be dire. Chu Xuancheng cast a cold glance at Su Changxiao, already aware of her reluctance. It became evident to him that she was a ruthless woman, willing to employ any means to achieve her ends. However, it was indeed her ruthlessness that unveiled her true nature to him. "Since you are unwilling, there is no need for further discourse," he stated coldly. Observing his darkened expression, Su Changxiao hastily clarified, "I am not unwilling. I am simply helpless, unable to make my own choices. I sought you out to express concern for your well-being, given your severe injuries. I noticed you have lost considerable weight. Is it that Yun Ruoyue has not taken proper care of you?" Her implication was clear. Her visit was not to negotiate a separation from the crown prince. but solely to inquire after his health. At present, he was not worth her forsaking the crown prince. Unless one day he ascended the throne as the emperor of the Chu kingdom, which was a prospect that would forever remain unattainable. Chapter 337. This prince has only one wife. The mention of his previous injuries immediately darkened Chu Xuancheng's expression. Although he had appeared to be unconscious at the time, he had long been awake, and upon Su Changxiao's visit, his understanding of her feigned concern crystallized. If she had truly cared, how could she have remained so composed? Her tears were merely for show, meant for others to witness. Subsequently, Mo Li received a secret report indicating that the crown prince and his wife had been conspiring at home, both wishing for his demise, particularly Su Changxiao. At that moment, the crown prince had stated that should he die, he would ensure Chu Xuancheng's dismemberment, rendering him utterly obliterated, incapable of rising again. Su Changxiao had cruelly interjected, suggesting that such a fate was too lenient. She wanted the crown prince to stuff his mouth with husks, ensuring that even in death, he would be unable to seek vengeance in hell, forever denied the opportunity to retaliate. Upon reading that report, Chu Xuancheng had been seized with rage, trembling uncontrollably. His face ashen. This is the woman he has loved for so many years. To his astonishment, she cast him aside for her own interests, disregarding him completely, and turned to marry his arch-nemesis, Prince Jin. She even conspired with Prince Jin, plotting to bring about his demise. The words in the secret report sent tremors through his body, a chill surging from his feet, and he realized just how venomous this woman truly was. Witnessing her feigned concern and fabricated tears, he found it utterly absurd. His injuries had healed remarkably well, so there was no need for the Princess of Jin to fret over him. With that, he turned away, wishing to escape the dual-faced Su Changxiao and her theatrical performance. Seeing him attempt to leave, Su Changxiao hurriedly wrapped her arms around him from behind, pressing her face against his back, weeping in distress. "Xianchen, could you not be so cold to me? You are punishing me this way. It pains my heart. Have you so quickly forgotten our vows from years past?" Chu Xianchen stood rigidly, his back stiff. "Did we ever make such vows? Indeed, did you not swear to cherish only me, claiming that I was the sole occupant of your heart? Are you now prepared to break your promise?" Su Changxiao sobbed, nodding. Chu Xianchen scoffed. "My vow was predicated on you being my wife." He then coldly pried her tentacle-like grip from him, his voice devoid of warmth. "Please release me. Are you afraid of being seen by Prince Jin?" "I am not afraid. Why should you be?" Su Changxiao thought. Considering that Prince Jin had only just been summoned by the emperor and would not return so swiftly, she desperately longed to embrace Chu Xianchen. Only upon losing him did she realize how he had grown increasingly remarkable, his appearance more striking than ever. To possess him was truly a matter of pride. Moreover, if Yun Ruoyue were to witness this scene, it would surely infuriate her. Chu Xianchen callously shook off Su Changxiao's hand, sending her stumbling backwards, his actions devoid of tenderness. He spoke coldly, "I do not fear Prince Jin. If he sees us, it is not my face that will suffer shame. What I fear is your behavior. If my wife were to witness it, she would be heartbroken. Therefore, I implore you to conduct yourself with more propriety." "You mean Yun Ruoyue?" Su Changxiao was momentarily taken aback, her smile shattering instantaneously. "I have but one wife, and it is not you," Chu Xianchen replied coldly. Su Changxiao's heart shattered, her expression more sorrowful than tears could convey. Chapter 338. There is danger. Her heart felt as if it had been mercilessly ground by a stone mill, rendered unrecognizable and battered. Her premonition had not been mistaken. Chu Xianchen had indeed fallen for Yun Ruoyue. How could this have happened so swiftly? In just 2 short months, he had changed his affections. Meanwhile, Yun Ruoyue angrily made her way to the restroom. She thought to herself, since she was already here, the palace facilities were cleaner than most homes, so she might as well take care of her needs. One should not waste such opportunities. Once she finished, she washed her hands in the water bucket and prepared to seek out Chu Xianchen. Yet, she had barely taken 2 steps before she heard a menacing voice command, "Halt." Yun Ruoyue was taken aback by the furious roar, abruptly turning around to encounter Prince Jin, his face shadowed with anger as he fixed a menacing gaze upon her. Advancing closer, terrified, she instinctively retreated 2 steps, noting the deep pallor of his countenance and the flames of rage kindling in his eyes. It was evident that she had provoked him gravely today. "What do you intend to do, Prince Jin?" "We are in the imperial palace, and Chu Xuancheng is nearby. He will soon come looking for me." She hastily invoked Chu Xuancheng's name, although her voice trembled with fear. Prince Jin, with his eyes wide in fury, resembled a lion ready to pounce. They were in a secluded lavatory within the imperial garden, and despite its humble nature, the frigid weather ensured that not a soul was present. Neither had attendants accompanying them. Thus, it was merely the two of them. Should Prince Jin harbor ill intentions, she would be utterly defenseless, a cry for help falling on deaf ears even within the palace's confines. Even if he were to take her life, no one would ever know it was he who had done so, and a wave of terror surged within her. With eyes filled with malice, Prince Jin clenched his fists and advanced step by step towards Yun Ruoyue. You wretched woman, I have tolerated you for far too long. Do not presume that the Empress Dowager's favor and the Emperor's protection grant you the liberty to act as you please. The position of a prince's consort is not one you can provoke. He reiterated the words Chu Xuancheng had once spoken to him, returning them to Yun Ruoyue. Chu Xuancheng might protect her, yet he too would safeguard Su Changshao. His enmity with the couple from Li was deepening. Fueled by the past grievances, the incident of Changxiao's near drowning and the treachery he faced from the Li King's assassins that resulted in his severe punishment at the emperor's hands. Not to mention the recent humiliation he suffered at the gates of Shokong Palace, where this woman had derided and blamed him alongside Changxiao. All these grievances had tarnished his princely dignity, and he was determined to teach this woman a lesson, venting his suppressed wrath. He tightened his fists, a glint of lethal intent flashing in his eyes. Noticing the murderous glare, Yun Ruoyue felt her throat constrict with anxiety. She reached towards the medicine box, hoping to find something to defend herself. Unfortunately, her movement did not go unnoticed by Prince Jin. With a swift motion, he kicked the medicine box from her grasp, sending it crashing to the ground, scattering scalpels, silver needles, syringes, and other medical supplies across the floor. Fury ignited within her as she glared at Prince Jin upon witnessing her beloved medicine box being so carelessly discarded. Chu Tianyu, are you insane? Why would you kick my medicine box? It contains medicine prepared for the Empress Dowager. If you ruin her supplies, can you bear the consequences? Prince Jin chuckled coldly. The old woman's medicine? Perfect. If I were to ruin it, wouldn't that lead to her demise? At that point, let us see who in this world can protect you. Chapter 339. You seek death. Yun Ruoyue's face paled in anger. Chu Tianyu, you possess an audacity unmatched. How dare you speak of the Empress Dowager in such a manner? Are you not afraid I shall inform the Emperor? A sudden glint of murderous intent flashed in the eyes of Prince Jin. In a swift motion, he lunged forward. Seizing Yun Ruoyue by the neck, his teeth gritted as he spat. Do not threaten me with the Emperor. He is my father. Do you truly believe he would trust me, or an outsider like you? Do you know who can best keep a secret? The dead. Do you believe I would hesitate to kill you? As Prince Jin tightened his grip, Yun Ruoyue felt the specter of death encroach upon her. Earlier, when Chu Xuancheng had held her chin, she had felt discomfort. Yet, in comparison to the ruthlessness of Prince Jin, Chu Xuancheng's grip seemed almost tender. This revelation oddly diminished her disdain for Chu Xuancheng. Struggling for breath, her vision blurring, she managed to grasp Prince Jin's hand tightly, gasping, "You dare to be so bold. Prince, are you not afraid that the Emperor's hidden guards are nearby?" She was convinced that the Emperor still wished to utilize her and had no desire for her demise. Upon hearing her words, Prince Jin momentarily relaxed his grip, his gaze darting around with a flicker of fear. Yun Ruoyue seized the chance to inhale deeply, akin to a fish finally breaching the water's surface after drowning. The sensation of near death had left her trembling with terror. After scanning the area and finding no sign of hidden guards, Prince Jin's demeanor turned sinister as he fixed his glare upon Yun Ruoyue, tightening his grip once more. Wretched girl, do not deceive me. Do you think your ploys can sway me? I tell you, even if there are hidden guards nearby, I will still kill you. I do not believe father would take action against me for your sake. With that, he shut his eyes, steeling his resolve, and prepared to crush Yun Ruoyue's neck. Chu Tianyu, are you seeking death? At that moment, a figure clad in white swept in like a tempest, and before Yun Ruoyue could comprehend, a man had positioned himself before her, raising his hand to deliver a powerful strike to Prince Jin's face. A cry of agony escaped Prince Jin as he was sent flying. His body traced a parabolic arc before crashing heavily onto the icy surface below. Chu Xuancheng had channeled considerable inner strength into that strike, sending Prince Jin hurtling down like a boulder, his face striking the ice with a resounding impact, creating a gaping hole into which he quickly fell. Your Highness, Su Changshao, who had been following closely, rushed over in alarm, calling out for help. After incapacitating Prince Jin, Xuancheng swiftly gathered Yun Ruoyue into his embrace, noticing her eyes had closed. He quickly patted her face. At his touch, Yun Ruoyue awakened, immediately succumbing to a fit of painful coughs. Her countenance was ghostly pale, and her neck bore the unmistakable marks of red fingerprints. This beast shall pay with his life. Xuancheng roared in fury upon witnessing her condition, his eyes ablaze with a tempest of wrath, appearing nearly crimson. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback by the depth of his anger. She had assumed his hatred for her was such that he would be pleased to see her perish. Unexpectedly, this man still harbored a flicker of concern for her. However, the subsequent words of Xuancheng completely exasperated her. Are you all right? This Chu Tianyu shall certainly not escape my wrath. You belong to me. Should anyone dare to touch you, it must be I who intervenes. If he lays a finger upon you, I would rend him to pieces. Xuancheng fixed his gaze upon the man struggling in the icy lake, his eyes ablaze with a fury akin to a fire's relentless hunger. Coughing a few more times, Yun Ruoyue finally felt somewhat better. She sensed fresh air filling her lungs, but as she touched her neck, the fiery pain reminded her of the immense strength wielded by the Jin Wang. Lifting her gaze, she realized she was cradled in Xuancheng's arms. Coldly, she commanded, "Put me down. I must seek vengeance upon that scoundrel." Scoundrel? What skill is it to bully a woman? Xuancheng gazed at her in confusion. What purpose would it serve to go down there? Your vendetta shall be avenged by me. No, your vengeance cannot compare to mine. Release me at once. While the guards have yet to arrive, I still have time to exact my revenge, Yun Ruoyue insisted urgently. The satisfaction of immediate retribution was paramount. Seeing her fervor, so unlike that of someone who had just been strangled, Xuancheng finally felt a measure of relief. With a resigned furrow of his brow, he gently set her down, carefully offering her support. Can you walk? I can. Thankfully, you arrived in time. I was not asphyxiated. Had you arrived even a moment later, I would have truly perished, and then who would rescue the Empress for you? Yun Ruoyue replied as she moved forward. Xuancheng paused, pondering the implications of her words. Just as he was ruminating, she continued, when you and the Jin Wangfei appeared together, I could have surmised with my toes that you were clandestinely meeting somewhere. Alas, if your secret rendezvous were to lead to my demise at the hands of the Jin Wang, there would truly be no one left to assist you in saving the Empress. Now, Xuancheng grasped her meaning. She was reproaching him for conversing with Su Changshao and for arriving late to her aid. He, too, had felt a twinge of worry when she did not return after speaking with Su Changshao, prompting him to seek her out. Upon his arrival, he found her ensnared by the furious Jin Wang, igniting a blaze of rage within him as he rushed to her rescue. At that moment, Su Changshao had already dashed off to summon the guards. She refrained from calling for Xuancheng to assist the Jin Wang, knowing full well that, given his temperament, he would not intervene. The Jin Wang, once a capable swimmer, now struggled in the water, his injuries from the beating he received rendering him disoriented and unable to muster the strength to surface. Observing this, Yun Ruoyue dashed to a nearby tree, gathered several stones that had been weighing down its roots, and approached the lake's edge, hurling them with great force towards the Jin Wang. With resounding thuds, the stones splashed into the water, two of them striking the Jin Wang directly, inflicting excruciating pain upon him. Yun Ruoyue, still filled with indignation, continued to pick up stones from the ground to hurl at the king of Jin, knowing full well that no one was watching. This scoundrel had previously attempted to take her life when no one was around. Now, it was her turn to seek revenge. She was a woman who firmly believed in avenging wrongs. Observing her fierce demeanor, Xuancheng found himself stifling a laugh. Initially sympathetic towards her plight, having witnessed her being choked by the king of Jin, he now could not help but chuckle at her bold and defiant spirit as she sought retribution. Despicable man. Vile scoundrel. You dare choke me? I shall crush you to death, ensuring you never escape your fate. Yun Ruoyue exclaimed, lifting a large stone with all her might, ready to strike the king of Jin on the head. Just as she was about to connect, the king, frightened, swiftly dodged her blow. He wiped the icy water from his face, revealing a visage swollen and darkened. With a scowl, he bellowed at Yun Ruoyue, "Wretch, if you dare to strike this king again, do you believe I will spare your life? Chu Tianyu, I warn you. If you so much as harm a single hair on Princess Li's head, I shall take your life." Xuancheng stepped forward coldly, his towering figure imposing as he shielded Yun Ruoyue. Clad in white, he exuded an air of elegance and authority, his fierce gaze reminiscent of a majestic ruler, radiating an aura of invincibility that commanded respect. Seeing Xuancheng protect Yun Ruoyue, the king of Jin gritted his teeth in fury and, with a sweeping motion of his arm, propelled himself toward the shore. With his strength, he could barely manage to climb to the lake's edge. However, just as he placed his hands on the bank, a delicate embroidered shoe suddenly landed on his pristine, elongated right hand, grinding mercilessly against it. He let out a piercing scream, akin to that of a wounded animal, as his face contorted in pain, swollen like a pig's head. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Yun Ruoyue lifting her skirt, revealing her embroidered shoes as she trampled on his hands with vigor. "You vile man! You bully women! Thinking it a show of strength? Pathetic!" She scolded vehemently. "How dare you insult this king?" He roared, his teeth clenched in rage, but he soon lost his grip, sliding helplessly into the depths of the lake. "My lord, the guards are coming. You are saved." At that moment, Su Changshao had summoned the patrolling guards. Several guards rushed over and swiftly jumped into the water, retrieving him with ease. Once brought to safety, Su Changshao gasped in horror at the sight of the king's face, now grotesquely swollen, his once delicate hands bloodied and bruised. Overcome with emotion, she burst into tears. "My lord, are you all right? Quickly, fetch the imperial physician," she cried out in distress. Observing her concern for the king of Jin, Xuancheng felt a chill in his heart. Would she exhibit such worry for him? He suspected she might even be laughing alongside others as they trampled on him. Before long, the guards carried the king of Jin to the imperial hospital, with Su Changshao following closely behind. Before departing, she suddenly glared fiercely at Yun Ruoyue and Xuancheng, exclaiming, "What heinous deeds have the Li King, Li Queen, and Jin Wang committed that warrant such treatment towards him? No matter the circumstances, he is still my husband. Your actions today are utterly excessive." With that, she bit her lip and walked away in sorrow and indignation. Yun Ruoyue touched her neck, recalling how Jin Wang had been choking her, and was astonished that Su Changshao could still speak in such a manner. Truly, she was a woman lacking discernment. Observing their retreating figures, she remarked, "It seems we cannot return to the manor now. With Jin Wang in such a state, he will undoubtedly file a complaint against us. What are you afraid of? Rest assured, the emperor will not hold us accountable." Xuancheng replied confidently. "What do you mean? We have injured Jin Wang to this extent. How could he not blame us?" Yun Ruoyue inquired, her heart racing with anxiety. For it appeared that Jin Wang's plight was far worse than hers. Anyone could see that it was they who had bullied him, rather than the other way around. Suddenly, Xuancheng's gaze shifted to Yun Ruoyue's neck, noticing that the marks from the choking had faded considerably. He asked, "Do you possess any means to deepen those marks?" Yun Ruoyue pondered for a moment and realized she had various concoctions in her medical space capable of simulating injuries. With the addition of some colored potions, she could create the illusion of deep bruises. She nodded eagerly. "Yes, I have some potions in my bag that can intensify the marks on my neck. Wait a moment while I prepare." With that, she hurried into the women's restroom. Once inside, she retrieved some red and purple potions from her medical space and applied them to her neck, trusting her instincts. After finishing, she swiftly emerged and immediately asked Xuancheng, "What do you think of the marks on my neck? Do they appear serious? Do they look convincing?" Xuancheng examined her neck and saw a vividly purple and red bruise that looked far more severe than before, realistic enough to suggest she had indeed been forcefully choked. He was momentarily taken aback. "It looks remarkably authentic. How did you achieve this? As long as it appears genuine, it's sufficient. Once Su Changshao and Jin Wang present themselves before the emperor, they will undoubtedly turn the tables on us. At that point, I will reveal my injury and compete in pity with Jin Wang," Yun Ruoyue explained. Xuancheng regarded her with a knowing smile, saying, "When the time comes, follow my lead in what to say. The emperor will not blame you. In fact, he will punish Jin Wang." "Really? What method do you have to ensure the emperor will not hold me accountable?" Yun Ruoyue asked, genuinely intrigued. They had retaliated against Jin Wang to such an extent, and given his swollen and bruised visage, he appeared far worse off than she did. Would the emperor truly spare her? "Come closer," Xuancheng said calmly, raising an eyebrow. Meanwhile, in the imperial medical hall, the physicians worked swiftly to cleanse Jin Wang's mouth and nose of debris, hastily changing him into a clean garment before beginning to treat the injuries on his face. Due to the encounter with Prince Jin, he fortunately was not submerged. However, his visage was left bruised, and his hands bore the marks of being trampled, resulting in superficial injuries that required salve. At that moment, upon receiving the news, Emperor Han Yuan hastened to the scene with his retinue. He had been in the imperial study, conferring with several ministers, including the valiant Duke Su Ming. Upon learning that Prince Li and Prince Jin had engaged in a conflict, with Prince Jin being thrust into the lake by Prince Li, the ministers, driven by concern, accompanied the emperor to the imperial hospital. As Emperor Han Yuan entered the medical quarters, Su Changshao, akin to one who has spotted a lifeline, knelt and implored, "Father, you have finally arrived. The prince has been grievously injured. I beseech you to intervene." With that, she clasped her face and wept in distress. What transpired? Emperor Han Yuan narrowed his eyes, glancing at Prince Jin lying on the bed. The sight was alarming. The once handsome and pristine countenance of Prince Jin was now marred by handprints, bruised and swollen, half of his face resembling that of a pig's head. His hair was disheveled, and one eye was swollen shut, with blood seeping from the corner, presenting a pitiful and disheveled appearance. Upon observing this scene, Emperor Han Yuan felt a pang of anguish, his body trembling with rage. Duke Su Ming and the other ministers looked upon Prince Jin with sympathy, all pondering the nature of this incident. In their recollection, Prince Li had always been a composed individual, not prone to violence. As soon as Prince Jin noticed the emperor's arrival, he burst into tears, exclaiming, "Father, save me. Prince Li is utterly detestable. He has assaulted me in this manner. You must avenge me." Su Changshao quickly added, "Indeed, father, the prince's injuries are exceedingly grave. He has yet to recover from the wounds on his back. And now he has been beaten so severely and cast into the water for such a length of time during this frigid winter. I truly fear he may not endure. What on earth happened? Why would Prince Li strike you without provocation?" Emperor Han Yuan demanded sternly. His intuition led him to believe there was more to this matter than met the eye. It could not be as straightforward as the claims of Prince Jin and his wife suggested. The reason was simple. The inept Prince Jin had previously stirred up trouble on multiple occasions due to his reckless and impulsive nature. Thus, while he felt compassion for him and loathed Chu Xuancheng, he also believed this misfortune was self-inflicted. Before the gathered ministers, he felt compelled to ascertain the truth. With hesitation, Prince Jin lifted his gaze and said, "Yun Ruoyue had previously bullied Changshao. As her husband, I naturally had to defend her, so I confronted Yun Ruoyue. Alas, when Chu Xuancheng arrived, he assumed I had harmed Yun Ruoyue and struck me squarely in the face, sending me flying." As he concluded, even Prince Jin felt a sense of inadequacy and shame. To utter such words was indeed humiliating, yet before the emperor, he had no choice but to speak. The surrounding ministers were left in a state of confusion. They believed that the ever-cunning and composed god of war would never strike without reason, nor would he act rashly. It was highly likely that Prince Jin had bullied Princess Li to an excessive degree, provoking the ire of Chu Xuancheng. Observing the skepticism towards Prince Jin, Su Changshao devised a plan and cried out, "Father, I am not entirely aware of the situation. The Prince Li was perfectly normal before, ever since Princess Li became beautiful. He seems bewitched, allowing her every whim. He indiscriminately becomes jealous upon seeing Prince Jin converse with Princess Li, and in a fit of rage, he struck Prince Jin. This time, it is certainly not Prince Jin's fault. He is the victim." In that brief moment, Su Changshao depicted Chu Xuancheng as a man ensnared by beauty, as if Yun Ruoyue were a seductress who could ensnare men's hearts. Several ministers exchanged glances, uncertain. If this were the reason, it was not entirely implausible. Throughout history, heroes have often faltered in the face of beauty, and many a tale tells of men who have acted rashly in the name of love. Thus, it was not surprising for a passionate man like Prince Li to succumb to such emotions. Emperor Han Yuan narrowed his eyes and regarded Prince Jin, questioning whether the tale spun by Prince Jin's wife held any truth. Prince Jin vigorously nodded. "Indeed, father, I merely admonished Princess Li a few times. It was Prince Li who indiscriminately struck me." After speaking, he feigned pain, letting out exaggerated moans. While pretending to be in agony, he cast a sidelong glance at Emperor Han Yuan, noticing the anger etched on his face, and a sinister smile crept upon his lips. Chapter 344, Startled into Silence. Excellent. Father believes his words and is now furious. Soon, he will surely deal with Chu Xuancheng. "Your Majesty, the couple of Prince Li has arrived," announced Eunuch Lu as he entered. "Let them in." Emperor Han Yuan replied coldly, his face a mask of fury. Yun Ruoyue and Chu Xuancheng had been waiting outside. Having overheard the commotion within, However, they were oblivious to the deceitful narrative spun by Su Changshao, only hearing Prince Jin wailing like a banshee. Upon receiving the emperor's command, she continued to lean on Chu Xuancheng, stumbling forward with great difficulty, her countenance pale and frail. As Emperor Han Yuan and the others heard the approaching footsteps, they looked up to see Chu Xuancheng struggling to support Yun Ruoyue, who appeared ghostly, her eyes vacant, hair disheveled, and a series of dark bruises adorning her neck, as if she had just returned from the gates of death. Xuancheng, what has happened to Princess Li? Emperor Han Yuan inquired urgently, his gaze fixed on Yun Ruoyue. After paying his respects to Emperor Han Yuan, Chu Xuancheng cast a cold glance at Prince Jin, stating, "These marks are a gift from Prince Jin. Your Majesty, perhaps you should inquire directly with him." Upon hearing this, Prince Jin furiously pointed at Chu Xuancheng and exclaimed, "Father, they are merely pretending. Just moments ago, Princess Li was lively, throwing stones at me and trampling my hand with her shoe, leaving it in a terrible state, and now she feigns to be the victim. Do not be swayed by their one-sided tale." Upon witnessing the cunning defense of Prince Jin, Yun Ruoyue suddenly approached the emperor, feigning weakness, and knelt before him with a soft thud. Slowly raising her neck, she cast a pained gaze upon the assembly, exposing her throat for all to see. The sight of her neck, marred by deep purple bruises and swollen welts, elicited gasps of horror from the onlookers. The gruesome spectacle left everyone in shock, including Emperor Han Yuan, who urgently inquired, "Princess Li, how did you sustain these injuries? Where did they come from?" Previously, when Prince Jin and his consort had accused her, they had not mentioned the matter of him choking Yun Ruoyue. With a sorrowful expression, Yun Ruoyue turned her gaze toward Prince Jin and declared, "Your Majesty, these marks upon my neck are the result of Prince Jin's actions. Just moments ago, as I exited the restroom, I encountered him. He vehemently berated me, claiming I had offended Princess Jin and threatened my life for allegedly obstructing his path. Sensing his murderous intent, I attempted to flee with my medicine box, but he kicked it from my grasp and uttered further threats." "What else did he say?" Emperor Han Yuan demanded furiously. Prince Jin stated that he had kicked the medicine of the Empress Dowager, suggesting that her death would leave no one to protect us. In my indignation, I vowed to inform your Majesty of his words, to which he retorted that I should not use your Majesty as leverage against him, as you are his father, and he believed you would only trust him, not us outsiders. He further claimed that only the dead could keep secrets before he lunged at me, choking me in an attempt to end my life. Fortunately, Prince Li arrived just in time to rescue me. Otherwise, I would surely have perished. Chapter 345. Reporting the incident. Upon hearing this, Emperor Hong Yuan's face flushed with rage, his fury palpable. A wave of indignation surged within him as he bellowed at Prince Jin. "Wretched son, did you truly utter such words? You not only threatened to kill Princess Li?" Prince Jin, taken aback by Yun Ruoyue's audacity in revealing the truth to the emperor, shot her a menacing glare. He had mistakenly believed she would cower in fear and refrain from disclosing the incident to the emperor. His greatest miscalculation lay in assuming he could eliminate her before anyone discovered his heinous act, only to be thwarted by the unexpected arrival of Chu Xuancheng. "Father, I did not say such things. She is merely fabricating stories. Do not heed her slander," he protested, attempting to deny the allegations in the absence of any witnesses. Yun Ruoyue, her anger ignited, retorted, "Your Majesty, I am not fabricating anything. Prince Jin claimed that we are merely pawns in your Majesty's game, and that Prince Li is simply a piece to be used in warfare, valued only for his ability to protect the Chu kingdom. He asserted that as long as Prince Li serves a purpose, your Majesty would spare us, but once Prince Li has vanquished the enemies and peace is restored, you would dispose of us." He further proclaimed that this was the realm of the Chu family, and as their legitimate eldest son, he could act as he pleased. After all, what was the mere act of killing a princess consort compared to crushing a chick? He asserted that even if the emperor were to learn of this matter, he would not be punished, for they were father and son, while we were merely sovereign and subjects. What could compare to the significance of blood ties? He even cursed the Empress Dowager, scattering her life-saving medicines everywhere. Should the emperor doubt his words, he could send someone to investigate. For many of the dowager's medicines had been destroyed by him. I, as her servant, would need to recreate them, which would take considerable time. If the dowager were to run out of her medicines, it could jeopardize her life. I did not wish to hold the crown prince accountable for my demise. Rather, my concern lay with what would become of the dowager should her supplies run dry. Yun Ruoyue's words, steeped in sorrow and indignation, sent a shiver through the hearts of several officials present. They gazed incredulously at the crown prince, astonished by his ruthless nature. In that moment, Xuancheng interjected, "Your Majesty, the crown prince's consort can testify. When I noticed Ruoyue had not arrived for some time, I became quite anxious for her well-being and hurried to find her, only to encounter the crown prince's consort searching for him as well. It was then that we heard cries for help. Upon rushing over, we found the crown prince ferociously gripping Ruoyue's neck. In my desperation to save her, I was compelled to strike the crown prince. Had I not intervened, she would have lost her life." As he concluded, his face was a portrait of fury, his expression dark and his gaze icy as it bore down on the crown prince. The crown prince, immediately filled with indignation and shame, retorted, "You speak falsehoods. When have I ever uttered such words? It is Yun Ruoyue who took advantage of my moment of peril, relentlessly hurling stones at me and injuring my hand. You dare to accuse me of wrongdoing?" Yun Ruoyue rose and stepped forward, revealing the sole of her embroidered shoe. "Your Majesty, with my diminutive strength, how could this smooth little shoe possibly inflict such harm upon the crown prince's hand? The injuries he bears are clearly from struggling in the lake, inflicted by shards of ice. Furthermore, if he was in the water, how could I possibly tread upon his hand? Shall I float above the water and glide into the lake? I implore your Majesty to see the truth." Chapter 346. A most heinous crime. Xuancheng stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect towards Emperor Han Yuan. "Your Majesty, I indeed harmed the crown prince, but only after he injured my wife. As a man, if I cannot protect my own wife, I am unworthy of the title. The crown prince has wronged Ruoyue and now dares to shift blame and refuse to confess. I cannot abide this. I beseech your Majesty to deliver justice for Ruoyue." As soon as Xuancheng's words fell, the officials nearby, aside from a few loyal to Su Ming, began to voice their agreement. Among them was Han Bing, a former minister from the late emperor's time, known for his neutrality and avoidance of conflicts among the princes. However, upon witnessing the suffering of the late emperor's lineage, he could no longer contain his anger. He shot an indignant glance at the crown prince before turning to Emperor Han Yuan, saying, "Your Majesty, the crown prince has gone too far. His arrogance and hubris are intolerable, daring to harm the wife of a loyal minister within the palace. The Princess of Li is indeed his sister-in-law. The late emperor left behind only the bloodlines of the Prince of Li and the Grand Princess. The Duke of Jin must not bully them in such a manner. Otherwise, if the late emperor were to know, he would surely be heartbroken. Furthermore, the Prince of Li is a valiant guardian of the nation, risking his life for our Chu kingdom. It is unexpected that such a distinguished hero would see his wife humiliated and assassinated. Should this news reach the soldiers and the common folk, it would undoubtedly chill the hearts of many." Finally, Master Han bowed respectfully and stated, "Your Majesty, the Prince of Li, as a general leading troops in a battle, has always stepped forth in times of national peril. It is astonishing that he should be subjected to such bullying today. How can he confidently continue to fight for the kingdom under these circumstances? The Prince of Li and the Duke of Jin have grown up under the watchful eyes of the elder statesman. The Prince of Li has always been composed and astute, never resorting to bullying others. The elder statesman beseech your Majesty to grant justice to the couple." Master Han, filled with indignation, shook his head at the Duke of Jin. If the Duke's claims are true, then Emperor Han Yuan, after utilizing the Prince of Li, would eliminate him, revealing himself to be a treacherous figure. Who would dare to serve such a person? Although he remains neutral, if the emperor's actions become excessive, he will speak out as necessary. Not only him, but if this matter were to reach the court, many bold ministers would also voice their concerns. Nearby, a grand tutor named Li Jin added, "Your Majesty, the Duke of Jin has even insulted the Empress Dowager and cursed her. His audacity is indeed excessive. If you do not correct him promptly, he may never achieve greatness." As grand tutors, Li Jin and Han Bing primarily focus on educating the princes. If the princes fail to meet expectations and do not heed their lessons, the emperor has granted them the authority to admonish and critique the royal offspring. Thus, witnessing their students devolve in such a manner compelled them to speak out. Their words resonated deeply, causing Emperor Hong Yuan's aged countenance to flush with embarrassment. He would not blame the two honest teachers, but would instead chastise the disappointing Duke of Jin. In a fit of rage, he seized a jar of medicinal ointment from the table and hurled it towards the Duke, exclaiming, "Wretched child, I am utterly disillusioned with you. To think you would repeatedly commit such errors, even stooping to fratricide and cursing the Empress Dowager. What further defense do you have? Su Ming, witnessing the emperor's fury, shook his head in disapproval. Duke of Jin, you have truly overstepped this time. You must sincerely apologize to the Prince of Li and his wife. Only then might the emperor show you mercy. Acknowledging one's mistakes and striving for improvement is the greatest virtue. Chapter 347. 50 strikes. Su Ming was reminding the Duke of Jin that the truth was now clear. Only by humbly admitting his wrongs could he avoid harsher punishment. Should he continue to argue and defend himself, the emperor would likely not be lenient. He had not anticipated that the Duke of Jin would become increasingly audacious. Marrying his daughter to him and placing their fortunes in his hands. Was that truly wise? Such a Duke of Jin, should he ascend to the throne, might well become a tyrant. At that moment, the Duke of Jin realized he was at a loss for words. After all, Yun Ruoyue had suffered far worse. And he had indeed uttered those words, leading everyone to believe her instead. However, he would never acknowledge the things he had not said. He glared furiously at Yun Ruoyue and exclaimed, "You wretched woman, how dare you fabricate such nonsense? When did I ever claim that my father intended to harm you? These words are nothing but your malicious concoction to ensnare me. Do you truly believe my father would heed your deceitful tales?" Yun Ruoyue replied indifferently, "Indeed, your highness just stated that no matter how many misdeeds you commit, the emperor would never hold you accountable, for he is your father and will undoubtedly trust you." Her implication was clear. The prince's words rang true. Regardless of his transgressions, the emperor would shield him, revealing the sovereign to be a ruler who could not discern right from wrong. Upon hearing the prince's remarks, Emperor Hongyuan was instantly consumed by rage. He stepped forward and struck the prince across the face with a resounding slap. "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think me a ruler incapable of distinguishing right from wrong? You have slain your sister-in-law, insulted your brother, cursed the Empress Dowager, and tampered with her medicine. Guards, seize the prince and administer 50 lashes." In that moment, the emperor was resolute in his desire to punish this wayward son. Wishing to rid himself of the troubles he constantly caused, the prince's words were a direct affront to his heart. The ministers present mistakenly believed the emperor condoned such behavior, thinking he had neglected the son of his late brother. If this were to spread throughout the realm, it would certainly incite public outrage. He had always feared being accused of neglecting the children left behind by the previous emperor, which was why he had treated Chu Xuancheng and the crown princess with utmost courtesy. He often publicly lavished attention on Chu Xuancheng, feigning the demeanor of a benevolent uncle to win the people's favor. Now, the prince had tarnished the carefully cultivated image he had maintained, leading others to perceive him as a treacherous uncle, and his anger surged, causing his hair to bristle. Upon hearing this, Su Ming hastily interceded on behalf of the prince. "Your Majesty, the last time the prince received 30 lashes, he was still recovering. If he endures another 50, it could cost him his life. I implore your Majesty to grant him another chance to reflect in the ancestral temple for a month. What do you think, your Majesty?" Su Changshao also knelt before the emperor, pleading for the prince's life. "Father, the prince acted out of a desire to protect me, to avenge me for the wrongs done to him. He has already suffered greatly after being thrown into the lake by the king of Li, which can be regarded as punishment in itself." Though Su Changshao had not initially intended to plead for the prince, their marriage bound them as one. Should the prince fall, she too would descend with him, leaving her with no choice but to defend him. She had not anticipated that the prince would act so foolishly as to contemplate murder within the palace. How utterly dim-witted. If he truly wished to eliminate Yun Ruoyue, he could have simply dispatched an assassin discreetly outside the palace. Now, having brought this turmoil before the emperor, he was effectively digging his own grave. Chapter 348. Plea for mercy. Will there be forgiveness? Her disappointment in him was profound. Despite being so grievously beaten by Chu Xuancheng and his wife, he had become the target of scorn. All of this stemmed from his impulsive and reckless nature. Was such a brash, arrogant oaf truly worthy of reliance? This was a grave miscalculation. The prince's murderous intent towards Yun Ruoyue had been exposed to the emperor and the ministers, and the news would surely spread throughout the imperial city by nightfall. When the time comes, should they wish to take action against Yun Ruoyue, they will find it impossible. For as soon as anything befalls Yun Ruoyue, they will be the prime suspects. Thus, they must endure during this period, while Yun Ruoyue, ironically, gains a reprieve for a time. The thought of this infuriates her. Prince Jin perceives the emperor's seriousness, recalling the last time he was subjected to 30 lashes. He hastily pleads, "Father, I acknowledge my mistakes. I beseech you for another chance. I shall not err again. You need not speak to me. Rather, you must plead with your sister-in-law. You have wronged her, and if she forgives you, I shall consider your plea. Should she not forgive you, you shall still face punishment." The emperor, Han Yuan, declared in a fit of rage. Upon hearing this, the prince cast a resentful glance at Yun Ruoyue, wishing for her demise. Yet outwardly, he dared not act arrogantly. To publicly beg Yun Ruoyue for forgiveness was beneath him, but he had no choice but to acquiesce. With a reluctant demeanor, he addressed her, "Princessly, I acknowledge my fault in this matter and now extend my apologies, hoping you will accept them." Yun Ruoyue scoffed coldly. Could he truly expect her forgiveness with such a tone? It seemed the prince had yet to swallow his pride. A fixation on face-saving can be detrimental. "What do you mean by acknowledge my fault? You speak as if you have been wronged. Have we unjustly accused you?" Seeing the prince's unrepentant demeanor, Emperor Han Yuan turned his gaze to Yun Ruoyue, stating, "Princessly, pay him no heed. He is merely spouting nonsense. His current plight is a result of his own actions." He continued furiously, "Prince Jin brazenly harmed someone within the palace and shows no remorse. Guards, take him away and administer 50 lashes." Upon hearing this, Su Changshao quickly bowed before the emperor, pleading, "Your Majesty, I implore you to spare the prince. Those 50 lashes may very well cost him his life." She then tugged at Yun Ruoyue's skirt, her face a picture of despair. "Princessly, would you not forgive Prince Jin? Rest assured, he shall never dare to wrong you again. He has already faced punishment, and another beating would render him incapacitated." At this moment, Emperor Han Yuan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Yun Ruoyue. He was signaling her. She was his pawn, and now was the time for her to act. Yun Ruoyue was well aware of the emperor's intentions. He wished for her to graciously forgive Prince Jin, ideally without inflicting any punishment, merely imposing a period of reflection. Yet, such an outcome would leave her feeling utterly frustrated. She found herself caught in a dilemma. Before she could speak, Xuancheng interjected coldly, "Princess Jin, the emperor has declared that Prince Jin is deserving of his fate. Even he seeks to punish him further. Why then do you defy the emperor's command and plead for the prince? Do you wish to oppose the emperor?" This accusation startled Su Changshao, who quickly shook her head. "I would not dare. How could I ever defy the emperor's will? If you do not dare, then cease your pleas on behalf of Prince Jin. He has erred repeatedly, and your protection only serves to harm him. In my view, 50 lashes are a light penalty. He remains oblivious to his mistakes. Just the curse he uttered against the Empress Dowager warrants serious reflection." Chapter 349. A sense of relief upon reaching this point. Xuancheng bowed respectfully to Emperor Han Yuan, stating, "Your Majesty, I believe that in order for Prince Jin to truly remember this lesson and amend his ways, he should be punished with 50 strokes and subsequently made to kneel at the ancestral shrine for a month of reflection to atone for his transgressions." At this pronouncement, Emperor Hong Yuan's countenance darkened considerably. It was evident that Prince Jin would not be spared. Punishment was inevitable. However, in order to prevent him from becoming incapacitated, he would instruct Eunuch Lu to ensure that the guards struck lightly. Meanwhile, the esteemed Chancellor Han added, "Your Majesty, the words of King Li ring true. Those who err must face their punishments. Only through this can they genuinely reform. Prince Jin is still young and could benefit from guidance. His future holds great potential. But if he continues down this path..." Hearing such sentiments from Chancellor Han, Emperor Han Yuan, feeling utterly exhausted, waved his hand dismissively. "This wretched son has truly disappointed me. No one is to plead for him. Guards, take him away and administer 50 strokes. Afterward, confine him in the ancestral shrine for a month of self-reflection. He may only emerge once he comprehends his mistakes." "Yes, Your Majesty," the guards, adept at discerning the emperor's wishes, complied swiftly. The emperor's words left no doubt that he was resolute in punishing Prince Jin. They hastened to drag the prince away, who, despite still bearing the marks of his previous punishment, was now to endure further beating. Before long, the anguished wails reminiscent of a slaughtered pig echoed from outside. Hearing these cries, Yun Ruoyue felt a significant weight lift from her heart. Grateful for Xuancheng's timely intervention, she realized that had she not forgiven Prince Jin, the emperor might have directed his ire towards her. After Prince Jin was taken away, Emperor Han Yuan seethed internally, yet he feigned benevolence, inquiring after the well-being of Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue. Deep down, he berated Prince Jin for his folly, recognizing that he lacked the intelligence of Xuancheng. As Yun Ruoyue and Xuancheng departed the palace, the sounds of Prince Jin's suffering lingered in the air. In the presence of so many officials, the guards were likely hesitant to go easy on him. 50 strokes would ensure that Prince Jin endured considerable pain. Seeing your good spirits, how do you feel? Does it not bring you a sense of relief? Xuancheng inquired as they traveled home in the carriage, gazing at Yun Ruoyue. She nodded, affirming, indeed. Prince Jin had it coming. I am fortunate you arrived in time. Otherwise, I might have truly met my end. With that, she retrieved a handkerchief from her cloth bag and dampened it with water from her flask to gently cleanse the medicinal solution from her neck. When she finally inspected her reflection in a small copper mirror, she found only faint fingerprints remaining, an improvement indeed. Relieved that her neck had returned to its former pristine state, with only a few shallow marks, Xuancheng exhaled deeply. Suddenly, he realized that she was unharmed. Why was he feeling relieved? Did he not wish for her to endure mistreatment, or even worse? How could her safety bring him such comfort? Perhaps, out of gratitude for her saving him, he simply wished for her well-being. He beheld her neck, snow-white and elegantly elongated, slender and delicate. As she swallowed, her neck moved enticingly, causing his throat to constrict unexpectedly. At that moment, he glimpsed the bustling marketplace outside, where several clothing and jewelry shops stood side by side. Suddenly, he commanded the coachman, "Stop." Chapter 350, A Gift of Attire. With a sharp sound, the coachman halted the carriage. "Your Highness, may I inquire if you wish to purchase something? I intend to select a few garments for the princess." "Please wait for us here," replied Xuancheng, as his slender, graceful fingers lifted the carriage curtain, and he gracefully disembarked. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. Xuancheng actually wished to buy her clothes? Did he find her attire too shabby and shameful? She hastily followed him, approaching with curiosity. "Are you really going to buy me clothes?" "Why?" Xuancheng cast a glance at her faded, plain dress, expressing his disdain. "You look as if you hail from poverty. One might assume the Li Wang residence is destitute or that I have mistreated you. Come, let us enter. I shall select a few outfits for you to ensure you do not tarnish my reputation in the future." "There's no need. Feng'er is making me some clothes." "They are simply not finished yet," Yun Ruoyue protested. "That will not suffice. Their taste pales in comparison to mine. Judging by your appearance, you lack discernment as well. Allow me to choose a few sets for you, to spare you from embarrassing me at any forthcoming gatherings." With that, Xuancheng strode into a renowned tailor shop in the capital. Seeing him enter, Yun Ruoyue hurriedly followed. What had come over this man today? He was actually buying her clothes. How surprising. Nevertheless, she would not refuse such a generous gesture. Inside, the shop's proprietress and seamstresses were busy cutting fabric when they suddenly beheld a tall, strikingly handsome man entering. He radiated an air of opulence, elevating the shop's ambience to extraordinary heights. His presence was akin to a dazzling gem, instantly enhancing the shop's allure. Showcasing his wealth and status through his exquisite garments and jade belt, items unattainable by mere riches. The man's striking beauty caused the hearts of the proprietress and her assistants to flutter like startled fawns. "Young master, may I ask if you wish to have garments made?" The proprietress, excitedly approaching, could hardly contain her enthusiasm upon encountering such a handsome gentleman. Noticing her overly eager demeanor and the way she was eyeing him, Xuancheng discreetly stepped back, responding coolly, "No, I am here to purchase garments for my wife, who has also arrived." Turning, he looked back at Yun Ruoyue as she entered. As soon as she stepped inside, he moved closer, taking her hand and offering a warm smile. "My dear, take a look at the garments here. Choose any that you like and feel free to try them on." Bringing Yun Ruoyue to shop for clothing, he felt it necessary to demonstrate his affection for her and to signal to the ladies present that he was a married man, to deter any lingering gazes that might make him uncomfortable. Upon the entrance of Yun Ruoyue, the proprietress and the embroiderers instantly recognized the celestial pairing before them. They swiftly averted their gazes, no longer daring to entertain any notions regarding Xuancheng. To their astonishment, this handsome young gentleman was indeed married, and the affectionate bond between the couple was palpable, prompting them to refrain from furtive glances. As Xuancheng's gentle voice reached her ears, a shiver ran down Yun Ruoyue's spine, compelling her to withdraw her hand and direct her gaze toward the garments adorning the wall. She observed that these garments were affixed to the wall by numerous small pins, each one leaving behind tiny holes that tugged at her heartstrings. Chapter 351. Designing a clothes hanger. She inquired, "Madam, do you not use hangers for these garments?" The proprietress, bewildered, gazed at Yun Ruoyue and asked, "Pray tell, what is a clothes hanger?" Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. It dawned on her that hangers had yet to be invented. A clothes hanger is an item that allows garments to be suspended from the wall. Do you have paper and ink? If so, I can sketch a design for you. With this blueprint, you can instruct a carpenter to create it. Once you have hangers, your garments will no longer require pins, thus preventing any damage. The proprietress was astonished, realizing that this young lady possessed such knowledge. She smiled and replied, "In truth, I previously employed a horizontal rod to hang the sleeves of the garments. But I later discovered that it was impractical, taking up too much space. A single rod could accommodate only a few garments. And each time I needed to access one in the middle, I had to remove those on either side, which was quite cumbersome. That is why I resorted to pinning these garments to the wall. However, these are merely sample garments. When they become worn, I can sell them at a reduced price. If you possess a more convenient method for hanging clothes, I would be most eager to learn. Allow me a moment to fetch paper and ink. I apologize for the trouble." With that, she personally retrieved the materials and handed them to Yun Ruoyue. Surprised, Yun Ruoyue realized they were indeed familiar with the concept of a horizontal rod. She had assumed they only used pins. However, hangers were undoubtedly more efficient. Otherwise, why would everyone in the 21st century be utilizing them? She longed to impart the conveniences of the 21st century to these ancient individuals, easing their burdens. With a brush in hand, she dipped it in ink and began to draw on the rice paper. Observing her deftness, a flicker of astonishment crossed Xuancheng's eyes. Noticing her confident grip on the brush, her poised demeanor, and the symmetrical objects taking shape on the paper, he realized she possessed artistic talent. Despite being married for over a year, he had never known she could paint. While others claimed she lacked talent and virtue, being inept in poetry, music, and painting, he was taken aback by her hidden abilities. Had there been a misunderstanding, or was there more to her than met the eye? Before long, Yun Ruoyue completed her drawing of the clothes hanger. Setting down the brush, she addressed the proprietress, "Madam, this is the clothes hanger. The two inclined sections resemble human shoulders, allowing garments to be hung securely, while the horizontal bar below provides support for the shoulders, and additional items can be hung above. Regarding the hooks resembling ears, they can be crafted from wood, bamboo strips, hemp rope, or rattan. When the garments are hung upon the hanger, the ears of the hanger can then be affixed to the nails, preventing the clothing from being punctured. Furthermore, a single garment corresponds to one hanger, allowing all garments to be suspended on a long rod. This arrangement not only facilitates the display of multiple outfits, but also enables easy access for showcasing to guests." Upon examining the design, the proprietress was instantly overcome with excitement. Covering her mouth in disbelief, her gaze towards Yun Ruoyue filled with admiration. "Thank you, my dear. Your design for this hanger is truly ingenious. I have never seen anything like it. I shall request the carpenter to produce a few samples, and should they prove satisfactory, I will commission a bulk order." "No need. I will select my garments first," Yun Ruoyue replied with a smile. Thankfully, the proprietress was fond of her design. Otherwise, she might have felt somewhat embarrassed. "All right, my dear, feel free to try on any outfit you fancy. When it comes time to settle the bill, I shall grant you a 40% discount," the proprietress said sincerely. This establishment is renowned in the capital for its exquisite tailoring and rarely offers discounts. The young lady had provided her with such a remarkable design for the hanger, which would greatly ease her operations. Thus, the discount was a gesture of gratitude. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback, not anticipating that her casual sketch would yield such a generous rebate. Given this, she felt it would be impolite to decline. While she selected the garments, Xuancheng encouraged her to choose according to her own preferences, completely forgetting his earlier judgments regarding her choices. Despite his previous disdain for her selection skills, he remained the epitome of a gentleman, allowing her to choose whatever appealed to her. After all, the garments were for her to wear. Her own enjoyment was paramount, unencumbered by the opinions of others. Fortunately, Yun Ruoyue possessed striking beauty, her tall and slender figure rendering her alluring in any attire, making her selection process quite effortless. In no time, she had chosen 4 or 5 outfits and approached the proprietress, ready to request Xuancheng to settle the bill. Observing the numerous selections, the proprietress recognized her as a wealthy patron, her smile widening at the prospect of profit. Even with the discount, she would still earn handsomely. The more the young lady selected, the greater her profit. Thus, she felt no discontent. At that moment, Xuancheng fixed his gaze on the garments in her arms and inquired, "Have you made your selections?" Yun Ruoyue, feeling slightly bashful, nodded, "Yes. I believe I have chosen quite a few. Every piece from the proprietress is lovely. I adore them all. Do you think I might be choosing too many?" "Oh dear. Typically, one would select only 1 or 2 outfits. She had picked 5, and surely, Xuancheng would consider her extravagant. After all, she had previously established herself as a person of frugality, uninterested in adornment. Yet, she now realized how exquisite these garments were. And as a woman with a husband willing to pay, indulging in a few more outfits for her own delight should not be deemed excessive. She couldn't help but wonder if her newfound desire for luxury would displease Xuancheng. After all, the garments in this establishment are far from inexpensive. Who could have anticipated that Xuancheng would suddenly point to the dresses Yun Ruoyue had just tried on and instruct the proprietress? "Please wrap up all the dresses she just tried on. We shall take them all." The proprietress was taken aback, for there were at least a dozen outfits. Did this young master truly wish to acquire them all? "Young master, are you certain you want all of these?" she queried, her tone laced with admiration. "You are indeed a devoted husband, buying so many clothes for your wife at once. It makes the onlookers quite envious." The garments in her shop were indeed costly, each set worth 10 to 20 times that of ordinary attire. Xuancheng nodded. "No need to calculate at 60%. Let us consider 80% instead." Conducting business is no simple task, and he detested taking advantage of others. An 80% discount is quite generous, allowing the proprietress to profit while also rendering the value of Yun Ruoyue's artistic sketch. Upon hearing this, the proprietress beamed and exclaimed, "Young master, you are truly kind-hearted. You are both indulgent and generous. Your wife is fortunate indeed to be wed to you." Her words were tinged with a palpable envy. For this handsome young master was unlike her own husband, stingy, dull, and miserly. Yun Ruoyue had thought that Xuancheng might disapprove of her extravagance. Yet it turned out he was even more lavish than she. How could she possibly wear so many outfits? She hastily protested, "I do not want all of those. I only desire a few pieces. I dislike those dresses, so please do not waste your money." Chapter 353. A desire to avoid embarrassment. Xuancheng smirked, his lips curling in amusement. He was accustomed to purchasing items in multiples of 10 or 20. The garments for the royal residence were crafted in dozens, and he had long since grown used to it. Drawing Yun Ruoyue aside, he leaned closer and whispered in her ear, "You appeared quite taken with those dresses when you tried them on. Do not deceive me. I brought you here to shop, and if we only purchase a few items, others will think me incapable." Yun Ruoyue shot him a bemused glance. Wealth indeed breeds caprice. However, Feng'er had also created garments for her, and with so many outfits, even wearing a different one each day would not suffice. What a waste. "Do you wish for others to think me stingy, miserly, or unkind to you?" Xuancheng suddenly inquired. Yun Ruoyue quickly shook her head, certainly not wanting such perceptions. She, too, valued her reputation and did not wish for others to believe her husband treated her poorly. "Then why refuse? You must accept everything. Do not bring shame upon me. It would not do for others to say that my princess is miserly when purchasing clothing, lacking in generosity. When you venture out, you must spend freely to avoid tarnishing my reputation. Surely, you do not wish others to criticize me for being stingy, do you? For the sake of my honor, cease your objections," Xuancheng stated coldly. Yun Ruoyue was utterly astonished by Xuancheng's words. So, to be his wife meant one must indulge in extravagant purchases to uphold his image? Such a rationale for extravagance was utterly novel to her. Forgive her, a mere commoner, for not comprehending the mentality of the affluent. Reluctantly, she nodded. "Very well, then, I shall take them all." If he was unconcerned about his wealth, she certainly would not be. At last, Xuancheng retrieved a substantial stack of silver notes from his pocket, personally settling the payment, which finally elicited a faint smile of satisfaction upon his face. After completing the transaction, the understanding coachman promptly dashed into the shop, bowing and nodding while presenting Yun Ruoyue with garments, which were then placed into the carriage. Once these two patrons exited, the proprietress discreetly cast a glance at the carriage parked by the roadside, where a prominently inscribed character caught her eye. She was instantly taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. Good heavens! Could that couple who had just come to purchase clothing possibly be the Li Wang and his consort, the most talked-about couple in the capital? Rumor had it that the Li Wang was attacked while protecting the Li Wang Fei, who subsequently utilized her extraordinary medical skills to save him. While everyone marveled at the Li Wang's fortune, they also held deep admiration for the divine healer, the Li Wangfei. To her disbelief, she had just witnessed such a celestial couple in person. Had she known they were the Li Wang and his consort, she would have insisted on a 6/10 discount instead of 8/10. The Li Wangfei not only invented the clothes hanger, but also purchased such a large quantity of garments from her shop. If this news spread, it would serve as an invaluable advertisement for her business. With the Li Wangfei donning her creations, her garments would surely become more desirable. It was conceivable that soon, people from all over the city would flock to buy the garments once worn by the Li Wangfei. In this light, she would profit immensely. Even offering a mere 1/10 discount would still be a gain. As Yun Ruoyue and Xuancheng emerged from the tailor shop, he again pulled her into a jewelry store. Yun Ruoyue opened her mouth, questioning whether he intended to purchase jewelry for her after acquiring so many garments. Clothing requires accessories to truly shine. Without them, the attire lacks brilliance, Xuancheng stated earnestly. Chapter 354. Another jewelry purchase. I am not fond of jewelry. I prefer a simpler adornment. There is no need to buy any, Yun Ruoyue replied, her heart aching at the sight of the thick stack of silver notes Xuancheng had given to the proprietress. That sum must amount to several thousand taels of silver. Such extravagance. Jewelry would surely be even more expensive than the clothing, Xuancheng countered. If you possess only beautiful garments without exquisite accessories, people may look down upon me, saying that the Li Wangfu is impoverished. In the future, when you socialize with those noble ladies, they will also regard you with disdain and take advantage of you. Yun Ruoyue was momentarily taken aback. In my eyes, you are not a superficial person. You have never cared about others' opinions, nor do you enjoy my association with those noble ladies. What has come over you today? Xuancheng shot her a cold glare. I like it. Is that not sufficient? How exasperating this was. To present her with a gift. He had to concoct so many elaborate justifications. Even he found them hard to believe. Noticing his irritation, Yun Ruoyue nonchalantly spread her hands. Fine. Since it's not my money being spent, go ahead and buy as you please. It's entirely your decision, no matter how much you choose to spend. Just don't blame me if you end up bankrupting the Li Wangfu. Though she feigned indifference, in her heart, she had already claimed that money as her own, which was why she felt such pangs of regret. However, Xuancheng appeared entirely indifferent to the matter of money. To him, this modest sum was as trivial as a commoner purchasing a scallion. Very well, since he was affluent. She could not argue against his wishes and decided to enter the jewelry store to select some adornments. Upon entering, the perceptive and discerning shopkeeper, recognizing the fine fabric and intricate patterns of Xuancheng's attire, as well as the opulent carriage outside, immediately deduced that he was the formidable god of war renowned across the realm. When the esteemed Prince Li arrived, the shopkeeper hastily bowed and approached him, inquiring, Might I ask if your highness is indeed Prince Li? Xuancheng cast a fleeting glance at him, nodding coolly in affirmation. He was quite famous in the city, and his portrait was widely circulated, so it was no surprise that he was recognized. Upon realizing his identity, the shopkeeper eagerly exclaimed, The presence of your highness graces my humble shop with honor. May I inquire what jewelry you wish to select for your lady? Unaware of Yun Ruoyue's status, he refrained from addressing her as the princess. After all, should she be a recent concubine of Prince Li, that would lead to an embarrassing misunderstanding. Hence, he wisely referred to her as lady, which would avoid any potential faux pas. Xuancheng glanced at Yun Ruoyue and then back at the shopkeeper, instructing him to select some jewelry suitable for the princess. The shopkeeper, instantly enlightened, realized that the individual before him was indeed the Princess Li, rather than a mere concubine. Rumors had circulated that Prince Li did not favor this princess and even harbored disdain for her. Thus, it was unexpected that he would accompany her to choose jewelry. This was rather contrary to public gossip. Not daring to be remiss, the shopkeeper quickly summoned his staff to the upper floor, bringing forth all the most exquisite treasures available for Yun Ruoyue to peruse. In no time, a splendid array of gold, silver, and jade ornaments adorned the table before her. These jewels sparkled with brilliance, radiating an unparalleled luminescence that shimmered with a sacred glow, causing Yun Ruoyue's heart to race with excitement. These gems were truly magnificent. She had no inclination towards anything less than genuine. However, upon glancing at the prices of the jewelry, she hesitated and remarked, Shall I choose a few pieces at random? Chapter 355. Do not bring disgrace upon this prince. Xuancheng was determined to purchase her jewelry, and should she select none, he would certainly object. To appease him, she resolved to choose a few adornments. "Shopkeeper, please wrap up these pieces and select a few more to assist the princess in her embellishment," Xuancheng suddenly declared. "Am I to wear these jewels immediately?" Yun Ruoyue inquired, concerned that this might be too ostentatious. She had assumed they would be kept for significant occasions. "Of course. You must don these jewels right away. Additionally, you shall wear a new outfit that I have procured, so that when you walk beside me, you shall not bring disgrace upon my name," Xuancheng replied, raising an eyebrow. After he spoke, the coachman outside had already brought in several garments for her to choose from. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. It turned out that Xuancheng had prepared everything in advance. How unattractive did she appear that he felt compelled to enhance her appearance. At that moment, the shopkeeper's wife, upon hearing that Prince Li and the Princess Li had graced their establishment with their presence, hurriedly arrived with 2 young maidens to assist Yun Ruoyue in her adornment. She saw Yun Ruoyue and hurriedly approached to assist her, saying to Prince Xuancheng, "Your Highness, allow us to adorn the princess. Rest assured, with her natural beauty, she will undoubtedly be the most exquisite woman on the entire street." "The entire street?" Yun Ruoyue chuckled softly. "Well, since someone was generously offering to beautify her, she might as well indulge and enjoy a taste of a luxurious life." Subsequently, the proprietress and the maidens guided Yun Ruoyue into the inner chamber. Prince Xuancheng patiently waited outside, while the shopkeeper promptly ordered a pot of by Luo Chun tea for him. Sitting there with an air of regal composure, the prince exuded a commanding presence that made the shopkeeper and staff hesitant to meet his gaze. They dared only to serve him tea quietly by the side. Inside the inner chamber, the proprietress and maidens were busy selecting garments and accessories for Yun Ruoyue. She sat before the dressing mirror, allowing another maid to style her hair. Previously, for the sake of convenience when washing her hair, she would merely tie it up in a simple bun. Now, the maid was crafting a trendy flying fairy bun. And once completed, it truly highlighted her ethereal beauty, making her resemble a celestial being. After sipping 3 cups of tea, Prince Xuancheng finally heard footsteps emerging from within. Despite his calm demeanor, he felt a growing impatience, wishing to leave. This was his first experience accompanying a woman on a shopping venture, and he had not anticipated the time-consuming nature of such preparations. Lost in thought, he was suddenly drawn back to reality when the inner chamber's curtain was drawn aside, revealing a delicate hand that gently lifted the veil. As Yun Ruoyue emerged, her stunningly beautiful face illuminated the shop with an extraordinary brilliance. Upon glancing up, Prince Xuancheng beheld Yun Ruoyue adorned with exquisite makeup, her cheeks like snow, her features painted with artistry, and her complexion as smooth as jade. The subtle application of makeup made her beauty even more compelling. She wore a gown embroidered with peacock's silver thread, layered with fine, translucent fabric that shimmered brilliantly, adorned with pearls and gemstones. A lustrous red jade sash cinched her waist, accentuating her graceful figure, while her feet were clad in silk shoes embellished with rubies. Her jewelry sparkled, and gold bangles adorned her wrists and neck, rendering her a vision of radiance and elegance, akin to a celestial fairy. Chapter 356. Consumed by jealousy upon seeing Prince Xuancheng, she playfully winked at him and asked, "What do you think? Is it acceptable?" The moment he laid eyes on Yun Ruoyue, he was momentarily taken aback, but then he replied with a subtle smile, "It's all right, let us settle the bill." After all the effort put into her transformation, being met with such a lukewarm evaluation from Prince Xuancheng left Yun Ruoyue slightly speechless. Little did she know that such praise from him was indeed a high compliment. Soon, Prince Xuancheng completed the payment, and the shopkeeper personally delivered the jewelry Yun Ruoyue had chosen to their carriage. As Xuancheng settled the bill, Yun Ruoyue stealthily stole a glance, discovering that her purchases of jewelry amounted to an astonishing 50 to 60,000 taels of silver, and this was despite her deliberate restraint in selecting fewer items. If a mere stroll through the streets with Xuancheng had led to such extravagant spending, one could only imagine the extent of his discontent when Nangong Ro embezzled over 100,000 taels from him in a month, which had incited his ire to the point of publicly reprimanding Nangong Ro's distant cousin. Could it be that she had grown in significance in his eyes? Shaking her head vigorously, she dismissed the notion. Xuancheng was merely concerned that her appearance might reflect poorly on him, hence his generosity. He was certainly not motivated by any affection for her that would prompt such extravagance. Before long, the carriage came to a halt at the residence of the Li King. The coachman dismounted and promptly called for the steward and others to assist in transporting the garments and jewelry purchased for the princess. Due to the sheer volume of items Yun Ruoyue had acquired, several young servants accompanied them to lend a hand. This development quickly reached the ears of the Grand Princess and Nangong Ro, who, upon hearing of the numerous garments and jewelry Xuancheng had procured for Yun Ruoyue, were overtaken by jealousy and rushed out to the courtyard. The Grand Princess, having been in a state of anxious anticipation since Yun Ruoyue's arrival at the palace, was idly sipping tea while waiting for her return. Last night, she had implored Yun Ruoyue to assist her in remaining at the Li King's residence, only to be met with refusal. Thus, she was now curious about the conditions Yun Ruoyue must have presented to the emperor. Nangong Ro, upon learning of the lavish gifts bestowed by Xuancheng upon Yun Ruoyue, turned as green as envy itself. She had not anticipated the prince's affections for Yun Ruoyue to be so profound, especially to the extent of personally escorting her to purchase jewelry and spending such a considerable sum. Clearly, he held Yun Ruoyue in high regard. When the two women reached the entrance, they witnessed the servants preparing to carry in the garments and jewelry. Observing the fabric and the sparkling adornments, they realized these were no ordinary items, but rather of considerable value. Nangong Ro leaned closer to the Grand Princess and whispered, "Princess, did you not request Yun Ruoyue to intercede on your behalf with the emperor, seeking a condition that would allow you to remain at the Li King's residence? Could it be that she has not negotiated on your behalf at all, but instead sought a substantial sum from the emperor? Otherwise, how could the prince afford to lavish so much upon her? This fortune must have been obtained through her dealings with the emperor." "Indeed, that must be it," she continued. "The prince does not dote on Yun Ruoyue. How could he possibly bestow such gifts without her having secured this wealth through her own means?" This explanation aligns perfectly. The Grand Princess's countenance darkened significantly, her fists clenched tightly. How dare Yun Ruoyue refuse her assistance for the sake of mere silver? The audacity of the girl was infuriating. The Grand Princess could easily provide the silver if Yun Ruoyue genuinely required it. Her refusal to ask was nothing short of exasperating. Chapter 357, Sowing Discord. "Sister, could it be that you are intentionally targeting the princess? In theory, she is not someone lacking in silver. Even if she truly needed it, the prince would surely provide for her. She would rather exchange this small amount of silver than trade her freedom for the princess's sake. Does she not hold the princess in high regard, or is she merely apprehensive about the princess residing long-term in the Li Wang mansion? Is she perhaps unwelcome to you?" Nangong Ro provocatively interjected. Upon hearing this, the eldest princess was nearly beside herself with rage. She coldly retorted, "This is my brother's residence. As the elder sister, I have every right to be here. Why should she not welcome me? Rower, if it were you, what would you do?" Nangong Ro quickly expressed her sentiments to the eldest princess, stating, "If it were me, I would certainly plead with the emperor, advocating for the princess's freedom. For that freedom is of utmost importance. The princess has spent years in the palace, undoubtedly longing for the liberty beyond its confines. I genuinely hope the princess can continue to reside in the Li Wang mansion, living alongside us. You are indeed kind, unlike some whose hearts harbor ill intentions," the eldest princess remarked as she patted Nangong Ro's shoulder. At that moment, Yun Ruoyue and Xuancheng entered. The eldest princess and Nangong Ro cast their eyes upon Yun Ruoyue, who had adorned herself in a splendid new outfit. As the saying goes, a person relies on their attire, and a Buddha on its golden adornments. No matter how beautiful one may be, without proper embellishment, they cannot exude grandeur. The current Yun Ruoyue was indeed transformed from her former self, clad in exquisite garments shimmering with cloud patterns and adorned with dazzling jewelry. She radiated an air of dignified elegance, resembling a regal princess. Such an ensemble must have cost a considerable sum. Upon her entrance, she instantly overshadowed both Nangong Ro and the eldest princess. As she stepped through the door alongside Xuancheng, she noticed the cold expressions on the faces of the eldest princess and Nangong Ro. Nangong Ro swiftly approached, saying, "Prince, I heard that you and my sister went out to purchase garments. Sister, your outfit is truly beautiful. You seem like a different person." The eldest princess coldly interjected with a snort, "Xuancheng, I heard that you spent between 50 to 60,000 taels of silver on this shopping spree. Did she use conditions to negotiate with the emperor for this silver? If so, then Yun Ruoyue would be my second adversary after the Han emperor." Xuancheng raised his gaze indifferently. "Why do you ask such a question, royal sister? Since you inquire, I shall speak the truth. Last night, I visited Feng'er Pavilion to implore Yun Ruoyue to barter my freedom with the emperor, hoping he would allow me to stay longer in the Li Wang mansion. I truly dread returning to that prison. To my dismay, she callously rejected my plea. Yet today, you both go out and procure such an extravagant wardrobe for her. This considerable sum of silver, I suspect, was indeed requested by her as a condition to the emperor. It seems that, in her eyes, I am worth less than a mere handful of silver. Why do you treat such a woman with such kindness? The eldest princess lamented. Nangang Ro chimed in, fanning the flames. Indeed, Prince, if my sister desires new clothing and jewelry, I still possess some dowry that could enhance her collection. To have the opportunity to negotiate with the emperor is a rare chance, perhaps one that may not arise again for a century. Since my sister has been granted this opportunity, she ought to seize it and fight for a semblance of freedom for the princess. How could she exchange it for silver? That would be an utter waste of this chance. At this moment, Xuancheng began to comprehend the intentions of the princess and Nangang Ro. With a piercing gaze, he swept towards them, exuding an aura of regal authority that commanded respect, who claimed that the funds for the royal consort's attire were solicited from the emperor. Nangang Ro was taken aback. Was that not the case? It amounted to tens of thousands of taels. If not from the emperor, then from whom? Does this prince lack silver? Xuancheng cast an irked glance at Nangang Ro. He found it perplexing that the usually docile Nangang Ro had suddenly become somewhat unreasonable. Upon hearing this revelation, her heart shattered. She gazed at Xuancheng in disbelief, tears welling up in her eyes. My lord, do you mean to say that all these garments and accessories for my sister were purchased by you? He had never personally bought her clothes before. He had professed his love for her, not for Yun Ruoyue. Was he not contradicting himself with his actions today? Xuancheng replied, indeed, as the royal consort, she possesses not a single decent garment, and enters the palace looking so destitute, bringing shame upon me. Thus, I procured these for her. At this point, he cast a cold glance at Yun Ruoyue, stating, remember, when you venture outside, your every action reflects upon the Li Wangfu. Your nobility elevates the reputation of the house, while your downfall invites scorn upon it. To prevent such occurrences in the future, refrain from dressing so poorly when you are out. Yun Ruoyue shot Xuancheng a frosty glare. How foolish she had been to think his acquisition of clothing for her stemmed from genuine concern. It was merely a disdain for her shabby appearance. She replied curtly, understood, dismissing any further discussion with him. At this juncture, Nangang Ro's manic jealousy had somewhat subsided. It became clear that the prince's purchase of garments for Yun Ruoyue was not an act of affection, but rather a criticism of her impoverished attire. This revelation brought her some solace, yet the prince's generosity left her seething with envy. He had spent such a considerable sum without hesitation. The princess too felt a pang of jealousy towards Yun Ruoyue. As an elder sister, she had shared a close bond with her brother for many years. He had never taken her out for a stroll, nor had he personally accompanied her to purchase clothes. It was impossible for her not to feel envious. Although her brother had often sent lavish clothes and jewelry through others, it was not the same as being taken out personally. There was an intrinsic difference in sentiment. However, what intrigued her most was the nature of the conditions Yun Ruoyue had proposed to the emperor. So she did not request silver from the emperor? What did she propose instead? Xuancheng responded. The emperor allowed her to stipulate conditions concerning gold and jewels, indicating that he could provide mountains of wealth if she desired. Yet, she made no such demands. Instead, she offered to exchange her conditions for your freedom, permitting you to reside in the Li Wangfu indefinitely, without returning to the palace. However, the emperor only consented to allow you to stay until the new year, insisting that you must return to the palace thereafter. She once again pleaded with you, asking if you could stay until the 15th day of the lunar month, waiting for you to celebrate the Lantern Festival at the Li Wangfu before returning to the palace. This time, the emperor, taking into account her rescue of the Empress Dowager, granted her request. Is it true? The Grand Princess could hardly believe her eyes as she looked at Xuancheng. Did Yun Ruoyue truly exchange her freedom for conditions? Hadn't she initially refused? How could she have agreed now? Xuancheng raised an eyebrow. Would I deceive you, dear sister? You may reside peacefully at the Li Wangfu. We shall discuss matters after the Lantern Festival. He added that if it were not for the princess's intercession, the emperor would not have been so lenient. Chapter 359. The Grand Princess's guilt. With that, he patted the Grand Princess on the shoulder, implying that the additional month was solely due to the princess's efforts, and she should be content. The Grand Princess gazed at Yun Ruoyue in disbelief, a flicker of guilt and gratitude igniting in her eyes. Did you truly advocate for me? Then why did you reject me last night? Thank you, she said. Yun Ruoyue rolled her eyes inwardly. She had not genuinely pleaded for the Grand Princess. Her sole desire was to divorce, and since that had not materialized, she had reluctantly put forth the Grand Princess's case. Thanks to Chu Xuancheng's embellishment, it appeared as if she had made the request out of goodwill. Seeing the kindness and gratitude in the Grand Princess's eyes, Yun Ruoyue's lips twitched slightly. She had not anticipated that Chu Xuancheng would mediate the tension between sister-in-law and sister-in-law, painting her in a favorable light before the Grand Princess, even exaggerating the facts. Unable to refute him, she simply replied, "It's nothing. I merely had a sudden realization. You need not dwell on it." With that, she turned and walked towards Feng'er Pavilion. The Grand Princess watched Yun Ruoyue's retreating figure, a growing sense of guilt enveloping her. Despite Yun Ruoyue's seemingly aloof demeanor, she had indeed aided her. Though she lacked the gift of flattering words, the favor was acknowledged, and she felt remorse for her previous mistreatment of Yun Ruoyue. Given the opportunity to present conditions to the emperor, she had not only missed her chance, but had also extended help to her. Such selflessness and kindness were commendable. Thus, she realized that her previous judgments of Yun Ruoyue had been misguided. Moving forward, she ought to treat Yun Ruoyue with greater kindness. Nangang Ro, observing the Grand Princess's newfound attitude towards Yun Ruoyue, felt alarm bells ringing in her mind. She hadn't anticipated such an easy reconciliation between them. No. She must devise a new plan to sow discord. She could not allow Yun Ruoyue to gain another ally. Upon returning to Feng'er Pavilion, Yun Ruoyue was swiftly greeted by Feng'er and Mo Zhu, who had been awaiting her return. "Your Highness, what transpired? Did the Emperor acquiesce to your request for a divorce?" they asked, their faces etched with concern. They fervently hoped the Emperor would not agree. What would they do if he did? Mo Zhu quickly inquired, "Your Highness, was the prince present when you made your request? Did he express any anger?" Yun Ruoyue settled into a chair, accepting the tea poured by Jiu, taking a hearty sip before replying, "No, for some unknown reason, the Emperor actually did not agree. It seems we shall have to seek another opportunity." "Really? That is splendid news." Feng'er and the four maidservants exchanged glances, their faces alight with exhilaration. Mo Zhu, too, wore a secretive smile, as he had originally feared that he would not manage to bring the princess into the palace, and was concerned that the princess might successfully pursue a divorce. To his surprise, it had all come to naught. Could it be that the prince had intervened? He needed to inquire with Emily post-haste. After finishing her dinner, Yun Ruoyue gathered some medicine, intending to head to the Starry Pavilion to change Chu Xiancheng's bandages. However, upon reaching the entrance of the garden archway, she overheard Mo Zhu's voice. "Emily, how could you all keep this from me? If I had known sooner, I wouldn't have thought the prince was unable to prevent the princess from leaving. I even went so far as to drive the carriage myself, deliberately arranging for a broken cart along the way to lure the princess into that bustling alley. Yet, it turns out the prince had a plan all along. Why didn't you inform me earlier?" In chapter 360, the princess is a bandit queen. You have always been loose-lipped. Given your close relationship with the princess, what if you had revealed the prince's plan to her? Emily shot Mo Zhu a disdainful glance. Mo Zhu retorted, clearly indignant. "How could I possibly let anything slip? This matter concerns the happiness of both the princess and the prince. I would never divulge it to her. I never anticipated that last night. Jiu would inform the prince about the princess's intentions to seek a divorce, prompting him to send spies to the emperor with a confidential report in the middle of the night. No wonder the prince remained so composed and unruffled. He had already prepared for such an eventuality. Had it not been for that report, the princess might have successfully divorced. Keep your voice down. You mustn't let anyone else hear. If the princess learns of this, she will surely have the prince's head." Emily trembled as he spoke. At that moment, Yun Ruoyue was seething with anger, realizing that her failed attempt at divorce was entirely due to Chu Xiancheng's machinations. Enraged, she dashed out, demanding, "What confidential report? Tell me at once." Upon seeing the princess suddenly appear, the two were instantly startled, their bodies trembling. Emily, still shaken, patted his chest, gazing at Yun Ruoyue in bewilderment. "Your Highness, how do you manage to appear so suddenly? It's quite terrifying at this hour." Yun Ruoyue stepped forward, her gaze piercing into Emily. "Rest assured, you shall soon face a far greater fright. Now tell me, what did Chu Xiancheng present to the emperor in that confidential report that caused my divorce to fail. Mo Li, feeling the intensity of Yun Ruoyue's glare, was left trembling. He stammered, I truly do not know, Your Highness. This matter is one for the prince. He sent the spies. It has nothing to do with us. Spare me your nonsense. Will you speak, or shall I take your life? Yun Ruoyue exclaimed, suddenly drawing the sword from Mo Li's waist and pressing it against his throat. Mo Li's face turned pale with fright as he gazed at Yun Ruoyue, thinking to himself how formidable she was. All right, I will tell you. But, Your Highness, please move the sword away from my neck, and for heaven's sake, do not tremble. Mo Li, trembling with fear, waved his hand hurriedly and said, It is as follows. One of the spies who reported directly to the emperor is one of ours. Upon hearing last night from Jiu'er about your intention to divorce, the prince was incensed. He immediately summoned that spy and ordered him to compose a secret report for the emperor. What did the report say? Speak quickly. Yun Ruoyue glared fiercely at Mo Li, her demeanor reminiscent of a queen on a mountain peak. The two men, Mo Li and Mo Zhu, trembled in fear. The princess was indeed a formidable woman. The report stated that the princess was, in fact, already aligned with the prince, and that the pretense of divorce was a deliberate scheme orchestrated by both the prince and the princess. The prince's objective was to extricate the princess from the Li Wangfu to preserve the strength of his own estate while simultaneously deceiving the emperor. Furthermore, once the princess was no longer a pawn of the emperor, she would no longer need to spy on the Li Wang, thus allowing her to assist the prince in clandestine endeavors. Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue spat to the side in disgust. So that's how it is. No wonder the emperor was furious when I mentioned the divorce. It turns out Xuancheng was scheming behind the scenes. He even pretended to plead with me, hoping to create the illusion for the emperor that he was merely acting. In any case, my divorce will not come to pass, all thanks to that scoundrel. I shall have his life. After declaring this, Yun Ruoyue suddenly drew her treasured sword and rushed towards the Xuancheng pavilion. Chapter 361. A sword to slay at that moment. Nangong Ro had just prepared a nourishing soup of silver fungus and lotus seeds to alleviate internal heat and entered the Xuancheng pavilion. Previously, the prince had mentioned his dislike for oily soups, so today she had concocted the silver fungus and lotus seed soup. To ensure the prince would finish the soup and then consummate their union, she had added a few special ingredients. Once the prince drank this soup, he would surely feel a fiery sensation and desire her company. With an excited countenance, she knocked on the door of Chu Xuancheng's chamber and entered with Danner. Chu Xuancheng had just bathed and wore only a white silk undergarment, with servants helping him style his hair. He sat in a vintage carved chair, exuding an air of cool elegance and serene solitude, resembling a delicate ink painting from the Wei Jin era. Your Highness, you're not asleep yet, are you? I've brewed some silver fungus and lotus seed soup for you to try, Nangong Ro said as she stepped inside, taking the bowl from Danner's hands and presenting it to Chu Xuancheng. Seeing Nangong Ro's warm and gentle smile reminded Chu Xuancheng of his agreement to consummate their union. Yet he suddenly felt a wave of repulsion towards her. Roer, what brings you here? He asked as the servant finished tying up his long black hair and stepped away. Danner, sensing the atmosphere, discreetly withdrew from the room. In the spacious chamber, only Chu Xuancheng and Nangong Ro remained. She thoughtfully placed the lotus seed soup on the table before him and gently pushed it towards him. Your Highness, this soup is prepared with care. It is neither oily nor sweet, possessing a subtle flavor. I consulted a physician, and it will greatly aid in the healing of your wounds. Do give it a try. Seeing her considerate demeanor, Chu Xuancheng felt compelled to take a sip of the soup to satisfy her expectations. Very well, he responded and scooped a spoonful of lotus seed soup, tasting it with a nod of approval. It was quite pleasant. You've worked hard. It's late. You should return to rest, he said. Your Highness, we haven't had a heartfelt conversation in quite some time. I wish to stay with you a little longer, Nangong Ro declared, suddenly stepping forward and burying her head in Chu Xuanchen's embrace. A glimmer of coldness flickered in her eyes. It would not be long before the effects of the drug would manifest in Chu Xuanchen. This was an exotic potion, specifically designed to entice men. She had administered a potent dose, and even a single sip would elicit a reaction from his body. She waited for him to respond, knowing that once he did, her scheme would be successful. Chu Xuanchen intended to push Nangong Ro away, but he suddenly felt an unusual warmth enveloping his body. What could this be? Sensing his stir, Nangong Ro's eyes lit up with excitement. Your Highness, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Shall I assist you? Xuancheng realized that his body was growing increasingly heated. He cast a wary glance at the bowl of lotus seed soup, his face darkening as he turned to Nangong. What did you add to the soup? Seeing her plot uncovered, Nangong's heart raced with fear. She quickly shook her head. I didn't add anything, Your Highness. How could you say such a thing? This is the lotus seed soup I painstakingly prepared for you. I wouldn't dare add anything to it. You dare to deceive me? I am utterly disappointed in you, Xuancheng exclaimed, his anger erupting as he swept the bowl from the table, shattering the fine blue and white porcelain and spilling the soup across the floor. Chapter 362. Administering the drug. Upon witnessing his fury, Nangong's eyes turned red, and she spoke with a face full of grievance. Yes, I admit it. I added a bit of fragrant powder to your soup. What else was I to do when you continually avoid consummating our marriage? I have been married to you for over 2 months, and I have waited so long for this day. I love you deeply and desire you. Is that such a crime? Did I not promise you that once my wounds healed, I would? Xuancheng began, but the words fell away. I cannot wait that long. You come up with excuses daily. I know you have developed feelings for my sister, which is why you avoid me. As a fragile woman, I genuinely fear what will become of me in this palace without a child by my side. What does it matter if I am favored? Once my sister bears children, what will become of me? Can you imagine the fate of those consorts in the inner palace without offspring? My family does not possess strong backing. My survival in the Li Wang residence relies upon your affection. If one day I lose your favor, will they not mock, trample, and belittle me for never having consummated our marriage? Was this your intention when you married me? If your purpose was to allow others to trample me, then why marry me at all? You might as well divorce me, rather than leave me to endure the sight of you and my sister displaying your affection. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls escaping a broken string. Upon witnessing her weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, a pang of guilt surged within Xuancheng. He stepped forward and enveloped Nangong in his embrace, softly calling, Rower, rest assured, I shall not renege on my promise. With that, he held her tightly. Nangong clung to him, greedily seeking solace in his presence, fearing he might slip away. My lord, she confessed, do you understand? I feel utterly insecure. I dread the thought of you leaving me, of you growing to dislike me, or preferring my sister. Every time I see you with her, it pains me deeply. I fear you will abandon me. Each day, I sit alone in that desolate house, staring at its cold emptiness. And time drags on as if it were years. I feel so lonely. I love you so profoundly. Could you not share a fragment of your affection with me? She was acutely aware that Xuancheng had never truly loved her. To him, she was merely a confidant, a benefactor deserving of gratitude. And his indulgence was but a means of repayment. His displays of affection in front of Yun Ruoyue felt like mere theatrics intended to provoke her. She recognized her own worthlessness in deserving all of the Prince of Li's love. Thus, she now implored him for a mere sliver of his affection. While the world perceived the Prince of Li as favoring her exclusively, she alone understood that it was merely a fade, lacking authenticity. Observing Nangong's humble demeanor, Xuancheng felt his arms tremble around her. An intense warmth enveloped him, and a dizziness overtook his senses, as if he were on the brink of losing control. The potency of the potion was overwhelming, even shaking the resolve of one typically so self-disciplined. His body burned uncomfortably, and his mind grew foggy. He glanced at Nangong, only to see her visage morph into that of another woman, Yun Ruoyue. Suddenly, Xuancheng called out to Nangong, his voice gentle, his gaze tender. After uttering her name, he drew her into an embrace, laid her upon the bed, and began to unfasten her garments.